Chapter 1003. After returning to the manor, Li Fuchen started to cultivate sword lock heaven and earth. This secret technique wasn't difficult to learn, but it was very complicated. It required the cultivator to condense a sword talisman. This sword talisman was formed by countless sword diagrams, and each sword diagram was formed by countless sword marks. The cultivator needed to spend a lot of energy to truly condense a sword talisman. In the history of the Swordsman Guild, people who cultivated this secret technique took at least 50 years to master it. Sword ancestor Yuan Ming spent 300 years to master it. That's easy, but in Li Fuchen's opinion, it was too easy to enter the entry stage of swordlock. With his purplish-red soul, his deduction ability could be said to be heaven-defying, so he was least afraid of being complicated. In just 3 months, Li Fuchen had cultivated the sword lock of heaven and earth to the entry stage. This was because there were some parts that needed to be comprehended and pondered. If he didn't need to comprehend and ponder, he would be able to condense the sword talisman in a few days. After the entry stage, the next step was the minor accomplishment stage. To reach the lesser mastery level, one would need to condense 36,000 sword talismans and form a sword formation. That's right, sword lock heaven and earth could be considered a formation. However, this formation was a little special in setting it up. It wasn't a difficult task for Li Fuchen to condense 36,000 sword talismans, and he succeeded in just a few months. However, the next step was the most important. He needed to combine these 36,000 sword talismans into a sword formation. This was not a simple patchwork, but a perfect combination. There was no room for error. The slightest mistake would cause the sword formation to collapse, and so would the sword talisman. At that time, he would have to condense the sword talisman once more to form the sword formation once more. Not only would it be a waste of energy, it would also easily cause him to become impatient. In the history of the Swordsman Guild, the fastest person to cultivate sword lock heaven and earth to the small success stage took a total of 800 years. Done. Li Fuchen broke the record again and used just 1 year to cultivate the sword lock of heaven and earth to the subcompletion stage. Sword lock heaven and earth. Li Fuchen used himself as the target and released sword lock. In the next moment, a spherical spatial zone enveloped Li Fuchen. There were faint sword runes flickering on the spatial barrier, but soon enough the sword runes and the spherical spatial zone were concealed. Bang! Li Fuchen blasted a fist at the void. He only used a small amount of strength in this punch, roughly equivalent to a high-level sovereign lord. According to the introduction of the secret technique, the subcompletion stage of sword lock was enough to trap a high-class ruler. Li Fuchen's fist wasn't even able to shake the sword lock. Only when Li Fuchen increased his attack power to the level of a peak-class ruler, the sword lock was finally broken and plenty of sword talismans were shattered. I see. Li Fuchen understood clearly. The sword lock of heaven and earth would be consumed, but it would be in the form of sword talismans. Each sword talisman was condensed from the power of his sword Dao. If he were to use it against his enemies in the future, it would be best to condense more sword talismans. That way, even if the sword lock of heaven and earth was broken, he could continue to use it. After the minor realm was the major realm. The major realm required 360,000 swords to form a sword array. The Swordsman Guild's record was 5,000 years. To Li Fuchen, apart from the process of forming the sword formation, there were some places that required comprehension and pondering. There wasn't any trace of difficulty, and it just required some effort. Therefore, Li Fuchen only spent 6 years to cultivate the sword lock to the completion stage. If this news got out, it would definitely cause a commotion in the Swordsman Guild. The person who created the cultivation record for the sword lock of heaven and earth was a son of the universe. Li Fuchen's cultivation speed was 1,000 times faster than the son of the universe, and it was definitely too exaggerated. Only Li Fuchen knew that he might be 100 or 1,000 times superior to the son of the universe. The son of the universe was favored by the universe, while Li Fuchen was favored by the golden amulet. From all the signs, the golden amulet's existence was obviously superior to the universe. If there was a god and a divine world, then the golden amulet must be from the divine world. Even if it was in the divine world, it would probably be an incredible item. Of course, gods and divine worlds were just legends, and no one had seen them before. It was just a guess. Li Fuqian had to personally verify the origin of the golden amulet. The prerequisite was that Li Fuqian had to stand at the pinnacle of this universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be qualified to investigate the golden amulet. Horizontal River Star region. It was as calm as before. At the border of the horizontal River Star region, there was a boundless group of asteroids that were slowly moving. Rumble. All of a sudden, there was a flash of white light, and the group of asteroids exploded. Immortal Emperor, where do you think you were going? After the white light, there was a green light. The speed of the green light was slightly faster than the white light, and it soon caught up with them. Myriad Poison Emperor, why must you be so overbearing? You have been chasing me for 1,000 years. Within the white light was a handsome middle-aged man. I said it before, even if I have to pay a huge price, I will kill you. While speaking within the green light, there was a giant green hand that slammed at the handsome middle-aged man. Boom! The handsome middle-aged man was sent flying, and his body was tainted with a faint layer of green. But soon enough, the layer of green vanished. It is fortunate that I cultivate the immortal Tao. Otherwise, I would have been poisoned to death. But if this carries on, in just a few hundred years, the immortal power in my body will be depleted. Soon enough, 2 rays of light arrived at the center of the horizontal River Star region. The commotion caused by the battle between 2 emperors was too huge. Almost all the city lord-class heaven monarchs could sense it from afar. The closest one was the Blue Water City's Shui Tianjun. He didn't dare to approach with his main body and use a water Tao clone to approach silently. It is the immortal emperor. I didn't expect him to become an emperor in just a few tens of thousands of years. I wonder what level of emperor is he? Shui Tianjun immediately recognized the immortal emperor. Before Li Fuqian was born, the immortal emperor was known as the #1 prodigy of the horizontal River Star region. Shui Tianjun remembered that a few tens of thousands of years ago, the immortal emperor even had a battle with the Darkness Heaven Monarch. But the emperor that is chasing after the immortal emperor looks even stronger. He isn't inferior to the horizontal river primogenitor. Shui Tianjun hadn't seen too many emperors. Therefore, he wasn't able to see the emperor's level. He could only use reference objects to differentiate. The second to arrive was the horizontal river primogenitor. So, it is the myriad poison emperor. The horizontal river primogenitor recognized the myriad poison emperor. This was an emperor whose strength wasn't inferior to him and was extremely famous in the universe. As the myriad poison emperor attacked the immortal emperor, he said to the horizontal river primogenitor, "Horizontal river primogenitor, this person has a huge grudge with me. You probably won't interfere, right?" His poison power was able to suppress those that were weaker than him, but it would be weaker against those with similar strength. The horizontal river primogenitor said, "I naturally won't interfere, but I still hope that you can let him off." The immortal emperor and Li Fuqian came from the same plane. He might not wish to provoke the myriad poison emperor, but he hoped that the myriad poison emperor would give him some face. Impossible. The myriad poison emperor immediately rejected. What a joke. He had been chasing the immortal emperor for over 1,000 years. How could he give up just like that? Furthermore, if he gave up on the immortal emperor, he wouldn't be able to obtain the world fruit. Sigh. The horizontal river primogenitor sighed and silently crushed a message token. The Life Force board told me that the life force is in the horizontal River Star region. But where exactly is it? The immortal emperor didn't think that the horizontal river primogenitor would save him. What a joke. In order to save him, the immortal emperor would form an enmity with a peak-level emperor. It was a very unwise action. After all, he didn't have any relationship with the horizontal river primogenitor, unless he gave the world fruit to the horizontal river primogenitor. However, the immortal emperor didn't wish to give up this fated opportunity. Secondly, he believed in the Life Force board and felt that there would definitely be a chance. A short moment later, the Blood Axe Emperor arrived too. Myriad Poison Emperor, what kind of wind blew you to the horizontal River Star region? The Blood Axe Emperor also recognized the Myriad Poison Emperor as the 19th Legion commander of the Undying Legion. The number of people the Blood Axe Emperor knew wasn't any lesser than the ancient horizontal river primogeniture. Blood Axe Emperor, you are also in the horizontal river star region. The Myriad Poison Emperor frowned. He might not believe that the horizontal river primogeniture and the Blood Axe Emperor would work together to deal with him, but he didn't feel safe, especially when the immortal emperor was on the verge of death. He would definitely expose the world fruit. By then, the situation wouldn't be good. The Blood Axe Emperor chuckled and said, Myriad Poison Emperor, I advise you to let the immortal emperor off. Why? Are you threatening me? The Myriad Poison Emperor glared at the Blood Axe Emperor. The Blood Axe Emperor shook his head. I'm not threatening you. Do you know that the immortal emperor and an invincible emperor come from the same plane? After living in the horizontal river star region for so many years, the Blood Axe Emperor knew a thing or two about the situation there. An invincible emperor. The Myriad Poison Emperor was shocked. It was very rare for an invincible emperor to kill a peak emperor in the universe, but at least it had happened before. For example, if an invincible emperor had many formidable techniques, he might be able to kill a peak emperor. The only exception would be if the peak emperor had even more life-saving techniques that were impossible to defend against. The Myriad Poison Emperor naturally had many life-saving techniques. But could he be certain? Did the enemy not have many techniques? If the enemy had a powerful entrapment technique, he wouldn't even be able to escape. All he could do was slowly grind to death. Could it be the Curse Heaven Monarch? The immortal emperor thought it was the Curse Heaven Monarch. He and the Curse Heaven Monarch hadn't met for millions of years. In terms of talent, he didn't think he was inferior to the Curse Heaven Monarch. However, fortuitous encounters were hard to predict. Perhaps the Curse Heaven Monarch had obtained a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter in the past millions of years and became an invincible emperor? I wonder which invincible emperor it is. The Myriad Poison Emperor frowned and asked the Blood Axe Emperor. The Blood Axe Emperor said, Primordial Emperor. It's him. Damn it. The Myriad Poison Emperor's frown deepened. The Primordial Emperor was ranked 99th on the Emperor ranking. All the Emperors had seen it. It was impossible for him not to remember it. A top-ranked invincible emperor was indeed a huge threat to him. But to give up the world fruit, just like that? No. So what if it's an invincible emperor? Can't I seek help from an invincible emperor? The Myriad Poison Emperor secretly crushed a message token. Who is this Primordial Emperor? Did something incredible happen in the past tens of thousands of years? Chapter 1004. After spending 30 years, Li Fuchen cultivated the sword lock to the perfection rank. Furthermore, his body had already condensed more than 10 million sword talismans. One had to know that only 6 million sword talismans were required to complete the sword lock of heaven and earth. Just as Li Fuchen was thinking of a way to redeem the Eye of the Sword God, a message token suddenly cracked open in his spatial ring. This was the message token that Ancestor Hung he had given him. It was worth 500 million supreme-grade spirit stones. Even if they were separated by more than half a universe, he could still send a message. However, it could only be sent once. The immortal heavenly lord is being pursued by a peak sovereign emperor. The Myriad Poison Sovereign Emperor. Li Fuchen raised his brows. The immortal Heaven Monarch and the Curse Heaven Monarch were definitely legends of the Deep Blue Plane. Back when Li Fuchen was in the Deep Blue Plane, he would often hear their names. Li Fuchen really wished to meet the immortal Heaven Monarch, and this was the perfect opportunity. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen spent 1,000 Elder Points to teleport from the Sword Brilliant City to the Sword Star City, then from the Sword Star City to the Divine Leaf City. The reason why a superpower was called a superpower was that it had teleportation arrays between its branches. A weaker power wouldn't have the financial resources or the means to do so. Near Blue Water City, the battle was still going on. Apart from Progenitor Hengi and the Arch Sanguinax, all the other City Lord-class Heaven Monarchs had sent out an avatar to watch the battle. If we include eternal emperor immortal, then our horizontal river stellar region has 4 eternal emperors. Monarch sanguine axe isn't from our horizontal river stellar domain. That's 3 imperial lords, 3 sovereign emperors. Many astral regions don't even have a single sovereign emperor. Everyone discussed spiritedly. The myriad poison emperor lord's poison power was not strong in an instant, but it could last for a long time. As his immortal power was gradually depleted, the immortal emperor lord could feel that it was taking more and more of his immortal power to eliminate the poison power. Optimistically, in 300 years at most, his immortal power would be exhausted, and his immortal bloodline would wither. Immortal emperor, if you know what's good for you, hand over that item, and I can choose to spare your life. The myriad poison emperor lord sent a voice transmission to immortal emperor. You want the world fruit? In your dreams. I'd rather give it to ancestor Hung He than to you. Immortal emperor sneered. Don't force me. If you push me too far, I will hunt down your Tao companion, Heavenly Lord Black Dream, with all my might. The myriad poison Empyrean Lord threatened. You dare? Li Meng's master is Mount Chi's old ancestor. Immortal Imperial Lord's expression changed. He was truly afraid that the myriad Venom's Imperial Lord would chase after his Tao companion, Heavenly Monarch Li Meng. Old ancestor Qi Shan is not an invincible sovereign emperor. Why should I be afraid of him? Even if he is an invincible sovereign emperor, he still has to pay the price for offending me, the myriad poison sovereign emperor. The myriad poison Empyrean Lord was really going all out. For the sake of the world fruit, he didn't mind offending an invincible Empyrean Lord. Myriad poison Emperor Lord, do you really think that no one can deal with you? Let's see if you can still be so stubborn when Imperial Emperor Yuanji arrives. Immortal Imperial Lord firmly believed that Yuanji Imperial Lord was the source of life. His life plate was a supreme grade secret treasure that had never failed him. Then I will wait for him. The myriad poison's emperor activated his poison energy and sent palm after palm strike at the immortal emperor. No need to wait, I'm coming. Right at this moment, a clear voice echoed from the end of the starry sky. A horrific Qi presence suddenly descended and pressured the myriad poison sovereign. Invincible sovereign emperor. The myriad poison sovereign had an unpleasant expression as he didn't expect for the opposition to arrive so quickly. In front of everyone, a delicate and handsome youth walked out from the void. Imperial Emperor Yuanji. Hung He primogenitor smiled. Li Fuchen nodded. He was very grateful that Hung He primogenitor informed him. This was a favor that Li Fuchen would repay in the future. Imperial Emperor Yuanji, it has been a long time. The Blood Axe Emperor had a complicated expression. Li Fuchen's progress was too fast, and he didn't know what identity he should use to face Li Fuchen. As Li Fuchen walked towards the immortal emperor and myriad poison sovereign, he first looked at the immortal emperor. To be honest, Li Fuchen was rather surprised as he thought that the immortal emperor would have the strength of a high-class ruler. He didn't expect for the immortal emperor to only have the strength of a regular ruler. It wasn't an easy task for a regular ruler to fight with a peak-level ruler for such a long time. Immortal Emperor, I have heard of your achievements in the past and have always admired you. Li Fuchen smiled and said. The Immortal Emperor shook his head. I am merely born a few million years earlier than the Imperial Emperor Yuanji. I am not worthy of the Imperial Emperor's admiration. Li Fuchen didn't wish to be modest with the Immortal Emperor and asked, Immortal Emperor, why is the myriad poison sovereign pursuing you? The Immortal Emperor didn't hide anything and transmitted a message to explain, I obtained a fruit from the world tree in a ruin. I didn't expect for the myriad poison sovereign to see it. Hence, he has been pursuing me for over 1,000 years. It is fortunate that I have a cardinal artifact called the Vitality Board. With the guidance of the Vitality Board, I intentionally escaped to the Hung He Star region. The fruit of the world tree? Li Fuchen raised his brows. This was a true cardinal treasure of the universe, and its value wasn't inferior to the leaves of the world tree. To a certain extent, it was even more precious than the leaves of the world tree and was considered a priceless treasure. It seemed like the immortal emperor was also a fated person. Li Fuqian felt that the immortal emperor's luck was too good and wasn't any inferior to him. Li Fuqian shifted his eyes away from the immortal emperor and looked at the myriad poisoned sovereign. Get lost. Don't force me to make a move. Li Fuqian didn't place a peak-tier sovereign in his eyes. You. The myriad poisoned sovereign was nearly fuming with anger, and the poison chi on his body looked much denser. Why? You don't wish to leave? Li Fuqian squinted his eyes. If I leave like this, wouldn't I be disrespecting the Imperial Emperor Yuanji? I, the myriad poisoned sovereign, am willing to spar with you. The myriad poisoned sovereign wasn't willing to leave like this and gritted his teeth. All right, I hope you don't regret it. Li Fuqian had yet to kill a sovereign. The Chaos Metal Beast and the Chaos Silver Snake might have the combat strength of a sovereign, but they were too stupid and didn't have many moves. They weren't considered real sovereigns. Furthermore, Li Fuqian had just cultivated the sword lock to the perfection stage and was planning to find someone to test the power of the sword lock. The myriad poison sovereign was definitely a good opponent. Seeing that the duo was about to start a fight, everyone's eyes lit up, especially the horizontal river primogenitor and the blood axe sovereign. The two of them wanted to know the strength of Li Fuqian, who was ranked 99th on the Emperor rankings, and the difference between them. In terms of chi presence, I am inferior to the primary emperor, but in terms of strength, I might not be inferior to him. The horizontal river primogenitor had always been very confident in himself. Many thanks, primary emperor. After expressing his thanks, the immortal emperor quickly retreated to the side. In the deathly silent starry sky, the myriad poisoned sovereign's chi presence clashed with Li Fuqian's chi presence. But it was obvious that the myriad poisoned sovereign's chi presence was withering and couldn't extend over Li Fuqian's chi presence. Primary emperor, receive my move. The myriad poisoned sovereign was wearing a pair of transparent gloves. The gloves would only have green veins when the myriad poisoned sovereign exerted his strength. This pair of gloves had a dangerous but pleasant name. It was called Hidden Poison Thousandnet. It was a peak-grade supreme poison Dao weapon and was forged from the Chaos Poison Silkworm's Chaos Poison Silkworm Silk. The Hidden Poison Thousandnet wasn't just indestructible. It had horrific poison power. Regular heaven monarchs would be turned into ashes after a single touch. Regular emperors would also be poisoned and would need to expend a lot of energy to neutralize the poison. The immortal emperor's immortal Dao was rather special. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape back to the horizontal river star region. The green palm prints were like green silkworm shadows that pounced at Li Fuqian. When facing the myriad poison sovereign's finishing move, Li Fuqian drew his sword and swung. A silver sword chi devoured the myriad poison sovereign. It is over just like that. The spectators were flabbergasted. They thought there was going to be a shocking battle. Putting aside the city lord class heavenly monarchs, they were too far away from emperors and were just spectators. But the horizontal river primogenitor, the blood axe sovereign, and the immortal emperor were all emperors. They were rather surprised that Li Fuqian was able to trap the myriad poison sovereign in a single sword. If Li Fuqian was able to trap the myriad poison sovereign in a single sword, didn't it mean that he could also trap the horizontal river primogenitor in a single sword? In the endless sea of swords, the myriad poison sovereign roared with rage and burst out with countless green palm prints that cleaved at the sea of swords. But after the sea of swords was impacted, it became even more berserk. The myriad poison sovereign was forced to retreat and was in a miserable state. How can this primary extreme emperor be so powerful? The myriad poison sovereign was regretting. He shouldn't have been careless. Li Fuqian was ranked 99th on the emperor rankings, and it was obvious that regular invincible emperors couldn't compare with him. I can only use one myriad poison pearl. The myriad poison sovereign took out a multicolored pearl from his spatial ring. This pearl was refined by him after roaming the universe for countless years and collecting countless venomous essences. The myriad poison sovereign opened his mouth and swallowed the myriad poison pearl. In the next moment, ferocious and surging poison power gathered from the myriad poison sovereign's body and poured into the hidden poison thousand net. Break! The myriad poison sovereign held his right wrist with his left hand and extended his right index finger. The tip of his index finger was filled with concentrated poison power and had a dreamy and chaotic luster. PFFF. A hole that was the size of a finger appeared in the sea of swords. The myriad poison sovereign seized the opportunity to enter the hole with a flash. Swish! In the outside world, the myriad poison sovereign appeared out of nowhere. No wonder he is so arrogant. Li Fuchen was rather astonished. His sword Sea Horizon's sealing ability was far superior to the sword lock of heaven and earth. In the chaos ruins, even the invincible Emperor, Ancestor Qing's soul, was trapped inside for a period of time. He had to activate his burst secret technique to escape. However, the sword Sea Horizon was just a sword move. After trapping the enemy, Li Fuchen couldn't enter. Once he entered, the sword Sea Horizon would lose its effect. Furthermore, the sword Sea Horizon didn't have much power. Even if a regular emperor was trapped inside, they would need a long period of time to exhaust their power and bloodline before dying. Chapter 1005. Primary Extreme Emperor. If you are capable, receive my strongest move, Heart of Poison. The 10,000 poison treasure pearls' power was still hidden in his body. The 10,000 poison emperor didn't wish to waste it and thrust his finger at Li Fuchen. Bring it on. Li Fuchen wanted to test the effects of the 10,000 calamity immortal body. He didn't dodge and was planning to use his body to resist. Use your body to resist my finger? The 10,000 poison emperor was startled at first before his face flashed with a sinister expression. Li Fuchen was too arrogant. He was a peak-level emperor, and with the 10,000 poison treasure pearl, he was able to burst out with the strength of an invincible emperor. When invincible emperors fought, apart from those invincible emperors who cultivated body refinement or those with formidable defensive cardinal artifacts and armors, no one would dare to use their body to resist the opponent's move. In the 10,000 poison emperor's opinion, his finger would definitely injure Li Fuchen. It might even poison Li Fuchen and greatly reduce his strength. Thinking up to here, the 10,000 poison emperor used an extremely minute amount of time to instigate more poison power into his finger. Finally, the 10,000 poison emperor's finger stabbed at Li Fuchen's chest. Crackle! There was a sound of bones breaking. The 10,000 poison emperor's finger was twisted in a strange way. He felt like a grasshopper that stepped on an iron plate and bounced back at a shocking speed. It was rather comical. How was this possible? After his finger recovered, the 10,000 poison emperor's face was a mix of green and red as he was bewildered. Not bad. Li Fuchen patted his chest. The 10,000 poison emperor's finger had only consumed a small portion of his calamity power, and Li Fuchen could instantly replenish it. If it was before the hand of calamity broke through, the 10,000 poison emperor's finger would have consumed at least 5% of his calamity power. After all, the 10,000 poison emperor's attack power was already at the level of an invincible emperor and wasn't inferior to the Green Soul ancestor. He must be a body refinement emperor. The 10,000 poison emperor didn't have any more battle intent. Wasn't it courting death to clash with an invincible emperor who cultivated the body refinement Tao, using the body to resist the 10,000 poison emperor's attack? At this moment, even the horizontal river primogenitor had a change of expression. He believed that he wouldn't be able to use his body to withstand the myriad venom emperor's attack. Of course, he wouldn't give the myriad venom emperor a chance to hit his body. Empyrean Emperor Primal Twin is too powerful. The immortal emperor let out a breath of relief. Originally, he didn't think that Li Fuchen would be able to suppress the 10,000 poison emperor. It wasn't because he doubted Li Fuchen's strength, but he understood that the 10,000 poison emperor had lived for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years and definitely had plenty of trump cards. If he encountered an invincible ruler, he might be able to contest. Li Fuchen's cultivation period was too short, and his foundation was a shortcoming. After seeing how Li Fuchen easily withstood the myriad venom emperor's exposed trump card, The immortal emperor knew that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Since Li Fuchen was ranked on the emperor rankings, it didn't matter if Li Fuchen had a trump card or not. Li Fuchen was still terrifying and wasn't someone a peak-tier emperor could challenge. Run! Without any hesitation, the myriad poison emperor lord turned into a wisp of illusory, poisonous smoke and fled. As for the invincible sovereign emperor he had invited, it would take a long time for him to reach the horizontal river galaxy, so he could not count on him. Now you know how to run? Too bad it's too late. Li Fuchen brandished his sword, and his sword chi penetrated the illusory poison smoke. Puff! The illusory poison smoke was formless and formless, but when facing Li Fuchen's sword chi, it was useless. As fresh blood sprayed out, the myriad venom emperor lord's figure appeared. A single sword was able to erase so much of my power. The myriad venom emperor lord was appalled. To a heaven monarch, power was vitality. As long as the power wasn't exhausted, the vitality wouldn't be exhausted either. The myriad venom emperor lord calculated and knew that the power that was erased by Li Fuchen would need a few blinks of the eye to replenish. If Li Fuchen continuously attacked him, the recovery speed wouldn't be able to keep up with the consumption speed. After all, in a few blinks of the eye, Li Fuchen would be able to attack him multiple times. The myriad venom emperor lord held a talisman in his hand and was preparing to crush it. Sword lock heaven and earth. Li Fuchen wasn't going to give the myriad venom emperor a chance. A large number of sword talismans were already set up in the surrounding void. With a single thought from Li Fuchen, 6 million sword talismans gathered together and formed a spherical space that was filled with sword talismans that enveloped the myriad venom emperor lord and Li Fuchen. Bang! After crushing the talisman, the myriad venom emperor crashed into the sword lock heaven and earth barrier and bounced back. No! The myriad venom emperor lord panicked. The primal chaos teleportation talisman was his greatest reliance when facing invincible emperors. Once he crushed the primal chaos teleportation talisman, he would be able to teleport 100,000 light years away. With his ability, he would be able to fly freely after 100,000 light years. No matter how strong Li Fuchen was, it was impossible for him to catch up. Bang, bang, bang. The myriad venom emperor lord started to attack in a frenzy. The myriad venom pearl's poison power was still lingering in his body. When he blasted an all-out attack on the sword lock heaven and earth, a crack immediately appeared. But soon enough, the crack was mended. It is fortunate that I have enough sword talismans to replenish. Li Fuchen didn't set up 6 million sword talismans in the surrounding void. It was more than 10 million sword talismans. Every sword talisman that the myriad venom emperor destroyed would be replenished with the same amount, leaving no gaps. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't planning to allow the myriad venom emperor lord to attack the sword lock heaven and earth as he wished. Activating the origin return sword form, multiple sword forms were blasted at the myriad venom emperor lord. Boom, boom, boom. The myriad venom emperor lord vomited fresh blood and was in a miserable state. He didn't have the strength to continue attacking the sword lock heaven and earth. Origin extreme emperor, I am too arrogant. I will immediately leave the horizontal river star region and will never set foot in this place again. The myriad venom emperor lord started to beg for mercy. I said it before, it is too late. Li Fuchen was expressionless as he continued to attack the myriad venom emperor lord. Seeing that his power was dispersing like water, the myriad venom emperor lord put up a tough front and said, "Origin extreme emperor, don't go overboard. I am an elder of the Dark Council. If you kill me, the Dark Council will definitely do their best to hunt you down. Is that so? I would like to see how the Dark Council is going to hunt me down." Li Fuchen remained indifferent. In the blink of the eye, half a month had passed. The myriad venom emperor lord's chi presence had weakened significantly. Li Fuchen's strength was much stronger than the myriad venom emperor lord. There might only be a difference of one level between peak stage emperors and invincible emperors, but invincible emperors were also divided into different levels. Li Fuchen was definitely one of the stronger invincible emperors, and it was obvious from his ranking on the emperor rankings. Half a month might not be considered short for ordinary people, but to everyone present, it was too short. Everyone didn't leave and were quietly observing. Is there a helper? Li Fuchen's senses were extremely sharp. Just a moment ago, he sensed an extremely powerful qi presence flying over from the border of the horizontal river star region. A short moment later, the horizontal river primogenitor sensed it too. He turned his head with suspicion and looked into the depths of the starry sky. Without any sound or presence, a black door appeared in the starry sky, and a figure walked out from the door. It was a handsome middle-aged man wearing a black coat. His body was emitting intense darkness qi presence. Apart from Li Fuchen, the horizontal river primogenitor, and the blood axe emperor, everyone else could only see a blurry black figure. They couldn't even see his appearance clearly. Sovereign King of Darkness. The horizontal river primogenitor had a grave expression. The Sovereign King of Darkness was ranked 62nd on the Emperor rankings, and his ranking was even higher than Li Fuchen. The horizontal river primogenitor didn't understand how the myriad Venom Emperor was able to invite the Sovereign King of Darkness. The Sovereign King of Darkness arm expanded and instantly pierced through the sword lock and released the myriad Venom Emperor. Sovereign King of Darkness, many thanks. Seeing that the Sovereign King of Darkness had rushed over, the myriad Venom Emperor had a delighted expression. Myriad Venom Emperor, I am here for the world fruit. You will have to pay the price for lying to me. The Sovereign King of Darkness transmitted a message to the myriad Venom Emperor. The myriad Venom Emperor said, "How would I dare to lie to the Sovereign King of Darkness? The world fruit is with the immortal Emperor, but the immortal Emperor has a helper called the Primary Extreme Emperor. If the Sovereign King of Darkness didn't arrive in time, I would have been killed." Primary Extreme Emperor, huh? The Sovereign King of Darkness frowned. The Primary Extreme Emperor was ranked 99th and wasn't inferior to the Sovereign King of Darkness. The Sovereign King of Darkness looked at Li Fuchen and said, "Please give me some face and don't interfere in this matter." The Sovereign King of Darkness believed that he had some influence in the universe. "How much is your face worth?" A mere Sovereign King of Darkness wasn't enough to scare Li Fuchen. The Sovereign King of Darkness had overestimated himself. "Do you really want to pose me?" The Sovereign King of Darkness stared at Li Fuchen and emitted massive pressure. "You can think so." Li Fuchen suddenly appeared beside the immortal Emperor and brandished his sword to clash with the Sovereign King of Darkness. It turned out that the Sovereign King of Darkness' main body had silently arrived behind the immortal Emperor and wanted to restrain the immortal Emperor first. But who knew that Li Fuchen's senses were too sharp and could even see through the Sovereign King of Darkness clones? There was a sharp howl as the Sovereign King of Darkness activated his super ability. Swish! In an instant, all the clones of the City Lord-class Heaven Monarchs were shattered. The weaker blood Axe Emperor felt dizzy and nearly lost his balance. The Immortal Emperor was in an even worse state as he was bleeding from his 7 apertures, and his consciousness was blank. The Hung-He Primogenitor didn't seem to have any change in expression, but only the Hung-He Primogenitor knew if he was affected. When the Sovereign King of Darkness activated the Darkness Howl, his primary target was naturally Li Fuchen. He didn't hope to injure Li Fuchen. As long as Li Fuchen was slightly slower, the Sovereign King of Darkness would be able to restrain the Immortal Emperor. Perhaps I made the wrong choice. If I chose the Eye of the Sword God, it would be much more effective than the Sword Lock of Heaven and Earth. The Sword Lock of Heaven and Earth was mainly used against existences below invincible monarchs. If the Sovereign King of Darkness didn't come, Li Fuchen was confident he could eliminate the myriad Poison Emperor. But the Eye of the Sword God was different. The original version of the Eye of the Sword God would only be able to injure a Peak-class ruler's Saint Spirit. Li Fuchen reckoned that it would be able to affect a Peak-class ruler's consciousness, but it wouldn't be effective against invincible monarchs. However, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was much stronger than regular monarchs. With the Eye of the Sword God in his hands, he would be able to exhibit greater power, and it wouldn't be a problem to affect invincible monarchs. It was just the right time to fight against the Sovereign King of Darkness. There isn't any wrong choice. Even without the eye of the sword god, I still have an advantage against the sovereign king of darkness. Li Fuqian waved his hand, and a sphere of sword light enveloped the immortal emperor before sending him far away. As for the immortal emperor's darkness howl, it was useless against Li Fuqian. Seeing the situation, the sovereign king of darkness had a dark expression and said to the myriad poison emperor, "You go deal with the immortal emperor. Leave him to me." Yes, the myriad poison emperor lunged at the immortal emperor. Chapter 1006. Crackle. Li Fuqian and the sovereign of darkness were in an intense battle. Within a few light years, the starry sky was shattered like a mirror before exploding into a paste. The scene was rather horrifying. After one day, Li Fuqian was only at a slight disadvantage, and neither side was able to hurt the other. Dark World. After roughly understanding Li Fuqian's strength, the sovereign of darkness activated his innate ability, Dark World. In an instant, a world that was filled with endless darkness descended and enveloped Li Fuqian. The Dark World again. On the seven-color continent, Li Fuqian had witnessed Wang Heilung's Darkness Bone Frame, Divine Ability, Darkness Sky Canopy. It was the embryonic form of the Darkness World, and it had yet to form the Darkness World's source. It was just a field formed by the power of darkness, and its power was billions of times weaker than the true Darkness World. When Li Fuqian was adventuring with the Night Devil team in the ancient Stone Star region, he had witnessed the true world of darkness from the Bloodlust Sacred Lord. The Dark World had already formed the origin of the Dark World, and the dark creatures had been born. These dark creatures were endless, and as long as the Dark World could be maintained, the dark creatures would never be able to be killed. On the other hand, the Sovereign of Darkness was an unrivaled emperor, and his world of darkness was thousands of times stronger than Sacred Lord Bloodlust's. There was a sharp howl. As Li Fuqian was enveloped by the world of darkness, two dark figures attacked Li Fuqian. Bang bang. After exchanging moves with one of them, Li Fuqian realized that the two dark figures were actually invincible emperors. The King of Darkness's voice transmitted from all directions. It seems like you have already discovered that their power is at the invincible sovereign emperor's level. If you count me in, you will have 3 invincible sovereign emperors. Are you sure you want to continue fighting? If 3 invincible sovereign emperors joined hands, none of the invincible sovereign emperors ranked higher than the King of Darkness will be able to deal with them. How would we know if we don't try? If there were 3 sovereign kings of darkness, Li Fuqian wouldn't be able to deal with them. However, these 2 darkness creatures only had the strength of regular invincible emperors. Even the Green Soul Ancestor was inferior. Boom, boom, boom. During the battle, Li Fuqian, who was at a slight disadvantage previously, was now in an absolute disadvantage. Dark World Claw. Even in the boundless darkness, the King of Darkness's claw still gave people a feeling of boundless darkness. Bang! This claw viciously struck Li Fuqian's chest. Any other invincible eternal emperor would probably have their ribs torn apart by this claw. But when the Sovereign of Darkness made contact with Li Fuqian's chest, he felt as though he was grabbing onto an indestructible piece of metal. His claw was in pain from the vibrations. Body refining Tao? Something's not right. The body tempering Tao is not that exaggerated. Among the invincible sovereign emperors, only the Black Dragon Primogenitor and a few others have such terrifying physical defenses. The Sovereign of Darkness didn't attack anymore, and simply asked the 2 dark creatures to stall Li Fuqian. As expected of the King of Darkness, his offensive power surpassed the 10,000 Poisons Emperor Monarch by too much. The 10,000 Venom Emperor had activated his trump card and increased his attack power to the level of an invincible ruler, but he had only exhausted a tiny portion of Li Fuqian's calamity power. The Sovereign of Darkness' all-out attack had exhausted a wisp of Li Fuqian's calamity power. One was minuscule, while the other was a wisp. The latter was about 100 times more powerful than the former, so the difference was quite big. Of course, it didn't matter if it was the former or the latter. Li Fuqian would be able to instantly replenish the exhausted calamity power. Primary Extreme Emperor. I admit that I can't do anything to you, but it is enough to trap you for a period of time. The Sovereign of Darkness laughed heartily and lunged at the immortal emperor. In the world of darkness, his speed was increased by several times, while Li Fuchen's speed was reduced by several times. With the disparity, the Sovereign of Darkness wouldn't be able to stop the Sovereign of Darkness. In your dreams, after activating the Calamity power, Li Fuchen's speed increased drastically and instantly obstructed the Sovereign of Darkness. How is this possible? This time, the Sovereign of Darkness was shocked. Why wasn't Li Fuchen affected by the world of darkness at all? His senses weren't affected. Even his speed wasn't affected. How could the Sovereign of Darkness know that Li Fuchen's Calamity power could disregard all laws? At least at the Emperor level, the Calamity power wouldn't be restricted. Furthermore, after the Hand of Calamity reached the middle level, Li Fuchen's defense didn't just increase by several times. His speed had also increased by several times. Immortal Emperor, you better hand over the world fruit to me first. Li Fuchen knew that this wasn't a solution and transmitted a message to the Immortal Emperor. All right, the Immortal Emperor nodded. He and the 10,000 Venoms Emperor were also enveloped in the world of darkness. However, the 10,000 Venoms Emperor could see the Sovereign of Darkness, but the Sovereign of Darkness couldn't see or sense anything. After seeing the Immortal Emperor's agreement, Li Fuchen repelled the Sovereign of Darkness with a palm strike and turned to the Immortal Emperor's side. Here, the Immortal Emperor handed over a giant fruit with resplendent patterns to Li Fuchen. No, the Sovereign of Darkness was anxious and turned into a black pillar of light that blasted at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen kept the world fruit calmly and forcefully endured the Sovereign of Darkness' all-out attack. Break! Li Fuchen released the Calamity power and tore the world of darkness apart. He then pulled the Immortal Emperor and flew out. The world of darkness vanished, and the Sovereign of Darkness looked at Li Fuchen with a gloomy expression. Sovereign of Darkness, the item is with me. Come and snatch it if you're capable. Li Fuchen said nonchalantly. Good, very good. This time, I, the Sovereign of Darkness, am defeated. The Sovereign of Darkness was extremely regretful and regretted that he was too careless. If he had executed the world of darkness right from the start, and he could stall Li Fuchen while the two dark creatures restrained the Immortal Emperor, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. It could only be said that he was too confident in the world of darkness. However, the Sovereign of Darkness didn't know that even if he did so, he might not be able to restrain the Immortal Emperor. Li Fuchen's spirit soul force wasn't obstructed in the world of darkness. If Li Fuchen detected the Sovereign of Darkness's intention, he would definitely protect the Immortal Emperor and ask the Immortal Emperor to give the world fruit to Li Fuchen in advance. However, if I, the Sovereign of Darkness, can't obtain it, you can forget about obtaining it. Hung He Primogenitor, Blood Axe Emperor, do you know why I am here? The Sovereign of Darkness looked at the Hung He Primogenitor and the Blood Axe Emperor. Why are you here? The Blood Axe Emperor had already guessed that the Immortal Emperor definitely had some cardinal artifact, but he didn't know what it was. The Sovereign of Darkness pointed at Li Fuchen and said, "The world fruit is with him. I am here for the world fruit." To be honest, the Sovereign of Darkness didn't wish to expose the world fruit either. If he relied on the Dark Council's power to suppress an unrivaled emperor like Li Fuchen, it was still possible. However, Li Fuchen also had the Swordsman Guild behind him. As such, Li Fuchen would become everyone's target. World fruit. The Hung He Primogenitor and the Blood Axe Emperor's eyes contracted. The world fruit was the fruit of the world tree. It contained mystical world laws and was very helpful to the cultivation of emperors. In comparison, the leaves of the world tree might be precious, but the world laws contained within were inferior to the world fruit. Primary Extreme Emperor, do you really have a world fruit? The Hung He Primogenitor asked. Li Fuchen didn't admit or deny it. He said to the Sovereign of Darkness, "Such a sinister method. It is a pity that it is destined to be futile." The Sovereign of Darkness chuckled and said, "The world fruit is very troublesome. Keep it well. Let's go." Chapter 1007. After the Monarch of Darkness and the myriad Poison Emperor Lord left, the Horizontal River Primogenitor and the Blood Axe Emperor Lord looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded and said, "The world fruit is indeed with me, but the two of you better not have any ideas. In the future, I might discuss with the immortal Emperor Lord to let the two of you comprehend it. Right now, he definitely wouldn't let the horizontal river primogenitor and the Blood Axe Emperor Lord comprehend it. Origin Extreme Emperor, don't worry. The horizontal river primogenitor, won't do foolish things." The horizontal river primogenitor felt that if he transmitted a message to Li Fuchen wouldn't forget this favor. The Blood Axe Emperor also said, "Origin Extreme Emperor, the world fruit and the world leaf are one. We can exchange and comprehend it later." The world leaf might not contain world laws as profound as the world fruit, but it was still a part of the world tree. It would also be beneficial to the Emperor's cultivation. Li Fuchen nodded and didn't say anything. After chatting for a while, both sides separated. Origin Extreme Emperor, this world fruit shall be kept by you from now on. I can't keep it with me either. The immortal Emperor suggested. Li Fuchen thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I will temporarily keep it for you. But before that, I still need to use the world fruit to increase my cultivation level. That's right. Why don't we go to the deep blue plain? It is the safest there. The immortal Emperor said. Deep blue plain. After a few centuries, the sword sect had great changes. There weren't just more law phase realm emperors, there were also a few more saints. As Li Fuchen's disciple, Wu Zhuo was the first to step into the saint's realm. The second was Shangguan Yu. The third was the Safflower Empress. And the fourth was the Vacant Mountain Emperor. To be honest, the Vacant Mountain Emperor was already over 2,000 years old. It was fortunate that he had all sorts of resources and artifacts to extend his lifespan, allowing him to maintain his body at a relatively peak condition. As for the fifth person to step into the saint's realm, it was none other than Li Fuchen's father, Li Tianhan. Originally, with Li Tianhan's innate perception, his limit in this lifetime would be the Earth Shatter realm. However, Li Fuchen had repeatedly changed his parents' fates and forcefully upgraded their bone frames to the 9-star level. He had also used up plenty of resources and artifacts to increase perception, increase cultivation, and change the physique. 10 years ago, after consuming some of the divine leaf sap, Li Tianhan was blessed and naturally stepped into the saint's realm. As for Li Fuchen's mother, Shun Yuyin, and sister, Li Fuxiang, they were still at the peak level of Law Phase realm, but they weren't far from the Soul Merge realm. With the Immortal Emperor's agreement, Li Fuchen gathered a small group of people to comprehend the world fruit. For example, the Myriad Image Sword Saint, Mystic Deep Sword Saint, a portion of the Sword Sect Saints, and of course, Yan Qingwu. Li Fuchen didn't consider allowing those below saints to comprehend the world fruit. The world law contained in the world fruit was too high level, and the level was too low. It was impossible to comprehend anything. In fact, it would be hard for ordinary saints to comprehend anything. It would all depend on their own fate. It's been a long time since I've returned, but the deep blue plain is still so amiable. The Immortal Emperor strolled around the deep blue plain before returning to the Sword Sect. Immortal Emperor, let's start to comprehend the world fruit. Li Fuchen said. All right. The Immortal Emperor nodded. After gathering everyone together, Li Fuchen executed the sword lock to seal this area of time and space. Li Fuchen then took out the world fruit. The world fruit could be big or small. In order to allow everyone to sense it more clearly, Li Fuchen made the world fruit the size of a star and made it float high in the air. The Immortal Emperor and Li Fuchen sat on the world fruit to comprehend, while the others stayed below to comprehend. The world fruit was indeed the world fruit. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword art had already reached the star field class, but he was still able to comprehend the world law. Let's increase the void Dao to the saint first. Li Fuchen gave up on comprehending the sword Dao and started to study the void Dao. Perhaps it was because he had already accumulated enough of the void Dao and was just lacking opportunity. Li Fuchen took just 1 month to increase the void Dao to the saint. After reaching the saint's level, the void Dao was naturally fused with the time Dao, allowing the power to increase again. If the void Tao or time Tao was only at the level of a first-grade heaven lord, when fused, it would reach the level of city lord and was comparable with the radiant sword Tao. This is the city lord class time and space Tao. Li Fuchen felt that the world had become mystical, lively, and lively. Time acceleration. Li Fuchen waved his hand and enveloped everyone below with the power of time and space. Without anyone knowing, the time around them was accelerated by 1,000 times. It also meant that one day in the outside world was equivalent to 1,000 days here. It is a pity that regular saints have a limited lifespan and cannot accelerate too much. If there wasn't a lifespan limit, Li Fuchen could activate the prismatic stone mother and accelerate the time for everyone below by 10,000 times. However, regular saints would only have a lifespan of 100,000 years, or at most a few 100,000 years. If it was accelerated by 10,000 times, their lifespan would be exhausted in 10 years or a few dozen years. It wasn't worth it. After dispersing the power of time and space, Li Fuchen stood up. He was preparing to make a trip back to the Sword Brilliant City to learn the Eye of the Sword God. As for the world fruit, it was indeed beneficial for Emperor's cultivation, but it wasn't something that could be obtained in a short period of time. If Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword art was at the mid-stage of Starfield class, he would need to comprehend the world fruit for at least 10,000 years to improve it to the late stage. This was already a low estimate. If it was someone else, it wouldn't take 10,000 years to improve their martial art from the mid-stage of Starfield class to the late stage. Even 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years weren't enough. However, it was mainly because Li Fuchen was an invincible emperor and his cultivation technique had also reached the Starfield class. If Li Fuchen was like the immortal emperor and his cultivation technique hadn't reached the Starfield class, he would be able to increase his cultivation technique rank first. That way, the time required would be reduced by several times. Everyone was very safe in the sword lock of heaven and earth. Hence, Li Fuchen left immediately. At the Sword Brilliant City, Li Fuchen cut off a large piece of low-grade fire element crystal and exchanged it for elder points. He then used the elder points to redeem the Eye of the Sword God. The Eye of the Sword God was a spiritual awareness attack secret technique. It was separated into 3 grades. The low grade could injure the saint spirit of regular emperors, the mid grade could injure the saint spirit of high-class emperors, and the high grade could injure the saint spirit of peak-class emperors. The redeeming price was 150,000 elder points. 1 month later, Li Fuchen cultivated the Eye of the Sword God to the 2nd grade. As expected, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. At the place where the spiritual awareness attack was tested in the Sword Brilliant City, Li Fuchen's Eye of the Sword God displayed power that could injure peak-class Emperor's saint spirit. It also meant that if he cultivated the Eye of the Sword God to the high grade, he might be able to injure the invincible Emperor's saint spirit. Half a year later, Li Fuchen's Eye of the Sword God reached the mid-grade. The current spiritual awareness attack was enough to injure peak-class Emperor's saint spirit. 9 years later, the Eye of the Sword God reached the high grade. As compared to the sword lock of heaven and earth, the Eye of the Sword God is too easy to cultivate. Chapter 1008. Primary Extreme Emperor, you have a world fruit with you. On this day, the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor saw Li Fuchen and asked. Li Fuchen nodded. It has already been spread? He didn't need a guess to know that the news was spread by the Sovereign of Darkness. Most of the emperors know about it now. You have to be careful in the future. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor had thoughts about the world fruit, but he wouldn't force Li Fuchen to share it. I will. Li Fuchen wasn't too worried. Firstly, the world fruit wasn't a supreme cardinal artifact that would cause a bloodbath. Secondly, it didn't matter even if most of the emperors knew about it. With his strength, unless he was surrounded by multiple invincible emperors, he wouldn't be in any danger. Once Li Fuchen left, 2 men and a woman walked over. From their chi presences, they were all invincible emperors. Origin Bright Sword Ancestor, you should let him share the world fruit. One of them was wearing yellow clothes and had a domineering chi presence without eyebrows. Imperial Monarch Fenghua, if you have the world fruit, and I force you share it. Would you be willing? The origin bright sword ancestor asked. Imperial monarch Feng Huo frowned. It doesn't matter if I am willing or not. I should share it. You can talk to the primary extreme emperor personally. The armored female invincible emperor didn't like imperial monarch Feng Huo and mocked. The only one who didn't say anything and had an extremely cold chi presence said, "We can pay him some elder points as long as he is willing to share the world fruit." The female invincible emperor went silent and felt that the suggestion wasn't bad. The origin bright sword ancestor said, "Wait first. He will definitely use the world fruit first. We will discuss with him when he is almost done." He had been stuck at this level for countless years. The world fruit was definitely an opportunity for him to continue improving. All right, everyone nodded. They could afford to wait as their lifespan was endless anyway. Dark Parliament won the Class 1 branches. The Dark Soul Primogenitor was an elder with a terrifying chi presence. He said to the King of Darkness with dissatisfaction, "You shouldn't leak the news of the world fruit so early. It won't be too late to leak it when the Dark Parliament can't handle it." He greatly desired the world fruit. His battle prowess was actually inferior to that of the King of Darkness. What was truly terrifying about him was his soul path techniques. The King of Darkness said, "Even I cannot break through his defense. It is comparable to the Black Dragon Primogenitor and the others. Unless the Dark Council sends 10-odd invincible sovereign emperors, it will cause a huge commotion. The Swordsman Guild will not sit idly by." The Dark Soul Progenitor said, "I don't need a dozen invincible Imperial Emperors. I only need 2 invincible Imperial Emperors to defeat Emperor Primal Extreme." He didn't dare say that he could kill an invincible Sovereign Emperor. It was almost impossible to kill an invincible Sovereign Emperor, especially one with such a powerful defense. "Are you sure you only need 2? The King of Darkness was still skeptical. He had witnessed his opponent's soul path techniques, and they were really powerful. But they weren't powerful enough to make an invincible Sovereign Emperor ranked at the top lose his fighting prowess. The Dark Soul Progenitor smiled smugly. "In the past few million years, I've created a new soul Dao secret art. If you're worried, you could try it yourself." All right. The King of Darkness was very confident in himself. Plus, he had cultivated an inferior grade soul Dao defense secret art and a supreme grade soul consciousness defense secret art. Be careful. The Dark Soul Progenitor's eyes spun like whirlpools. In the next moment, the King of Darkness felt the entire world spin. This is, without realizing it, the King of Darkness fell into a terrifying world. In this world, he couldn't move at all. He could only drift with the flow. He couldn't use any power in his body. He was like an ordinary person. Is this the new soul path secret art the other has created? The King of Darkness sucked in a breath of cold air. His spiritual consciousness defense layer and soul power defense layer didn't have much of an effect. If he was in a battle, he would be in a dire situation. How is it? Soon, the King of Darkness left the terrifying world. In front of him was a smiling Dark Soul Progenitor. "What happened?" the King of Darkness asked. The Dark Soul Progenitor explained, "Actually, your main body didn't fall into the soul world. It was your spirit soul that fell into the soul world." "You dragged my spirit soul into the soul world?" The King of Darkness broke out in a cold sweat. If his spirit soul couldn't come out, wouldn't he be dead? The Dark Soul Progenitor said, "I don't have such capability. Your spirit soul is still in your main body. I merely prevented your spirit soul from contacting your main body temporarily. Furthermore, the soul world isn't perfect yet. It can't trap your spirit soul for a long time. Even 1 or 2 breaths are enough." An invincible ruler that had lost consciousness and an invincible ruler that had consciousness were 2 different concepts. The invincible ruler would lose a lot of physical defenses. Most importantly, they were able to seize Li Fuchin's spatial ring within 1 or 2 breaths. At the thought of this, the King of Darkness felt a little regretful. If he knew that the Dark Soul Progenitor had this ability, he wouldn't have spread the news about the world fruit. He was simply shooting himself in the foot. Horizontal River Star Region. three figures silently appeared near the Divine Leaf City. Wait, he will definitely come to the Divine Leaf City. The King of Darkness had already found out everything about Leaf Fuchin. As long as I can obtain the world fruit, it is worth waiting for 10,000 years. The one speaking was a white-haired elder with a haggard face. He emitted a chi presence that wasn't any weaker than the King of Darkness and the Dark Soul Progenitor. If someone knew him, they would definitely recognize that the white-haired elder was Ancestor Deadwood, who was ranked 257th on the Emperor Lord rankings. Let's wait. I've already set up plenty of soul awareness in a radius of a few hundred light years. The Dark Soul Progenitor sat down cross-legged. Deep blue plane on the world fruit. Li Fuchin's comprehension was getting deeper. Many unimaginable inspirations appeared in his mind. What he had to do was to link these inspirations together and fuse them into his sword Dao. Time elapsed quickly, and 200 years passed by in a flash. In the first 100 years, his mother, Shun Yuyin, and sister, Li Fuxiang, had finally stepped into the Saint's realm. In the next 100 years, his adopted sister, Li Xiaodai, had also stepped into the Saint's realm. Right now, Li Fuchin's loved ones had all become saints and had lifespans of more than 100,000 years. Once they became saints, it would be much easier to progress. However, the one with the greatest improvement was still Yan Qingwu. After comprehending the world law for 200 years, Yan Qingwu's strength had a drastic improvement, and she had stepped into the Sacred Lord realm. As compared to regular saints, Sacred Lords had a much longer lifespan and could easily live for a few million years. The Wolfman incarnation is in trouble. On this day, Li Fuchin frowned and flashed out of the sword lock. He rushed out of the deep blue plane and flew towards the Divine Leaf City. He is here. In the depths of the spatial zone near the Divine Leaf City, the Dark Soul Progenitor opened his eyes. World of darkness. Tree World's descent. In an instant, a world of darkness and a world filled with trees enveloped the radius of a few thousand light years. Sovereign King of Darkness. Li Fuchin's voice was majestic, and even the world power couldn't stop it. Primary Extreme Emperor, we meet again. The Sovereign King of Darkness voice was everywhere. It seems like you are rather confident this time. I wonder who gave you such confidence. Li Fuchin swept a glance at the Dark Soul Progenitor and the Deadwood Ancestor. Kill. The Sovereign King of Darkness didn't even bother speaking with Li Fuchin. He and the two dark creatures surrounded Li Fuchin. It wasn't over yet. From all directions, there were vines that emitted eternal chi presence that wrapped around Li Fuchin. Break! Li Fuchin brandished his sword and was only able to sever a few dozen vines. It was obvious that these vines were very tough. With the interference of the Sovereign King of Darkness, Li Fuchin wasn't able to sever all the vines at once. Bind! Seeing the situation, the Deadwood Ancestor formed a seal with both hands and wrapped more vines at Li Fuchin. This person is probably the Dark Parliament's Deadwood Ancestor. Li Fuchin recognized the Deadwood Ancestor. However, Li Fuchin didn't panic at all. He pushed the Calamity power to the limits and swung his hand blade to sever all the vines. One of the dark creatures was sent flying, and even the world of darkness and the tree world were slashed open. When the hand of Calamity reached the middle stage, its power had surpassed the sword Dao strength. Otherwise, the owner of the Hand of God wouldn't have been able to dominate the universe. However, it was mainly related to the Calamity power's characteristics. It was born with the attribute to destroy everything. This is the Hand of God. The Dark Soul Primogenitor's voice was filled with shock and sharpness. What is the Hand of God? The Sovereign King of Darkness and the Deadwood Ancestor looked at the Dark Soul Primogenitor. Among the trio, the Dark Soul Primogenitor knew the most. There was once a ruthless demigod called the Undying God. His unique absolute art is called the Hand of God. It is said that when the Hand of God reaches the highest rank, it can form the undying body. The Calamity power can destroy everything. When used with the gloves of Undying, he is almost invincible among the demigods. But later on, during a great calamity, he was still surrounded and killed by over a dozen top-notch demigods. The Dark Soul Primogenitor explained. A top-notch demigod's absolute art? The sovereign king of darkness and the Deadwood ancestors' eyes lit up. The hand of God sounded very incredible. If they could learn it, wouldn't they be able to dominate the universe and compete with demigods? We must capture him. Only by capturing him can we extract his memories. The Dark Soul Primogenitor had a frenzied expression, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to capture Li Fuchin by himself. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to tell the duo about the hand of God. Capture him. The sovereign king of darkness and the Deadwood ancestor also had frenzied eyes. Soul World. The Dark Soul Primogenitor executed his strongest soul, Dao's secret technique, at Li Fuchin. Soul World. Soul Dao's secret technique. Li Fuchin was very sensitive to soul power waves. Interesting. Chapter 1009. The Dark Soul Primogenitor thought he could trap Li Fuchin's spirit soul into the soul world. But in the blink of the eye, the Dark Soul Primogenitor was shocked. The soul world that had always been successful had immediately melted when encountering Li Fuchin's spirit soul. It was like snow encountering the sun. What class is his spirit soul? The Dark Soul Primogenitor believed that his spirit soul was already at the limits of a ruler. Unless the Dark Soul Primogenitor thought of a possibility. Unless Li Fuchin's spirit soul reached the demigod level. It wasn't impossible, as there were plenty of fated opportunities in the universe. Was the difference between a ruler and a demigod really just a difference in cultivation level? The ancient Dark Soul Primogenitor already knew that the difference between a ruler and a demigod was a demigod artifact. Only by possessing a demigod artifact for a long time and receiving the baptism of the demigod artifact's power, a ruler would be able to step into the demigod realm. The Dark Soul Primogenitor guessed that the god of immortality must have left behind a demigod artifact shard for Li Fuchin to step into the demigod realm first. As for a complete demigod artifact, it shouldn't be possible. Back then, the gloves of immortality were obtained by two elite demigods, and it was impossible for Li Fuchin to obtain it. Furthermore, if Li Fuchin obtained a complete demigod artifact, even if it wasn't for a long time, his body would still have demigod power. The three of them combined wouldn't be enough to crush Li Fuchin. Demigod artifact shard. The Dark Soul Primogenitor's breathing became erratic. In the universe, there was only one place that could obtain demigod artifacts and shards. It was the battlefield of gods. But the battlefield of gods was too dangerous. Even a demigod would be in extreme danger. Anyone below the demigod level would definitely die. Only those invincible rulers who had lived for countless years and thought they had lived long enough would choose to enter the battlefield of gods. Of course, there was another way to become a demigod. It was to be bestowed a demigod artifact by a demigod. 90% of the demigods had become demigods this way. However, it was dangerous for demigods to enter the battlefield of gods too. Demigods weren't that foolish to risk their lives to bestow demigod artifacts to others. Normally, even if a demigod wanted to enter the battlefield of God, they would wait for countless years before teaming up with a demigod they were on good terms with. This way, the invincible sovereign emperors would have to wait for a long time to obtain a half-divine tool. Furthermore, a demigod who obtained a second half-divine tool might not necessarily give the first one. The more half-divine tools there were, the better. No one would complain about having too many. Soul World is only a soul Dao illusion technique used to confuse the soul. It's not very powerful. I don't believe that my Dark Soul Blade can't deal with you. The Dark Soul Primogenitor still didn't believe that Li Fuchin had a demigod's spirit soul. Perhaps Li Fuchin had some soul Dao cardinal artifact that could resist soul Dao illusion arts. From the Dark Soul Primogenitor's left eye, an invisible black saber light flew out and cleaved at Li Fuchin. Bang! Before the black saber light could even make contact with Li Fuchin's spirit soul, it had already exploded. What? The Dark Soul Progenitor exclaimed. What happened? The King of Darkness and Forefather Witheredwood looked at the Dark Soul Progenitor. Attacked together. The Dark Soul Progenitor's face turned ashen. There were two possibilities. The first possibility was that Li Fuchen's spirit soul had reached the demigod level. The second possibility was that Li Fuchen had an extremely incredible soul Dao cardinal artifact. It was fortunate that apart from his incredible soul Dao secret technique, his combat strength was also at the invincible Sovereign Emperor level. With the addition of the King of Darkness's 2 dark creatures, they had 5 invincible Sovereign Emperors. It wasn't impossible to take down Li Fuchen. Courtesy demands reciprocity. It is now your turn to witness my spiritual awareness attack secret technique. Li Fuchen activated the Eye of the Sword God at the trio. The invisible eyes were like sword lights that pierced at the trio's saint spirits. The withered wood ancestor grunted and bled from his 7 orifices. The King of Darkness was slightly better, but his face was also pale. The Dark Soul Progenitor was the only one that wasn't affected. Right now, the Dark Soul Progenitor eliminated one of the 2 possibilities. Li Fuchen didn't have a soul Dao cardinal artifact, and his spirit soul was definitely a demigod's spirit soul. Otherwise, the saint spirits wouldn't be so powerful. Again, Li Fuchen continued to activate the Eye of the Sword God. Soon enough, the withered wood ancestor couldn't withstand it anymore. He might have cultivated a peak-grade supreme spiritual awareness defense secret technique and a low-grade soul Dao defense secret technique. But Li Fuchen's Eye of the Sword God was activated too frequently. Damn it! Why didn't he use the spiritual awareness attack secret technique previously? The King of Darkness was confused and angry. Let's retreat. The Dark Soul Progenitor had to admit that this operation had failed. Li Fuchen was much more terrifying than they imagined. Not only did he have incredible physical defense, but he also had a demigod spirit soul that was nearly flawless. Over a dozen invincible Sovereign Emperors might not be able to take down Li Fuchen even if they worked together. There was only hope if the top 10 Emperors made a move. However, there was only one top 10 invincible Emperor in the Dark Parliament, and he was currently exploring a ruin. It was reckoned that he would only come out after a long period of time. It is fortunate that I have cultivated the Eye of the Sword God. Otherwise, I will have to continue being entangled. After the trio left, Li Fuchen said to himself. After entering the Divine Leaf City, Li Fuchen used the Swordsman Guild's teleportation array to teleport to the Sword Star City. He then teleported from the Sword Star City to the Sword Brilliant City. Finally, he used the Sword Brilliant City to teleport to another Class 1 branch, the Black Sword City. The Black Sword City was located in the Superstar region, the Black Flame Star region. The Wolfman incarnation was currently trapped in a ruin in the Black Flame Star region. The Towerwood Ruins was the lowest-ranked ruin in the Black Flame Star region. But even the lowest-ranked ruin was rather dangerous for City Lord-class Heavenly Monarchs. The Towerwood Ruins were white buildings, and there were plenty of withered plants twining around the buildings. Of course, most of the Towerwood Ruins were hidden in the depths of the endless time and space. It was impossible to see from the outside. After entering the Towerwood Ruins, Li Fuchen headed deeper with rapid speed. Not good. There are too many Towerwood insects. There should be at least 10 million. Are we going to die in the Towerwood Ruins? At the periphery of the Towerwood Ruins was a massive garden with plenty of fountains. A group of people were trapped near the fountains, and there was a layer of golden light enveloping them. Through the golden light, one could see that there was only one ruler in the group, and it was just a regular ruler. The rest were only City Lord-class Heavenly Monarchs. The thing that was emitting the golden light to protect everyone was a large golden seal that was suspended in mid-air. Monarch Golden Light, what should we do? A City Lord-class Heavenly Monarch asked anxiously. Monarch Golden Light frowned and said, "My Golden Light seal can only resist for 2 hours at most. After 2 hours, I will barely be able to protect myself." A single Towerwood insect was very weak. Only the venom that they spat out was very corrosive. But if there were more than 10,000 of them, they would pose a threat to City Lord-class Heavenly Monarchs. If there were 1,000,000 of them, it would be enough to kill any City Lord-class Heavenly Monarchs. If there were 10 million of them, even a ruler would be in danger. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Countless venom sprayed on the golden light, and the golden light was visibly thinning. Extinguish. Monarch Golden Light shot out a beam of golden light at the towerwood insects from time to time. But the towerwood insects gathered together and naturally formed a layer of energy. This beam of golden light only killed a few hundred towerwood insects. Husband, you'd better escape by yourself. If you stay, we will all die together. The female heavenly monarch who had been accompanying Monarch Golden Light said bitterly, I will not abandon you. Monarch Golden Light gritted his teeth and persisted. She was his cultivation partner. The two had known each other for millions of years and had a very deep relationship. However, as the golden light gradually thinned and the number of towerwood insects increased, Monarch Golden Light began to despair. He was now faced with two choices. One was to hold on, and the other was to abandon these city lord-class heavenly monarchs and escape alone. There were not too many towerwood insects at the moment. With his strength, he still had some confidence in escaping. The former could certainly win him support, but if he lost his life, it would be useless. But he could not abandon his cultivation partner. It was also not very likely that he could escape with his cultivation partner. After all, it would be difficult for him to escape alone. If I die, let's die together. Monarch Golden Light decided to stay and die with his cultivation partner. It was actually not bad to die with the person he loved. After making up his mind, he felt much more relaxed. There was only a trace of the golden light left. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Only Monarch Golden Light and his cultivation partner held hands and looked at each other with a smile. Husband, I hope to meet you again in the next life. Ninger, in the next life, I will become stronger. I will not let anything hurt you. Trust me. I trust you. The two were ready and looked up at the sky, full of towerwood insects. Poof! At this moment, a sword light flashed. 99% of the towerwood insects that covered the sky were suddenly reduced. There were only a few 100,000 towerwood insects left, which was nothing to worry about. Everyone who had been prepared to die was stunned and speechless. That sword light, just now, so powerful. One sword light killed tens of millions of towerwood insects. After a moment of silence, everyone was excited and disgusted. Husband, the female heavenly lord looked at Monarch Golden Light. Among everyone present, perhaps only her husband could guess the strength of the sword light's owner. Monarch Golden Light said excitedly, It's an invincible emperor. That's right, it must be an invincible emperor. The Pagoda Wood Ruins was the lowest-ranked ruin. To an invincible imperial emperor, it posed no danger at all. At most, it would cause some trouble. Moreover, Imperial Emperor Golden Light had once seen an invincible imperial emperor. That invincible imperial emperor's aura wasn't as strong as this sword light. If only one day, I can also become an invincible emperor. Monarch Golden Light was very envious. He did not dare to think about becoming a demigod. An invincible emperor was undoubtedly his ultimate dream. Husband, I believe you will become an invincible emperor. The female heavenly lord encouraged him. Chapter 10:10. Werewolf Li Fuchen was trapped in an underground hall in the Pagoda Wood Ruins. This underground hall was radiating with artifact light, and there were 4 cardinal artifacts. Werewolf Li Fuchen was trapped in an array in the hall. If it wasn't for his powerful spirit soul, Werewolf Li Fuchen would have already died. This underground hall is truly concealed. No wonder I wasn't discovered. Li Fuchen scanned with his spirit's soul force and immediately found the underground hall. After finding the entrance, Li Fuchen entered the underground hall. Break! Li Fuchen activated the calamity power and cleaved open the array with a single palm strike. In fact, the array's power wasn't weak and was almost at the level of a regular emperor. It was a pity that it wasn't enough in front of Li Fuchen. Let me recover my strength first. After being rescued, Werewolf Li Fuchen's chi presence was dispirited. He nodded to Li Fuchen and quickly sat cross-legged to recover his strength. A regular emperor-level array was too powerful. Even if Li Fuchen arrived at an extremely fast speed, he had already exhausted 70% of his strength. If he was a little later, he would definitely be dead. The werewolf's incarnation is still too weak. Li Fuchen said to himself. After a few centuries, Werewolf Li Fuchen's strength was already at the pinnacle city lord level. He wasn't weaker than most of the universe city lords, but if he wanted to roam the superstar region, he would still be too weak without the strength of an emperor. It was a pity that Werewolf Li Fuchen didn't have any darkness attribute cardinal artifacts. Otherwise, he would be able to increase Werewolf Li Fuchen's strength rapidly. After taking a glance at Werewolf Li Fuchen, who was recovering his strength, Li Fuchen started to collect the cardinal artifacts in the hall. 4 cardinal artifacts, 3 were high-grade supreme artifacts, and 1 was a peak-grade supreme artifact. It is a Thunder Dao cardinal artifact, not bad. This peak-grade supreme artifact was an awl. The surface of the awl was flickering with terrifying electric currents and had astounding power. From the inside of the awl's secret pattern, the power wasn't inferior to an all-out attack from a high-class emperor. It just happened to make up for Werewolf Li Fuchen's weakness of insufficient strength. A few days later, Werewolf Li Fuchen recovered his strength. Li Fuchen decided to let Werewolf Li Fuchen return with him to comprehend the world fruit. Everyone didn't find it strange that a stranger appeared in the sword lock heaven and earth. They believed in Li Fuchen, and this stranger didn't give them a strange feeling. This stranger had a trace of intimacy. This time, Li Fuchen didn't choose to comprehend the world fruit with everyone. He decided to choose a ruin to explore. Even though his strength was already very formidable and was ranked at the top of the Imperial Monarch rankings, he knew that there were still invincible Imperial Monarchs that could threaten him. I lack weapons, armor, and secret treasures. Among the many ruins, only the 3rd-ranked Water God tomb is suitable for me. The Water God's mausoleum was a demigod's tomb. Over the countless years, countless Imperial Emperors had entered the Water God mausoleum, and correspondingly, countless Imperial Emperors had perished inside. Generally speaking, those that dared to enter the Water God tomb would at least have the strength of a peak-level Imperial Monarch. A peak-level Imperial Monarch's entire wealth was extremely tempting to invincible Imperial Monarchs. Once they perished, their entire wealth or a portion of their wealth would be left behind in the Water God tomb, benefiting the later generations. Of course, the true treasure of the Water God tomb was the Water God's collection. It was said that the Water God had placed his half-divine weapon, the Water God Trident, in the Water God tomb for fated individuals. The Water God Trident was the true reason why countless Imperial Monarchs would enter. After all, this was a chance to become a god in a single step, and it was much safer than the battlefield of gods. Li Fuchen's objective wasn't the Water God Trident, as it wasn't compatible with his attributes. Even if he obtained it, he wasn't planning to use the Water God Trident to become a demigod. His objective was to obtain more peak-grade supreme weapons, armors, and secret treasures. In the depths of the radiant starfield, there was a star-sized water whirlpool. This water whirlpool was the entrance to the Water God tomb. Every year, there would be plenty of Imperial Monarchs that entered the Water God tomb. Most of them were Imperial Monarchs from outside the radiant starfield. On this day, a sword light skimmed straight into the water whirlpool. Is this the Water God tomb? After entering the Water God tomb, Li Fuchen felt a gush of moisture assaulting his face. The Water God tomb was filled with concentrated Water Dao source, and the other universe sources were severely suppressed. In other words, in the Water God tomb, the Water Dao cultivators would have a great increase in strength, while the other cultivators would have a sharp decline in strength. It seems like the top-ranked ruins and danger grounds aren't that easy to explore. In terms of our environment, the Devilhorn Star Sea was comparable to the Water God tomb and might even be superior. However, in terms of danger, the Devilhorn Star Sea wasn't as dangerous as the Water God tomb. After all, the Devilhorn Star Sea seemed to be formed naturally, while the Water God tomb was man-made. There were plenty of traps and arrays inside that were hard to defend against. It was the same for the Chaos Ruins. In terms of danger, it was slightly inferior to the Water God tomb. It was just that the environment was extremely vile and wasn't suitable for any cultivator to enter. The Water God tomb was massive, and it was like a maze. There were plenty of tomb buildings. In the Water God tomb, it was impossible to fly. Not even invincible Imperial Monarchs could fly. Stepping on the hard floor of the mausoleum, Li Fuchen carefully advanced. It is raining. After walking for a while, a drop of rain landed on Li Fuchen's hair. He lifted his head and saw that it was drizzling in the dusky sky. TSS, TSS, TSS. However, this drizzle was extremely powerful. Li Fuchen reckoned that if a city lord-class heaven monarch entered, they wouldn't even be able to last for a single breath. Regular heaven monarchs wouldn't be able to last for a long time either. They would need to use a peak-grade cardinal artifact or armor to protect themselves. This is just a drizzle. The rain in the water god tomb is separated into 4 levels. Light rain, moderate rain, heavy rain, and heavy rain. Once there is a heavy rain, even invincible imperial monarchs would be in a miserable state and wouldn't dare to expose themselves in the rain for a long period of time. The drizzle continued for a few days. A few days later, Li Fuchen arrived in front of a pond. The design of the pond was very exquisite, and in the center of the pond, there was a statue of a frog. As the pond water was very clear, Li Fuchen could easily see the bottom of the pond. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up as he noticed a spatial ring at the bottom of the pond. It was obvious that this spatial ring was left behind by a fallen heaven monarch. Li Fuchen squatted down and extended a finger into the pond. As he expected, the pond water was much more dangerous than the drizzle. It contained powerful power, and if a high-class heaven monarch dared to jump in, they would be instantly annihilated. Splash! Li Fuchen dived to the bottom of the pond. As for the power of the pond water, it wasn't able to deal with his myriad calamity, immortal body. Soon enough, Li Fuchen retrieved the spatial ring and went ashore. After opening the spatial ring, Li Fuchen couldn't help revealing a smile. If he didn't guess it wrongly, this should be a peak-level heaven monarch's spatial ring. Just the peak Great Spirit stones alone had a few trillion. If the other resources and artifacts were added up, it would at least be a few trillion. These peak-level heaven monarchs are too wealthy. Li Fuchen lamented. He was an invincible heaven monarch and was far inferior to these peak-level heaven monarchs. Previously in the Chaos Ruins, Li Fuchen obtained a large piece of low-grade fire origin crystal, and it was only worth a few trillion. The Chaos Fire Lotus was extremely valuable, and it was impossible to estimate. However, Li Fuchen understood that this was due to his young age. If he lived for tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years, his wealth would definitely far surpass peak-level heaven monarchs. Inside the spatial ring, the most valuable item was a peak-grade supreme offensive cardinal artifact. Looking at the secret pattern, Li Fuchen reckoned that the power of this cardinal artifact should be at the level of an invincible heaven monarch. It was useless to him, but it was definitely a priceless treasure for those below the invincible heaven monarch level. Huff! Li Fuchen let out a breath forcefully and was in a pleasant mood. After obtaining a single spatial ring, Li Fuchen's wealth had increased by several times. If he could obtain a few more, his wealth would probably be comparable with weaker invincible heaven monarchs. Splash, splash. In the water god tomb, there would be a rain every once in a while. This time, it wasn't a drizzle, it was a heavy rain. The heavy rain was already able to threaten peak-level heaven monarchs. If Li Fuchen didn't find a place to take shelter from the rain, he would be drowned by the rain. The sword energy burst out and enveloped Li Fuchen like a transparent egg. When the rainwater landed on it, there was a pitter-patter sound. Li Fuchen might have the myriad calamity immortal body, but he didn't wish to be drenched by the rain. An invincible heaven monarch's wealth must be astounding. In the depths of the rain, a transparent figure stood there with eyes that were filled with greed and malevolence. In the outside world, he didn't dare to provoke invincible heaven monarchs. But this was the water god tomb, and the strength of water Dao cultivators would increase by several times. With his strength as a peak-level heaven monarch, he would be able to exhibit the strength of an invincible heaven monarch in the water god tomb. But it was different for invincible heaven monarchs. Weaker invincible heaven monarchs would only be able to exhibit the strength of peak-level heaven monarchs in the water god tomb. Powerful invincible heaven monarchs would only be able to exhibit the strength of regular invincible heaven monarchs. Most importantly, the water god tomb was filled with the water Dao source, allowing Li Fuchen to recover his strength easily. It was different for other cultivators, and they had to rely on their energy reserves to fight. As such, Li Fuchen had a great advantage. Previously, that invincible heaven monarch escaped. This time, I will definitely succeed. The transparent figure approached Li Fuchen silently. The heavy rain had concealed his chi presence. Water source world. When it was still a distance away from Li Fuchen, the transparent figure tossed a fist-sized golden water sphere into the sky. In the next moment, the golden water sphere exploded and turned into a golden circular water barrier that couldn't block the rain and envelop Li Fuchen. Water Revolution 8 Dragons Kill. The transparent figure didn't stop and rushed into the golden circular water barrier before blasting a fist at Li Fuchen. This fist was very ferocious, and the fist force turned into 8 water dragons. Each of the dragons contained abundant water Dao source. Just in time, Li Fuchen had already noticed the transparent figure. He turned around and slashed with his sword. Boom, boom, boom. The 8 water dragons exploded, and the transparent figure couldn't help but take over a dozen steps back. Such strength. The transparent figure's eyes turned sluggish. His fist earlier was definitely at the level of an invincible heaven monarch, but Li Fuchen was still able to force him back. It meant that Li Fuchen's original strength was extremely powerful and wasn't comparable to regular invincible heaven monarchs. Chapter 10-11. Just a peak-class emperor, and he dares to assassinate an invincible emperor. Wealth is truly tempting. The transparent figure might be able to execute the strength of an invincible emperor, but his chi presence was only at the level of a peak-class emperor. Of course, if it was any other invincible emperor, they would have no choice but to flee. After all, this was the Water God Tomb. Even if they could defeat the enemy, they wouldn't be able to outlast the enemy. However, Li Fuchen wasn't like the other invincible emperors. The Eye of the Sword God was activated, and the invisible eyes were like sword lights that sunk into the transparent figure's body. The transparent figure screamed miserably, and his chi presence turned chaotic. What spiritual awareness secret technique is this? The transparent figure was enraged and fearful. He felt that his saint spirit was about to split open, and he wouldn't be able to withstand a few more attacks. A spiritual awareness secret technique that can kill you. The original Eye of the Sword God was only able to injure the peak-class Emperor's saint spirit. But in Li Fuchen's hands, it was able to injure the invincible Emperor's saint spirit and severely injure or even tear the peak-class Emperor's saint spirit. While speaking, Li Fuchen continued to activate the Eye of the Sword God. No, don't use it anymore. I admit defeat, and I will leave immediately. The transparent figure had a splitting headache, and his water-Dao disguise was exposed. He was a short elder. Too late. The sharp spiritual awareness, sword light, slashed on the short elder's saint spirit. Crackle. The short elder's saint spirit was torn apart. Once the saint spirit was torn apart, it was nearly impossible to recover by itself, unless there was a universe artifact that specialized in repairing saint spirits. Without the saint spirit's obstruction, the spiritual awareness, sword light, started to slice the short elder's spirit soul. This was the difference between soul Dao secret techniques and spiritual awareness secret techniques. Soul Dao secret techniques specialized in attacking the spirit soul. The saint spirit wasn't very useful and could only barely offset some of the power. As for spiritual awareness secret techniques, the saint spirit had to be torn apart before attacking the spirit soul. Furthermore, the power wasn't comparable to soul Dao secret techniques. If we're going to die, we shall die together. The short elder knew that he was definitely going to die. Furthermore, his saint spirit was torn apart, and it made him extremely extreme. It was unknown what kind of secret technique he executed, but his body started to swell up. There was a boom, and a blood mist blasted out in all directions. The power was at least 1,000 times stronger than his previous attack. Such horrific power was something that Li Fuchen, the sovereign of darkness, and the others couldn't compare. It was reckoned that only the top 10 Emperor Monarch rankings would have such horrific power. Li Fuchen crossed his arms and flew backwards, crashing into the golden round water barrier. With a crackling sound, the golden round water barrier shattered. Such ferocious strength. Rubbing his feet on the ground, Li Fuchen slid for a few miles before stopping. If Li Fuchen didn't have the myriad calamity immortal body, he would definitely be severely injured by the enemy's self-detonation. As for being blasted to death, that was unlikely. The short old man had underestimated an invincible sovereign emperor. Unfortunately, his space ring has already been blown to smithereens. Li Fuchen felt that it was a pity that he wasn't able to obtain the enemy's space ring. The space ring wasn't indestructible and would still be destroyed in the face of absolute power. Once the space ring was destroyed, the resources and treasures inside would be scattered in the turbulent flow of time and space, and no one would be able to find them. However, the short old man still left behind an item, and it was that entrapment cardinal artifact, the Golden Water Sphere. After spending some time, Li Fuchen removed the mark on the Golden Water Sphere. This is an entrapment cardinal artifact that can trap peak stage emperors. It is similar to the sword lock, but this is the water god tomb, and it is enough to trap invincible sovereigns. To Li Fuchen, the Golden Water Sphere wasn't considered a great item, but in a place like the water god tomb, it would be very effective. The short old man's sneak attack was just a small interlude as Li Fuchen continued to explore the water god tomb. Splash, splash. Endless torrential rain poured down from the sky. A figure shuttled through the endless torrential rain. PFFF. The energy layer on the figure's body was shattered, and the torrential rain smashed onto the figure. According to the power of the torrential rain in the water god tomb, an invincible sovereign's body wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, this figure was able to ignore the torrential rain and continued to run in the rain. There's a palace ahead. From far away, Li Fuchen saw a palace. Li Fuchen scanned with his spirit soul force and noticed 3 figures inside the palace. 2 of the figures were invincible sovereigns, and 1 was a peak stage emperor. However, the peak stage emperor was obviously a watered Dao emperor and was the strongest among the 3. He was suppressing the 2 invincible sovereigns. The reason for the battle was because there was a 1-meter-long whale-shaped boat on the table at the end of the palace. The surface of the boat was covered with countless black scales, a flying-type cardinal artifact. Furthermore, this cardinal artifact's chi presence is 10 times or 100 times stronger than all the cardinal artifacts I've seen before. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. If he didn't guess it wrongly, this flying-type cardinal artifact was definitely a peak-grade supreme cardinal artifact. Swish! With increased speed, Li Fuchen turned into a sharp arrow and shot toward the palace while sticking close to the ground. Inside the palace, the battle was extremely intense. Dao Lord Extermination, Dao Ancestor Du Jiao, the 2 of you cannot defeat me. Hurry up and leave. Blue Rain Emperor, you are only taking advantage of this place because this is the Water God Tomb. Once we are outside, we will already eliminate you. So what if this is the Water God Tomb? If the 2 of you don't leave, don't blame me for starting a massacre. If you can start a massacre, you would have already started a massacre. Do you really think we invincible sovereigns are easy to deal with? The frenzied battle had affected the entire palace, but the black scale boat was protected by a layer of black barrier and didn't move at all. Not good. Someone is coming. As the trio was fighting, a figure rushed in from outside the palace. Originally, the trio thought that the figure would stop for a moment to observe the situation inside the palace. Who knew that the figure didn't slow down and actually wanted to pass through the trio. His intention was obvious. Courting death, the trio was enraged and attacked the figure in a frenzy. Bang, bang, bang. The trio's attacks were extremely terrifying, especially the Blue Rain Emperor. With the enhancement of the Water Dao source, his attacks were far beyond regular invincible sovereigns. But the trio was shocked when their attacks landed on Li Fuchen. It was like a rainstorm hitting a banana leaf. Apart from a series of crackling sounds, Li Fuchen wasn't injured at all. In a split second, Li Fuchen had already arrived in front of the table. His right hand that was covered with the calamity power had forcefully penetrated the black barrier and grabbed the black-scale boat. In the next moment, the black-scale boat was stored away. No! Bastard. Courting death. The trio was shocked and infuriated as they attacked Li Fuchen with the same hatred. Although it was a supreme grade secret treasure, it was also divided into different grades. For example, a Tier 1 peak grade supreme artifact would only be able to execute the effects of a regular emperor. A Tier 2 peak grade supreme artifact will be able to execute the effects of a high-class emperor. A Tier 3 peak grade supreme artifact. A Tier 4 peak grade supreme artifact. A Tier 5 peak grade supreme artifact. A Tier 6 peak grade supreme artifact. And a Tier 7 peak grade supreme artifact. The trio was certain that the black-scaled boat was at least a Tier 6 peak grade supreme artifact. It might even be a Tier 7 peak grade supreme artifact. Such a secret artifact was considered priceless and wasn't inferior to regular universe cardinal artifacts. When facing the trio's encirclement, Li Fuchen didn't fear and immediately activated the Eye of the Sword God. The first to let out a miserable scream was the Blue Rain Emperor. In essence, he was only a peak-grade emperor and wasn't comparable with an invincible emperor. Of course, the Dao Monarch Extermination and the Dao Monarch Degree Angle weren't having it easy either. How can there be such a powerful spiritual awareness secret technique? The Dao Monarch Extermination and the Dao Monarch Degree Angle couldn't understand. Peak-grade supreme artifacts could be separated into 7 grades, but they never heard that peak-grade spiritual awareness secret techniques were also separated into 7 grades. Generally speaking, spiritual awareness secret techniques that could injure a peak-grade emperor were already considered top-notch. It was impossible to injure an invincible emperor. Only an extremely horrific soul, Dao, secret technique would be able to injure an invincible emperor. Even though their saint spirit was injured, the trio still fought to the death. But when they realized that no matter how they attacked, they couldn't injure Li Fuchen at all, they were in despair. In fact, the trio wanted Li Fuchen dead, but Li Fuchen also wanted them dead. Activating the Eye of the Sword God required a large amount of spiritual awareness, but an emperor's saint spirit was extremely firm and basically hard to be shaken. This was also why no one cultivated spiritual awareness secret techniques. But Li Fuchen was different. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness grade had already surpassed the emperor's level. Be it the quality or quantity, it wasn't something an emperor could compare with. Finally, the Blue Rain Emperor's saint spirit was torn apart. He wanted to escape, but Li Fuchen pursued relentlessly. Let's go. Seeing that they couldn't deal with Li Fuchen, the Dao Monarch Extermination and the Dao Monarch Time Corner had the intention to retreat. If they didn't retreat now, after Li Fuchen dealt with the Blue Rain Emperor, he would definitely come and deal with them. By then, it would be hard for them to escape. Once the Dao Monarch Extermination and the Dao Monarch Time Corner left, the Blue Rain Emperor had even more pressure. Inside the Water God tomb, his speed might be extremely fast and was even faster than regular invincible emperors, but Li Fuchen's speed wasn't slower than him at all. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attacks were making the Blue Rain Emperor lose focus, and it was inevitable that his speed would be affected. Spare my life. I am an elder of the Rain God clan. If you kill me, the Rain God Patriarch will not let you off. The Blue Rain Emperor was afraid. He never thought that he would be killed by an invincible emperor in the Water God tomb. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entered the Water God tomb. Rain God clan, huh? Li Fuchen had heard of this clan before. Just like the Fire God Ju clan, the Rain God clan was also a great faction and had a half-god Rain God. That's right, the Rain God Patriarch's power isn't something you can imagine. Even 10 of you wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from the Rain God Patriarch. The Blue Rain Emperor felt that he was grasping onto a life-saving straw and quickly said, Li Fuchen laughed, "The Rain God is the Rain God. You are you. Therefore die." The Blue Rain Emperor's saint spirit was sliced into pieces, and his spirit's soul was gradually thinning. Bang! After the Blue Rain Emperor's roar of curses, the saint's spirit had completely crumbled, and his spirit's soul had also scattered. The Sword God's Eye is 90% guaranteed to deal with those below the invincible emperor level. It is just a little difficult to deal with invincible emperors. The invincible emperor's saint spirit was too tough. It might be possible that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was exhausted, but the saint's spirit didn't crumble. Of course, the exact situation would only be known after the battle. It was just a guess now. After killing the Blue Rain Emperor, Li Fuchen extended his hand and pulled over the Blue Rain Emperor's spatial ring. After erasing the brand on the ring, Li Fuchen opened it to take a look. Incredible! Li Fuchen raised his brows. The Blue Rain Emperor's wealth wasn't something a regular peak-level emperor could compare with. Just the peak-grade spirit stones alone had a few hundred trillion. If all the resources and artifacts were added up, it would probably be a few hundred trillion. Even some of the younger, invincible emperors wouldn't be so wealthy. However, Li Fuchen could imagine why the Blue Rain Emperor had so much wealth. Firstly, the Blue Rain Emperor was a peak-level emperor and had plenty of wealth. Secondly, the Blue Rain Emperor was basically invincible in the Water God tomb. Killing a few peak-level emperors would increase his wealth by a few times. If he could kill an invincible emperor, it would be even more profitable. Chapter 10:12. Inside the Blue Rain Emperor's spatial ring, there were several peak-grade supreme artifacts, peak-grade supreme weapons, and peak-grade supreme armors. Apart from that, there was also a metal that was the size of a small mountain. This is divine metal. Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. Supreme quality secret treasures, supreme quality weapons, and supreme quality armors all required divine metal. Under the condition that the forging method was constant, the more divine metal was added, the more powerful and sturdy it would be. In fact, most of the metal half-divine artifacts were made from divine metal. Of course, just having divine metal wasn't enough. The forging method was the most important. He had never heard of any demigods that could forge half-divine artifacts. In order to obtain half-divine artifacts, the only way was to head to the battlefield of gods. As for the Water God, Trident, and the Water God tomb, it was also from the battlefield of gods. Li Fuchen didn't think of forging a half-divine artifact. His goal was to forge a peak-grade supreme artifact sword, and the higher the grade, the better. After I exit, I will use these divine metals to forge my own primary extreme sword. The Joint Heaven Sword was only a high-grade supreme weapon, and its grade was too low. It basically didn't increase his strength. After keeping the Blue Rain Emperor's spatial ring, Li Fuchen took out the black-scaled boat and sized it up carefully. Don't tell me this black-scaled boat was forged from the corpse of a star behemoth? The more Li Fuchen looked at the black-scaled boat, the more he felt the presence of a space giant beast. There might be millions of space giant beasts, but they all had similarities. Otherwise, they wouldn't be collectively known as the space giant beasts. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness entered the black-scale boat and started to refine it. A few hours later, Li Fuchen successfully refined the black-scale boat. The boat was called the Chaos Cloud Ship. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the Chaos Cloud Ship was forged from the corpse of the space giant beast, the Chaos Cloud Whale. The Chaos Cloud Whale was born with the strength of a ruler. When it matured to the extremity, it would have the strength of an invincible ruler. However, in comparison to strength, the Chaos Cloud Whale's speed was its advantage. Once it accelerated, even an invincible ruler wouldn't be able to catch up. This primal Chaos Cloud Ship is at least peak rank 6. With it, even if we bring a large group of people, we can travel at the speed of an unrivaled sovereign emperor. Li Fuchen was also planning to construct a universe city in the future and move the Sword Sect into the universe city. With the Chaos Cloud Ship, he would be able to transport the members of the Sword Sect with ease. However, there was no hurry. He would either not build a universe city, or he would build a top-notch universe city that could withstand the attacks of many demigods. Otherwise, he might as well let the people from the Sword Sect stay in the deep blue plane. After all, foreign heaven monarchs could not enter other planes. The plane was the safest place. I've gained enough. Is it time to leave? Originally, Li Fuchen's objective for coming to the Water God tomb was to obtain some formidable cardinal artifacts, weapons, and armors. Now that the rewards had exceeded his expectations, there was no meaning for him to stay any longer. He was still preparing to find someone to forge the primary extreme sword after he left. Without much hesitation, Li Fuchen began to return the way he came. Dong, 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 dong. The heavy footsteps were like the beating of a drum, spreading far and wide. Not good. It's the water god guards. Damn it. Why did I enter when the water god guards made a move? Everyone in the water god tomb had a drastic change in expression. Many of them had pale faces. The water god was one of the most fearsome demigods in the ancient era. The water god guards that he created had the strength of a peak-level invincible emperor in the outside world. In the water god tomb, they were comparable with weaker demigods. No matter who it was, if they encountered the water god guards in the water god tomb, they would only have one choice, and that was to escape. If they couldn't escape, they would have to die. Only those who cultivated the water Tao and had the strength of an invincible emperor would be able to resist the water god guards for a few moves. Others wouldn't be able to resist for a while. From afar, they could see the water god guards. The water god guards were dark blue giants that were several times taller than the buildings in the water god tomb. Their eyes were glowing with white light and looked extremely terrifying. After locking onto the chi presences, the water god guards started to sprint. Dong, dong, dong. The water god guards were too fast. Most importantly, the water god guards could pass through the buildings in the water god tomb. They didn't have to take many detours and could run in a straight line. No, the one with the slowest speed was stomped into a pool of blood by the water god guard's foot. He was dead. They stomped Sovereign Emperor Jin Zhe to death just like that. The others were terrified. Sovereign Emperor Jin Zhe was a peak sovereign emperor. After all, even an invincible sovereign emperor would find it hard to kill him. Yet, he was stomped to death by the water god guards. Bang! Bang! Another 2 peak sovereign emperors were stomped to death by the water god guards. Finally, only one invincible sovereign emperor was still fleeing. I can't die. I'm an invincible sovereign emperor. I can get whatever I want in the outside world. I can't die in the water god tomb for nothing. Sovereign Emperor Li Jiao gritted his teeth and fled frantically. However, no matter how fast he was, how could he compare to the water god guards, who could take shortcuts? In a short while, the water god guards caught up to him. Seeing a huge foot descend from the sky, Sovereign Emperor Li Jiao turned into a ferocious bird and flapped his wings, increasing his speed. Dong! The water god guards stepped on empty air, and the huge force caused the ground to tremble. Ha! Before Sovereign Emperor Li Jiao could rejoice too early, a giant palm had slapped Sovereign Emperor Li Jiao ruthlessly. Sovereign Emperor Li Jiao felt his consciousness turning blank, and he didn't know anything else. After killing Sovereign Emperor Li Jiao, the water god guards lost their target and slowed down. They started to walk slowly in the water god tomb. On the other side, Li Fuchen, who was preparing to return, had also seen the water god guards. Li Fuchen already understood how terrifying the water god guards were. Therefore, he left early after his harvest exceeded his expectations. It was to avoid encountering the water god guards. He didn't expect to still encounter the water god guards. The water god guards don't have any emotions. Their duty is to kill everyone that enters the water god tomb. But to kill, I have to lock onto the target's chi presence first. If I conceal my chi presence, I should be able to deceive them. Li Fuchen used his spirit soul talent to conceal his chi presence flawlessly. He then followed the shadows in the corners of the water god tomb and returned to the same spot. There were times when he had to take a detour to avoid being seen by the water god guards. As time elapsed, the number of dead sovereigns was more than the past few thousand years or tens of thousands of years combined. Every time the water god guards appeared, it would be a disaster. As expected, none of the water god guards are chasing after me. Along the way, Li Fuchen sensed the presence of at least 3 water god guards, but none of them noticed him. A few days later, Li Fuchen saw the exit. However, Li Fuchen's expression changed when he saw that there was also a water god guard near the exit. Most importantly, there weren't any water god tomb buildings blocking his vision. What should I do? Li Fuchen had witnessed the water god guard's speed. It wasn't exaggerating to say that even if they didn't take shortcuts, the water god guard's speed was still much faster than him. After all, the water god guards had a huge body size, and those that enter the water god tomb could only maintain their height below the water god tomb buildings. Wait for a moment. Li Fuchen was planning to wait for the water god guards to leave. This wait lasted for half a month. Originally, the Water God Guard was planning to leave, but who knew that 1 week later, an invincible sovereign would also rush to the exit. After the invincible sovereign was easily eliminated by the Water God Guard, the Water God Guard stayed behind. During this half a month, Li Fuchen witnessed 2 invincible sovereigns and a peak stage sovereign being eliminated. No, I cannot wait any longer. If this place attracts 2 Water God Guards, my chances of escaping will be very slim. If there was only 1 Water God Guard, Li Fuchen felt that he might have chance. As compared to the other invincible sovereigns, he had the myriad calamity, indestructible body. It wasn't just an extra life, it was an extra few lives. Li Fuchen felt that it wasn't too safe yet, hence, he wore another Peak Grade Supreme armor and a Peak Grade Supreme defensive cardinal artifact on his waist. After doing everything, Li Fuchen took a deep breath and suddenly rushed towards the exit. When Li Fuchen exposed himself, the nearby Water God Guards had also noticed Li Fuchen. Boom! The Water God Guard exerted strength on its feet and chased after Li Fuchen at high speed. Sword lock heaven and earth. It didn't matter if it was useful or not. Li Fuchen first released the sword lock heaven and earth at the Water God Guard. A spherical space that was filled with sword talismans enveloped the Water God Guard. Bang! The sword lock heaven and earth didn't even last for a moment and was immediately shattered by the Water God Guard. All the sword talismans instantly exploded. Water World. Immediately after, Li Fuchen activated the Water Source World. That golden sphere of water. Bang! The golden round water shield formed by the golden water ball was also smashed into pieces. It did not pose any resistance. 10 miles. 5 miles. 1 mile. 200 meters. 100 meters. 100 meters was already within the Water God Guard's attack range. The Water God Guard leaned forward and blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. PFFF. The first thing that was shattered was the defensive layer created by the Peak Grade Supreme defensive cardinal artifact. This defensive layer was like a bubble that was shattered without a trace. Immediately after, the Water God Guard's fist landed on Li Fuchen's body. After being neutralized by the Peak Grade Supreme armor, only 70% or 80% of the force was transmitted to Li Fuchen. But this 70% or 80% of the force was far beyond any invincible ruler. Li Fuchen's calamity power was being consumed at a frenzy. A regular invincible ruler would only be able to consume 1 wisp of calamity power. Even a top 100 invincible ruler, like the Sovereign of Darkness, would only be able to consume a few dozen wisps of calamity power. It was far from 5%. But in front of the Water God Guard's fist, Li Fuchen's calamity power was like flowing water and was instantly consumed by 90%. Finally, Li Fuchen's myriad calamity indestructible body was broken. It was fortunate that the Water God Guard's fist was also exhausted. Swish! Using the force that the Water God Guard exerted on Li Fuchen's body, Li Fuchen's speed didn't decrease and increased instead. He immediately entered a giant water whirlpool at the exit. After losing the target, the Water God Guard continued to patrol nearby. The tall and massive figure had boundless pressure. So dangerous. On the outside, Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. This was truly too dangerous, and it couldn't be any more dangerous. But it was mainly because his foundation was too shallow. Chapter 10:13. In the outside world, the Emperor ranking would appear from time to time. Every time it appeared, it meant that an invincible emperor had perished and a peak-level emperor would be added. There were too many invincible emperors that perished in the Water God tomb. There were at least 20 invincible emperors that perished. Once an invincible emperor perished, the emperor ranking would naturally have an empty spot. These empty spots could only be filled by peak-level emperors. After all, not everyone was like Li Fuchen, who relied on an absolute chi presence to forcefully enter the 99th rank of the Emperor ranking. Of course, the lower ranks of the Emperor ranking weren't any different from the top-notch peak-level emperors. It was just the difference in chi presence. Some of the top-notch peak-level emperors were actually stronger than regular invincible emperors. Therefore, it wasn't considered a disgrace for them to be added to the Emperor ranking. After leaving the Water God tomb, Li Fuchen used the sword Brilliant City as a transit station and teleported to another Class 1 branch, the Scarlet Sword City. The Scarlet Sword City had an invincible emperor called the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor was the #1 swordsmith below the demigod realm. His pinnacle work was a Tier 7 peak-grade artifact sword, the Scarlet Sword. The Scarlet Sword was also the symbol of the Scarlet Sword City. The reason why the Scarlet Sword City was called the Scarlet Sword City was because of the Scarlet Sword. Li Fuchen didn't have extravagant hopes to forge a Tier 7 peak-grade artifact sword. To him, a Tier 5 peak-grade artifact sword was enough to increase his strength by more than 10 times. Li Fuchen was a headquarters elder and an invincible emperor. It was rather easy for him to request an audience with the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor. Primary Extreme Emperor, I have long heard of your name. Inside the Scarlet Fire Sword Manor, the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor smiled at Li Fuchen. The Swordsman Guild publicly recognized Li Fuchen as one of the Son of Universe, and no one was allowed to neglect him. Greetings to the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor. Li Fuchen bowed to the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor waved his hand and said, "You are looking for me to forge a sword, right? Let me make it clear first. For me to forge a sword, I need divine metal. Secondly, the forging fee is 300 billion peak-grade spirit stones. Thirdly, I need 30,000 elder points." To everyone in the Swordsman Guild, the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor would treat them equally. But this was only on the surface. He still had plenty of forging tasks onto his hands. If Li Fuchen soared to Li Fuchen, the swordsman would have to wait for him. Sure, no problem. This price wasn't a problem for Li Fuchen. Before entering the Water God Tomb, 300 billion peak-grade spirit stones was indeed a huge sum for him. But now it was just a drop in the ocean. As for the 30,000 elder points, it wasn't considered much either. All right, let me have a look at your divine gold. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor was rather looking forward to Li Fuchen's divine metal. In the universe, there were many types of divine metals. The more precious they were, the more powerful, supreme, treasured swords could be forged. Here, Li Fuchen handed over the mountain-sized divine metal. This is Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor's eyes widened. Primal Copper Essence. Primal Chaos Copper Essence? Brat, your luck is really good. The Primal Chaos Copper Essence is one of the top 10 divine metals in the universe. It is extremely rare. To think that you managed to obtain such a large piece. Is it enough? Li Fuchen asked. The Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor said, "From your words, I know that you are a layman. When forging weapons, there isn't enough or not. If there is less, the final effect will be worse. If there is more, the final effect will be better. Therefore, how much Primal Chaos Copper Essence do you plan to use to forge the sword? Naturally, I will use it all to forge the sword. All right, leave it to me. 500 years, no, 1,000 years later, come back to retrieve the sword embryo." He didn't forge a complete sword, but a perfect sword embryo. Then, the owner of the sword would personally inject the sword pattern into the sword. Of course, if the owner didn't mind, he could also personally inject the sword pattern. In terms of the sword pattern, he was extremely proficient, but there would be an additional fee to inject the sword pattern. Furthermore, it was most suitable for the owner to inject the sword pattern into the artifact sword. Very few people were willing to let him inject the sword pattern. Then I shall thank the Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor. 1,000 years passed very quickly. Li Fuchen wanted to immediately return to the deep blue plane to continue comprehending the world fruit. Only when his primary extreme sword arts rank was high enough, his primary extreme sword pattern would be powerful enough. After injecting the sword embryo, the artifact sword formed would naturally have a higher grade. After bidding farewell to the Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor, Li Fuchen strolled around the Scarlet Sword City before leaving. Time flew by, and 500 years had passed by in a flash. Back then, the tragedy that happened in the Water God Tomb had already calmed down as time elapsed. Everyone would only gather together and sigh with emotions. In the deep blue plain, Li Fuchen had been sitting on the world fruit for the past 500 years and was quietly comprehending the world law. There was a concentrated sword Dao law power that was seeping out from the world fruit and fusing into Li Fuchen's chi presence. On the other side, there was also the undying law power that was seeping out from the world fruit and fusing into the immortal emperor's chi presence. However, as compared to the sword Dao law power, the immortal emperor's undying law power was too thin. Dao begets one, one begets two begets three begets all things. Similarly, sword begets one begets two begets three begets all things. Li Fuchen's comprehension was getting deeper, causing the world fruit to tremble slightly. The concentrated sword Dao law power was almost materialized and was lingering around Li Fuchen. Such terrifying perception. The immortal emperor woke up from his comprehension state and looked at Li Fuchen with shock. As compared to Li Fuchen, the immortal emperor's perception was thousands or even tens of thousands of times inferior. All of a sudden, the immortal emperor's face flashed with even more shock. Li Fuchen's body was actually gradually turning illusory before sinking into the world fruit. What is going on? The immortal emperor was still young and didn't understand the world fruit well. Therefore, he didn't understand what was happening. Could the origin extreme emperor have obtained the recognition of the world fruit? The immortal emperor guessed correctly. The immortal emperor's guess wasn't wrong. Li Fuchen had indeed obtained the recognition of the world fruit. After entering the world fruit, Li Fuchen discovered a brand new world. It was a world that was filled with order within the chaos. It was a world that was about to be established. Such a process could only be seen during the birth of a plane. As compared to planes, other hidden domains and unique spaces weren't considered complete worlds. They were only considered spaces with laws. Planes were also known as plane worlds, and they were the source of life. Previously, Li Fuchen was observing the world from the outside, but now he was observing the world from the inside. Be it the observation angle or the depth of observation, it was world apart. No wonder it is the world fruit. Such clear power of laws. Li Fuchen saw strands of threads that formed runes. They were heaven and earth runes, world runes that contained the world's mysteries and true essence. Soon enough, Li Fuchen found the sword Dao threads and the sword Dao runes. If I comprehend the sword Dao here, the speed will be at least dozens of times faster than the outside. Li Fuchen was filled with anticipation as he comprehended. 100 years later, a horrific chi presence burst out from Li Fuchen's body. In the outside world, the emperor rankings had appeared. Li Fuchen's ranking had suddenly climbed from 99th to 12th. Be it the breakthrough of sword art or sword technique, it would greatly increase the chi presence. After all, be it sword art or sword technique, they would be able to communicate with a large amount of sword Dao source power and sword Dao source essence, allowing the body's sword Dao bloodline to grow stronger. He broke through again. The immortal emperor didn't know what to say. In the horizontal river star region, everyone said that he was a prodigy, but as compared to Li Fuchen, he wasn't even considered mediocre. 12th. In the horizontal river city, the horizontal river primogenitor's eyes burst out with radiance. This child is not to be provoked. After letting out a turbid breath, the radiance in the horizontal river primogenitor's eyes faded and was left with intense fear. He might not have any grudges with Li Fuchen and had some friendship, but they were in the same star region and both of them had eternal lifespans. No one knew what would happen in the future. It seems like I've been living too comfortably for these countless years. There's a saying that goes, "One is born from suffering and perishes in peace." The horizontal river primogenitor made up his mind and decided to venture out. With his strength, he would still be able to fight if he encountered a regular invincible emperor. There wasn't need to be overcautious and think too much. In the Divine Leaf City, the Blood Axe Monarch had an extremely complicated expression. When Li Fuchen had just become an emperor, the Blood Axe Monarch was prepared to befriend Li Fuchen. After Li Fuchen became an invincible emperor, the Blood Axe Monarch didn't take the initiative to befriend Li Fuchen anymore. Right now, The Blood Axe monarch wasn't qualified to interact with Li Fuchen, as Li Fuchen didn't know him anything. As for using the Undying Legion as his backer, it was destined to be a joke. Li Fuchen was backed by the Swordsman Guild, and their faction was stronger than the Undying Legion. What if you want me to hand over the Divine Leaf City? The Blood Axe monarch suddenly had a thought. The Divine Leaf City had the Swordsman Guild and also the leaves of the World Tree. It was hard to guarantee that Li Fuchen wouldn't have any thoughts. He shouldn't. With the support of the Divine Leaf City's array, my strength might not be weaker than the Undying Legion. Furthermore, I still have the Undying Spear as my trump card. When thinking about the Undying Spear, the Blood Axe monarch felt slightly relieved. On this day, the name of the primary Extreme Emperor was spreading throughout the universe. Some of the peak-level invincible emperors who originally didn't put Li Fuchen in their eyes started to notice this title. After all, if Li Fuchen was ranked 12th on the emperor rankings, it meant that Li Fuchen was also a peak-level invincible emperor and was on the same level as them. Among the children of the universe, the primary Extreme Emperor is definitely a monster. In the Swordsman Guild, all the emperors were shocked. This is the late-stage Star Field class primary extreme sword art. In the past, Li Fuchen's sword art was only able to draw out a portion of the Sword Dao source essence. Right now, it was able to draw out a large amount of Sword Dao source essence. Furthermore, there would be Sword Dao source essence fusing into Li Fuchen's body at all times, strengthening Li Fuchen's Sword Dao bloodline. The Prismatic Stone Mother contains the Time Source Essence. If my sword art reaches the perfection stage of Starfield class, I will actually be a universe cardinal treasure. Chapter 1014. It was out of Li Fuchen's expectation to push the primary extreme sword art from mid-stage to late-stage Starfield class in just 600 years. He thought it would be hard to break through within 1,000 years. The fruit of the world lives up to its name. However, I'm afraid very few people know that one must first obtain the acknowledgement of the fruit of the world in order to cultivate within it. This is more than 100 times better than comprehending the fruit of the world outside. The world fruit was too rare, even rarer than the world leaf. If one didn't have enough perception, they would have to use time to comprehend. If one could comprehend the world fruit for 100 million years, or 100 million years, one might be able to obtain the recognition of the world fruit. Of course, it was also possible that one might not be able to obtain the recognition of the world fruit and could only comprehend it outside. In the universe, apart from fated opportunities, one had to have the ability to. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to grasp the fated opportunities. There are still 400 years before the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestors promise. I cannot waste it. Li Fuchen started to comprehend the spatial and time law. On the 20th year, Li Fuchen's spatial and time Dao reached the mid-stage City Lord class. On the 50th year, he reached the late-stage City Lord class. On the 120th year, he reached the perfection level of the City Lord class. On the 380th year, Li Fuchen's spatial and time Dao finally reached the same level as the primary extreme sword art, although it was only at the initial level. Spatial and time acceleration. Li Fuchen waved his hand and enveloped himself with the spatial and time power. 2 times. 3 times. After the spatial and time Dao reached the Starfield class, Li Fuchen was able to accelerate the spatial and time that he was in. It might only be 3 times, but it was better than staying the same. Li Fuchen was an invincible ruler, and it was an incredible feat to accelerate the time and space of an invincible ruler. Of course, it didn't mean that Li Fuchen could accelerate the spatial and time of other invincible rulers. Firstly, Li Fuchen accelerated himself because he didn't resist, but other invincible rulers would. Furthermore, if the target was himself, it would more or less be strengthened. Secondly, even if other invincible rulers didn't resist, it was still impossible to accelerate an invincible ruler, unless Li Fuchen's spatial and time Dao reached a higher level. After exiting the world fruit, Li Fuchen said to the immortal emperor, "Don't resist. I will accelerate the spatial and time you are in." While speaking, Li Fuchen released a spatial and time power to envelop the immortal emperor. 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. If the immortal emperor didn't resist, Li Fuchen's limit was to accelerate the immortal emperor by 20 times. After all, Li Fuchen's time and space Tao was about the same level as an immortal emperor. They were both at the level of regular emperors. If Li Fuchen resisted, he wouldn't even be able to double the speed. Your space-time Tao. Immortal Emperor was shocked. Accelerating space-time by 20 times meant that his efficiency would increase by 20 times. 10,000 years in the outside world would be equivalent to 200,000 years in reality. The price was just sacrificing some time. However, time was meaningless to sovereign lords. Immortal emperors would only be able to increase their speed by 20 times, but the werewolf incarnation would be able to increase their speed by 200 times. The difference between a star sector level heavenly monarch and a city lord heavenly monarch was huge, which could be seen from this. 200-fold space-time acceleration is enough for a werewolf avatar to become an imperial lord in 1,000 years. If 1,000 years was accelerated by 200 times, it would be 200,000 years. If Li Fuchen was still unable to become an emperor, he didn't know what to say. However, Li Fuchen believed that a werewolf avatar with a bit of his spirit soul force wouldn't have such a bad perception. 1,000 years was just Li Fuchen's bottom line. In his opinion, it wouldn't even take 1,000 years. Li Fuchen didn't accelerate others. Even Yin Qingwu's lifespan was only a few million years. If Li Fuchen accelerated her with all his strength, it would be around 1,000 or 1,000 times. As such, 1,000 years in the outside world would be equivalent to 1,000,000 or a few million years for her. It wouldn't be too late to accelerate her after she became a heaven monarch. It is time to retrieve the sword. Li Fuchen was rather looking forward to the primary extreme, sword embryo. Scarlet Sword City, Scarlet Sword Manor. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor had yet to come out. He had already stayed in the sword crafting hall for more than 980 years. In these 980 years, the sword crafting hall had never stopped emitting scarlet light. Everything has a unique power. It is the same for divine metals. The primal copper essence is ranked top 10 in the universe, and it isn't easy to handle the power within the primal copper essence. If it isn't handled properly, it will easily damage the primal copper essence's power source. Forging a sword embryo wasn't just about forging a shape. If it was just forging a shape, Li Fuchen would be able to do it himself. Why would he need the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor? Li Fuchen didn't have to wait for too long. After 3 years, the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor came out. It is fortunate that I didn't disappoint you. Your sword embryo is forged. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor tossed the bronze sword embryo to Li Fuchen. It is so heavy. After receiving the sword embryo, Li Fuchen felt his hand was heavy. It felt as though it wasn't a sword embryo, but hundreds of stars. When Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness entered the sword embryo, he found the sword embryo's power source inside. Such a vigorous power source. Furthermore, it is the primal chaos power source that doesn't have any attributes. In terms of the intensity of the power source, the sword embryo wasn't inferior to an emperor. Furthermore, it was an emperor that had grasped the primal chaos Tao. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestors said, the primal chaos power can be perfectly transformed into any form of power. This is also the main reason why the primal copper essence is ranked as one of the top 10 divine metals. In addition, you provided enough primal copper essence. Therefore, the power source is sufficiently robust. It isn't exaggerating to say that even without the sword pattern, this sword embryo already has the power of a Tier 2 peak grade supreme artifact sword. Right now, let's see how much your sword pattern can enhance the sword embryo's power. The sword embryo's power source was equivalent to the Emperor's power, while the sword pattern was equivalent to the Emperor's finishing move. A formidable finishing move would be able to use 10% of the power to burst out with 10 times or 100 times more lethality. Correspondingly, a formidable sword pattern would be able to enhance the artifact sword's power by 10 times or 100 times. Many thanks to the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor. Li Fuchen was very satisfied with the primary extreme sword embryo and thanked the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor again. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor said, "In less than 1,000 years, you have advanced from 99th to 12th on the Emperor rankings. You are the only one worthy of this sword embryo." Right now, Li Fuchen had already become one of the symbols of the Swordsman Guild. Previously, the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor heard that there were plenty of invincible emperors that coveted Li Fuchen's world fruits and wanted to work together to deal with Li Fuchen. Right now, these people probably didn't dare to provoke Li Fuchen. This was the change brought about by strength. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor is too kind. Li Fuchen shook his head. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor seemed to have something to say, but he hesitated and didn't know if he should say it. In response, Li Fuchen said, "Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor, is there anything else?" The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor gritted his teeth and said, "Primary Extreme Emperor, I wish to ask for a favor from you. It doesn't matter if you succeed. I will give you 3 million elder points." After countless years, the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor had accumulated a lot of elder points. Li Fuchen said, "Please speak. I wish to ask Primary Extreme Emperor to make a trip to the ancient stone starfield's Forbidden Stone Cave. My granddaughter, the Reverence Moon Heaven Lord, was struck by the Forbidden Stone Cave's forbidden curse. Every 100 years, she would go insane. This kind of forbidden curse can only be removed by the Forbidden Stone in the Forbidden Stone Cave. There is no other way." When recalling his granddaughter's miserable state, the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor had a distressed expression. Li Fuchen asked curiously, "Is this Forbidden Stone Cave very dangerous? Can't the other invincible emperors do it?" With the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor's strength and status, it should be easy for him or an invincible emperor to go. Why did he specifically ask for a favor from Li Fuchen? The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor shook his head and said, "I have entered the Forbidden Stone Cave before. There is a monster inside called the Forbidden Stone Monkey. It isn't just indestructible, it is also extremely powerful. 3 of them are able to contest with invincible emperors. With my ability, I can only deal with 10 Forbidden Stone Monkeys at once. However, there are hundreds of Forbidden Stone Monkeys inside. Without absolute strength, it is impossible to search for the Forbidden Stone." The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor was ranked over 100 on the Emperor rankings. If he couldn't do it, there were very few people who could. It was reckoned that only peak-level invincible emperors like Li Fuchen, who were ranked in the top 10, would have some hope. Can a ruler that doesn't cultivate the curse Tao remove this forbidden curse? In the universe, there were plenty of rulers, and there were definitely rulers that cultivated the curse Tao. The Deep Blue Plane had a curse heaven monarch. After so many years, he might have become a ruler, just like the immortal emperor. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor smiled bitterly and said, "I have looked for 3 rulers that mainly cultivated the curse Tao. The strongest among them was a peak-level ruler, but they were all helpless. Perhaps only an invincible emperor that mainly cultivated the curse Tao has a chance to remove the forbidden curse. But according to my understanding, none of the invincible emperors on the emperor rankings focused on the curse Tao. There were a few who cultivated the curse Tao as a secondary path, but they weren't proficient enough." Li Fuchen nodded. Main cultivation and secondary cultivation were 2 different things. Take his primary extreme, Sword Tao, for example, and he had reached the level of a peak-level invincible emperor. His secondary cultivation of the time and space Tao was only at the level of a regular emperor. The difference was too great. All right, after I inject the sword pattern into the sword embryo, I will find an opportunity to visit the Forbidden Cave. 3 million elder points were still very tempting to Li Fuchen. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor said, "Primary Extreme Emperor doesn't know. The Forbidden Curse will activate once every 100 years. When it activates 99 times, the person will turn into a monster, and there will be no more chances to reverse it. My granddaughter has already activated it 28 times. He was reminding Li Fuchen that there was only around 7,000 years before his granddaughter would turn into a monster, and he mustn't delay it. Of course, he wasn't going to bet everything on Li Fuchen. Over 1,000 years ago, he had already spent a lot of money to invite 2 of the top 50 invincible rulers. However, there was still no news until now. Since he wasn't confident, he decided to invite Li Fuchen. I got it. Li Fuchen nodded. 7,000 years was enough for Li Fuchen. Normally, it should be very fast to inject the sword pattern. Li Fuchen wasn't planning to inject the sword pattern outside. As a precaution, he decided to return to the deep blue plain to complete the task. Chapter 10:15. On a desolate continent in the deep blue plain, Li Fuchen concentrated and started to pour the primary extreme sword pattern into the sword embryo. Pouring the sword pattern into a regular sword embryo and pouring the sword pattern into a sword embryo with power source were 2 different things. There was basically nothing to pay attention to when pouring the sword pattern into a regular sword embryo. But when pouring the sword pattern into a sword embryo with power source, one had to do their best to avoid damaging the sword embryo's power source. It was just like when a martial artist cultivated. One mustn't blindly cultivate, otherwise one might damage the meridians or even the dantian. Under the observation of the spirit soul force, all the details of the sword embryo were magnified by countless times. According to the direction of the detailed patterns, Li Fuchen found the entry point and poured the primary extreme sword pattern in. Visible to the naked eye, the surface of the sword embryo was crawling with ancient and primitive straight patterns. These patterns were extremely profound, and any random cutoff would be enough to dissect into an ultimate sword art. It could be said to turn something rotten into something magical, returning to the natural state and returning to the great Tao. The sword pattern was poured in very slowly, and Li Fuchen didn't want to be sloppy. He hoped that the primary extreme sword pattern could fuse perfectly with the sword embryo. On a mountain range of star near the deep blue plain, there were 2 figures standing on it. Mingyue, I will have to trouble you this time. The 100-Flower Empress was filled with anticipation and apprehension. It was very unbelievable for the 100-Flower Empress to have such an expression. In the past, the 100-Flower Empress gave off a noble and imposing aura. It felt as though she was a true empress that was unreachable. However, people didn't know that in the face of absolute strength, nobility, and unreachable were actually just a facade. The 100-Flower Empress had a request for Li Fuchen, and who was Li Fuchen? He was a ruler and not a regular ruler. He was ranked 12th on the Emperor rankings and was a peak-class invincible ruler. Even the Cross River Primogenitor and the Blood Axe ruler would have to be respectful to him. How would the 100-Flower Empress dare to be disrespectful? The reason why the 100-Flower Empress brought Zhao Mingyue to the deep blue plain was very simple. She hoped that Li Fuchen would give her the opportunity to comprehend the world fruit. She had been stuck at the City Lord Heaven Monarch realm for far too long. Even if she didn't have the world fruit, she would still have the patience to continue grinding. According to her estimation, she was confident that she would break through to the Star Domain realm and become a Arch in 1,000,000 to 100,000 years. However, with the world fruit, that time could be shortened by 100 or even 1,000 times. Empress, don't worry. Li Fuchen is a good person. If it is just comprehending the world fruit, it shouldn't be a problem. Zhao Mingyue was already at the Saint Monarch realm, and with the help of Matron 100 Flowers, she was already at the 7th level of the Unity realm. Zhao Mingyue transformed into a ray of light and flew towards the deep blue plain. The sword rune infusion is complete. The bronze sword embryo was covered with primitive and simple primary extreme sword patterns. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and poured the primary extreme sword Dao power into the primary extreme sword. Roar! The hum of the sword reverberated throughout the entire deep blue plain, as though an ancient peerless sword had awakened. At the same time, an indescribable sharpness swept across the entire horizontal river star zone, disappearing into the dark void between star zones. 6th rank or 7th rank? Li Fuchen was observing. Before the primary extreme sword was injected with the sword pattern, it was already a Tier 2 peak grade supreme artifact sword. After injecting the primary extreme sword pattern, it wasn't a problem to increase it by 3 or 4 tiers. After all, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword pattern was already at the late-stage starfield class. In the universe, how many individuals' martial arts or innate abilities were at the late-stage starfield class? Most of the demigods weren't even at the late stage. Such a terrifying sharpness. When the sharpness swept past her body, Matron Hundred Flowers felt a chill in her body and spirit soul. She didn't need to guess to know that Li Fuchen was the only one who could produce such a commotion. In the hands of an invincible emperor, a first-stage supreme-grade supreme treasure sword can only increase the lethality by 10 to 20%. A second-stage sword can increase the lethality by 30 to 40%. A third-stage sword can increase the lethality by 2 times. A fourth-stage sword can increase the lethality by 10 times. A fifth-stage sword can increase the lethality by 100 times. A sixth-stage sword can increase the lethality by 1,000 times. With my strength as a peak-stage invincible emperor, I can increase the lethality by dozens to hundreds of times. Even if it was a peak-grade supreme artifact sword, the lethal power would be enhanced differently in the hands of different individuals. For example, a Tier 1 peak-grade supreme artifact sword wouldn't only increase the lethal power by 10% or 20% in the hands of a regular emperor. However, invincible emperors were too powerful. Therefore, they had a strong requirement for the artifact sword. A weaker artifact sword naturally wouldn't be able to increase the lethal power. Among the invincible emperors, there was also a difference in strength. A Tier 7 peak-grade supreme artifact sword would be able to increase the lethal power of a regular invincible emperor by 1,000 times, but it wouldn't be able to increase a peak-grade invincible emperor's lethal power by 1,000 times. As to how much the lethal power would be, Li Fuchen would have to test it first. At this moment, Li Fuchen had already sensed Zhao, Mingwei, and Matron Hundred Flowers. He had also guessed their intentions, but he wasn't in a hurry. He would wait until he tested the primary extreme sword first. With a flash, Li Fuchen arrived at the starry sky outside of the deep blue plain. Split. Wielding the primary extreme sword, Li Fuchen cleaved at the starry sky. PFFF. The starry sky was like a pitch-black cloth that had traces of radiance. It was cut from middle. The universe law, time, and space had all turned into falsehoods at this moment. It has increased the lethal power by 85 times. It is most likely a Tier 7 peak-grade supreme artifact sword. Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. In the past, it was already easy for him to execute the primary extreme sword art. Right now, when using the primary extreme sword to execute the primary extreme sword art, it was as though he was assisted by the gods. The surging speed of his power was countless times faster. Li Fuchen knew that the primary extreme sword was guiding his power. After all, the primary extreme sword had its own power source. No wonder it is a Tier 7 primary extreme sword. My strength is already at this level, and it can still increase the lethal power by 85 times. It was nothing for an invincible emperor to increase the lethal power by 85 times. However, even if an invincible emperor's strength was increased by 1,000 times, they would only be comparable to a peak-grade invincible emperor. It was imaginable what was the concept of increasing the lethal power by 85 times for a peak-grade invincible emperor. I reckon that killing a regular emperor with a single sword should be as easy as eating or drinking now. Regular invincible emperors weren't able to kill a regular emperor in a single move. They could only do so easily. Huff. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen flashed and appeared at the star where Matron Hundred Flowers was at. Greetings to Primary Extreme Emperor. Seeing Li Fuchen's sudden appearance, Matron Hundred Flowers quickly bowed. Li Fuchen said, "Matron doesn't have to be so courteous. Are you here for the world fruit?" "That's right. Hundred Flowers is willing to pay any price." Matron Hundred Flowers was filled with anticipation. Li Fuchen said, "It isn't a big deal for Matron Hundred Flowers to comprehend the world fruit. However, Matron Hundred Flowers is unable to enter the deep blue plain, and I don't wish for the world fruit to appear in the outside world for a long period of time." The world fruit was very safe in the deep blue plain. Even if Li Fuchen wasn't around, no one would be able to break through the sword lock and snatch the world fruit. But it was different outside the deep blue plain. If Li Fuchen wasn't around, there would definitely be invincible emperors that would come to snatch it. Li Fuchen couldn't possibly keep protecting the world fruit, right? Before Matron 100 Flowers could speak, Li Fuchen asked, "Matron, if you have the world fruit, how long will it take for you to break through?" Matron 100 Flowers thought for a moment and lifted her head. "At most 1,000 years. No, 500 years is fine too." Without knowing the specific effects of the world fruit, Matron 100 Flowers didn't dare to confirm how long it would take for her to break through. To be serious, 500 years was actually very risky, and there was a high chance that she wouldn't be able to break through. But if it was too long, she wouldn't know when to stop. "Sure," Li Fuchen nodded. With a wave of his hand, a spherical spatial zone that was filled with sword talismans flew out from the deep blue plain. Zhao Mingyue also appeared together with it. "The two of you can enter then," Li Fuchen said to Matron 100 Flowers and Zhao Mingyue. After entering the sword lock, Matron 100 Flowers and Zhao Mingyue were shocked. In front of them was a fruit that was the size of a star. But from the qi presence emitted by the fruit, not even 10,000 stars or 1,000,000 stars could compare with it. "Matron 100 Flowers, don't resist. I will accelerate the space-time you are in, and it will shorten the time you need to break through," Li Fuchen said. "All right." Matron 100 Flowers was rather astonished. Li Fuchen actually cultivated the space-time Tao, and it was a good thing. She didn't wish for the space-time acceleration to be 10 times or 100 times. It would be great if she could accelerate it by 3 to 5 times. As such, she would be comprehending for 500 years, and it would be equivalent to comprehending for around 2,000 years. It would greatly increase the chances of breaking through. Activating the space-time power, Li Fuchen started to accelerate the space-time that Matron 100 Flowers was in. 2 times, 5 times, 10 times, what? More than 10 times? Matron 100 Flowers was startled. 50 times, 100 times, 150 times. It seemed like Matron 100 Flowers' strength was much stronger than the werewolf incarnation. Li Fuchen could accelerate the space-time of the werewolf incarnation to 200 times, but he could only accelerate it to 150 times for Matron 100 Flowers. 150 times? Matron 100 Flowers took a deep, cold breath. 150 times? What kind of concept was that? 500 years in the outside world was the same as 75,000 years for her. I should be able to break through in at most 100 years. Matron 100 Flowers looked at Li Fuchen with gratitude and immediately entered the comprehension state. Once Matron 100 Flowers breaks through, I will make a trip to the Forbidden Grotto. Li Fuchen's body sank into the world fruit and continued to comprehend the space-time Tao. He knew that after the space-time Tao reached the star domain class, it was impossible to break through within a short period of time. After all, he was only cultivating the space-time Tao, and his foundation was far inferior to the sword Tao. 10 years, 20 years, soon enough 50 years had passed. Am I going to break through? Li Fuchen could feel that on the surface of the world fruit, there was a powerful withering power that was brewing and awakening. A month later, Matriarch 100 Flowers opened her eyes. Countless vines grew out of her body. These vines grew countless green leaves, and within the green leaves, flowers bloomed. Then, flower fairies flew out from the flowers and danced around Matriarch 100 Flowers. After countless years of bitter cultivation, Matron 100 Flowers had finally stepped into the star domain class. As of now, her strength didn't just increase by several times. Her lifespan had also reached eternity. Matron 100 Flowers, congratulations. Li Fuchen flew out and congratulated her. I am unable to repay the Emperor's kindness. If you need the 100 Flowers for anything in the future, just say the word. Matron 100 Flowers was very excited. Without possessing the Emperor's power, it was impossible to imagine the wonders of an Emperor's power. It is just a small matter. Matron 100 Flowers doesn't have to bother. After a pause, Li Fuchen continued. Since Matron 100 Flowers has broken through, I shall not send her off. Ming Yu shall continue to comprehend the world fruit. While speaking, Li Fuchen sent the world fruit back to the deep blue plain. Chapter 10:16. Every time Li Fuchen visited the ancient stone starfield, it would give him a different feeling. Li Fuchen knew that this was the change brought about by increasing his strength. During this trip to the ancient stone star region, Li Fuchen could clearly sense that the ancient stone region was filled with subtle cursed chi presence. In the past, Li Fuchen's spirit soul force was able to detect this cursed chi presence, but it wasn't as clear as this time. The spirit soul power did allow Li Fuchen to have a unique vision, but the spirit soul power wasn't omnipotent. Due to the limitations of Li Fuchen's strength, the effect of the spirit soul power was actually only a very small portion. Li Fuchen didn't have the delusion that he could make perfect use of the spirit soul. What a joke! His spirit soul should be the divine soul. It was definitely unrealistic to use a mortal's body to make use of the divine soul. His spirit soul had stopped evolving mainly because of the limitations of the universe. The universe didn't allow such a powerful spirit soul to exist. In the past, Li Fuchen didn't know, but now he understood. Everyone below the saint's spirit soul was gray. Some might have a light gray spirit soul, while some are gray. At the saint's realm, the spirit soul would turn green. Generally speaking, those below the heaven monarch's spirit soul would be light green. Only after reaching the heaven monarch's spirit soul would turn green. After reaching the half-god realm, the spirit soul would be cleansed by the half-god artifact and it would evolve again, turning from green to light blue. It also meant to say that the light blue spirit soul was the limit of this universe. Li Fuchen was able to break through the limit because of the golden amulet. Even with the golden amulet, my spirit soul probably won't be able to turn red. It will probably be the same when I become a half-god in the future. Li Fuchen didn't have too many regrets. One mustn't be too greedy. The purplish-red spirit soul had already given him an unparalleled advantage. If one pursued a stronger spirit soul and didn't work hard, what was the meaning of such a life? Li Fuchen's speed was very fast. He didn't even need a single breath to travel 10 light years. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived in the vicinity of the Forbidden Stone Cave. The Forbidden Stone Cave looked like a giant mountain from the outside. It was a mountain that was several times bigger than a universe city. The surface of the mountain had plenty of caves. Such concentrated cursed chi presence. In Li Fuchen's opinion, apart from heaven monarchs, no one else could approach the Forbidden Stone Cave. Once they approached, they would be cursed. After choosing a cave, Li Fuchen's figure flashed and skimmed in. There were plenty of monsters in the Forbidden Stone Cave, and the Forbidden Stone Monkey was one of the stronger ones. When Li Fuchen entered the Forbidden Stone Cave, he saw 2 sand men pouncing at him. This was the weakest monster in the Forbidden Grotto. It was called the Forbidden Sandman, and its strength was only equivalent to an ordinary heaven monarch. Bang! Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered with them. He shook his chi presence and turned the 2 taboo sand men into a pile of sand and couldn't gather again. Li Fuchen's stone cave, that he had Fuchen Li in stone. The monsters here were much stronger than those in the outer regions, and they were all at least City Lord grade. Li Din's Li in and the cursed Chi in. I wonder what kind of existence turned the entire ancient stone star zone into a wasteland. It must be at least a top-notch demigod. God. Fuchen Li was the Li beast. Beast command. Li beast token. Li beast after beast. Beast token killing intent. After. Li killed beast. After Li beast. This token was exactly the same as the Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch's beast token. However, the Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch's was black, while Li Fuchen's was silver. The beast token was refined by a beast master. But why would it appear in the Forbidden Stone Cave? Li Fuchen was rather confused. He didn't think that this beast-taming Grandmaster was the same person as the top demigod in the cursed ancient stone realm. Maybe this beast-taming Grandmaster was bored. So he spread out the beast battle badges he forged and placed them in various dangerous places for the fated ones. After all, after living for a long time, it was normal to have some strange interests. The Black Beast token can transform regular Heaven Monarch class space beasts. The Silver Beast token can probably transform City Lord-class space beasts. Li Fuchen kept the Silver Beast token. To him, these items could only enrich his collection and didn't have much use. Inside the Forbidden Stone Cave, there were plenty of items that were half-weathered. Half-weathered tables, half-weathered chairs, half-weathered buildings, half-weathered stone statues. Rumble. A stone statue that looked like a dog suddenly separated from the main body and pounced at Li Fuchen. I can test the power of the primary extreme sword. Li Fuchen could scatter those City Lord-class monsters with a casual wave of his hand. This dog-shaped stone statue had the strength of a ruler and wasn't that easy to scatter. Li Fuchen drew the primary extreme sword and cleaved at the dog-shaped stone statue. Bang! The dog-shaped stone statue shook for a moment before turning into a pile of sand. In terms of power, the dog-shaped stone statue shouldn't be comparable to regular emperors. However, I didn't use my full strength for that sword move earlier. Li Fuchen had simply poured his power into the primary extreme sword before cleaving. As Li Fuchen ventured deeper, the monsters that he encountered were getting stronger. At the start, it was just regular Monarch-class monsters, followed by high-class Monarch-class and peak-class Monarch-class monsters. Generally speaking, Li Fuchen would only need a single slash to exhaust the strength of regular Monarch-class monsters, turning them into a pile of sand. High-class Monarch-class monsters would take Li Fuchen 30 to 50 slashes to exhaust their strength. As for peak-class Monarch-class monsters, they were much harder to deal with. Li Fuchen would need at least 10,000 slashes to kill them. Squeak, squeak, squeak. There was a sharp monkey cry as a shadow lunged at Li Fuchen from the crevice at the top of the cave. It was unbelievably fast. Clang. Li Fuchen brandished the primary extreme sword and sent the shadow flying. This should be the taboo stone monkey. A few hundred meters away, there was a stone monkey that was as tall as a human. On its back were 3 stone rod-like tails. From the clash earlier, the taboo stone monkey's strength was obviously at the peak-class monarch level. With its indestructible body, the 3 taboo stone monkeys were indeed able to contest with a regular invincible ruler. As for who would be the victor, it would depend on who could persist until the end. Indestructible? I would like to see if it is truly indestructible. Li Fuchen didn't believe that the taboo stone monkey's body was indestructible. With the primary extreme sword, he didn't mind giving it a try. Clang, clang, clang. As compared to Li Fuchen, the taboo stone monkey's combat skills were too inferior and had been suppressed from the start to the end. 100 slashes, 1,000 slashes, 10,000 slashes. Crack. A crack appeared on the taboo stone monkey's body. It seems like the taboo stone monkey isn't indestructible. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. The so-called indestructible was just because the lethal power wasn't enough. Just like his indestructible body. It might look indestructible, but it was just a gimmick. A few days later, the taboo stone monkey's body shattered and couldn't be gathered again. Where's the taboo stone? Could it be inside the taboo stone monkey's body? As of now, Li Fuchen had obtained a silver battle beast token, a dagger that contained the power of curse, a golden bracelet, and a bronze mirror. The most precious item was the bronze mirror, and it was a peak-grade supreme cardinal artifact. If there was nothing unexpected, the taboo stone should be inside the monster's body too. Li Fuchen didn't know if it was inside the taboo stone monkey's body. Li Fuchen continued to advance and didn't believe that he couldn't obtain the taboo stone. The cursed chi presence was getting denser, and Li Fuchen suspected that the cursed chi presence here was enough to curse a ruler. Li Fuchen could vaguely hear the sounds of battle, and it wasn't a hallucination. It is that direction. Li Fuchen searched for the sound. Half a day later, Li Fuchen saw dozens of taboo stone monkeys crowding outside a stone room. Inside the stone room was a man and a woman. They were both invincible rulers and were working together to obstruct the taboo stone monkeys. Are those the Sky Saber, Dao Monarch, and the Earth Sword Dao Monarch? Li Fuchen yelled out. Who are you? It was the woman who spoke. I am the primary extreme emperor. I was invited by the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor to search for the taboo stone. Li Fuchen replied. So, it is the primary extreme emperor. The duo was delighted. Inside the taboo stone cave, they were also able to see the Emperor Lord rankings. The name of the primary extreme emperor was well known, and it was impossible to ignore it. Are the two of you trapped in the stone room? The Sky Saber, Dao Monarch, and the Earth Sword Dao Monarch that Li Fuchen mentioned weren't ordinary individuals. The Sky Saber, Dao Monarch, was an invincible ruler of the Saber Union. She was ranked 71st on the Emperor Lord rankings and was a famous female ruler in the universe. The Earth Sword Dao Monarch was an invincible ruler of the Swordsman Guild and was ranked 72nd on the Emperor Lord rankings. The duo were known as the Sky Saber and Earth Sword. Countless years ago, they were a pair of Dao companions. This pair of Dao companions were already extremely formidable. Once they fused the saber and sword, their strength would increase by 10 times. It was no wonder the Scarlet Firesword ancestor would invite the duo with a huge sum of money. After all, inviting the duo to make a move was almost the same as inviting a peak-level invincible ruler. Primary Extreme Emperor, be careful. These taboo stone monkeys have indestructible bodies. Do not get surrounded by them. The Earth Sword Dao Monarch warned. I know what I am doing. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of these taboo stone monkeys. Your bodies are indestructible, but is my myriad calamity indestructible body inferior? Bang! Li Fuchen took a big stride forward and sent a taboo stone monkey flying with a slash. Creak, creak, creak. When the rest of the taboo stone monkeys saw the situation, at least half of them surrounded Li Fuchen. Just in time. Li Fuchen wasn't fearful at all. The primary extreme sword brandished flawlessly and sent the taboo stone monkeys flying. This primary extreme emperor is so powerful. In the stone room, the Sky Saber Dao Monarch was astonished. The Earth Sword Dao Monarch said, the primary extreme emperor is ranked 12th on the Emperor Lord rankings. You should know that if you and I work together, we might have the strength to contest with a peak-level invincible ruler, but we are still inferior. The Sky Saber Dao Monarch nodded in response. If they worked together, they would only be able to increase the frequency of attacks and increase the defense. In terms of lethality, they would never be able to catch up with a peak-level invincible ruler. Let's go out too. With only half of the taboo stone monkeys left, the Sky Saber Dao Monarch was confident he could contest with them. Most importantly, they had been trapped by these taboo stone monkeys for hundreds of years and were feeling very sullen. All right. The Earth Sword Dao Monarch nodded and rushed out with the Sky Saber Dao Monarch. Due to being surrounded by over 20 taboo stone monkeys, Li Fuchen spent half a month to eliminate one taboo stone monkey. On the other side, the Sky Saber Dao Monarch and the Earth Sword Dao Monarch were having a hard time. The two of them were only able to maintain a stalemate, but it was impossible for them to kill the taboo stone monkeys. Too powerful. This is my first time seeing someone kill a taboo stone monkey. Chapter 1017. Bang! When Li Fuchen dealt with the 7th forbidden stone monkey, a grayish-white stone dropped out from the monkey's body. Once the stone was exposed to the air, it immediately started to absorb the cursed chi presence in the surroundings. Forbidden stone. Li Fuchen waved his hand, and the forbidden stone landed in his hand. The forbidden stone was innately able to absorb cursed chi presence and was an artifact to break curses. Congratulations to Emperor Primary Extreme. Seeing the situation, Dao Monarch Sky Saber and Dao Monarch Earth Sword congratulated. The duo wasn't jealous either. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor promised them that regardless of whether they found the forbidden stone or not, he would give them all the rewards. Otherwise, the duo wouldn't have come to the Forbidden Stone Cave. After spending 1 year, the trio dealt with all the Forbidden Stone monkeys. To be exact, Li Fuchen killed them alone. Dao Monarch Sky Saber and Dao Monarch Earth Sword merely helped a little. Let's go. Li Fuchen wasn't interested in investigating the secret of the Forbidden Stone Cave. Since the Forbidden Stone was found, why not leave? This is the Forbidden Stone? Scarlet Sword City. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor received the grayish-white stone with trembling hands. 1 year ago, his granddaughter went crazy again. That miserable and horrifying state made the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor very worried. Everything was fine now. The forbidden stone was finally here. Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor, go save your granddaughter first. We will wait here. Li Fuchin said. That's right, save her. Don't forget our rewards. Dao Monarch Sky Saber smiled. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor also smiled and said, I have already prepared your rewards. I will give it to you now. Before this, he had already given the trio 30% of the rewards. Right now, he was giving the other 70%. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor is still the most straightforward. Among the trio, Dao Monarch Sky Saber wanted some peak-grade spirit stones and precious resources and artifacts. Dao Monarch Earth Sword was the same as Li Fuchin and wanted Elder Points. 3 million Elder Points. I can learn some new secret techniques or exchange for some useful items. Seeing that the Elder Token's points had increased to 3 million, Li Fuchin was much more confident. The 900,000 Elder Points that the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor gave might seem like a lot, but the secret techniques that Li Fuchin was going to learn were all extremely expensive. 900,000 Elder Points wasn't enough. After giving the trio the rewards, the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor quickly headed deeper into the Sword Manor. After a while, the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor returned. Is Sword Ancestor Scarlet Flame effective? Dao Lord Earth Sword asked. Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor was in a good mood. He laughed and said, It's working, it's working. The taboo stone was much more effective than he had imagined. In the past, he had searched for treasures that could absorb the curse aura, but those treasures simply couldn't absorb the curse aura on his granddaughter's body, or they would explode after absorbing a trace of it. Only the taboo stone could absorb the curse aura on his granddaughter's body, and scrupulously. It's good that it's effective. You still have to thank Emperor Yuanji. Of course, we also have to thank Emperor Yuanji. The Sky Saber, Dao Monarch knew that the world was huge and there weren't many places that could stop Li Fuchin. Without Li Fuchin, they would definitely be trapped in the Forbidden Grotto. Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor nodded. Emperor and Emperor Yuanji, Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor, may not have much, but I have a lot of Elder Points. Please don't decline these 2 million Elder Points. While speaking, the Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor transferred another 2 million Elder Points to Li Fuchin. If Li Fuchin didn't bring back the taboo stone, he would only have 3 million Elder Points. After all, he couldn't let others work for nothing. But Li Fuchin didn't just bring back the taboo stone. He did it in an extremely short period of time. If the Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor didn't express his gratitude, he would be too stingy. Li Fuchin naturally wouldn't refuse. These Elder Points weren't useful to the Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor, but they were rather useful to Li Fuchin. After bidding farewell to the Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor, Li Fuchin immediately returned to the Sword Brilliant City. It was also a peak-grade supreme secret technique, but the Sword Gods, and Sword Lock of Heaven and Earth were just ordinary peak-grade supreme secret techniques. There were some incredible peak-grade supreme secret techniques that required a lot of Elder Points. Measureless Sword Body, Power Burst, Sword Dao Secret Technique. There are a total of 10 ranks. Each rank will allow the user to burst out with twice the strength. The 10th rank will allow the user to burst out with 20 times the strength. The price is 1 million Elder Points. As compared to the Burst Battle Body, the Measureless Sword Body wasn't just a little bit stronger. The former could only burst out with 12 times the strength, while the latter could burst out with 20 times the strength. There was a difference of 8 times. Divine Sword Shift, Sword Dao Shift Secret Technique. When cultivated to the subcompletion rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 9 times. When cultivated to the completion rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 18 times. When cultivated to the perfection rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 27 times. The price is 2 million Elder Points. A speed increase of 27 times was an extremely terrifying concept. Li Fuchin's speed was already unbelievably fast. With a speed increase of 27 times, apart from demigods, no one would be able to catch up to him. However, the Divine Sword Shift was only used to escape and couldn't be used to pursue the enemy. That was because to pursue the enemy, it required an exquisite tracking. The Divine Sword Shift pursued extreme speed. It was just like birds and arrows. Birds were more agile, while arrows were more fast. Sword lock universe. Entrapment type, sword Dao, secret technique. When cultivated to the subcompletion rank, the user will be able to trap a peak level emperor. When cultivated to the completion rank, the user will be able to trap a regular invincible emperor. When cultivated to the perfection rank, the user will be able to trap a powerful invincible emperor. The price is 1.8 million Elder Points. Next was the highlight. The Sword Lock universe was the strengthened version of the Sword Lock Heaven and Earth. When cultivated to the subcompletion rank, the user would be able to match with the perfection rank of the Sword Lock Heaven and Earth. When cultivated to the perfection rank, the user would be able to trap a powerful invincible emperor. This meant that if Li Fuchen was ruthless, he would have the chance to kill a powerful invincible emperor. But as of now, the Swordsman Guild only had one invincible emperor that successfully cultivated the Sword Lock universe. Not even the Origin Bright Sword ancestor. It is a pity that there isn't a better spiritual awareness secret technique. The Sword Gods, I was already the best spiritual awareness secret technique in the Swordsman Guild. If Li Fuchen wanted to learn a better one, he didn't even know if there were better spiritual awareness secret techniques. Li Fuchen knew clearly that spiritual awareness secret techniques had a limit. It was limited by the strength of the spiritual awareness, and the power of spiritual awareness secret techniques couldn't be as powerful as Soul Dao secret techniques. In normal situations, a spiritual awareness secret technique that could injure a peak-class Emperor Saint Spirit was already the strongest spiritual awareness secret technique. If it was any stronger, only Soul Dao secret techniques would be able to do it. In other words, at the Emperor level, spiritual awareness secret techniques were useless and wouldn't be able to be decisive. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was too powerful, and he was able to forcefully increase the spiritual awareness secret technique by 2 grades. The 3 peak-class Supreme Secret Techniques had cost Li Fuchen a total of 4 million Elder Points. Li Fuchen was planning to keep the remaining 1 million Elder Points in case of emergencies. In the deep blue plane, more and more individuals were participating in the comprehension of the World Fruit. For example, the Iron Cloud Sacred Master, Heaven Incomplete Sacred Master, Jade Flower Sacred Master, Deep Blue Sword Master, Wind Cloud Sword Master, Red Leaf Sword Master, and some of Li Fuchen's close friends. As for the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch, Sword Wind Heaven Monarch, and the others, they were Heaven Monarchs from other planes and couldn't enter the Deep Blue Plane. Therefore, Li Fuchen was planning to let them comprehend the World Fruit in the future. However, Li Fuchen knew that the World Fruit would actually be depleted. The World Fruit contained World Essence, and every time one tried to gain enlightenment, it would consume some of the World Fruit's World Essence. But to be serious, everyone below the Heaven Monarch combined wouldn't be able to consume as much as a regular Heaven Monarch. A regular Heaven Monarch was far inferior to a City Lord class Heaven Monarch, and a City Lord class Heaven Monarch was far inferior to an Emperor. For an immortal Emperor, even if he comprehended for 100 million years, he wouldn't be able to exhaust all the World Fruit's world source. Therefore, it didn't matter how many people comprehended the World Fruit. What was important was the strength of the person comprehending the World Fruit. If a bunch of emperors tried to comprehend it, it wouldn't work. Soon enough, the World Fruit's world source would dry up. Li Fuchen didn't participate in the comprehension of the World Fruit and was diligently cultivating secret techniques. The first secret technique he cultivated was the Boundless Sword Body. This secret technique could break the limits of the human body's strength output and burst out with 20 times the strength. Of course, the price was great too. To burst out with 20 times the strength, it wasn't as simple as increasing the speed of energy consumption by 20 times. It was 100 times, or even a few hundred times. This was mainly because breaking the limits of a human body's strength output would damage the body's source. The longer the burst time, the greater the damage. As such, a large amount of energy would be needed to recover. In layman terms, a strength burst secret technique was the same as overdrafting. Time flew by. With 3 times the time acceleration, Li Fuchen spent 200 years to cultivate the Boundless Sword Body to the perfection rank. It also meant that without using the time acceleration, he would need 600 years. No wonder it is a top-notch peak-grade supreme secret technique. Li Fuchen continued to cultivate the divine sword shift and left the hardest sword lock universe for last. Unknowingly, another 800 years had passed. Li Fuchen had already cultivated the divine sword shift to the perfection rank. The sword lock universe was still slightly lacking and was currently at the completion rank. However, it was still able to lock a regular invincible emperor. Primary extreme emperor. I am being pursued by the dusky divine lord. Please save me. On this day, the Hung He Primogenitor suddenly sent a distress message to Li Fuchen. Dusky divine lord. Li Fuchen had a solemn expression. The dusky divine lord was a peak-level invincible emperor of the divine race and was ranked 8th on the emperor-lord rankings. His strength was enough to strike fear in others. Apart from the dusky divine lord, the divine race had 2 other individuals that were in the top 10 of the emperor-lord rankings. The dusky divine lord was ranked last. If it was someone else, they wouldn't go against the terrifying divine race just to save a person that they didn't have a deep relationship with. Because of the Hung He Primogenitor's timely message, I am able to save the immortal emperor and have the chance to comprehend the world fruit. My strength is greatly enhanced. I must not forget this favor. I must save him. Li Fuchen didn't hesitate and immediately flew towards the location that the Hung He Primogenitor gave him. In the Quicksand Star region, the Hung He Primogenitor was in a rather miserable state. Ever since a batch of invincible emperors perished in the Water God tomb, he was fortunate enough to enter the Emperor-Lord rankings. He had officially become an invincible emperor from a peak-level emperor, but he was just a regular invincible emperor. When facing the 8th-ranked Dusky Divine Lord, he didn't have any strength to resist. Primary Extreme Emperor, you must come and save me. The Hung He Primogenitor wasn't certain if Li Fuchen would come and save him. In fact, if he was in Li Fuchen's shoes, he probably wouldn't. However, he was already at his wit's end. If Li Fuchen didn't come and save him, he would be killed by the Dusky Divine Lord in a short period of time. Hung He Primogenitor, despair. No one will come and save you. Chapter 10:18. The Quicksand Star region was very far away from the Horizontal River Star region. Li Fuchen took a few days to arrive. In Li Fuchen's opinion, Hung He Primogenitor was a regular invincible ruler. If he couldn't even last a few days, he would be too weak. After all, the Emperor was not a monster from the Forbidden Grotto. The monsters in the Forbidden Cave were not as strong as sovereign emperors. Furthermore, they were rather stupid and did not have many means. When Li Fuchen sensed the Horizontal River Primogenitor and the Darkness Divine Lord, the Darkness Divine Lord had also sensed Li Fuchen. Are you here to save Ancestor Hung He? The Dusky Divine Lord frowned. Primogenitor Hung He, I'm coming. In just a flash, Li Fuchen appeared near the battlefield. Emperor Ung. Ancestor Hung He heaved a sigh of relief, his expression excited. He didn't expect Li Fuchen to rush over so quickly. He thought Li Fuchen would hesitate for a period of time. Twilight Divine Lord, give me, the primary extreme emperor, some face and release the Horizontal River Primogenitor. Li Fuchen looked at the Twilight Divine Lord. The Dusky Lord God sneered. You should be the one giving me face. Leave quickly and don't get in my way. So there's nothing to talk about? Li Fuchen drew the primary extreme sword. If there was nothing to talk about, then there was no need to talk. Let's see who's the real deal. Courting death. When the Dust Divine Lord saw how arrogant Li Fuchen was, he was enraged. He felt that Li Fuchen wasn't putting him in his eyes at all. Does a mere 12th on the Imperial Monarch rankings really think he can overturn the heavens? With a flip of his hand, a black staff appeared in his grasp. He hadn't used his full strength against Hung He Primogenitor. Most importantly, he didn't think anyone would come and ruin his plans. Boom, 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 boom. The two of them didn't waste any time and started fighting. Terrifying shockwaves radiated out in all directions, and even the laws of the universe were dispersed. 7th rank supreme weapon. The Dusk Divine Monarch's arm turned numb as he took a few steps back. He couldn't help but look at the primary extreme sword in Li Fuchen's hand. A rank 7 supreme weapon was rarely seen in the world. The death ink cudgel in his hand was only a rank 6 supreme weapon. Power Halo. A purple ring of light appeared around the dusky god emperor. His aura became more intense. Back off. Wielding the death ink rod, the dust divine lord was like a god as he smashed at Li Fuchen repeatedly. Good timing. Li Fuchen brandished the primary extreme sword and easily blocked the darkness divine lord's rod attack. What? I can't suppress it? The dusky divine lord was shocked. He had already gone all out, but was still unable to suppress Li Fuchen and was even at a disadvantage. Emperor Yuanji is even stronger than dusky divine lord. Ancestor Hung, he praised. In terms of chi presence, Li Fuchen was slightly inferior to the dusky divine lord, but in terms of strength, he was slightly superior. Twilight divine lord, hurry up and retreat. Li Fuchen yelled out. Speed aura, focus aura, thorn aura. Rings of different colors appeared on the dusky lord god's body. Not only did the rings have different colors, but they also had different effects. The speed ring could greatly increase his speed, the focus ring could enhance his observation ability, and the thorn ring could reflect some damage. The might of the god race wasn't just for show. In terms of talent, no race could compare to the god race. Take another strike from me. The dusk divine lord's body was covered in resplendent halos as he smashed his rod at Li Fuchen. Boundless sword body. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen didn't hold back anymore. He increased his strength by 20 times and brandished his sword. Rumble. It was like a tsunami or an earthquake. The starry sky that was a few light years away was shaking violently. Bang bang. The dusk divine lord's halo was completely shattered and he was sent flying. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Li Fuchen didn't spare the dusk divine lord. He chased with lightning speed and slashed at the dusk divine lord repeatedly. 100 slashes, 1,000 slashes, 10,000 slashes. The dust divine lord was in a daze from the attacks. He was a divine race, and the energy consumed from a mere 10,000 slashes was negligible. However, it didn't feel good to be slashed by 10,000 consecutive slashes. Dusk divine domain. The universe law around the dust divine lord was forcefully dispersed and was replaced by a dusk law that was in between light and darkness. Once Li Fuchen's sword made contact with the dusk law, it immediately slowed down as though it was in a swamp. Seizing the opportunity, the dust divine lord pulled away from Li Fuchen. Very good. You actually forced out my dusk divine domain. The dusk divine lord was like a god that ruled over the dusk world as he looked down at Li Fuchen. The divine domain was evolved from the innate halos. Once a member of the divine race transformed their innate halos into a god domain, they would immediately become a peak-level invincible emperor. A peak-level invincible emperor with a god domain would be able to easily disperse the universe law and isolate the universe source power. It wouldn't allow the enemy to use the universe law and the universe source power to fight. Of course, executing the god domain wasn't without a price. It would cause the dust divine lord's energy consumption to increase rapidly, and he wouldn't be able to maintain it for a long time. Otherwise, the dust divine lord wouldn't have to wait until now to execute the dusk divine domain. It seems like I really cannot underestimate the divine race. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Fighting with the dust divine lord was just like fighting with a water Dao cultivator in the water god tomb, unless he wasn't enveloped by the divine domain. This is the divine race. The Hengi Primogenitor might have lived for countless years, but to be honest, he had never fought with any of the divine race. The strength of the divine race only existed in his imagination. Right now, he finally understood why the divine race was the #1 race in the vast universe. Even an extraordinary race like the Titan race was inferior to the divine race. Feel despair. The dusk divine lord's power burst out, and the dusk divine domain descended like a curtain of night. It instantly covered dozens of light years. In this region, apart from the dusk law, all the other universe laws had been expelled. Apart from the dusk source power, all the other universe source power had been isolated. Anyone who fought with the dust divine domain would have their strength reduced by 1 or 2 levels. His strength was already extremely powerful, and it was impossible to increase his strength by 1 or 2 levels, but it was still possible to increase his strength by half a level. As such, it wasn't a problem to severely injure Li Fuchen. If the Dusk Divine Lord disregarded everything, he might even be able to kill Li Fuchen. Do you really think you can defeat me? After withdrawing the primary extreme sword and bursting out with calamity power, Li Fuchen attacked the Dusk Divine Lord with his bare hands. The Hand of Calamity was at the middle stage, and Li Fuchen's body refinement strength wasn't inferior to his sword Dao strength. Furthermore, with the myriad calamity immortal body, he was able to clash with people who were stronger than him. Bang, 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 bang. There was a terrifying shockwave as the Dusk Divine Lord and Li Fuchen had exchanged countless moves in a split moment. Impossible. The Dusk Divine Lord was already very shocked when Li Fuchen used another power to fight with him. But this power didn't weaken in the Dusk Divine domain. Hand of Devil. You actually know the Hand of Devil? The Dusk Divine Lord recognized the Hand of God. But in the divine race, the Undying God's finishing move wasn't called the Hand of God. It was called the Hand of Devil. The intense battle continued, and the Dusk Divine Lord had been suppressing Li Fuchen. But when facing Li Fuchen's myriad calamity immortal body, his attacks were completely ineffective. After several days, both sides had expended a lot of energy. If they were to fight to the death, it was unknown who would emerge victorious. Primary Extreme Emperor, I admit that you are qualified for me to treat you seriously. The Dusk Divine Lord swept a glance at the horizontal river primogenitor and said, if you want me to let the horizontal river primogenitor off, I can. Get him to hand over the Genesis bronze key, otherwise I will not rest until he is dead. Genesis bronze key? Li Fuchen looked at the horizontal river primogenitor. Primogenitor Hung, he explained. In the primogenitor star field, there is a mysterious and dangerous place called the primogenitor ground. There are top treasures everywhere, and in the depths of the primogenitor ground, there is a primogenitor grand hall. There are many rooms inside, and each room contains a universal treasure. The primogenitor bronze key is the key to open the room. However, above this, there is also the primogenitor silver key and the primogenitor golden key. I see. Li Fuchen nodded. He knew about the Genesis star region. It was said that this was the first star region that evolved in the universe. The substance and energy inside were extremely dense, and even the universe laws were extremely firm. Normally, all the major factions would set up their headquarters in the Genesis star region. Li Fuchen also knew about the Genesis ground. It was the most mystical danger ground in the Genesis star region, and also the most mystical danger ground in the universe. As for whether it was the most dangerous place, it was unknown. Li Fuchen only didn't know about the Genesis key. After thinking about it, those who obtained the Genesis key would all be worried about attracting trouble. No one would expose it. Those who knew about the Genesis key wouldn't normally spread the information about the Genesis key. After all, there might be a day when they would be able to obtain a Genesis key. By then, they would naturally hope that fewer people knew about it. From what I know, the Genesis ground will only open once every 10 million years. There is still over 2 million years before the next opening. Li Fuchen wasn't interested in the Genesis bronze key. He had only cultivated for around 2,000 years. The next time the Genesis ground opened, he might already be a half-god. A universe cardinal treasure might not be of much use to him. The horizontal river primogenitor said, there is indeed over 2 million years before the next opening of the Genesis ground. But if 9 Genesis keys are discovered, the Genesis ground will also open. I remember that during the past 100 million years, there were a few times where more than 9 Genesis keys appeared. That is possible? Li Fuchen understood. Each Genesis key corresponded to a universe cardinal treasure. Only a few people wouldn't be tempted. Even Li Fuchen was tempted. Previously, he wasn't tempted because there was still over 2 million years before the next opening of the Genesis ground. It was truly too long. Origin Extreme Emperor, I know you are in a difficult position, but it is truly a waste of opportunity for me to give the Genesis bronze key to the darkness divine Lord. In comparison, I would rather give the Genesis bronze key to you. I wonder what Origin Extreme Emperor thinks. The horizontal river primogenitor said to Li Fuchin. Li Fuchin asked, "What do you think?" The horizontal river primogenitor thought for a moment and said, "I wish to comprehend the world fruit for 100,000 years. All right, I promise you." It was impossible for Li Fuchin to give up this opportunity. Even if he didn't think for himself, he had to think for the people around him. As for offending the darkness divine Lord, Li Fuchin didn't care. Chapter 10:19. Twilight divine Lord, apologies, I cannot give you the Genesis bronze key. Li Fuchin said to the Twilight divine Lord. Then let's fight to the death. The Twilight divine Lord charged at Li Fuchin again. This battle lasted for an entire month, and Li Fuchin's myriad calamity immortal body was finally broken. It was mainly because the replenishment of the calamity power couldn't keep up with the consumption. However, the Twilight divine Lord didn't have it any better either. His Twilight divine domain was obviously weaker. Haha, prepare to die. The Twilight divine Lord was delighted and attacked Li Fuchin frenziedly. Li Fuchin replenished his calamity power while using the primary extreme sword art to fight with the Twilight divine Lord. He might be suppressed more severely, but he would only consume some of his strength, and it wasn't a big deal. Half a year later, Li Fuchin's calamity power was replenished. Boom! Li Fuchin circulated the calamity power and used a palm strike to clash with the Twilight divine Lord. Damn it! The Twilight divine Lord knew that Li Fuchin's devil's hand had recovered. If this continues, there is no end to it. My strength will be exhausted sooner or later. In order to reduce the consumption of strength, his Twilight divine domain was actively weakening. From its prime, it was weakened to 50%. As such, the consumption wasn't just reduced by half, it was reduced by 100 times. However, he only had one type of power, while Li Fuchin had two types of power. One type of power for combat, the other type of power for replenishment. If this cycle continued, Li Fuchin wouldn't have to worry about exhausting his strength. On the contrary, even if he had 10 or 100 times more power than Li Fuchin, there would still be a day when he would be exhausted. Tide Sea Divine Lord, help me. Extreme Light Divine Lord, I have something here. The Twilight Divine Lord started to contact the invincible emperors in the temple. Horizontal River Primogenitor, something isn't right. Return to the Horizontal River City first. Li Fuchin reminded the Horizontal River Primogenitor after sensing the change in the Twilight Divine Lord's expression. All right. The Horizontal River Primogenitor nodded and left in a flash. As long as he returned to the Horizontal River City, not even 5 Twilight Divine Lords would be able to break the array. His Horizontal River City wasn't as easy to break as the Divine Leaf City. In just 1 month, 3 Divine Race invincible rulers rushed over and worked together with the Dust Divine Lord to attack Li Fuchin frenziedly. Emperor Yuanji, let me help you. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor was the first to rush over. Different from the previous time, the sword in the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor's hand was changed to a Tier 6 Peak Grade Supreme Artifact Sword, the Origin Bright Sword. The sword light was flashing, and the enemy's every move could be seen clearly. Once Li Fuchin arrived, he was able to relieve a lot of pressure. How can I, the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor, not participate in the battle against the deity's Templar? Scarlet Sword unsheathed. The second to rush over was the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor. Although his aura was ranked in the top 100 on the Monarch ranking, the Scarlet Sword in his hand was a top-grade rank 7 Supreme Artifact Sword. With a flash of scarlet light, the entire universe seemed to be split apart. Sword and saber as one, heaven and earth annihilation. The third to rush over were Tao, Lord Heavenly Saber, and Tao, Lord Earth Sword. The two of them combined their saber and sword, and their lethality increased exponentially, filling the entire place with saber flashes and sword shadows. Dusky Godlord, I'm sorry for being late. Li Fuchin had endless helpers, but the Dust Divine Lord wasn't slacking either. On this day, a heavyweight divine race invincible ruler rushed over. Ice Fire Divine Lord. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor had a change in expression. The Ice Fire Divine Lord was ranked 4th on the Monarch ranking. His power was neither ice nor fire, or it should be said that he possessed both ice and fire power. He could freeze the enemy or burn them into ashes. He was an extremely terrifying peak-level invincible ruler. Ice Fire Divine Domain. As soon as he arrived, the Ice Fire Divine Domain was activated. As compared to the Dusk Divine Lord's Dusk Divine Domain, the Ice Fire Divine Domain had more offensive power. Everyone felt that their power was being consumed at least 10 times faster than before. The commotion from the battle quickly attracted an invincible ruler. The invincible ruler looked from afar and was shocked. What kind of battle was this? The weakest among the two parties was a top ranker on the Monarch ranking. There was even the 8th-ranked Dusk Divine Lord and the 4th-ranked Ice Fire Divine Lord. Was the temple going to start a war with the Swordsman Guild? As time elapsed, there were more spectators. However, those who dared to spectate were at least regular emperors. Those below the emperor rank couldn't even see the situation clearly. Furthermore, if they were careless, they might be affected. Ice Fire Divine Lord, Dusk Divine Lord. Do you think my Swordsman Guild has no one? The black and white sword light was like a swimming fish that shuttled through the battlefield. Many of the temple's divine lords were sent flying. Tai Chi's Sword Ancestor. The Ice Fire Divine Lord's face turned dark. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor was the #1 invincible ruler of the Swordsman Guild and was ranked 5th on the Monarch ranking. His strength wasn't inferior to the Ice Fire Divine Lord. Li Fuchen was rather astonished, as he didn't invite the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor, and he had never seen the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor before. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. I am the one who invited him. Right now, it wasn't a matter between Li Fuchen and the Dusk Divine Lord. It was a matter between the Swordsman Guild and the temple. The Swordsman Guild would never show weakness. Otherwise, the other factions would laugh at them and think that the Swordsman Guild was mediocre. Many thanks. Li Fuchen also knew that the situation was a little out of control. More and more people arrived from both sides, from a few to over a dozen. The battle was spectacular, and it was something that was rarely seen in tens of millions of years. It is a good opportunity to observe the strength of both sides. When the other super factions received the news, they all came over to spectate. For example, the Saber Alliance, Dark Parliament, Battle God Pagoda, Trials Eye, etc. Ice Fire Divine Lord. Do you need help? The Dark Soul Primogenitor transmitted a message to the Ice Fire Divine Lord from the Dark Parliament. No need. The Ice Fire Divine Lord rejected and asked the Dark Parliament to help them. Wouldn't it be telling everyone that the temple was mediocre and that they still needed help from other super factions? On the other side, the Swordsman Guild had also rejected the Saber Union. The two super factions were basically led by humans. They might be in competition, but if the other party encountered any difficulties, they would still be willing to help. The temple was indeed formidable. Even though they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were still able to suppress the Swordsman Guild. In the same level, the divine race was almost invincible. Seeing the situation, everyone wasn't surprised. In terms of overall strength, be it the divine race or the temple, they were already the #1 in the universe. It was an undisputed fact. Tai Chi Sword Dao Universe. During the fierce battle, the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor burst out with his kill move. The human martial Dao was very unique. First, there was the field, then it would transform into the world, and finally the universe. The universe was equivalent to the divine domain of the divine race. However, in the Swordsman Guild, only the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor had grasped the Sword Dao universe. My Sword Sea Horizon is still a Sword Dao world. It seems like there is a need for the Sword Sea Horizon to transform into a Sword Dao universe. Li Fuchen's cultivation level was sufficient, but his sword moves weren't perfected yet. It also meant that his current Sword Dao level was enough to push the power of his sword moves to a higher level. Boom, boom, boom. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor's Tai Chi Sword Dao universe was clashing with the Ice Fire Divine Lord's Ice Fire Divine domain. In between the two, the void was constantly collapsing as though countless bubbles were exploding together. This is the Sword Dao universe. Li Fuchen didn't research the Sword Dao universe for two reasons. Firstly, it was because he cultivated for a short period of time. Secondly, he had never seen a Sword Dao universe before. After carefully sensing the profundity of the Tai Chi Sword Dao universe, Li Fuchen's mind was bursting with inspiration like countless lightning bolts wreaking havoc. Ice Fire Divine Lord, let me assist you. The Darkness Divine Lord had already withdrawn his Darkness Divine domain. With the Ice Fire Divine Lord around, he didn't need to waste his power. However, when he saw that the Ice Fire Divine Lord's Ice Fire Divine domain wasn't able to suppress the Tai Chi Sword Dao universe, he quickly released his Darkness Divine domain and blasted at the Tai Chi Sword Dao universe with the Ice Fire Divine domain. Bang boom! The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor's Tai Chi Sword Dao universe was utterly defeated. In a one-on-one, the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor was still inferior to the Ice Fire Divine Lord. With the addition of the Darkness Divine Lord, it was impossible to contest. Before the Light Divine Lord arrives, my Swordsman Guild is already struggling. If the Light Divine Lord is here, there is no way we can fight. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor sighed and did his best to activate the Tai Chi Sword Dao universe. It was a pity that the Tai Chi Sword Dao universe was getting smaller and couldn't protect the Swordsman Guild anymore. I see. Li Fuchen's perception was terrifying. Once the Tai Chi Sword Dao universe was revealed, Li Fuchen immediately saw the crux of it. At times, it is very important to learn from others. Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with radiance. Primary Extreme Sword Dao Universe. Boom! A bundle of chaotic and boundless sword radiance spread out with Li Fuchen at the center. Sword Dao Universe. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor's eyes lit up and revealed a shocked expression. He was certain that Li Fuchen didn't know the Sword Dao universe previously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to execute it. After a simple deduction, he knew that Li Fuchen had seen his Tai Chi Sword Dao universe and researched his own Sword Dao universe. What kind of terrifying perception was this? As compared to Li Fuchen, the other children of the universe from the Swordsman Guild paled in comparison and were overshadowed. With Li Fuchen's primary extreme Sword Dao universe joining the alliance, the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor finally stabilized his declining momentum. He might not be able to expand his Sword Dao universe, but he wouldn't be pushed back by too much. Furthermore, he realized that as time elapsed, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao universe was gradually being perfected. What is going on? The Dusk Divine Lord was stunned. How did Li Fuchen know the Sword Dao universe? Did he break through during the battle? Such a mystical feeling. Li Fuchen felt like he was the ruler of the Sword Dao. Wherever the primary extreme Sword Dao universe expanded, the laws of the universe would retreat. In addition, the primary extreme Sword Dao universe might be born from the Sword Sea Horizon, but it wasn't directly related to the Sword Sea Horizon. In theory, the Sword Sea Horizon was still a sword move, while the primary extreme Sword Dao universe was Li Fuchen's Sword Dao ability. It didn't make any difference if he used a sword or not. Of course, because Li Fuchen comprehended the Sword Dao universe, Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon was even stronger. He could easily trap the enemy in the Sword Dao universe and use boundless sword chi to slash them to death. Chapter 10-20. This battle lasted for several years. Even with Li Fuchen's primary extreme Sword Dao universe, the Swordsman Guild was still at an absolute disadvantage. It was fortunate that their lives weren't in danger. It should be known that once one was enveloped by God's domain, they wouldn't even be able to come into contact with the universe's origin power. They wouldn't be able to replenish their energy at all. If an invincible sovereign emperor could not replenish his energy, he would die very quickly. After all, no matter how much energy he had, he would eventually run out. Ice Fire Divine Lord, I think it's best we stop. If we continue fighting to the death, it will only result in an internecine outcome, said Sword Ancestor of Supreme Ultimate. You guys are definitely at a disadvantage. Ice Fire Divine Lord snorted coldly. Supreme Ultimate Sword Ancestor shook his head. Yes, we are at an absolute disadvantage. But without several thousand years, can you kill us? There was something that the Tai Chi sword ancestor didn't say. When it came to a life-and-death moment, the Swordsman Guild wouldn't suffer for their reputation. They would definitely ask for help and even contact the demigods of the Swordsman Guild outside. When that time came, it wouldn't be a war between two superpowers, but a war of the entire universe. He believed that the Ice Fire God, Lord, wouldn't be able to see this point. You want to stop the war without paying a price. The dusky Divine Lord was enraged. Price? What kind of price do I have to pay? If I snatch the item, I can only blame myself for being useless. Li Fuchin sneered. You. I'll remember you. I, Dusky Emperor God, swear that I won't rest until I kill you. The Dusky Divine Lord's killing intent soared to the sky. Dusky Divine Lord, let's call a truce. The Radiant Divine Lord is currently in a relic. There's no way for him to contact you. If not for the fact that they could not contact the Light God Lord, the Ice Fire God Lord would not have called a truce. Just as the Dusky God Lord had said, it would be too easy for the other party to call a truce without paying a price. However, even if they continued fighting, they would not be able to achieve anything. It was better for them to return and discuss their strategies. Despite his unwillingness, the Dusky Lord God decided to call a truce. TSK, this is too intense. It's been many years since I've seen such an intense battle. How can the war between the Swordsman Guild and the Shrine not be intense? The Celestial Race is indeed the Celestial Race. They're so powerful. Furthermore, the number one on the Emperor ranking list, Divine Light Lord, is not here. Otherwise, the Swordsman Guild would be in a terrible situation. Emperor Yuanji is also very powerful. He actually mastered the Swordway universe. This is a necessary means to deal with the peak invincible emperors of the Shun clan. Without the Great Path universe, no one can contend with the peak invincible emperors of the Shun clan. That's right. To deal with the god domain of the god race, one must grasp one's own universe of the Grand Tao. Besides a few, those ranked in the top 10 of the Imperial Monarch rankings are basically capable of doing so. Seeing that God Temple and Swordsman Guild had stopped fighting, everyone started discussing. Everyone was discussing two topics. One was the strength of the divine race, and the other was Li Fuchin. This Emperor Yuanji has actually mastered the Sword Tao universe. The Dark Soul Progenitor, King of Darkness, and the others frowned. Mastering the universe of the Great Path was two different things. In the universe, whoever controlled the universe of the Great Path would have the upper hand. When fighting against such a person, only death awaited if one did not escape. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. With the tyranny of the god race, they won't let him go. Ancestor Deadwood said. After the battle, including the god race, all the major factions had left. Finally, only the Swordsman Guild was left. Tai Chi Sword Ancestor, many thanks. Everyone, many thanks. Li Fuchin cupped his fist towards everyone. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor laughed and said, "This isn't your matter. It is the Swordsman Guild's matter. There is no need to thank me." The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor nodded. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor is right. This isn't a personal matter. When facing a hostile faction, we have to work together in order to survive. But Emperor Yuanji, you have to be careful from now on. This battle was the same as pushing Li Fuchin to the heart of the struggle. It was impossible for people to not pay attention to him. I know. Li Fuchin nodded. Previously, the world fruit wasn't enough to make everyone go crazy. Right now, with the addition of the Genesis Copper Key, some people might not be able to sit still. Of course, after knowing Li Fuchin's strength, these people probably wouldn't act rashly. They would only launch a thunderous attack when they were confident. After returning to the Horizontal River Star region, the Horizontal River Primogenitor handed the Genesis Copper Key to Li Fuchin. He knew clearly that with his ability, he wouldn't be able to keep the Genesis Copper Key. He might as well use the Genesis Copper Key to exchange for a chance to comprehend the world fruit. After obtaining the Genesis Copper Key, Li Fuchin agreed to let the Horizontal River Primogenitor comprehend the world fruit 10,000 years later. Next, I shall properly comprehend the time-space Tao. At Li Fuchin's level of Sword Tao, all aspects had reached an extremely high level. If you want to break through, it would require a very long time. The primary extreme sword art was already at the late stage of Starfield class, and it would be at the perfection rank. Many demigods would spend billions of years, or even tens of billions of years, and still weren't able to reach this rank. The primary extreme sword art was rather low and was only at the initial stage of Starfield class. However, cultivation techniques were much harder to break through than martial arts. Furthermore, it wasn't just difficult to break through by 1 or 2 points. Li Fuqin chose to comprehend the time-space Dao for his sword Dao. Right now, the time-space Dao could accelerate the time and space he was in by 3 times. When the time-space Dao reached the mid-stage of Starfield class, it would be at least 5 times faster, allowing him to save a lot of time. After sinking into the world fruit, Li Fuqin started a long period of comprehension and cultivation. I finally broke through to the high-class monarch level. With Li Fuqin's time-space acceleration, the Immortal Emperor finally reached the high-class monarch level after spending a total of over 2,000 years. At this moment, with his special immortal Dao, even invincible monarchs would have a hard time killing him. As for the werewolf incarnation, it had already reached the regular monarch level and was currently making a breakthrough to the high-class monarch level. As for the others, including Yin Qingwu, they didn't have any improvement. It was mainly because Li Fuqin didn't accelerate them in time-space. His principle was to only accelerate them after reaching the Heaven Monarch realm. 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years. Time passed by slowly, and Li Fuqin realized that as his cultivation increased, time was getting less valuable. In the past, a few years was a rather long period of time. Right now, a few hundred or 1,000 years was like a fleeting cloud, and it didn't feel anything. 2,000 years. 3,000 years. This was Li Fuqin's longest seclusion. I finally broke through. Inside the world fruit, Li Fuqin let out a breath. 3,000 years in the outside world was actually 9,000 years. His time-space Dao had finally progressed from the initial stage of Starfield class to the mid-stage. I wonder how many times I can accelerate time and space. Li Fuqin accelerated the time and space that he was in. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. The flow of time and space was constantly accelerating and soon exceeded Li Fuqin's expectations. 7 times, 8 times, 10 times. Ultimately, the flow of time and space reached 10 times. This was a very exaggerated number. After all, Li Fuqin was a peak-level invincible monarch. If a peak-level invincible monarch accelerated time and space by 10 times, the universe cardinal treasure, prismatic stone mother, wouldn't be able to last for a long time. Although a mother prism stone could only be considered the most ordinary of universe treasures, and mother prism stones also came in different sizes. The smaller the size, the lesser the origin of time essence, and the lower the density, to a certain extent, was enough to prove how terrifying the Tao of space-time was. Right now, 3,000 years in the outside world isn't 9,000 years of cultivation. It is 30,000 years. The efficiency has increased by more than 2 times. Li Fuqin revealed a smile. With a wave of his hand, Li Fuqin accelerated the Immortal Emperor and the werewolf incarnation. After breaking through, the flow of time and space at the Immortal Emperor's location had decreased from 20 times to 5 times. It was now 30 times, and it was even faster than before. It was the same for the werewolf incarnation. After breaking through, the flow of time and space had decreased from 200 times to 30 times. It was now 250 times, and it was even faster than the Immortal Emperor. From this point, it was obvious that the werewolf incarnation had a rather deep connection with Li Fuqin. Otherwise, it wouldn't have increased to 250 times. I shall continue to comprehend. Li Fuqin sunk into the world fruit and continued to comprehend in seclusion. Chapter 10:21. Haha, it's the starter key. I've struck gold. Within an enormous, ancient bronze relic, an invincible emperor formed from liquid gold looked at the ancient bronze key in his hand and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Although the starter key corresponded to a low-grade universe treasure, even the lowest grade universe treasure was still a universe treasure. It was extremely beneficial to an emperor's cultivation. If one obtained a universe treasure that was extremely beneficial to oneself, they might be able to become a powerful, invincible emperor or even a peak stage invincible emperor. One had to know that strength was extremely important to becoming a demigod. Without absolute strength, even if one found a demigod artifact, one wouldn't be able to compete with others. The starter key. It's the starter key. I, Lord Eternal Thunder, have roamed the universe for hundreds of millions of years, but this is the first time I've seen one. It seems my luck has come. In a dangerous land filled with levitating mountains, Lord Eternal Thunder's eyes were like balls of lightning. He was extremely excited. This was the starter key. Every time the starting ground opened, the number of people who possessed the initial copper key would normally not exceed the fingers on one hand. Out of the tens of thousands of sovereign emperors, only less than 5 people possessed the initial copper key. Just thinking about it, one could imagine how fortunate it was to obtain the initial copper key. Rumble. The colorful river surged forward. Wherever it went, the universe laws shattered like glass. Treasured river, great ancestor, why? Treasured river, great ancestor, we've been brothers for so many years. How could you do this? Treasured river, great ancestor, you'll die a horrible death. One figure after another shattered like glass. Before they died, their faces were filled with unwillingness. In front of the primordial silver key, brothers and friends are nothing. Treasured river, great ancestor wore a jade-colored robe that glowed with treasure light. His face was cold. If it had just been the starter key, he wouldn't have done this. Unless a low-grade universe treasure happened to be compatible with him, it would be difficult for him to improve greatly. But the starter key was different. It corresponded to mid-grade universe treasures, such as the space-time core, the chaos pearl, the chaos fire lotus, and the yin-yang silicon jade. Normally, a mid-level universe treasure could be exchanged for at least 10 low-level universe treasures. For example, if you obtain the primal chaos fire lotus, it wouldn't be of much use to you. You could exchange it for 10 low-level universe treasures or another mid-level universe treasure. According to what the Treasured River Great Ancestor knew, in the past, only one initiation silver key would appear every 10 times the starting ground opened, and only one initiation golden key would appear every 100 times. Only a few times would more initiation silver keys and initiation golden keys appear. It would not be an exaggeration to say that a mid-grade universe treasure would definitely allow the Treasure River Great Ancestor to prosper for a lifetime. He would also have a high chance of becoming a demigod in the future. As for killing the so-called brothers, they weren't brothers of life and death. They were just friends who cooperated with each other. The primordial silver key. The peak era of the Treasured River Great Ancestor has arrived. Disdain flickered in Treasure River Great Patriarch's eyes. In the universe, initiation keys were discovered one after another. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before all 9 initiation keys were discovered. Li Fuchin wasn't aware of all these. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years. Ever since Li Fuchin became a ruler, his cultivation time was getting longer. In the beginning, it would be a few years or a few dozen years. Now, it will be hundreds or thousands of years. In this plane, a few hundred or thousands of years was enough for a mortal to reproduce for dozens of generations. There were plenty of flourishing clans that only had a history of a few hundred years. To a ruler, a few hundred or thousands of years was actually just an instant, the time it took for a nap. When Li Fuchin was 9,000 years old, the werewolf incarnation had reached the high-class ruler level. Such an improvement speed had shocked the immortal emperor. There might be time acceleration, but to be serious, there were still some disadvantages. With time acceleration, it meant that the speed of thought had to be able to keep up. Every aspect had to be able to keep up, otherwise, the cultivation effects would be discounted. Of course, time acceleration was definitely a good thing, but a time acceleration of 100 times might not be 100 times as effective. If the werewolf incarnation could break through to the high-class ruler level so early, it meant that its innate perception wasn't just superior to the immortal emperor. Normally, a ruler would need at least a few million years to progress to the next level. When Li Fuchen was 9,500 years old, there was another person who broke through. It was Yin Qingwu. Previously, Yin Qingwu was already an unrivaled sacred lord. Now that she broke through again, she was naturally a heaven lord. She might only be a regular grade 4 heaven lord, but she was already countless times better than sacred lords. Her lifespan had increased from a few million years to 100 million years. Yin Qingwu was able to progress so quickly because of her hard work, but most importantly, it was because of Li Fuchen's help. With astounding wealth and status, Li Fuchen easily obtained countless Saber Dao artifacts from all over the universe. There were plenty of top-notch Saber Dao artifacts. With the help of these artifacts, it was hard for Yin Qingwu not to progress. After all, her innate perception wasn't bad either. After becoming a heaven lord, Li Fuchen started to accelerate Yin Qingwu's time. 100 times, 1,000 times, 3,000 times. In terms of time acceleration, Li Fuchen was still inferior to the prismatic stone mother, but he was still able to accelerate Yin Qingwu by 3,000 times. This meant that cultivating for 10,000 years was equivalent to cultivating for 30 million years. When Li Fuchen was 10,000 years old, he broke through himself. This time, it was a breakthrough in his cultivation technique. After redeeming the Peak Grade Supreme Secret technique, Li Fuchen used the remaining 1 million Elder Points to borrow mid-grade and high-grade Supreme Sword Bones. With the addition of thousands of years of bitter cultivation inside the World Fruit, his primary extreme sword technique finally progressed from the initial level of Starfield Realm to the mid-level of Starfield Realm. The appearance of the Emperor rankings was much more frequent than in the past few 100 million years. On this day, the Emperor rankings appeared again. What? The primary extreme Emperor improved again? Previously, he was ranked 12th. This time, he is ranked 7th. Incredible, incredible. This primary extreme Emperor is simply an anomaly. The divine race is going to have a headache. Across the universe, some of the emperors were gathered together and discussing. In the temple, the dusky divine lord had a dark expression. He hadn't thought of a way to seize back the Genesis bronze key, but Li Fuchen had actually improved again. 7th and 8th might only have a difference of 1 rank, but when Li Fuchen was ranked 12th, the dusky divine lord couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. Now that Li Fuchen was ranked 7th, didn't it mean that the dusky divine lord might not even have the upper hand in a one-on-one? Something wasn't right. Li Fuchen had already grasped the Sword Dao universe. If it was a one-on-one, the dusky divine lord would probably be at a disadvantage. The Ice Fire divine lord said, "This person is probably our divine race's greatest hidden enemy. We must eliminate him." At this moment, even the Ice Fire divine lord felt an intense threat. The divine race was known as the descendants of gods, and all of them had exceptional innate talents. Even the most ordinary divine race clansman was a rare absolute prodigy in the universe. The divine race's prodigies could be considered as the son of universe in the universe. As for the divine race's elite prodigies, they could even surpass the son of universe. If Li Fuchen was just a son of universe, the divine race wouldn't care. However, Li Fuchen was obviously far superior to the son of universe. It was said that among the son of universe, there were also true and false ones. There is only one true son of universe. Even if Li Fuchen wasn't a true son of universe, in terms of improvement speed, he wasn't inferior to a true son of universe. At least in the divine race, there weren't any prodigies that had improved as fast as Li Fuchen. Unless you, I, and the Radiant's divine lord work together, it is impossible to eliminate him, the dusky divine lord said. The Ice Fire divine lord shook his head and said confidently, "It seems like you have not witnessed the Radiant's divine lord's strength for a long time. He is ranked number 1 on the Emperor Lord rankings, and his strength isn't just a little stronger than us. He is at least 100 times stronger. Furthermore, if we can invite 1 or 2 divine lords from the half-god region, it will be a piece of cake to eliminate the primary extreme emperor." Invite people from the half-god region? The dusky divine lord was shocked. As a member of the upper echelon of the divine hall, the dusky divine Lord knew clearly that there weren't just 1,000 invincible emperors in the universe. There were plenty of invincible emperors that weren't on the Emperor-Lord rankings. It wasn't because the Emperor-Lord rankings had loopholes. It was because the half-god region was a very special place. It was located at the periphery of the battlefield of gods, and there were terrifying laws that could block the universe laws and the Emperor-Lord ranking senses. Some invincible emperors who felt that they were strong enough and had lived long enough would choose to enter the half-god region to train themselves before entering the battlefield of gods to search for demigod weapons. No one knew how many of these people were or how strong they were. They only knew that some time ago, an invincible emperor came out of the demigod domain and severely injured a powerful invincible emperor. It should be known that this was something that even peak invincible emperors would find difficult to do. Given our strength, we can actually enter the half-god region. The dusky divine lord was tempted. The ice-fire divine lord sneered. I won't stop you if you want to die. The half-god region was not a good place. The laws there were special. If one cultivated there, the cultivation speed would be extremely fast, and there would be unique insights. Such insights could not even be compensated by a universe treasure. According to most people, the half-god region was filled with demigod laws that were of a higher level than the universe laws. However, not everything in the half-god region was good. Some dangerous places were not suitable for survival at all. Even peak invincible emperors would find it difficult to survive for a long time. Only some blessed lands were suitable for cultivation. As the saying went, there were too many monks and not enough gruel. Wars often broke out in the half-god region for the sake of blessed lands. Due to the special laws in the half-god region, invincible emperors could easily die there. This caused the death rate in the half-god region to be maintained at more than half. Out of 10 people who entered, no more than 5 would survive. And these 5 people might die a violent death due to various reasons. Although the Dusky Divine Lord was ranked 8th on the Emperor ranking, he might not live past the second day if he was unlucky after entering the half-god region. Only those invincible emperors who had lived long enough would choose to enter the half-god region to take a gamble. P.S. This is the 4th day of hospitalization. Specialists say that it is suspected to be Crohn's disease, a relatively rare disease. Various tests are being done to find the cause of diarrhea. I have to drink about 2 liters of water every day. Preliminary estimates are that I will be hospitalized for at least half a month. I was too weak a few days ago and have already lost weight from 110 to 82 kilograms. I have been relying on nutrient solutions for the past few days and have regained some energy. Chapter 1022. Just ranked 7th, huh? Li Fuchen thought that if the primary extreme sword technique progressed to the next level, he would be able to enter the top 5 on the Emperor ranking. It seemed like the top 10 of the Emperor ranking wasn't as simple as he imagined. It was extremely difficult to increase one's rank, but it is enough. Some had powerful chi presences but were slightly weaker. Some had powerful chi presences but were stronger. Li Fuchen definitely belonged to the latter. There weren't many invincible emperors that could cultivate martial arts to the late stage of the Starfield realm. I'm already 10,000 years old and I don't feel any different. Li Fuchen thought he would be emotional, but he wasn't able to do so right now. 10,000 years wasn't even considered an instant to his lifespan. The Grace God Star region was the headquarters of the temple. In the center of the Grace God Star region, there was a boundless layer of white clouds. The white clouds covered an estimated range of a few hundred light years. At the center of the clouds, there were extremely tall palaces. In one of the palaces, there was a long and pure jade table. There were a total of 18 seats on both sides of the table. 2 of the seats were occupied by the Ice-Fire Divine Lord and the Darkness Divine Lord. A radiance descended, and in another seat, there was a slightly translucent figure that was emitting boundless radiance. Light Divine Lord, the Ice-Fire Divine Lord, and the Darkness Divine Lord looked over. I am currently in the Heaven's Emergence Ruins. Why are you two looking for me? The Heaven's Emergence Ruins was an extremely terrifying ruin. The danger level was even higher than the Water God Tomb. Normally, such ruins wouldn't allow communication. The Ice Fire Divine Lord explained everything about the primary extreme emperor in detail. Wait for me for 1,000 years. 1,000 years later, it will be the day he perishes. The Light Divine Lord had an indifferent expression. The Darkness Divine Lord said, "Do we need to contact the half-god region's Divine Lords?" The Light Divine Lord was very powerful, but Li Fuchen wasn't a pushover either. The Darkness Divine Lord didn't believe that Li Fuchen would kill an existence that was ranked 7th on the Emperor ranking. The Light Divine Lord went silent for a moment and said, "We can contact the Fire Virtue Divine Lord." In order to contact the half-god region's Divine Lords, the price to pay was extremely high. After all, it was hard to communicate in a top-notch ruin, let alone the half-god region. However, compared to a low-level universe treasure, this price was still worth paying. There were many types of universal treasures. In addition to those that could assist in cultivation, there were also defensive and offensive types. Their value was very high. A low-level defensive or offensive universal treasure was comparable to a top-grade rank 7 supreme secret treasure. Moreover, it was the kind that didn't require too much energy. Don't underestimate this. In some places where you can't replenish your energy, universe treasures that don't consume too much of your energy can be used as life-saving items. Think about it. Your strength is almost exhausted, but with a Cosmos treasure in hand, your strength hasn't decreased much. You can still display great power, while your opponent who relies on their own strength can only helplessly die of exhaustion. Or, from the beginning to the end, you didn't consume much of your own power. Instead, you used the power of the universe treasure to fight. As for a mid-level defensive or offensive universe treasure, its value would surpass any cardinal treasure, and its effects would be close to a half-divine artifact. Li Fuchen's Primal Chaos Flame Lotus was actually a multi-purpose universe treasure. It could be used to assist in the cultivation of Fire Dao cultivators and also to attack enemies. If Li Fuchen was a Fire Dao cultivator, he could even absorb the Primal Chaos Flame Lotus's Fire Dao source. That way, even in places with thin universe sources, he would be able to replenish his energy rapidly and wouldn't need to worry about exhausting his energy. Finally, high-class universe treasures were extremely precious. Its value wasn't inferior to regular half-divine artifacts, like the Universe Spirit Ball, the World Tree, the Heart of the Plane, and the Tree of Life. These were all high-class universe treasures. Li Fuchen's World Fruit was definitely a universe treasure, but it was just a fruit produced by the World Tree. As compared to the World Tree, it wasn't considered anything. It wasn't exaggerating to say that if one could obtain a high-class universe treasure, it wouldn't be difficult to become a half-god. With a high-class universe treasure, one's strength wouldn't be inferior to regular half-gods. It was very likely that one could enter the battlefield of gods to search for a half-god artifact. In fact, a half-god artifact was precious because the wielder could cleanse their body and transform their power into half-god power. When using half-god power to activate the half-god artifact, the power would naturally be overwhelming. Without this, a half-god artifact would be similar to a mid-class universe treasure and would be far inferior to a high-class universe treasure. Fire Virtue Divine Lord, huh? The Dusky Divine Lord had heard of the Fire Virtue Divine Lord's name. Before the Dusky Divine Lord became an emperor, the Fire Virtue Divine Lord was already a Divine Lord of the Divine race. After the Dusky Divine Lord became an emperor, the Fire Virtue Divine Lord headed to the half-god region. He didn't expect for the Fire Virtue Divine Lord to still be alive after countless years, but from the looks of it, he didn't become a half-god. His strength, the Ice Fire Divine Lord asked. If the Fire Virtue Divine Lord's strength was similar to the Light Divine Lord, then he would have a higher chance of killing Li Fuchen. The Light Divine Lord was known as one of the strongest Divine Lords in the history of the Divine race. The Light Divine Lord said, he obtained a half-god artifact shard before. His strength is only stronger than me. Half-god artifacts only contained a thin amount of half-god power, and it wasn't enough to cleanse the wielder's power. However, it could greatly enhance some of the wielder's qualities. Some half-god artifact shards could increase the wielder's vitality by 10 or 100 times, making the wielder an indestructible body. Some half-god artifact shards could make the wielder's body indestructible and even stronger than peak-level invincible body refinement emperors. There were also some extremely special half-god artifact shards that could enhance the spirit soul. It seems like the primary extreme Emperor Lord is dead for sure. The Ice Fire Divine Lord and the Dusky Divine Lord looked at each other and sneered. Apart from the primary extreme sword technique reaching the mid-stage of Starfield class, Li Fuchin's Sword Dao universe had also made great progress over the past few thousand years. Previously, his Sword Dao universe might be inferior to the Dusky Divine Lord's Dusky Divine region, but now it was only stronger than the Dusky Divine Lord. Its power was almost on par with the Tai Chi Sword Ancestors' Tai Chi Sword Dao universe. With the Sword Dao universe and the Perfection Rank Sword Lock universe, Li Fuchin was confident he could kill a regular invincible emperor with ease. Killing a powerful invincible emperor would just require a little more time. My strength has really reached the bottleneck this time. To be honest, Li Fuchin couldn't think of any other methods to increase his strength within a short period of time. It was too difficult to break through from the late stage of Starfield class to the perfection of Starfield class. Without 8 million years, it was practically impossible. It wasn't related to perception anymore. It was mainly dependent on the accumulation. A perfection of Starfield class martial art was already the extremity of martial arts. If one took another step further, it would be the domain of gods. If Li Fuchin wanted to cultivate his sword art to the true extremity, he would have to experience more sword arts. Only by gathering the strengths of 100 schools of thought would he be able to take that step. As for cultivation techniques, breaking through from the mid-stage of Starfield class to the late stage of Starfield class was just as difficult as breaking through from the late stage of Starfield class to the perfection of Starfield class. It would also require a very long time. In terms of secret techniques, there might be stronger secret techniques, but they would at most increase Li Fuchin's strength indirectly. The Swordsman Guild didn't have any secret techniques that could directly increase Li Fuchin's strength. In terms of weapons, Li Fuchin's primary extreme sword was already a Tier 7 peak grade supreme weapon. Li Fuchin didn't really need cardinal artifacts. The strongest cardinal artifacts would only have power that was close to or equivalent to a peak-level invincible emperor. Perhaps only universe artifacts and half-divine artifacts can increase my strength within a short period of time. Putting aside half-divine artifacts, they were crucial to becoming a half-god. Li Fuchin wasn't surprised that universe artifacts could increase his strength. After a period of research, Li Fuchin realized that the Chaos Fire Lotus could be used as an offensive artifact. By activating the Primal Chaos Fire Dao Source Essence, it would be able to burst out with lethal power that surpassed peak-level invincible emperors. However, the Chaos Fire Lotus was a mid-class universe artifact, and Li Fuchin couldn't expose it for now. Who knew what kind of trouble it would bring him? Li Fuchin didn't think that he was the only one in the universe that possessed a mid-class universe artifact. If other peak-level invincible emperors with mid-class universe artifacts appeared, even if Li Fuchin wasn't afraid, he would still have a lot of troubles. Furthermore, between universe artifacts, there were mutual restraints. If Li Fuchin encountered a universe artifact that countered the Chaos Fire Lotus, he would have to admit defeat no matter how powerful he was. I wonder if this is the Tree of Life. Li Fuchin took out a sapling that was emitting boundless vitality from his spatial ring. This sapling was obtained from a desolate world in the deep blue plains East Unicorn Continent. Back then, it was even smaller than now. After so many years, Li Fuchin tried countless methods and was only able to make the sapling grow a few times. If this is the Tree of Life, its value might not be comparable to the World Tree, but it is probably comparable. The Tree of Life was publicly recognized as a high-class universe artifact. Legends said that the Tree of Life couldn't just nurture life, it could also revive life. Apart from that, its greatest effect was to allow the wielder to have boundless vitality. Of course, the prerequisite was that it was a mature Tree of Life and not a sapling. The Tree of Life likes things with vitality, like the divine leaf juice. But the divine leaf juice that I traded with the blood axe monarch is too little, unless I can obtain an entire leaf of the world tree. Li Fuchen licked his lips. An entire leaf of the world tree would at least allow the tree of life to grow a few hundred or 1,000 times. But that would be the same as falling out with the undead legion. Li Fuchen took out a communication token and transmitted a message to the blood axe monarch. Blood axe monarch, how is the preparation of the divine leaf juice? On the other side, the blood axe monarch replied, for the past few thousand years, I have rejected everyone, including some of the undead legion commanders. The amount of divine leaf juice that I have prepared for you is definitely sufficient. All right, I will come over immediately. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Li Fuchen wasn't willing to fall out with the undead legion. Right now, he had already offended the temple and the Dark Parliament. If he offended the undead legion, even with the Swordsman Guild's support, the situation would still be very disadvantageous. The Blood Axe Monarch had indeed prepared a lot of divine leaf juice this time. It was several times more than before. It seemed like the Blood Axe Monarch didn't want to offend Li Fuchen and couldn't wait for the divine leaf juice to permeate by itself. He had taken the initiative to extract it. After all, an entire leaf of the world tree was bigger than a universe city. If Li Fuchen forcefully extracted it, he would be able to extract the same amount as a few million or tens of millions of years in the past. It was unknown if the world tree's leaf would be damaged. Chapter 10:23. With such a huge amount of godleaf sap, if one were to really calculate its value, it would be worth at least 1 trillion top-grade spirit stones. No wonder it was said that the wealth of the godleaf city lord was more than that of the Hengi primogeniture. With an entire leaf of the world tree, the wealth of the godleaf city lord was increasing continuously until the origin of the world tree was exhausted. But it was also normal. Generally speaking, a low-class universe artifact would be worth at least a few 100 trillion peak-grade spirit stones. It was normal for it to be over 1 trillion. Only a small number of low-level universe treasures were worth a lot less, like the Prism Stone Mother. Of course, if the Prism Stone Mother was big enough, the value would be astounding too. Li Fuchen didn't wish to take advantage of the Blood Axe Emperor. Therefore, he paid 10 trillion peak-grade spirit stones. He had plenty of peak-grade spirit stones now. In the Water God Tomb, he had obtained a few 100 trillion peak-grade spirit stones. 10 trillion peak-grade spirit stones was nothing to him. Deep blue plain, with the irrigation of the divine leaf juice, the sapling was growing at a visible speed. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters. In the past, Li Fuchen had also used the divine leaf juice to irrigate the sapling, but it was never as extravagant as today. After all, Li Fuchen's wealth back then was far inferior to his current wealth. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's thoughts weren't on the sapling. Apart from that, the sapling wouldn't even grow at the initial stage. It had to consume plenty of treasures that contain vitality to slowly grow. It probably required sufficient nutrients to stimulate the growth of vitality. When a sapling was 1,000 meters tall, the surging vitality was like a viscous liquid. It had even permeated into the depths of time and space. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen felt that his mental state had some subtle changes. I reckon that if a regular mortal breathes in, it would at least increase their lifespan by 100 years. Li Fuchen was almost certain that this sapling was the Tree of Life. Apart from the Tree of Life, what other tree would contain such terrifying vitality? Who would have thought that the East Unicorn Continent's chaotic world would actually have a high-class universe artifact? Li Fuchen lamented. There were some things that couldn't be forced and could only rely on fate. As the divine leaf juice that was worth over 10 trillion peak-grade spirit stones was used up, the Tree of Life had grown to 11,000 meters tall. Of course, although it looked very tall, it was still in the state of a sapling. One had to know that a leaf of the world tree was bigger than a universe city. A mature Tree of Life might not be comparable to the world tree, but would at least be bigger than a leaf of the world tree. Small. Li Fuchen waved his hand, and the Tree of Life's sapling started to shrink before fusing into Li Fuchen's body. I wonder how effective the Tree of Life is at restoring vitality. After dispersing the calamity power, Li Fuchen used all his strength to create a small wound on his body. In the blink of an eye, the small cut closed. He didn't consume any of his power. Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. With the Tree of Life, if he was injured in the future, he wouldn't need to consume energy to heal his injuries. The Tree of Life could completely heal his injuries. In other words, if the Tree of Life contained enough vitality, he wouldn't need to consume any additional energy other than the energy consumed in battle. When people fought, most of their energy was used to recover from their injuries. After all, if they didn't recover, it would affect their strength. If I devour the entire world fruit, the Tree of Life should be able to grow to more than 100 billion meters. In terms of value, the world fruit's value was above the world tree's leaf. 100 billion meters was actually 200 million miles tall, and it wasn't as big as a universe city. I have obtained the recognition of the world fruit. On this day, Li Fuchen saw the Wolfman incarnation gradually sinking into the world fruit. This meant that the Wolfman incarnation had also obtained the recognition of the world fruit. It just possesses a little bit of my spirit soul power. Li Fuchen lamented. The core of the Wolfman incarnation was a little bit of his spirit soul power. This little bit of spirit soul power would be used to produce the spirit soul code and the saint spirit. In essence, the Wolfman incarnation was just a part of Li Fuchen. Be it innate talent or perception, it was far inferior to Li Fuchen. The Prism Stone Mother's 10,000 times time acceleration is too fast for anyone. It is better to use it on the Wolfman incarnation. In the past, before Li Fuchen grasped the time and space Tao, he was planning to use the Prism Stone Mother on his family and friends. But even Yin Qingwu's lifespan was only over 100 million years. Even if she was 1 billion years old, with 10,000 times acceleration, it would only be 100,000 years. 100,000 years might seem long, but if Li Fuchen was trapped in some dangerous ruins, 100,000 years would pass very quickly. In Li Fuchen's opinion, 3,000 times time acceleration was enough. After all, Yin Qingwu wasn't an emperor yet. Of course, Li Fuchen's time and space Tao was different from the Prism Stone Mother. When Li Fuchen used time acceleration on others, he would need to constantly use the time and space power, otherwise, the time acceleration would stop. The Prism Stone Mother would form a time-space, and unless the time source essence of the Prism Stone Mother was exhausted, the time acceleration wouldn't stop. In view of this, Li Fuchen used the time and space power to condense a virtual time and space source in the Swordlock universe. This virtual time and space source was connected to the time and space where Yin Qingwu and the others were at, allowing them to constantly provide power. The virtual time and space source was actually the simplified and weakened version of the universe's time and space source. As time elapsed, it would gradually weaken and collapse and wouldn't be able to exist forever, but it would still be able to last for a period of time. Under the 10,000 times time acceleration, the time source essence of the Prism Stone Mother was being rapidly consumed. Li Fuchen reckoned that in at most 1,000 years, the time source essence of the Prism Stone Mother would be exhausted. It is still too small. Li Fuchen shook his head and didn't bother about the Wolfman incarnation and the Prism Stone Mother. It is the Genesis Bronze Key. I, Ancestor Bronze Green, am finally going to be lucky. In a stream that was a few thousand light years long, a bronze green metallic giant roared towards the sky. Buzz. Origin Star Region, Ground of Origin. An ancient stone door suddenly opened. Endless Genesis Chi presence pervaded the entire universe. The Ground of Origin has opened. Could there be 9 Genesis keys? It must be. Otherwise, there are still over 2 million Genesis keys before the next opening of the Ground of Origin. The opening of the Ground of Origin is going to cause a storm of blood again. Are we going or not? Why not? The Ground of Origin is filled with top-class artifacts. If we are lucky, we might be able to obtain the Genesis key. That's right. Let's take a gamble. At most, we will die. Since I have lived for a few 100 million years, I have nothing to lose. The opening of the Ground of Origin had stirred up many of the emperors. especially peak-level emperors and invincible emperors. Generally speaking, only peak-level emperors and invincible emperors would have the chance to survive in the ground of origin. Those below the peak-level emperors would be weaker. Of course, there might be some fearless peak-level emperors who would enter the ground of origin. There is a saying that humans would die in pursuit of wealth, and birds would die in pursuit of food. This was the logic of the universe. The ground of origin has opened. In the temple, the ice-fire divine lord and the darkness divine lord frowned. They had just discussed how to deal with Li Fuchen. The light divine lord, who had radiant patterns on his skin, said, "The opening of the ground of origin is beneficial to us. Firstly, the Origin Extreme Emperor will most likely enter the ground of origin. Secondly, the ground of origin's universe law is very tight and firm. It is extremely difficult to absorb the universe source power to replenish oneself. Therefore, the death rate is very high." That's right. If it is in the ground of origin, I am confident I can eliminate the Origin Extreme Emperor by myself. The one who spoke was a terrifying divine lord with blazing patterns on his skin and eyes that were like two blazing stars. He was the fire virtue divine lord who had just returned from the half-god region. As his body contained a trace of half-god power, the fire virtue divine lord's chi presence wasn't captured by the Emperor Lord Board. Therefore, the fire virtue divine lord's name didn't appear on the Emperor Lord Board. Since that is the case, let us hurry up and depart. The Darkness Divine Lord was rather looking forward to the ground of origin. Previously, he obtained plenty of top-notch treasures in the ground of origin, but he was a little unlucky and didn't obtain any universe cardinal treasures. Has the ground of origin opened? Hengi Primogenitor sighed and decided to give up on the journey. Of course, he rarely went to the ground of origin in the past. He was a person who didn't like to take too many risks. Most importantly, he would be able to comprehend the world fruit in a few thousand years. Why would he want to take a risk at the ground of origin? Anyway, with his strength, it would be hard for him to obtain a universe cardinal treasure. Origin Extreme Emperor, you are here. Sword Brilliance City, Origin Bright, Sword Ancestor, and the other invincible emperors were all here. Let's depart. Sword Brilliance City was a Class 1 branch of the Swordsman Guild and could directly teleport to the Swordsman Guild headquarters. The Swordsman Guild headquarters was in the Origin Star region. All right. Origin Bright Sword Ancestor waved his hand to activate the teleportation array, and the group vanished. The headquarters had the most invincible emperors, and the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor was here too. Origin Extreme Emperor, it has been a long time. When seeing Li Fuchen, the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor smiled. Li Fuchen had broken through from 12th to 7th on the Emperor rankings, and his strength wasn't inferior to the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor. Furthermore, among the emperors of the Swordsman Guild, only he and Li Fuchen had comprehended the Sword Dao universe. Greetings to the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor. Li Fuchen was rather respectful towards the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor. Previously, if it wasn't for the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor, Li Fuchen wouldn't have been able to comprehend the Sword Dao universe so quickly. Immediately after, everyone started to discuss the matters of entering the ground of origin. Our Swordsman Guild has a total of 42 invincible sovereign emperors and 98 peak stage sovereign emperors entering the starting ground. I suggest we split them into 14 teams, with each team having 10 people. This is the safest and most efficient way. I agree. I agree too. As a Supreme Factions Emperor, there had to be rules and regulations when doing things. It wasn't good to be a Lone Ranger. After all, the other super factions would definitely send in a large number of people. If they maliciously targeted the Swordsman Guild, then the Swordsman Guild would suffer severe casualties and suffer great losses. However, it was different if they entered the ground of origin in small groups. Even if they were targeted, they wouldn't be completely helpless. If they could delay for a little more time, they might be able to receive reinforcement from other groups. Of course, it was a different story for those weaker super factions. They only had a few invincible emperors and peak stage emperors. It didn't make much of a difference whether they formed a group or not. As for those Lone Rangers, they would have to act alone. However, Such people would fall the fastest in the ground of origin. I wish to act alone. Just as everyone agreed, Li Fuchen shook his head. He didn't like to act in groups. The benefits would be very small, and there were some methods that weren't easy to execute. Chapter 10:24. One of the invincible emperors frowned and said, "Primary Extreme Emperor, we know that you are very strong, but the starting ground is different. It is very hard to replenish your strength in there. Furthermore, due to the tight and firm universal law, some of the methods are greatly reduced, like escaping secret techniques. Once you are surrounded by a group of invincible emperors, it will be very dangerous." That's right, Primary Extreme Emperor, you must not be careless. You are now a thorn in the eyes of the divine race. It is hard to guarantee that they won't deal with you. The divine race's Radiance Divine Lord is ranked #1 on the Emperor rankings. His strength is unfathomable. If he personally makes a move, he will be a huge threat. Everyone was trying to persuade Li Fuchen. Some were truly thinking for Li Fuchen's sake. Some felt that Li Fuchen was too arrogant and wanted to teach him a lesson. "I have made up my mind. You don't have to persuade me anymore." Li Fuchen shook his head. He knew clearly that with his current strength, it was useless to rely on numbers. Unless there were 8 or 10 peak-level invincible emperors surrounding him, they wouldn't be able to pose much of a threat to him. Seeing that Li Fuchen had made up his mind, no one else tried to persuade him. Under the Tai Chi Sword Ancestors arrangement, the Swordsman Guild's emperors were split into 14 groups. His group had 9 members, the rest of the groups had 10 members, while Li Fuchen was alone. Primary Extreme Emperor, remember, if you encounter danger, crush the communication token immediately. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor might not understand Li Fuchen's decision, but he respected Li Fuchen. All right, Li Fuchen nodded. Among everyone, the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor was probably the only one who could help him. A total of 140 individuals headed towards the starting ground in a grandiose manner. This is the starting ground, huh? After entering the ancient stone door, Li Fuchen and the others arrived at the starting ground. The starting ground was emitting an ancient Qi presence. The ancient Qi presence was extremely heavy, and a single wisp could crush stars. The universe law is too tight. The universe law penetrated through everything and was everywhere. If the universe law was too thin, it would have a huge impact. Just like when Li Fuchen executed his sword art, if it was in a place with dense sword Dao law, the sword art's power would naturally be stronger. But in a place with thin sword Dao law, the sword art's power wouldn't be enhanced and could only rely on himself. But it wouldn't do if it was too thick either. If the laws of the universe in the outside world were a fishing net, then the laws of the universe in the starting ground were thousands of fishing nets stacked together. It was not easy to activate the power of the laws, and the origin of the universe was protected by layers of the laws of the universe. Naturally, it was much more difficult to absorb it. Everyone in the starting ground, you must be extremely careful. There are treasures everywhere, but you only have one life. Supreme Ultimate Sword Ancestor warned everyone. Supreme Ultimate Sword Ancestor, don't worry. What haven't we seen before? We won't act rashly. Apart from Li Fuchen, most of them had been to the starting ground before, hence, they were all very relaxed. In that case, let's split up now. Once the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor finished speaking, everyone was split into 15 groups. Li Fuchen formed a group by himself, and each of them chose a direction and left. Kacha! A giant boulder was split open, and Li Fuchen was surprised to find out that there was actually a P-class artifact within the giant boulder. This was a stone heart. It contained an extremely unique Earth Path power. Primal Stone Heart, Peak Great Earth Path treasure, good stuff. Li Fuchen waved his hand and kept the stone heart. Just like the rumors, the starting ground was indeed filled with Peak-class artifacts. In just 5 years, Li Fuchen had obtained 4 Peak-class artifacts. In total, they were worth around a few trillion Peak-grade spirit stones. Among the 4 Peak-class artifacts, the most precious one was a saber bone fossil that had already started to crystallize. Li Fuchen could see that this saber bone fossil was very special. Apart from the endless saber, Tao mysteries. It also contained the Saber Tao source essence. If it wasn't for the fact that the Saber Tao source essence was too little, it would already be considered a low-class universe cardinal artifact. With this saber bone fossil, it shouldn't be a problem for Yin Qing Wu to reach the City Lore class. A peak-class artifact might be inferior to a low-class universe artifact, but everyone had their own specialties. If there was a suitable peak-class artifact, the effect would be far superior to a low-class universe artifact. Take this saber bone fossil as an example. To Yin Qing Wu, it wasn't something a low-class universe artifact could compare with. Another 3 years passed. This flower? From far away, Li Fuchen noticed a black flower. This black flower gave off a very peculiar feeling. It felt as though it had its own thoughts, and murmurs could be heard faintly. It must be something good. Li Fuchen rushed over and kept the black flower. Hand over the enlightenment flower. There was a roar as 5 figures flew over from a distance. Enlightenment flower, huh? Li Fuchen found out the name of the black flower. From the name, the enlightenment flower should be related to perception. It was a peak-class artifact that was related to perception. The 5 figures were very peculiar. They were wearing gold clothes, green clothes, black clothes, red clothes, and yellow clothes respectively. If a knowledgeable ruler was here, he would definitely recognize that these 5 individuals were the infamous Blood Hand group in the universe. They were called the Blood Hand group because the 5 of them had the 5 elements. They were just like the 5 fingers of a human hand that complemented each other. The word blood was added because the 5 of them had caused plenty of bloodshed. Among the 5 of them, the strongest was the turbid water ancestor, and he was ranked over 100 on the emperor rankings. Following him were the golden robed Tao monarch, fire dragon sovereign king, bloodwood emperor, and rampage emperor. Each of the 5 of them was already extremely powerful. Once they worked together, their strength would increase by 100 or 1,000 times. Tens of millions of years ago, a peak-level invincible ruler from the Saber Union, the 7 Extermination Saber ancestor, had tried to deal with the Blood Hand group, but ultimately failed. Li Fuchen wasn't considered knowledgeable, but he had heard of the Blood Hand group. Therefore, after a brief observation, he was able to guess their identities. Hand over the enlightenment flower or die. Among the Blood Hand group, the Fire Dragon Sovereign King had the most violent temper, and his true form was a fire dragon. I can hand over the enlightenment flower, but I will have to see if you are capable enough. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. Courting death set up the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation. The turbid water ancestor waved his hand, and the 5 of them stood in the 5 elemental positions and surrounded Li Fuchen. Interesting. There is actually such a profound battle formation. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. With his eyesight, he could immediately see that this battle formation was able to increase the strength of the person who set up the formation by 1,000 times. Apart from that, this battle formation could actually form a chaotic 5 elemental space that could trap enemies inside. But Li Fuchen's intuition told him that it was impossible to set up such a terrifying battle formation with just the 5 of them. After all, 5 of them were still 5 of them and not one person. 5 individuals with 5 hearts. It was hard to achieve unity of mind. There should be an artifact that could guide them. Li Fuchen guessed it right. With the 5 of them, it was impossible to set up the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation. They were able to set it up because the turbid water ancestor had a low-class universe cardinal treasure, the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing rock. The 5 elemental heaven extinguishing rock naturally contained a battle formation, the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation. As long as 5 invincible rulers with equivalent strength were gathered, the power of the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation would be unleashed. Without the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing rock, the Blood Hand group wouldn't be able to make a name for themselves. The 5 of them were rather confident. This 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation was able to trap powerful invincible rulers. Even peak-level invincible rulers would be in a miserable state after being trapped inside. If they didn't have sufficient strength, they wouldn't be able to escape either. Most importantly, the five elemental heaven extinguishing formation contained the universe's five elements source. Once the enemy was trapped inside, they would only be waiting for death. Boom! Golden saber lights, green spikes, towering turbid waves, ferocious fire dragons, and heavy stone spheres were all blasting at Li Fuchen. The power was rather horrific. Just in time, Li Fuchen's sword spun and a silver sword C protected him. The sword C horizon could be used for both offense and defense. When attacking, it would trap the enemy in the sword Dao universe and slash them wantonly. When defending, it would use the sword Dao universe as a shield to block the enemy's attack. Bang, 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 bang. The silver sword C shook and tumbled, but couldn't injure Li Fuchen at all. What? The turbid water ancestor and the others were shocked. Back when they fought with the Saber Union's 7 Extermination Saber Ancestor, the 7 Extermination Saber Ancestor didn't have such an easy time dealing with their first attack. Who exactly was this person? 5 elements rotation. The first attack was just a test. In the second attack, the golden saber lights, green spikes, towering turbid waves, ferocious fire dragons, and heavy stone spheres started to link up and fuse together. They then blasted at Li Fuchen ruthlessly. Rumble. The silver sword C exploded and Li Fuchen's body shook a little. You actually neutralized my first move. Li Fuchen was rather surprised. His current strength was already different from before. His primary extreme sword technique had progressed from the initial level of Starfield to the mid-level of Starfield. In this world, there weren't many people that could neutralize his sword C horizon. 5 elements stacking. After seeing Li Fuchen's finishing move, the 5 of them are confident and continued to burst out with their kill moves. Receive a move from me too. Sect Origin Swords. After comprehending the Sword Dao universe, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao proficiency had great progress. Apart from the Sword C horizon, the other 3 sword moves of the primary extreme sword art had also transformed. Their power was already much stronger than before. There was a sudden trace of chaos in the chaotic 5 elements. Immediately after, the Sword Dao source and Sword Dao law leaked in. In the next moment, thousands of sword shadows turned into a single sword shadow and severed layers of the chaotic 5 elements. It had also severed the 5's kill moves. Damn it, this person should be the primary extreme emperor. The turbid water ancestor thought of something and had a slight change in expression. The turbid water ancestor basically recognized all the peak-level invincible emperors, but Li Fuchen didn't. No matter how stupid the turbid water ancestor was, he would be able to guess that Li Fuchen was the primary extreme emperor. So what if he is the primary extreme emperor? As long as he can't escape, he will definitely die. The golden-clothed Dao Lord said in a frenzy. That's right. If he can't replenish his strength, a peak-level invincible emperor will also die. A peak-level invincible emperor's wealth is much more valuable than the Enlightenment Flower. The rampant Imperial Lord laughed sinisterly. Chapter 1025. Cycle of 5 Elements. The 5 of them executed a special kill move. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth powers were mixed together to form a 5-colored whirlpool that enveloped Li Fuchen. It was obvious that the 5 of them were planning to slowly grind down Li Fuchen's strength. If it was in the past, I would really be unable to break through this chaotic 5-element space. Unfortunately, times are different now. Li Fuchen's thoughts flashed in his mind. Massive amounts of Sword Dao power and Sword Dao marvel gathered at the tip of the primary extreme sword before Li Fuchen gently thrust forward. Puff! The 5-colored whirlpool was pierced, and the chaotic 5-elemental spatial zone was pierced. A fist-sized sword hole appeared in front of Li Fuchen. Whoosh! Li Fuchen emerged from the chaotic 5 elements spatial zone. Impossible! The turbid water great ancestor and the others were dumbfounded. He actually broke the chaotic 5 elements space with just a sword move. Back then, even the 7 Annihilation Saber Grandmaster couldn't do it. How could the 5 of them know that Li Fuchen's Origin Return Sword Chi was already at an unbelievable level? Back then, before he had comprehended the Sword Dao universe, he was already able to communicate with the Sword Dao origin. Now it was a level higher. He could penetrate any obstacle and return to the Sword Dao origin. The 5-elemental heaven extinguishing formation might be incredible, but in Li Fuchen's opinion, it wasn't at the point where it couldn't be broken. Go! Even the 5-elemental heaven extinguishing formation had been broken. The 5 of them believed that they couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen and would only be defeated by Li Fuchen if they stayed behind. Do you think you're the only ones who know how to trap people? Boom! Boundless Sword Dao law spread out with Li Fuchen at the center. The other laws of the universe were all repelled. However, because it was the starting ground, the process of rejecting the laws of the universe was not that easy. Therefore, the range of the Sword Dao universe was many times smaller and not as vast as the outside world. Sword Dao universe? The turbid water great ancestor's expression changed slightly. Fighting with Li Fuchen in the Sword Dao universe was the same as fighting with them in the chaotic 5-elemental spatial zone. There was no way to replenish their strength, and their combat strength wouldn't be enhanced by the universe law either. However, the Sword Dao universe had no way to restrain people. They could leave whenever they wanted. Sword locks the universe. Right at this moment, Li Fuchen executed the Sword Lock universe again. Boom! The 5 of them bounced back as if they had hit a wall. My Sword Universe Lock is already able to trap powerful, invincible emperors. With the enhancement from the Sword Dao universe, even peak-level invincible emperors can be trapped. How are you going to escape? Li Fuchen looked down at the 5 of them. Emperor Yuanji, this is the starting ground. Time is very precious. It will take a long time to kill the 5 of us. It's not worth it for you, Muddy Water Great Ancestor said calmly. As long as I think it's worth it. Li Fuchen was very interested in the 5 individuals' wealth. The Blood Hand group had been dominating the universe for so many years, and their combined wealth wasn't inferior to a peak-level invincible emperor. Let's fight it out with him. The Fire Dragon, Sovereign King, roared. Since that's the case, I'd like to see how you're going to kill us. The Turbid Water Great Ancestor activated the 5-elemental heaven extinguishing stone and set up the 5-elemental heaven extinguishing formation again. Only by relying on the 5-elemental heaven extinguishing array would they be qualified to contest with Li Fuchen. Otherwise, they would only be passively beaten up. Unfortunately, their 5-elemental heaven extinguishing formation could not be set up in the Sword Principle universe. It would collapse before it could even take shape. Origin Sword Form. Li Fuchen burst out with his kill move and attacked the weakest Emperor Rampant. PFFF. Emperor Rampant was sent flying like a broken gunny sack. His body was pierced with plenty of bloody holes. Not good. It actually consumed so much of my power. Emperor Rampant sensed the consumption of his power, and his eyes were instantly filled with fear. Muddy Water Great Ancestor, hurry up and save me. This Emperor Yuanji will probably be able to kill me with 10,000 swords. 10,000 swords might seem like a lot, but to an emperor, 10,000 sword would only take a short moment. How is this possible? 10,000 swords can kill you. The rest of the people were also panicking. They were peak-level emperors and not peak-level emperors or peak-level emperors. It was too exaggerated for a peak-level emperor to be killed with 10,000 swords. It is too easy to kill all of you after severing your connection with the universe source. The reason why it was hard to kill emperors was that emperors could replenish their power from the universe source. Once the connection was severed, it would be thousands of times easier to kill the emperors. After all, no matter how much power one had, how much could one have? Of course, this was the starting ground. Even if Li Fuchen didn't sever the connection with the universe source, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to kill the emperors. However, the prerequisite was to trap the emperors. 100 swords, 1,000 swords. Li Fuchen brandished his swords very quickly. Emperor Rampant was like a beehive as his body was spurting out blood and radiance. Emperor Yuanji, stop. The Muddy Water Great Ancestor and the others frantically obstructed Li Fuchen. The 5 of them were bound together for glory and loss. Once Emperor Rampant was dead, it would be their turn. They had no choice but to risk their lives. It was a pity that this was Li Fuchen's Sword Principle universe. Li Fuchen was able to dodge everyone's attacks with ease. If he couldn't dodge, he would use his body to resist. Anyway, they wouldn't be able to break his 10,000 calamity immortal body. 2,000 swords, 3,000 swords as time elapsed. Emperor Rampant's chi presence was getting weaker. Boulder protection. Emperor Rampant tossed his hand, and a defensive cardinal artifact flew up. It turned into a stoneman shadow to protect him. Bang! The stoneman shadow exploded and couldn't even block a single attack from Li Fuchen. During this period of time, Emperor Rampant had already activated several defensive cardinal artifacts. It was a pity that they were useless against Li Fuchen's attacks. In Li Fuchen's opinion, only a Tier 7 peak-grade supreme defensive cardinal artifact will be able to block him for a period of time. 8,000 swords, 9,000 swords, 9,800 swords. No! Emperor Rampant roared with indignation. His body's power was exhausted, and his body turned into ashes. His spatial ring had also landed in Li Fuchen's hand. The second one is you. Li Fuchen looked at Emperor Bloodwood. Emperor Rampant and Emperor Bloodwood were the weakest and were ranked around the top 500 on the Emperor rankings. Perhaps it was due to the Wood Dao. Imperial Monarch Bloodwood's energy reserves were similar to Imperial Monarch Hongxing, but his vitality was much more abundant. Li Fuchen executed close to 20,000 sword moves before killing Imperial Monarch Bloodwood. It is your turn. Li Fuchen stared at the Fire Dragon Sovereign. The turbid water ancestor and the others knew that the chances of survival weren't high. Therefore, they became even more frenzied. Of course, their frenzy wasn't towards Li Fuchen, it was towards the Sword Lock Universe Barrier. As long as they could break the Sword Lock Universe Barrier, they would be able to escape. Otherwise, death would be the only outcome. The Fire Dragon Sovereign wasn't just extremely powerful. His power reserves and vitality weren't something that Emperor Rampant and Emperor Bloodwood could compare with. The dragon race was already known for their vigorous power and vitality. They were known as the demonic beast race of the demonic beast race. After executing 200,000 swords, the Fire Dragon Sovereign was finally dead. In the end, only the golden-clothed Dao Monarch and the turbid water ancestor were left. On the Emperor rankings, the golden-clothed Dao Monarch was ranked over 200, while the turbid water ancestor was ranked over 100. They were both formidable and invincible emperors. Emperor Primary Extreme, I am willing to become your servant. Please spare my life. The golden-clothed Dao Monarch admitted defeat. As the saying went, it was better to live than to die. He hadn't lived enough. Your strength is fine, but I don't need it. A formidable and invincible emperor as a subordinate was indeed a great help, but Li Fuchen didn't really need it. He believed that the werewolf incarnation would also become an invincible emperor in a short period of time. Furthermore, the werewolf incarnation was loyal, but the golden-clothed Dao Monarch might not be the same. I don't believe that you have so much power to exhaust. The golden-clothed Dao Monarch and Li Fuchen started a fight. There were 3 types of energy exhaustion. The first type was the active output of energy. The second type was when the energy was destroyed. The third type was when the energy would automatically recover when the energy was injured. As the attacker, Li Fuchen was also constantly exhausting his energy. The degree of exhaustion wasn't huge, but it was definitely not small either. The golden-clothed Dao Monarch's only thought was to persist until Li Fuchen's energy was about to be exhausted. 10,000 swords, 100,000 swords, million swords. The golden-clothed Dao Monarch's defense was extremely tough, and most of Li Fuchen's power had been neutralized. However, after 5 million swords, the golden-clothed Dao Monarch's energy was still exhausted. I'm not willing. The golden-clothed Dao Monarch turned into golden ashes and scattered. You are the only one left. Li Fuchen looked at the turbid water ancestor. Come on. The turbid water ancestor was much calmer than the others. He knew that going berserk was useless. Boom, boom, boom. The turbid water ancestor was surrounded by turbid waves. These turbid waves had neutralized most of Li Fuchen's energy and had also exhausted a lot of Li Fuchen's energy. It is useless, boundless sword body. Li Fuchen's energy was still abundant. Most importantly, through the Sword Dao universe, he was able to absorb the Sword Dao source to replenish his energy at a very fast speed. It might not be comparable to the outside world, but it wasn't that much inferior. Therefore, this amount of energy exhaustion wasn't something that Li Fuchen cared about. Li Fuchen's energy burst was increased by 20 times. Li Fuchen's sword moves became extremely ferocious. They were like vicious dragons that drilled into the turbid waves and rushed at the turbid water ancestor's body. 5 Elemental Heaven Extinguishing Rock, Protect. The 5 Elemental Heaven Extinguishing Rock was a low-class universe cardinal artifact after all. Apart from being able to set up the 5 Elemental Heaven Extinguishing Array, it could also activate the primal 5 element source to form a barrier to protect the user. However, the turbid water ancestor knew that he could only protect himself. If he protected too many people, the barrier would be greatly weakened and wouldn't be of any use. Bang, bang, bang. The barrier was like a 5-colored eggshell and blocked Li Fuchen's sword move with ease. Cardinal Artifact? Or Universe Cardinal Artifact? Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. There weren't many cardinal artifacts that could easily block his attack. It would at least be a Tier 7 peak-grade defensive cardinal artifact. If it wasn't a cardinal artifact, it could only be a universe cardinal artifact. A low-class universe cardinal artifact was ultimately a low-class universe cardinal artifact and wouldn't be able to block Li Fuchen for a long time. Gotcha! The 5-colored eggshell barrier shattered, and Li Fuchen's sword light swept at the turbid water ancestor again. 1 million swords, 2 million swords. In order to kill the turbid water ancestor, Li Fuchen had executed 5 million swords. Primary Extreme Emperor, you will also die at the starting ground. You will definitely die. Before dying, the turbid water ancestor's resentful voice was extremely gloomy and cold, sending chills down one's soul spirit. You don't have to worry about that. Li Fuchen kept the turbid water ancestor's spatial ring. Just as he was about to disperse the sword lock universe, Li Fuchen raised his brows. He actually wants to deceive everyone. In the depths of the starting ground spatial zone, there was a drop of turbid water floating there. If Li Fuchen's powerful spirit soul, he might not have noticed it. Go! Li Fuchen used the sword chi return to blast at the drop of turbid water in the depths of the spatial zone. No! The turbid water ancestor's figure appeared, and his face was filled with fear. PFFF. Chapter 1026. After killing the 5, Li Fuchen started to check their spatial rings. They're simply overflowing with wealth. Li Fuchen praised. Among the 5, the rampant ruler had more than 700 trillion peak-grade spirit stones. The Bloodwood ruler had close to 1,000 trillion. The Fire Dragon Sovereign had more than 2,000 trillion. The Gold-Clothed Dao Monarch had more than 3,000 trillion, and the Turbid Water Ancestor had the most peak-grade spirit stones with more than 5,000 trillion. Just the peak-grade spirit stones alone, the 5 of them had more than 100 million peak-grade spirit stones. 100 million was equivalent to 1 trillion. It was a terrifying number. Furthermore, this was just the number of peak-grade spirit stones. With the addition of resources and artifacts, the 5 of them had at least 2 trillion in wealth. Universe Cardinal Treasure. Li Fuchen found a 5-colored stone in the turbid water ancestor's spatial ring. This 5-colored stone contained the vigorous chaos 5 elemental origin essence, and it was obviously a universe cardinal treasure. Only universe cardinal treasures would contain the origin essence. This 5 elemental absolute heaven rock is at least 10 times more valuable than the prism stone mother. The amount of origin essence it contains is on a completely different level. Furthermore, it can be used to set up the 5 elemental absolute heaven array or activate the chaos 5 elemental origin essence to protect the body. Li Fuchen had a very high evaluation of the 5 elemental absolute heaven rock. Apart from universe cardinal treasures, Li Fuchen also found plenty of peak-grade artifacts in the spatial rings. Some of them were probably from the starting ground, while some were obtained outside. No matter what, they all belong to him now. I wonder how much these peak-grade artifacts can allow the Tree of Life to grow to. Li Fuchen waved his hand, and a spring appeared in his hand. This spring might be the size of a palm. but its actual size wasn't inferior to a star. It was a famous peak-grade artifact in the universe, the Spring of Life. After enlarging the spring, Li Fuchen soaked the roots of the Tree of Life in it. 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters, 40,000 meters. The Tree of Life grew rapidly and vigorously. As the Spring of Life dried up, the Tree of Life grew to 850,000 meters tall. Immediately after, Li Fuchen took out another life source crystal. After using up all the artifacts that contain vitality, Li Fuchen's Tree of Life had grown to 10 million meters tall. This height was already very high, and it was 20,000 miles tall. It can't be considered a universal treasure yet, but it should be considered a top-grade treasure. With the Tree of Life, Li Fuchen's life was equivalent to having 3 layers of protection. The first layer of protection was the myriad calamity indestructible body. The second layer of protection was his own strength reserves, and the third layer of protection was the Tree of Life. In order to kill Li Fuchen, even if 10 peak-tier invincible emperors worked together, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Li Fuchen. It had been 100 years since Li Fuchen arrived at the starting ground. It's the sprout of recovery. In a desert, Li Fuchen found a palm-sized herb that looked like a green bean sprout. There were green spots of light rippling around the herb. The recovery sprout contained boundless recovery power. Just a little bit of its aura would be able to revive a star that had lost its vitality. It's 1,000,000 kilometers high. The starting ground had plenty of peak-tier treasures, and there were naturally plenty of peak-tier treasures that contain vitality. After absorbing the vitality of these peak-tier treasures, the Tree of Life grew rapidly and reached a height of 1,000,000 kilometers. The current Tree of Life still wasn't considered a universal treasure, but it was definitely a top-notch peak-tier treasure. On the 200th year, the Tree of Life grew to a height of 5,000,000 kilometers. At the same time, Li Fuchen slaughtered an invincible emperor from the Dark Parliament. On the 300th year, the Tree of Life grew to a height of 2,000,000 kilometers. On the 500th year, the Tree of Life grew to a height of 5,000,000 kilometers. Li Fuchen slaughtered an invincible emperor from the temple. The growth is getting slower. It seems like the effects of peak-tier treasures on the Tree of Life are decreasing. In order to metamorphose into a universal treasure, I will probably need to absorb the vitality of a universal treasure. Li Fuchen thought to himself. The starting ground was huge, and unknowingly, Li Fuchen had already arrived at the center of the starting ground. Kill. The Genesis Bronze Key is with the Time Emperor. In a stone forest, a chaotic battle was erupting. The cause of the chaotic battle was the Genesis Bronze Key. The Tiger Head Emperor was the first to obtain the Genesis Bronze Key. After the Tiger Head Emperor was killed, the Genesis Bronze Key landed in the hands of Ancestor Wind Void. Finally, it landed in the hands of the Time Emperor. The Time Emperor was proficient in the Tao of Time and could reverse time. He was extremely adept at escaping. It was a pity that the Time Emperor was surrounded by over 20 invincible emperors and wasn't able to successfully escape. Time Emperor, hand over the Genesis Bronze Key, and I shall spare your life. An invincible emperor with a thunderbolt mark on his forehead yelled out, Tao Ancestor Thunder Cry. You should know that it is impossible. The Time Emperor waved his hand, and the time and space where the Tao Ancestor Thunder Cry was stopped. Courting death. After pausing for a moment, the Tao Ancestor Thunder Cry's body burst out with horrific thunderbolt power. In the face of the thunderbolt power, all the universe laws had exploded. A strand of thunderbolt power that was as thin as a hair instantly extended towards the Time Emperor. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, the Time Emperor staggered. Tao Ancestor Thunder Cry, don't force me. The Time Emperor roared with rage. Don't force me either. Tao Father Thunder Cry waved his hand, causing countless strands of hair-thin thunderbolt power to sweep towards the Time Emperor. These hair-thin thunderbolts were terrifyingly powerful, and there was nothing Emperor Time could do. All he could do was flee. Tao Father Thunder Cry, you force my hand. Time Rampage. A part of the Time Emperor's body exploded, transforming into a terrifying torrent of time energy that swept out in all directions. Tao Father Thundercry had no time to dodge at all, and so he was sucked into a temporal tempest. By the time Tao Father Thundercry escaped, the Time Emperor had long since fled. Damn! Tao Father Thundercry had an incomparably ugly look on his face. It was said that those who trained in the Tao of Space and the Tao of Time were extremely difficult to deal with. A figure suddenly fell out of the void next to a stream. I finally made it out. The Time Emperor felt both heartache and joy. He felt heartache because in order to shake off Tao Father Thundercry, he had burned a part of his body. This part of his body was a part of his bloodline source, and it was unknown how long it would take for him to recover. He felt joy because each Genesis Bronze key corresponded to a low-class universe cardinal artifact. As compared to losing a part of his bloodline source, it was definitely a great gain to obtain a low-class universe cardinal artifact. I might have lost a part of my bloodline source, but my strength didn't drop by much. I have to hurry to the Genesis Grand Hall. The Time Emperor rested for a moment and planned to leave. You have the Genesis key? All of a sudden, a horrific sword Tao law enveloped the place and dispersed the other universe laws. A figure descended from the sky. Who are you? The Time Emperor was shocked. Who I am isn't important. If you can't keep this Genesis key, I can use 3 P-class artifacts to exchange for it. Li Fuchen already had over 40 P-class artifacts. It wasn't a big deal to take out 3. Of course, it was also because Li Fuchen was benevolent. Otherwise, the Time Emperor could simply snatch the Genesis key. You want to use 3 P-class artifacts to exchange for the Genesis key? The Time Emperor sneered. In normal situations, a low-class universe cardinal artifact could be exchanged for at least 10 or 20 P-class artifacts. If it was a slightly more formidable low-class universe cardinal artifact, it was normal to exchange for dozens or even 100 P-class artifacts. Why? Not satisfied? Li Fuchen smiled. It was indeed rather unfair to use 3 P-class artifacts to exchange for a single Genesis key. But in the starting ground, strength was everything. If the other party was weak, they should be prepared to face unfairness. I wish to know how you know that I have the Genesis key. The Time Emperor had never seen Li Fuchen before. You don't need to know that. The reason why Li Fuchen knew that the Time Emperor had the Inception key was because he had obtained the Inception Bronze key for a period of time and had researched some abilities. For example, within a short distance, he could sense the existence of another Inception key. Right now, he could sense that the Time Emperor's spatial ring had an Inception Bronze key. Flee! Time stopped, and the Time Emperor's body turned illusory. Do you think you can escape? Li Fuchen sneered and remained unmoved. Bang! In the void, the Time Emperor was bounced back. Damn it! The Time Emperor continued to circulate the power of time, but it was a pity that he couldn't break out of the Swordlock universe. The Swordlock universe was able to trap formidable, invincible emperors. Even if it was a formidable, invincible emperor that specialized in the time and space Tao, it was impossible to break out easily. Furthermore, with the support of the Sword Tao universe, the Swordlock universe's sealing ability was already at the level of a peak-level invincible emperor. There is no need to struggle. The difference in strength between us is too great. It is impossible for a miracle to happen. Previously, I said that I will use 3 P-class artifacts to exchange. It is still valid now. Li Fuchen didn't really put the Time Emperor in his heart. The Time Emperor was only ranked around 300 on the Emperor rankings and wouldn't be able to create any waves. Damn it, time is on a rampage. The Time Emperor wasn't willing to admit defeat. Half of his body exploded and turned into horrific time power that engulfed everything. But it was different from before. This time, the Time Emperor tried his best to gather the time power into the shape of a spear and thrust at the Swordlock universe's barrier. Crack! The Swordlock universe's barrier had an invisible crack. Interesting. No wonder you are a time Tao cultivator. Li Fuchen smiled faintly, but didn't panic. As long as the Swordlock universe wasn't broken, it could be easily repaired. It was obvious that the Time Emperor executed some incredible move and actually damaged one of the sword talismans. It was a pity that the Swordlock universe was formed by countless sword talismans. A single sword talisman was equivalent to a strand of hair on a human body. It didn't matter if it was damaged. I'm willing to exchange. I am willing to exchange. The Time Emperor was in despair and suggested to exchange the starter bronze key. It is too late. I will only offer one P-class artifact now. Li Fuchen took out a P-class artifact and tossed it to the Time Emperor. In fact, Li Fuchen didn't have to give a single P-class artifact and could even plunder the Time Emperor's spatial ring. But it was meaningless as Li Fuchen wasn't a bandit. Li Fuchen had his own principles. If people didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If people offended him, then don't blame him for being ruthless. One is too little, right? The Time Emperor frowned. My patience has a limit, Li Fuchen said indifferently. Hearing that, the Time Emperor was shocked. He took out the starter bronze key and tossed it to Li Fuchen. Wouldn't it be better if you made the choice earlier? After receiving the starter bronze key, Li Fuchen turned and left. Chapter 10:27. 2 starter copper keys meant that Li Fuchen could obtain 2 low-class universe cardinal artifacts. Li Fuchen wasn't worried if the starter copper keys would be snatched by others. It was already their good fortune that he didn't snatch them. If they snatched from him, Li Fuchen wouldn't mind making a small fortune. The starting ground basically didn't have any natural defenses in the periphery, but once one reached the center, natural defenses would start to appear. When one was walking peacefully, a strange wind would suddenly blow over. If one couldn't withstand it, one would be turned into dust. Apart from the strange wind, the starting ground also had strange birds that had individual strength at the level of an invincible ruler. There were also giant underground worms that had individual strength at the level of a peak-level invincible ruler. There were also strange dragons that were beyond the peak-level invincible ruler. In short, the deeper one went into the starting hall, the more dangerous it would be. Even if one obtained the starter key, they might not be able to reach the starting hall alive. This gave others opportunities. That strange dragon is rather incredible. Among all the dangers, the one that gave Li Fuchen pressure was a strange dragon with 10 heads and rock-like skin. Li Fuchen wasn't a match for such a strange dragon if he were to clash head-on. It was fortunate that he was rather slow. Dao friend, save me. In the distance, an invincible ruler was surrounded by a group of strange birds. 1 starter key in exchange for a life. Li Fuchen knew that the invincible ruler hadn't starter key. I'm willing to offer 3 peak-class artifacts. The invincible ruler wasn't willing to hand over the starter key. Just as the invincible ruler was speaking, a strange bird broke through his defense and bit off a piece of flesh. More strange birds pounced on the invincible ruler, and in the blink of the eye, the invincible ruler's bones were all devoured. Spatial rings cannot be devoured. A sword chi flew out and penetrated the abdomen of a strange bird, dropping a spatial ring. Caw! A large number of strange birds flew at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't bother with the strange birds and executed the divine sword shift to vanish without a trace. Radiance divine domain. The glorious radiance law enveloped the entire place and had also enveloped an invincible ruler. Radiance divine lord, why are you attacking me? The invincible ruler that was enveloped in the radiance divine domain was called Monarch Chunmu, and he was ranked over 600 on the Monarch rankings. His face was filled with fear. The Radiance Divine Lord was number 1 on the Monarch rankings and was countless times stronger than him. Hand over the initiation key, and I'll let you die a quick death. The Divine Lord of Light was quite lucky. He had obtained a primordial key more than 100 years ago. With that primordial key, he could sense other primordial keys at close range. Impossible deepwood battle armor. Countless vines grew out of Imperial Monarch Chunmu's green battle armor. In the blink of an eye, a small forest covered Imperial Monarch Chunmu. The heavywood battle armor was the armor that Imperial Monarch Heavywood was most proud of, and it was a top-grade rank 6 supreme armor. Radiant Divine Palm. The Divine Lord of Light raised his right hand and struck at the forest. Like the scorching sun melting snow, the lush forest instantly melted into nothingness. Subsequently, Imperial Monarch Chunmu's body started to melt like a candle. A single strike annihilated 1,000th of my strength? Emperor Deepwood was astounded. He was an invincible imperial monarch at any rate. Yet she had obliterated 1,000th of his strength with a single palm strike. So, he would probably die for sure after 1,000 palm strikes. Great Light Divine Palm. With a frown, the Divine Lord of Light slammed both his palms towards Emperor Chenmu. Boom! Imperial Monarch Chen Mu's Deepwood battle armor was covered in scorch marks. As for the depletion of his strength, it was several times greater than before. This gave Emperor Chenmu quite a fright. Too slow. The Divine Lord of Light flipped his palm, and a radiant bead floated in front of him. It was a low-grade universe treasure, the Radiant Spirit Bead. As the light origin essence from the Radiant Spirit Bead surged into his body, the Divine Lord of Light's aura surged as he struck at Emperor Chenmu again. Silently, more than half of Emperor Chenmu's body melted. Divine Lord of Light, spare me. I'm willing to hand over the primordial key. Imperial Monarch Chenmu was horrified to the point of being on the verge of death. This palm strike of his had obliterated an entire 50% of his strength, and he felt that he would be killed in less than a few tens of palms. Too late. The Divine Lord of Light ignored him and struck 30 times in one go. After 30 strikes, Emperor Chenmu was reduced to ashes. Is this the power of the Divine Lord of Light? Not far away, the dusky Divine Lord was shocked. If it was him, it would be impossible to kill Emperor Chenmu without at least a few tens of thousands of strikes. In the end, the Divine Lord of Light only struck a few dozen times. The Radiant Spirit Bead might be part of it, but artifacts were also a part of one's strength. Otherwise, everyone would be fighting naked and wouldn't be able to use any weapons or armor. If I don't have the half-divine artifact shard, I am probably not a match for the Divine Lord of Light. The Fire Virtue Divine Lord was also rather astonished by the Divine Lord of Light's strength. Everyone, our group is being pursued by a primordial strange dragon, and we are about to lose it. On this day, Li Fuchen's communication token suddenly transmitted a message from one of the Swordsman Guild's groups. Primordial Strange Dragon. Li Fuchen didn't think too much and immediately headed towards the location of the group. He might not be a match for the Primordial Strange Dragon, but he was still able to block it for a moment. In a giant basin, 7 of the Swordsman Guild's Paragon Emperors and Peak Stage Emperors were in a miserable state. After the attacks of the Primordial Strange Dragon, 3 of them had already died. This Primordial Strange Dragon's strength was stronger than Peak Stage Invincible Emperors. Furthermore, it had 10 heads, and each head was able to launch a different attack. After a single round of attacks, Peak Stage Emperors would definitely perish. Even Peak Stage Emperors wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few attacks. No, hurry up and save me. A Peak Stage Emperor's body was first frozen and then roasted by flames. Immediately after, he was struck by light rays and then struck by thunderbolts. He was like a wooden stake that was fixed in place and couldn't move even if he wanted to. The Primordial Strange Dragon was too terrifying and everyone was helpless. Their attacks were just like scratching an itch to the Primordial Strange Dragon. There was no way to save it. Even the strongest white gold sword ancestor couldn't leave a mark on the Primordial Strange Dragon's body. They couldn't escape either, as the Primordial Strange Dragon was too fast. Peak Stage Invincible Emperors might be able to escape, but the others wouldn't be able to. The Primordial Strange Dragon could lock onto 10 individuals at once. As long as they were locked on, no matter how far they ran, the Primordial Strange Dragon would still catch up. Just as the Peak Stage Emperor was about to perish, there were suddenly sword lights that blasted on the Primordial Strange Dragon's body. The Primordial Strange Dragon staggered and took a few steps back. As such, the Primordial Strange Dragon's attack was naturally interrupted. Origin Extreme Emperor. Everyone looked in the direction of the sword light and couldn't help but be shocked. The one who came was Imperial Emperor Yuanji, and he was alone. However, the Origin Extreme Emperor was very powerful and was actually able to repel the Primordial Strange Dragon. Among everyone, even the White Gold Sword Ancestor couldn't do so. Everyone, you guys leave first. I will cover the rear. Li Fuchen said. How can that be? I will stay behind to help you. The white gold sword ancestor volunteered. I have a way to break free from the primordial strange dragon, but I don't dare to guarantee it with one more person. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of the primordial strange dragon, as it wasn't as fast as him and wasn't able to pose a fatal threat to him. The 7 of them naturally wanted to leave immediately, but they couldn't bring themselves to do so. Roar! The primordial strange dragon displayed its prowess, and all 10 heads were bombarding Li Fuchen. There were chilling chi, flames, light rays, thunderbolts, golden light, poisonous mist, wind blades, and all sorts of attacks. All of them instantly drowned Li Fuchen's body. Break! Li Fuchen slashed with his sword and rushed out. With the myriad calamity imperishable body, the primordial strange dragon's attacks couldn't even exhaust Li Fuchen's strength. Unless Li Fuchen stood still and allowed the primordial strange dragon to attack. Such power, his chi presence didn't weaken at all. No wonder he dares to roam the starting ground alone. It seems like we have underestimated him previously. When they entered the starting ground, everyone felt that Li Fuchen was overly arrogant. From the looks of it now, it wasn't arrogance, it was obviously confidence. In comparison, they might have 10 people on their side, but their ability to deal with danger was inferior to the Origin Extreme Emperor. All of you can see it too. The primordial strange dragon can't do anything to me. Hurry up and leave. Li Fuchen said. All right, Origin Extreme Emperor, many thanks. We owe you a favor. The 7 of them didn't decline and quickly retreated. Once the 7 of them left, Li Fuchen started to escape too. With the spirit soul talent to conceal his chi presence, the primordial strange dragon couldn't even lock on Li Fuchen and had lost him in just a short moment. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen arrived at the side of a river. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, this was the starting river. It was a river that revolved around the core of the starting ground. It wasn't easy to cross the starting river. The starting river might not seem wide, but it was actually boundless. In the river, there were countless strange fish, and the weakest among them was an invincible emperor. The strongest strange fish weren't weaker than the primordial strange dragon. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't need to consider too much and simply barged through. With his strength as a peak-level invincible emperor, it was rather easy for him to cross the starting river. Swish! Li Fuchen flew above the starting river with extreme speed. Below him, there would be strange fish that would rush up and try to devour Li Fuchen. Trial. A tyrannical sacred light descended from the sky and blasted at Li Fuchen. With a flash, Li Fuchen dodged the tyrannical sacred light. Trial Cult Master. Li Fuchen looked at the person that emitted the sacred light with an unpleasant expression. The Trial Cult Master was one of the peak-level invincible emperors from the Trial's Eye and was ranked 3rd on the emperor rankings. Li Fuchen could sense the chi presence of the starting key from the Trial Cult Master's spatial ring. It was obvious that the Trial Cult Master had also sensed Li Fuchen's starting key's chi presence. Avoiding the trial is the same as avoiding fate. It is meaningless. Sacred Trial. The Trial Cult Master was a handsome youth with blonde hair. He raised his hands high, and boundless tyrannical sacred light descended from the sky and descended at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen felt as though he could vaguely hear a chanting voice. This voice obviously had the charm to extinguish battle intent and fighting spirit. If it was someone with a weaker willpower, they would probably not resist when facing the trial and would allow themselves to be killed. Break! The sword Dao universe extended out while Li Fuchen brandished his sword to clash with the tyrannical sacred light. Boom, 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 boom. The sky above the starting river was blazing white. Many of the invincible emperors who were far away could see the commotion. Below, the strange fish had just rushed up but were repelled again. There was even a peak-level invincible emperor monarch 6-clawed fish. Sacred Light Universe. Li Fuchen had the Sword Dao Universe. The Trial Cult Master also had the Sacred Light Universe. When the two great Dao universes clashed together, the surrounding universe laws were crumbling. At the same moment, the Sword Dao Law and the Sacred Light Law were also exploding. It felt as though heaven and earth were being split apart. It was grand, resplendent, and terrifying. Origin return, sword form. Sacred light, cross trial. When the great Tao universes clashed, the duo had also burst out with their respective kill moves. In the sky above the starting river, there were endless sword lights and the sacred light of the cross. It was as though they were engraved in the void and were flickering. Primary Extreme Emperor, you are much stronger than I imagined. I shall come back to trial you next time. The sacred light of the cross dissipated and the trial cult master flew away. No wonder it is the style of the trial's eye. Chapter 1028. After crossing the river, Li Fuchen finally arrived at the core area of the starting ground. The laws of the universe here were much tighter and stronger than those in the outer regions. The origin of the universe was also hidden deeper. I already have 3 primordial copper keys. It would be great if I had a primordial silver key. Compared to low-level universe treasures, mid-level universe treasures were more than 10 times more valuable. Some powerful mid-level universe treasures were even worth more than 100 low-level universe treasures. For example, his chaotic fire lotus was worth about 30 to 40 low-level universe treasures. Unfortunately, he was not a fire Tao cultivator. Otherwise, his strength would improve even faster. As for the initial golden key, Li Fuchen was just thinking about it. The initial golden key was rarely seen in a billion years. Every time it appeared, it would cause a horrific war that would break out between the 9 super factions. Back then, for the sake of that high-grade universe treasure, the World Tree, the 9 superpowers had engaged in a fierce battle. Countless invincible great emperors had died, and in the end, the World Tree had shattered, its fragments scattered throughout the universe. The leaf of the World Tree in the Crosswalk region was one of those fragments. Of course, the larger fragments of the World Tree had all been obtained by the upper echelons of the 9 superpowers. These people had either died or become demigods. Li Fuchen could imagine what kind of storm it would cause if his Tree of Life was exposed. Even demigods might not be able to resist and make a move to snatch it. So hot. The starting ground also had a sun, and the sun here was incomparably hot. Even invincible Empyreans would feel hot when standing under the sun. Compared to the periphery, the core area of the starting ground was much hotter. It was simply like an ordinary person in the hottest desert. Hualala. A moment ago, the sun was shining brightly, and in the next moment, it was raining cats and dogs. So cold. Li Fuchen felt that this rain contained a special cold chi. This cold chi was not unbearable for a while, but after a long time in the rain, it would feel that the cold chi was condensed in the body and could not be dispersed. Of course, Li Fuchen had the myriad calamity indestructible body and was impervious to tribulations. A mere cold chi naturally couldn't do anything to him. Boom, boom, boom. On a high ground, a chaotic battle was taking place. On one side was the Sword Alliance, and on the other side was the Dark Parliament. As it turned out, both sides had 2 initiation keys each. In order to determine the ownership of these 4 initiation keys, neither side was willing to give way to the other. Skyblade appears. Myriad release Blade Light. Soul World. Dark World. Because there were too many participants, individual strength did not play an absolute role, unless someone had mastered the Great Tao Universe. Unfortunately, even the Dark Soul Progenitor could not control the Great Path Universe. If his soul realm transformed into a soul universe, no one in the Sword League would be able to stop him. Destroy the universe. Suddenly, a horrifying destruction law enveloped them, and everyone in the Sword Alliance reacted as if they were facing a great enemy. It's the Sovereign King of Destruction. This is bad. The Sovereign King of Destruction is ranked 6th on the Monarch rankings and has grasped the universe destruction. It made a huge difference whether one had mastered the Great Path Universe or not. If one side had mastered the Great Path Universe, they could completely isolate the other's connection with the source of the universe and the laws of the universe. Kill. The arrival of the Sovereign of Destruction boosted the morale of the Dark Parliament. On the other hand, the Saber Alliance was losing ground. Sovereign King of Destruction, let's have a spar. 7 Destruction, Saber, Tao Universe. A Saber Tao law that brought with it an apocalyptic force spread out, repelling the universe of destruction. The newcomer's aura was astonishing. He was like a giant blade that no one could block. The 7 Annihilation Saber Grandmaster is here. This time, it was the Saber Alliance that had a huge boost in morale. One day later, the Saber Alliance lost a peak stage emperor. 1.5 days later, the Dark Parliament also lost a peak stage emperor. 1 week later, the Saber Alliance lost 3 peak stage emperors and 1 invincible emperor, while the Dark Parliament lost 5 peak stage emperors. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. If it was in the outside world, even if they fought for 1.5 years, a peak stage emperor might not fall. At the starting ground, the universe law was too firm and the source of the universe was hidden too deeply. It was truly hard to replenish the power. Everyone from a Saber Alliance, do you need me to lend you a hand? A clear voice echoed throughout the entire place. It is the primary extreme emperor. Damn it, it is the primary extreme emperor. The Saber Alliance was delighted while the Dark Parliament had a huge change in expression. Primary extreme emperor, you came at the right time. The Sky Saber, Tao Monarch, greeted Li Fuchen first. At this moment, he didn't care about his reputation anymore. He had to kill the opposition first. Primary extreme emperor, this is a war between my Dark Parliament and the Saber Alliance. If you interfere, you better think about the consequences. The Sovereign of Darkness threatened Li Fuchen. Who do you think you are? Right now, Li Fuchen and the Sovereign of Darkness weren't on the same level anymore. The Sovereign of Darkness was ranked 62nd on the Emperor rankings while Li Fuchen was ranked 7th. The Sovereign of Darkness was so angry that his face turned dark. Primary Extreme Emperor, give me, the Sovereign of Destruction, some face. I can guarantee that the Dark Parliament will not target you in the future. The Sovereign of Destruction knew clearly what the consequences would be if the Primary Extreme Emperor interfered. Therefore, he had no choice but to lower his head. Li Fuchen drew the Primary Extreme Sword and said, "Apologies, I don't like the Dark Parliament. Therefore, I will have to offend you." The Primary Extreme Sword Tao Universe burst out and enveloped the Dark Parliament. Boom, boom, boom. Under the pressure of the 7 Destruction Saber Tao Universe and the Primary Extreme Sword Tao Universe, the Sovereign of Destruction's Destruction Universe was constantly being pushed back. It wasn't able to protect everyone from the Dark Parliament. A peak stage emperor from the Dark Parliament was turned into dust by Li Fuchen's sword. It didn't mean that Li Fuchen was able to instantly kill a peak stage emperor. It was mainly because the peak stage emperor's power was severely depleted and his remaining power was less than 10%. Imperial Emperor Yuanji, you will regret your decision today. The Sovereign of Destruction's voice was bone-chilling. There has never been anything that I regret. Li Fuchen specifically targeted those Dark Parliament members that were severely depleted. Of course, Li Fuchen also wanted to kill the 2 individuals that possessed the Inception keys. It was a pity that the 2 individuals were under strict protection and had sufficient power reserves. It was hard to kill them within a short period of time. Retreat. Since the situation was unfavorable, the Sovereign of Destruction immediately gave the order to retreat. It isn't that easy to retreat. Li Fuchen and the members of the Saber Union pursued in a frenzy. Half a day later, a few more peak stage emperors and invincible emperors perished in the Dark Parliament. You are too much. Strangled Destruction. The Sovereign of Destruction turned into a giant whirlpool and charged at Li Fuchen and the others. This move consumed a lot of power, and unless it was a crucial moment, the Sovereign of Destruction wouldn't use it. 7 Spirit Extinguishment. When facing the Sovereign of Destruction's kill move, the 7 Destruction Saber Ancestor didn't wait for Li Fuchen to react and went forward. His 7 Spirit Extinguishment was also a saber move that consumed a lot of power and would even consume his spirit soul power. When the saber was brandished, the sharp saber light felt like it could destroy everything and slashed at the whirlpool. Rumble. The sky turned dark and 2 figures were sent flying. Making use of the opportunity, Li Fuchen used the sword lock universe to trap one of the invincible emperors that possessed the inception keys. No! Under Li Fuchen's consecutive attacks, the invincible emperor's power was rapidly depleted. In just a short moment, more than 50% of his power had been depleted. This won't do, it is too slow. If I delay, something might happen. Sword would shatter. In fact, it wasn't impossible for Li Fuchen to instantly kill this invincible emperor, as long as he activated the Chaos Flame Lotus Fire Tao Source Essence. He would be able to incinerate the invincible emperor easily. But if he did so, it would be the same as telling others that he possessed a mid-class universe artifact, and it would be too ostentatious. Therefore, Li Fuchen immediately gave up on this idea. He chose to detonate a peak-class Sword Tao artifact and activated the Sword Tao source to fuse it into his sword move before blasting at the invincible emperor. Boom, 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 boom. After 10 consecutive attacks, the invincible emperor's power was only left with 30% of his prime. After another 10 attacks, only 10% of the invincible emperor's power was left. No! The invincible emperor was extremely fearful, but his voice couldn't be transmitted. Furthermore, there was too little time, and the Sovereign King of Destruction couldn't rescue him in time. The detonation of the sword would have activated too much Sword Tao source. It was the same as forcefully stuffing the power of a volcano into the furnace, causing a qualitative change. With a myriad calamity immortal body, Li Fuchen poured all the Sword Tao source of the sword wood into his sword move and blasted at the invincible emperor. PFFF. The invincible emperor didn't even have time to scream and was immediately turned into ashes. Only a spatial ring was left behind. Got it. Li Fuchen extended his hand and absorbed the spatial ring. Damn it. The Sovereign King of Destruction, who had clashed with the 7 Extermination Saber ancestor, had finally arrived. After breaking the Swordlock universe, he couldn't rescue in time and could only see Li Fuchen keeping the spatial ring. Primary Extreme Emperor, I will remember you. The Sovereign King of Destruction's eyes were filled with bone-deep anger. Ultimately, only 5 invincible emperors and the Sovereign King of Destruction escaped from the Dark Parliament. The rest had perished in battle. Primary Extreme Emperor, many thanks. The 7 Extermination Saber ancestor walked over and expressed his gratitude. There is no need to thank me. My gains are much more than all of you. With the addition of this Inception Key, Li Fuchen had an astonishing total of 4 Inception Keys. It might only be the Inception Bronze Key, but it was enough to make people envious and shocked. Without you, my Saber Union would have a few more casualties. The 7 Extermination Saber ancestor naturally knew that Li Fuchen had 4 Inception Keys, but he didn't think of snatching them, even if the Saber Union had the advantage in numbers. His intuition told him that even if they surrounded Li Fuchen, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Li Fuchen didn't move together with the Saber Union and chose to head to the Initiation Hall alone. Found him. On a tall mountain, the Fire Virtue Divine Lord's eyes were burning with golden flames as he saw Li Fuchen from afar. His fiery gold eyes were fused with the ability of a mystical, half-divine artifact shard. He could see extremely far-away sceneries, and it was much more useful than spiritual awareness. With his fiery gold eyes, he had avoided several dangers in the half-god region. Let's see who else is going to save him this time. The Darkness Divine Lord sneered. With the Light Virtue Divine Lord and the Fire Virtue Divine Lord joining in, he didn't think anyone else would be able to save Li Fuchen, not even the 2 Tai Chi Sword ancestors. Let's go. The Light Virtue Divine Lord waved his hand, and a brightly lit door appeared. The 4 of them stepped inside. Li Fuchen sensed something and looked up at the sky. In the sky, a sun had appeared. No, it wasn't a sun. It was an extremely dazzling door. 4 figures flew out from the door. Ice Fire Divine Lord, Darkness Divine Lord, and Light Virtue Divine Lord. Li Fuchen immediately recognized 3 of them. Li Fuchen might not have seen the Light Virtue Divine Lord personally, but he had seen the image of the Light Virtue Divine Lord. Furthermore, there wasn't anyone in the world who had the same chi presence as the Light Virtue Divine Lord. But to Li Fuchen, The greatest threat was the terrifying light virtue divine lord who had blazing patterns on his skin and eyes that were like two blazing stars. The strange thing was that there didn't seem to be such a person on the emperor ranking. Could they be from the half-god region? Li Fuchen thought of a possibility. It was easy to enter the half-god region, but difficult to exit. However, if one had some special methods and was willing to pay a certain price, it was still possible to exit. It seems like the divine race is determined to kill me. They actually sent 4 divine lords. Chapter 10:29. Don't interfere. I will test him first. The light divine lord took a step forward and looked at Li Fuchen with disdain. All right. The ice fire divine lord and the darkness divine lord stood on the left and right to prevent Li Fuchen from escaping. As for the fire virtue divine lord, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked calm. Light divine domain, primary extreme, sword Dao universe. The duo immediately burst out with their respective divine domains and sword Dao universes. Boom, boom, boom. When the divine domains and sword Dao universe clashed, the world was flickering. The universe law exploded, and only the brightness law and sword Dao law were left to contest. He has gotten stronger again. The darkness divine lord's eyes contracted. He remembered that Li Fuchen's sword Dao universe was inferior to his darkness divine domain previously. This time, Li Fuchen had actually surpassed his darkness divine domain and was on par with the ice fire divine lord's ice fire divine domain. The speed of Li Fuchen's improvement was simply unbelievable. It was fortunate that the light divine lord's light divine domain was obviously stronger and had been suppressing Li Fuchen's sword Dao universe. No wonder you are the #1 Emperor Lord rankings, Light Divine Lord. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised. He had cultivated for a shorter period of time, and even with the world fruit, it was impossible for him to surpass the Light Divine Lord who had cultivated for countless years. Brightness Divine Palm. The Light Divine Lord cleaved at Li Fuchen. There was an intense radiance that was like the sunlight that was shining brilliantly. Li Fuchen could see the power of this palm and immediately executed the primary extreme sword art's 4th move, Origin Return Sword Form. Rumble. Even though Li Fuchen had executed his kill move, he was still inferior to the Light Divine Lord and was sent flying. Boundless Sword Body. Without a choice, Li Fuchen activated the Boundless Sword Body and burst out with 20 times the strength. You're not bad to be able to block my palm strike. Receive another great brightness divine palm. The light divine lord slammed both palms at Li Fuchen. The intense brightness law interweaved and stacked together to produce unbelievable power. Good timing. Li Fuchen countered with the Origin Return sword form again. Bang. This time it was a draw. Interesting. The Radiance Divine Monarch was completely able to drag it out with Li Fuchen. He could see that Li Fuchen had executed a power burst secret technique. This secret technique had increased the consumption of Li Fuchen's power by dozens of times or close to 100 times. If this continued, Li Fuchen would definitely be exhausted first. But that was not his style. He, the Divine Lord of Light, wanted to defeat his opponent head-on. He opened his palm, and the Radiant Spirit orb floated up. Large amounts of radiant origin essence surged into the Divine Lord of Light's body. At the same time, the Divine Lord of Light's aura began to stabilize. Low-grade universe treasure? Li Fuchen frowned. His opponent had a low-class universe artifact that could increase combat strength, but he didn't. Radiant Divine Palm. The Radiance Divine Monarch cleaved at Li Fuchen. Boundless Sword Sea. Li Fuchen released the Sword Sea to protect himself. Crackle. The Sword Sea was torn apart, but the remnant palm force still slashed at Li Fuchen. Amazing. Li Fuchen's figure burst out. His Sword Sea horizon was equivalent to the fusion of a Sword Dao universe and a sword move. Yet, it was directly torn apart. A peak invincible body, refining Sovereign Lord? The Radiance Divine Monarch found out from the Darkness Divine Monarch that Li Fuchen was very resistant. Without a certain level of attack, Li Fuchen's defense wouldn't even be broken. Then let me see how long you can last. Great Radiance Divine Palm. The radiant palm force blasted on Li Fuchen's body in a frenzy. It felt as though 100 million stars were exploding at the same time. Incredible. It actually depleted 10% of my calamity power. Li Fuchen was still unharmed, but only he knew that during the attack earlier, 10% of his calamity power was depleted. His defense is so powerful. The Ice Fire Divine Monarch and the Darkness Divine Monarch had a change in expression. They knew clearly how powerful the Radiance Divine Monarch's attack was. In the starting ground, only the Primordial Strange Dragon would be able to resist the Radiance Divine Monarch's attack without any injuries. Boundless Radiance. The Radiance Divine Monarch's eyes were getting colder. He admitted that he had underestimated Li Fuchen, but it wasn't important. What was important was who would have the last laugh. When the palm strike was executed, the Radiance Divine Monarch turned into a light source. Boundless Radiance power was blasted at Li Fuchen. In normal situations, the burst of power would have peaks and troughs. It was just like the saying, when one reached the peak, one would decline. But with the Radiance Divine Monarch's boundless radiance, the burst of power would get stronger. If the burst of power was 1 at the start, it would soon reach 5, then 10, and was currently climbing towards 20. Of course, this move consumed a shocking amount of power too. If the burst of power was limitless, the Radiance Divine Monarch's power reserve would only last for a few days. It was obvious that the Radiance Divine Monarch was planning to use the boundless radiance power to exhaust Li Fuchen's power. Our divine race's power is comparable to the starry sky giant beasts. I don't believe that you can last much longer. The Radiance Divine Monarch was very confident in his power reserve. 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%. Li Fuchen's calamity power was drained like water and was quickly depleted by more than half. 5 Elemental Protection. Li Fuchen took out the 5 Elemental Absolute Heaven Rock and activated the Chaos 5 Elemental Source Essence. Immediately after, a 5-colored eggshell protected Li Fuchen. Low-class Universe Cardinal Artifact. The Radiance Divine Monarch frowned. It would make a huge difference if someone below the demigod realm had a Universe Cardinal Artifact or not. With a Universe Cardinal Artifact, the strength would increase by at least 1 level. For example, if a peak-level Invincible Emperor had a Universe Cardinal Artifact, his strength would be 1 level stronger than a peak-level Invincible Emperor. If a powerful peak-level Invincible Emperor had a Universe Cardinal Artifact, his strength would be comparable with or even slightly superior to a peak-level Invincible Emperor. Of course, the Universe Cardinal Artifact had to be a Universe Cardinal Artifact that could enhance the combat strength. If it was a support-type Universe Cardinal Artifact, it would be useless. Boom, boom, boom. When the boundless radiance power blasted on the 5-colored eggshell, it was slightly shaking. It was also a Universe Cardinal Artifact, but in the hands of the Turbid Water Ancestor and Li Fuchen, the effects of the 5 Elemental Absolute Heaven Rock were different. Li Fuchen's power was much more vigorous than the Turbid Water Ancestor. Therefore, he was able to activate more Chaos 5 Elemental Source Essences. This was when Li Fuchen was adept at Sword Dao power. If Li Fuchen was adept at one of the 5 elemental powers, the amount of Chaos 5 Elemental Source Essence will be increased by 10 times or even a few dozen times. Crackle. After a period of time, the 5-colored eggshell still shattered. The radiance power that the Radiance Divine Monarch burst out with was already at an extremely terrifying level. 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%. Bang! Li Fuchen was injured. Once the myriad calamity indestructible body was broken, wounds started to appear on Li Fuchen's body. The defense is broken. It is time for your death. The Radiance Divine Monarch sneered. I am counting on you. Li Fuchen didn't use his own power to repair his body. The Tree of Life automatically emitted vitality power to repair his body. Right now, the Tree of Life in Li Fuchen's body was already 10 million miles tall. A 10 million miles tall starry sky beast already contained terrifying vitality power. As compared to the starry sky beast, The vitality power contained in the Tree of Life was at least 100 or 1,000 times more than the Starry Sky Beast. Li Fuchen didn't think that the Radiant's Divine Monarch could exhaust the Tree of Life's vitality power. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 1 day, 1.5 days, the Radiant's Divine Monarch gradually felt that something was wrong. No matter how powerful Li Fuchen's power was, it should be exhausted by now. No matter how he looked at Li Fuchen's chi presence, it didn't seem to be weakening at all. He still has other universe artifacts, and they should be life-type universe artifacts. The Radiant's Divine Monarch had an unpleasant expression. Attack together. The Ice Fire Divine Monarch saw the Radiant's Divine Monarch's predicament and instantly pressed down with his Ice Fire Divine Domain. At the same moment, the Darkness Divine Monarch had also burst out with his Darkness Divine Domain. Under the pressure of the 3 divine domains, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao universe was compressed to a few dozen feet in size. Blaze Divine Domain. If the other 3 divine domains contain boundless pressure, then the Fire Virtue Divine Lord's Blazing Flame Divine Domain contained boundless destructive power. A single clash had caused Li Fuchen's Sword Dao universe to crumble and disintegrate. Blaze Kill Fist. Immediately after, a blazing fist blasted on Li Fuchen's body. Boom! Li Fuchen's chest was charred and his sternum was completely broken. He is definitely from the half-god domain. Furthermore, he must have fused a shard of a Fire Dao half-god artifact. Li Fuchen's face turned dark. The power of a casual fist had already surpassed the Radiant's Divine Monarch. Furthermore, the power was more concentrated and had more destructive power. It is fortunate that I have the high-class universe artifact, the Tree of Life. Li Fuchen rejoiced silently. If he didn't have the Tree of Life, he might have to expose the Chaos Fire Lotus. Divine Sword Shift. Li Fuchen tried to escape, but it was a pity that his Divine Sword Shift was useless under the pressure of the 4 divine domains. Am I going to continue wasting time like this? Li Fuchen wasn't too satisfied with the current situation. Sword Bone Fossil Shatter. Without a choice, Li Fuchen exploded a P-class artifact, the Sword Bone Fossil. In the next moment, a terrifying and surging Sword Dao source power surged into Li Fuchen's body, causing Li Fuchen's chi presence to rise steadily. Trying to break out? Dream on. Blaze Destruction Fist. The Fire Virtue Divine Monarch's body suddenly burst out with intense white flames as he blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. Boom, boom, boom. Even though Li Fuchen had exploded a Peak-class artifact, he was still at an absolute disadvantage against the Fire Virtue Divine Monarch. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. This won't do. The Peak-class artifact is useless. Li Fuchen didn't explode any more Peak-class Sword Dao artifacts, although he still had a few more. It seems like I have to expose the Chaos Fire Lotus. If Li Fuchen had to forcefully resist with the Tree of Life, he would still be able to resist. However, it would be the same as exposing a mid-class life-class universe cardinal artifact. It was no different from exposing the Chaos Fire Lotus. Furthermore, it wasn't his style to passively take a beating. Blaze. Once the Chaos Fire Lotus appeared, the Fire Virtue Divine Monarch and the others' divine domains were burning. Mid-class universe cardinal artifact, Chaos Fire Lotus? The Fire Virtue Divine Monarch's eyes burst out with astounding radiance. He cultivated the Fire Dao, and the Chaos Fire Lotus was only inferior to the Fire Dao half-divine artifact. With the Chaos Fire Lotus, his strength would increase by several times. By then, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the half-god region. After entering the divine battlefield, he would have a greater chance of obtaining a half-divine artifact. He was determined to obtain the Chaos Fire Lotus. How many universe artifacts does he have? The Darkness Divine Monarch and the others were flabbergasted. A peak-level invincible ruler who had 1 or 2 universe artifacts was already considered to be extremely wealthy. As of now, Li Fuchen had already exposed 3 universe artifacts. How could they not be shocked? Furthermore, one of the 3 universe artifacts was actually a mid-class universe artifact. Chapter 10:30. The primal chaos fire lotus is mine. Kill. Fire Virtue Divine Lord was overjoyed. He never expected that he would reap such a harvest after leaving the demigod domain. This was much more useful than obtaining the semi-divine artifact fragment. With the Chaos Fire Lotus, it was entirely possible for him to completely grasp the Tao of Chaos Fire. Only those who completely grasped the Chaos Realm could be called the strongest Emperor. Unfortunately, the number of the strongest sovereign emperors in the entire universe could be counted on one hand. They were much fewer than the number of demigods. This was because many demigods had yet to fully grasp the Chaos Realm. They only possessed demigod weapons and demigod powers. For example, if Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword art and primary extreme sword technique reached the perfection stage of Starfield Realm, then Li Fuchen would become the strongest ruler. No one below the half-god realm would be a match for Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen had a powerful universe artifact, he could even contest with a half-god. Good timing. Li Fuchen activated the Primal Chaos Fire Tao Source Essence within the Primal Chaos Flame Lotus. A flame lotus-shaped flame was blasted at the Fire Virtue Divine Lord. Bang! Fire Virtue God, Lord was sent flying. In terms of power, the power unleashed by the Chaotic Fire Lotus had already reached the level of the strongest Emperor, and there was a huge gap between the peak Invincible Emperor and the strongest Emperor. Generally speaking, even if a peak stage Invincible Imperial Lord had a low-level universe treasure to increase his combat power, his strength was only one level higher than a peak stage Invincible Imperial Lord. He had not reached the level of the strongest Imperial Lord. The Fire Virtue Divine Lord was at most 2 levels stronger than a peak Invincible Emperor, and he had not reached the level of the strongest Emperor. For example, if a peak Invincible Imperial Lord's combat power was 80, the strongest Imperial Lord's combat power would be 100, while the Light Divine Lord and Fire Divine Lord's combat power would be between 80 and 100. Attack him together. Seeing that the Fire Virtue Divine Lord wasn't a match, the Radiance Divine Lord and the others started to surround Li Fuchen. Fire Lotus Protection. Li Fuchen activated the Primal Chaos Fire Tao Source Essence and formed a Fire Lotus to protect himself. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks of the 4 of them landed on the Fire Lotus, but they did not even have the qualifications to cause it to tremble. As for exhausting the Primal Chaos Fire Lotus's energy, that was impossible. The energy contained in the Primal Chaos Fire Lotus was so vast that even 100 peak Invincible Sovereign Emperors could not compare to it. Damn it! Fire Virtue Divine Lord was agitated and furious. He was determined to obtain this Chaos Fire Lotus, but how to snatch it was a problem. Boom, 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 with the Primal Chaos Flame Lotus. Li Fuchen was like a nouveau riche as he frenziedly activated the power of the Primal Chaos Flame Lotus to blast at the 4 individuals. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After all, there was a limit to the strength of the 4 of them. Under the crazy bombardment of the Primal Chaos Fire Lotus, they were in a sorry state. You forced me to do this. Fire Virtue God, Lord's eyes were ablaze. A scarlet fragment was forced out his chest. This scarlet fragment contained an astonishing pressure. In terms of pure essence, it was much more terrifying than the Chaos Fire Lotus. A fragment of a semi-divine artifact. Li Fuchen was shocked. After all, a semi-divine artifact fragment was a part of a semi-divine artifact and had the characteristics of a semi-divine artifact. He did not know if the Chaos Fire Lotus could withstand it. Go! The Fire Virtue Divine Lord swung his hand and shot the Scarlet Shard at Li Fuchen. Puff! The Fire Lotus that was protecting Li Fuchen was penetrated. Immediately after, Li Fuchen's body was also penetrated. Li Fuchen reckoned that at least 100% of his strength had been destroyed. He wasn't a regular invincible ruler, but a peak-level invincible ruler. His strength was extremely vigorous, but in the face of the half-divine artifact fragment, 100% of his strength was still destroyed. Is this the power of a half-divine artifact fragment? Li Fuchen had lingering fear. Without the protection of the Chaos Fire Lotus, his strength would have been destroyed by at least 10%. Stacking of Fire Lotus. Li Fuchen activated the fire lotuses to protect himself. Go, go, go! The fire virtue divine lord activated the scarlet shard and attacked Li Fuchen repeatedly. Stop! Li Fuchen circulated the calamity power that had just recovered and gathered it in his palm before grabbing the scarlet shard. The scarlet shard was like a scarlet dragon that was squirming violently and trying to break free. Let go! The fire virtue divine lord was anxious. This fire Dao half-divine artifact fragment was something that he relied on to survive. Once he lost it, his strength would drop by several times, and he wouldn't even be comparable to the Radiance Divine Lord. In your dreams, Li Fuchen started to activate the Chaos Fire Lotus's power to erase the Fire Virtue Divine Lord's brand on the Scarlet Shard. Gradually, the Scarlet Shard's struggle got weaker. No, the Fire Virtue Divine Lord's eyes were wide open, and he was filled with regret. Finally, the Scarlet Shard stopped struggling and was stored into Li Fuchen's spatial ring. Primary Extreme Ruler, it is my fault. Please return this shard to me. The Fire Virtue Divine Lord spoke incoherently. Li Fuchen sneered. Do you think it is possible? Even if Li Fuchen was a fool, he knew that most of the Fire Virtue Divine Lord's strength came from the Half-Divine Artifact Shard. Without the Half-Divine Artifact Shard, the Fire Virtue Divine Lord's threat would be greatly reduced. Offending the divine race will consign you to eternal damnation. I advise you to reconsider. The Radiance Divine Lord said coldly. He truly didn't expect the situation to develop to this stage. According to his plan, even without the Fire Virtue Divine Lord, he was 90% confident in taking down Li Fuchen. Everything went wrong because Li Fuchen had too many Universe Cardinal artifacts. Primary Extreme Ruler, you don't even know how powerful the divine race is, let alone the Swordsman Guild. Even if a few of the major factions were to work together, they wouldn't be as powerful as the divine race. The Darkness Divine Lord warned. Is that so? Then I would really like to know how powerful the divine race is. Li Fuchen naturally knew how powerful the divine race was. On the Emperor Lord rankings, the divine race had 3 of the top 10 peak-level invincible emperors. Apart from that, it was said that the divine race accounted for 30% of the demigods in the universe. The Swordsman Guild only accounted for less than 10%. However, there were some things that wouldn't be resolved just by tolerating. It would only make others feel that they were easy to bully. Therefore, so what if it was the divine race? As long as the divine race's demigods didn't come, Li Fuchen wasn't afraid. Of course, Li Fuchen might be fearless, but he would still be fully prepared. If his Tree of Life could grow to the high-class Universe Cardinal artifact, he would be able to contest with demigods and wouldn't be defeated in a single clash. Stubborn fool. From today onwards, you will be my divine race's killing target. The Ice Fire Divine Lord spoke with a cold tone. After a few more days, the 4 of them weren't able to break Li Fuchen's Fire Lotus protection and were severely exhausting their energy. Fire Lotus Extermination. After using it for a period of time, Li Fuchen was getting more familiar with the Chaos Fire Lotus. He was already able to burst out with 3 times the primal Chaos Fire Dao Source Essence in a split second. In the void, a bundle of concentrated magma-like Fire Lotus was blasted at the Darkness Divine Lord. Bang! The Darkness Divine Lord's Darkness Divine Domain had been blasted apart, and half of his body was turned into magma. Damn it! The Darkness Divine Lord was so frightened that he retreated and didn't dare to approach Li Fuchen. Fire Lotus Dragon Dance. This time, Li Fuchen used 5 times the primal Chaos Fire Dao Source Essence at the Ice Fire Divine Lord. Boom! The Ice Fire Divine Lord wasn't in a better state than the Darkness Divine Lord. His body didn't have a lot of energy to begin with, and now, 20% of it was instantly destroyed. Fire Lotus Heaven Opening. Li Fuchen used 8 times the primal Chaos Fire Dao Source Essence and blasted it at the Light Divine Lord. This won't do. He is using more and more of the primal Chaos Fire Lotus energy. The 4 of them were constantly retreating, and each of them had severely exhausted their energy. If this carried on, they would definitely be killed by Li Fuchen. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The Fire Virtue Divine Lord was extremely irritable and was almost unable to control himself. Putting aside the fact that he didn't obtain anything, he had even lost a shard of the fire Tao half-divine artifact that he relied on for survival. It was a huge blow to him. Fire Lotus creation. 10 times the primal chaos fire Tao source essence turned into a giant fire lotus and enveloped the 4 of them. Let's go. The 4 of them didn't dare to forcefully resist anymore. After a combined attack, they left miserably. It is truly strenuous. It was rather strenuous for Li Fuchen to use the power of a mid-class universe artifact, especially at the later stages when he had to use even more of the primal chaos fire Tao source essence. But everything was worth it. On the Emperor Lord rankings, Li Fuchen was probably the only person that could repel the 4 divine lords of the divine race. If it was someone else like the Tai Chi sword ancestor or the 7 extinguishing saber ancestor, they would have died with a grudge. As for the exposure of the primal chaos fire lotus, it didn't matter. It was a dilemma, and there was always some risk in everything. As the distance to the Genesis Grand Hall got closer, Li Fuchen encountered more and more invincible emperors. When encountering invincible emperors that didn't have Genesis keys, Li Fuchen wouldn't bother about them. But when encountering invincible emperors with Genesis keys, Li Fuchen would use peaceful means before resorting to violence. If they were willing to exchange 3 peak-class artifacts, Li Fuchen would exchange. If they weren't willing, Li Fuchen would snatch them. Of course, Li Fuchen would only snatch the Genesis keys and wouldn't snatch personal wealth. After a few dozen years, Li Fuchen had a total of 7 Genesis keys. The value of 7 low-class universe artifacts was at least a few trillion peak-grade spirit stones. If it was more, it would easily be a few trillion or even 10 trillion. However, universe artifacts had always been priceless. The quoted price was just a conservative price. As for the exact price, it would depend on the transaction price. On this day, Li Fuchen finally saw the Genesis Grand Hall. The Genesis Grand Hall was emitting a boundless ancient Qi presence. It felt as though it had existed since the birth of the universe. The Genesis Grand Hall was made of stone, and Li Fuchen could see with a single glance that the material was actually the Genesis Ancient Stone. Any random piece of the Genesis Ancient Stone would be a P-class artifact and would be helpful to Earth Tao cultivators. The entire Genesis Grand Hall was constructed with the Genesis Ancient Stone, and its value was far superior to high-class universe artifacts. Not even 100 or 1,000 of them would be comparable. If there was a ranking of the most precious items in the universe, the Genesis Grand Hall would definitely be one of them. Such extravagance! Li Fuchen exclaimed. Before entering the Genesis Grand Hall, Li Fuchen felt his body sinking. The Genesis Grand Hall was emitting an ancient Qi presence, and a single wisp of it felt as though it could crush a star. Putting it aside, Li Fuchen couldn't sense the existence of the universe law and the universe source in the vicinity of the Genesis Grand Hall. It also meant to say that in the vicinity of the Genesis Grand Hall, it was impossible to replenish his strength and couldn't use the universe law to increase his combat strength. He could only rely on his own strength. I wonder how many more people are going to die. Li Fuchen lamented. There were too many places with harsh environments in the universe. For example, the dark void between astral domains, the high-grade dark void between astral wheels, the demonic horn-starry ocean, and the water god mausoleum. Under normal circumstances, most sovereign emperors would die in these places. Chapter 1031. As expected, once Li Fuchen entered the Genesis Hall, he felt that the Qi presence inside was 100 times heavier than the outside. The energy was constantly being consumed. Treasure River Ancestor. Li Fuchen immediately saw the Treasure River Ancestor, and the Treasure River Ancestor saw Li Fuchen too. Flee. The Treasure River Ancestor immediately chose to flee. The Treasure River Ancestor might not be ranked low on the Emperor rankings and was considered a formidable, invincible emperor, but he was far inferior to the 7th-ranked Li Fuchen. Such a powerful Genesis Key Qi presence. Could it be the Genesis Silver Key? Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. He had 7 Genesis Bronze keys and didn't have a single Genesis Silver Key. Swish! Li Fuchen chased after. Primary Extreme Emperor. Our star fields are adjacent to each other. Can you spare me this time? The Treasure River ancestor asked. Li Fuchen said, even if I spare you, you won't be able to keep the Genesis silver key. How about this? I am willing to use 2 Genesis bronze keys to exchange for your Genesis silver key. That is impossible. The Treasure River ancestor immediately refused. Then let's see what we can do. Before he arrived, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao universe had already enveloped the Treasure River ancestor. The Genesis Hall originally didn't have any universe law, but with the Sword Dao law's restriction, the Treasure River ancestor's speed was much slower. Sword Lock Universe. Making use of the opportunity, Li Fuchen executed the Sword Lock Universe to trap the Treasure River ancestor. Primary Extreme Emperor, don't go overboard. The Treasure River ancestor had a gloomy expression. Li Fuchen said, the Genesis ground is a place to fight for fated opportunities. It isn't considered going overboard. Li Fuchen wasn't a foolish and inflexible person. In the outside world, he could guarantee that he wouldn't violate others, but in the Genesis ground, he could only guarantee that he wouldn't take the initiative to kill others. He still had to snatch the treasures. 10,000 Treasure Sand River. The Treasure River ancestor's strength was secondary. His true trump card was a low-class universe cardinal treasure, the 10,000 Treasure Sand River. This low-class universe cardinal treasure was very compatible with him. When used together, he could even contest with a peak-level invincible emperor. Inside the Genesis Hall, the multicolored river protected the Treasure River ancestor and isolated him from the Sword Dao universe's pressure. Great treasure! Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. He could see that the 10,000 Treasure Sand River was a low-class universe cardinal treasure that had both offense and defense. Origin returning sword form. Li Fuchen activated his kill move and blasted at the 1,000 Treasure Sand River. Boom, boom, boom. The 1,000 Treasure Sand River was like countless grains of sand that were radiating with radiance. It also looked like a sparkling and translucent river. When Li Fuchen's attacks landed on it, they would be weakened layer by layer. Ultimately, it would only slightly affect the Treasure River ancestor. Emperor Yuanji, give up. With the myriad sand river, it's impossible for you to injure me. Treasured River Great Ancestor's expression was humble, but it actually contained a hint of mockery. Really? Li Fuchen activated the limitless sword body and burst out with 20 times the strength. Boom! This time, Li Fuchen split open the 1,000 Treasure Sand River and slashed at the Treasure River ancestor. However, the clothes that Treasured River Great Patriarch was wearing were clearly high-grade supreme armor. After absorbing most of the force, Treasured River Great Patriarch only coughed up a mouthful of blood. He actually broke through my myriad sand river. Treasure River Patriarch was taken aback. Boom, 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 boom. Li Fuchen slashed over 10,000 times at the Treasure River ancestor. Treasured River Great Ancestor's aura visibly weakened, but he was still far from death. Emperor Yuanji, why waste your time on me? I am not the only one with the Inception Key. Treasure River Great Ancestor was rather confident. After Li Fuchen's kill move was neutralized by the 1,000 Treasure Sand River and the Snow Feather Armor, the actual force that landed on his body wasn't much, let alone 10,000 swords. He could even withstand 1,000,000 swords. But Li Fuchen, who had executed 1,000,000 swords, definitely wouldn't feel good. Inside the Inception Hall, there was no way to replenish his strength. But you're the only one with the Inception Silver Key. Treasure River Great Ancestor. Witness the power of the Chaos Fire Lotus. Li Fuchen took out the Chaos Fire Lotus and activated the Primal Chaos Fire Dao Source Essence, launching a Fire Lotus at the Treasure River Great Ancestor. Rumble. The 1,000 Treasure Sand River exploded, and the Treasure River Great Ancestor's body was charred. Mid-class Universe Cardinal Treasure Chaos Fire Lotus. The Treasure River Great Ancestor was appalled and immediately panicked. With the Chaos Fire Lotus, Li Fuchen only needed 10,000 attacks to kill him. Fire Lotus Extermination. Fire Lotus Dragon Dance. Li Fuchen hadn't even executed the Fire Lotus Split. The Treasure River Great Ancestor was afraid. When facing the Fire Lotus Split, he would only be able to withstand over 1,000 attacks. Primary Extreme Emperor, I agree to exchange for 2 Inception bronze keys. The Treasure River great ancestor gritted his teeth and said, he swore that there would be a day when Li Fuchen would repay him 10 times. I've changed my mind. I will only exchange for 1 Inception bronze key. Don't go overboard. The Treasure River great ancestor yelled out angrily. After killing you, I don't even need to exchange for the Inception bronze key. Li Fuchen sneered. 1 Inception bronze key, 10 P-class artifacts. The Treasure River great ancestor still wanted a bargain, mainly because he wasn't willing. 1 Inception bronze key was worth 10 or dozens of Inception bronze keys. I have changed my mind again. 10 P-class artifacts. Li Fuchen gave the Treasure River great ancestor a chance, but the Treasure River great ancestor kept rejecting him. Then I would rather crush the spatial ring, and no one can obtain the Inception silver key. The Treasure River great ancestor threatened. Li Fuchen laughed and said, do you think I don't know? The Initiation Grand Hall is isolated from the outside world. Even if you crush the spatial ring, the items inside will only be exposed. They won't be scattered into the chaotic flow of time and space. The Initiation Grand Hall didn't even have the universe law or the universe source. It wasn't connected to the outside world at all. You, the Treasure River great ancestor, cursed 18 generations of Li Fuchen in his heart. 10 P-class artifacts it is then. The Treasure River great ancestor said, word by word. 3 P-class artifacts. Li Fuchen didn't like to bargain, but the Treasure River great ancestor wanted a bargain with him. Here, the Treasure River great ancestor finally understood Li Fuchen's personality. The more you bargain, the more Li Fuchen would lower the price. You should have done this earlier. After receiving the Inception silver key, Li Fuchen tossed 3 P-class artifacts to the Treasure River great ancestor. You can let me go now, right? The Treasure River great ancestor said expressionlessly. Please help yourself. Li Fuchen dispersed the Sword Dao universe and Sword Lock universe. Primordial Emperor, I will definitely repay you for today's humiliation in the future. After walking to the entrance of the Initiation Grand Hall, the Treasure River great ancestor turned around and looked at Li Fuchen with resentment. You are welcome to take revenge anytime, but if we meet again, I will kill you. Li Fuchen wouldn't put the Treasure River great ancestor's ruthless words to heart. The Initiation Grand Hall was massive. It might be called a Grand Hall, but it was actually like a palace. There was a front hall, side halls, and all sorts of Grand Halls. Li Fuchen didn't know which Grand Hall or how many Grand Halls store the universe treasures. In the front hall, a group of figures skimmed in. Among them were the members of the 9 great factions. Did you hear? The Primordial Emperor has 7 Initiation bronze keys and 1 Initiation silver key. That's right, I know too. You might be lying. It shouldn't be fake. Besides, whether it's fake or not, we'll know once we get close to him. The 9 great factions had obtained 1 or 2 Initiation bronze keys and could sense the chi presences of the other Initiation keys. Let's go and chase after the Primordial Emperor. He alone isn't worthy to have so many Initiation keys. There are only 3 Grand Halls in the Initiation Grand Hall that store the universe treasures. Let's go there and stop him. No one was afraid of Li Fuchen. So what if Li Fuchen was ranked 7th on the Emperor rankings? Among them, there were plenty of top-ranked experts. If they worked together, no one would be able to stop them. The Primordial Emperor has 8 Initiation keys, and one of them is the Initiation Silver Key. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor and the others who entered the Initiation Grand Hall were shocked. They worked so hard and only obtained 1 Initiation Bronze Key. The news seems to be from the Treasure River Ancestor. Beside the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor, an invincible emperor from the Swordsman Guild said, "No matter what, the Primordial Emperor belongs to our Swordsman Guild. Let's contact the Saber Union in the dark and see if we can resolve the Primordial Emperor's crisis." To be honest, if the Swordsman Guild wanted to stop so many people, it would be courting death. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor couldn't even protect himself and had to ally with other forces. If it really doesn't work, let's ask the primordial emperor to give up a portion of the initiation keys. That's right, it is better not to offend everyone. Having too many initiation keys is also a disaster. Outside the initiation grand hall, right now, almost everyone knows about your information. I want to see how you're going to survive. The Treasure River Ancestor sneered. If he, the Treasure River Ancestor, couldn't obtain it, no one else could. Let's search again and see if I can find the initiation keys. Most of the initiation keys might be scattered across the universe, but there were plenty of initiation keys scattered in the starting ground. If one was lucky, they might be able to find an initiation silver key. From far away, Li Fuchen saw a grand hall, and the signboard of the hall had the words Cardinal Treasure Bronze Hall. It seems like this Cardinal Treasure Bronze Hall stores a low-class universe cardinal treasure. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up as he walked in. The Cardinal Treasure Bronze Hall was filled with densely packed rooms. All of the rooms were identical, and there was no difference. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen walked towards the room that was closest to him. Li Fuchen took out an initiation bronze key and inserted it into the room's keyhole. Crackle. When the initiation bronze key entered, the room's door opened too. There was a stone platform inside, and there was a gray seal on the stone platform. Li Fuchen beckoned, and the gray seal flew over. Thick earth stone seal. The moment Li Fuchen held the gray seal, he immediately knew the name of the seal. This was a low-class Earth Tao universe cardinal treasure. It contained a vigorous primal Earth Tao source essence. As for its function, Li Fuchen had to slowly research it. After opening the door of the second room, Li Fuchen obtained a ball of water. This ball of water was called the Chaos True Water, and it was a low-class water Tao universe cardinal treasure. As for the third room, there was a piece of wood that was stained with traces of blood. What of the world? Li Fuchen was surprised. This was actually a shard of the World Tree. Could this Genesis Hall have the function to automatically collect universe cardinal treasures? After all, when the World Tree shattered, the Genesis Hall had already existed for a long time. Great item. The Tree of Life just happened to be lacking treasures that contain vitality. With this low-class universe cardinal treasure, it was unknown how much more the Tree of Life could grow. In the fourth room, there was a black pearl. This is the spirit pearl of darkness. It is perfect for the werewolf incarnation. The spirit pearl of darkness contained the primal darkness source essence and was perfect for the werewolf incarnation. Chapter 1032. The fifth room had the jade scepter, the sixth room had the chaos thunder crystal, and the seventh room had a sword bone crystal. Low-class universe treasures are indeed worthy of being low-class universe treasures. Each of them is extraordinary. The 7 low-class universe treasures were the thick earth stone seal, chaos true water, world wood, darkness spirit pearl, jade scepter, chaos thunder crystal, and the sword bone crystal. With this sword bone crystal, my primary extreme sword technique should be able to break through to the late-stage starfield realm in a much shorter time. Supreme Sword Bone Fossil, and Sword Bone Crystal were all related. When a heavenly monarch's cultivation technique reached the supreme level, the sword bone in his body would transform into a supreme sword bone, and after countless years, the supreme sword bone would transform into a sword bone fossil. Of course, only a supreme sword bone of grade 3 or above could transform into a sword bone fossil, and then the sword bone fossil would transform into a sword bone crystal. Generally speaking, only a perfected supreme sword bone would transform into a perfected sword bone fossil, and only a perfected sword bone fossil would transform into a sword bone crystal. In simpler terms, the previous form of the sword bone crystal was the transformation of the strongest supreme sword bone from the strongest sword Tao emperor. The sword bone crystal didn't just contain endless sword Tao profundities. It also contained vigorous sword Tao source essence. With Li Fuchen's perception, he just needed to use it as a reference to break through the primary extreme sword technique to the next level. After all, the sword bone crystal wasn't something a supreme sword bone could compare with. No matter how many supreme sword bones there were, they wouldn't be comparable to a single sword bone crystal. I wonder if the Tree of Life can devour the vitality of the world wood. Li Fuchen released his sword energy, and a palm-sized tree of life appeared. Of course, it might look palm-sized from the outside, but it was actually 10 million miles tall. The world might only be the size of section, but it was actually a few 100 million miles long and was even bigger than the Tree of Life. As the world would approach the Tree of Life, a horrific vitality surged into the Tree of Life from the world would. 15 million miles, 20 million miles, 30 million miles, 40 million miles, 50 million miles. When the Tree of Life was 100 million miles tall, the vitality of the world was completely devoured. The vitality contained in the Tree of Life was at an extremely shocking level. Li Fuchen believed that even if his vitality was increased by 1,000 times, it wouldn't be comparable to the Tree of Life. It was hard to imagine that when the Tree of Life grew to the pinnacle, it contained terrifying vitality. Li Fuchen had sharp eyes and saw a fruit embryo on the branch of the Tree of Life. Could it be that the Tree of Life can bear fruits of life in the same way that the world tree can bear world fruits? Li Fuchen revealed a smile. This was undoubtedly a good sign. Even if a fruit of life contained less than a 10,000th of a Tree of Life's life force, it was still many times more than an invincible sovereign emperor's life force. With a fruit of life, one would undoubtedly have many more lives. Of course, it was still too early to talk about it now. The fruit of life was still in its embryonic stage. It was unknown how long it would take for it to mature, unless Li Fuchen obtained another low-class universe artifact that contained vitality. The world tree's life force is gone, but the world laws on it are still there. I can properly study it. Li Fuchen kept the world tree and walked out of the Cardinal Treasure Copper Hall. It's Empyrean Emperor Primal Twin. He has at least 7 universe treasures on him. Kill. Outside the Cardinal Treasure Copper Hall, a large group of people were guarding. When they saw Li Fuchen, they immediately made a move. Boom, 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 boom. When facing so many attacks, the only thing Li Fuchen could do was to resist. However, he didn't foolishly use the myriad calamity immortal body to resist. Around his body, 5 low-class universe treasures floated up. They were the 5 elemental heaven absolute rock, thick earth stone seal, chaos true water, darkness spirit pearl, and jade scepter. In an instant, 5 layers of protection protected Li Fuchen. They were the 5 elemental heaven absolute rocks, 5-colored eggshell, the thick earth stone seals, translucent stone seal, the chaos true water's water barrier, the darkness spirit pearl's black light barrier, and the jade scepter's jade radiance. Since these people knew that he had plenty of universe treasures, he didn't mind exposing them. In addition, although his 10,000 tribulations indestructible body could endure for a while, and with the Tree of Life, his life force wouldn't be exhausted. However, under the continuous attacks of his opponent, the strength in his body would still be destroyed. Once his strength was destroyed, it would be difficult to replenish it. The Tree of Life could only replenish his life force and heal his injuries, but it couldn't restore his strength. With the protection of the 5 low-class universe treasures, Li Fuchen wasn't injured at all. Boundless Sword Body, activate. After activating the Boundless Sword Body, Li Fuchen's strength burst out by 20 times. Immediately after, Li Fuchen took out the Sword Bone Crystal and activated the Sword Dao Source Essence to fuse with his body. In an instant, Li Fuchen's strength became even stronger than the Radiant's Divine Lord as he brandished his sword. Bang, bang, bang. A group of people were sent flying by the sword chi. What? So much of my energy has been depleted? Those who were struck by the sword chi were appalled. Li Fuchen didn't care and brandished the primary extreme sword to kill in all directions. If you want to snatch my universe treasures, then use your strength to do it. Without strength, death is the only outcome. After a few dozen sword slashes, a few of the invincible rulers were forcefully annihilated by Li Fuchen's sword chi. Of course, those that died were all regular invincible rulers. Powerful invincible rulers wouldn't die so easily. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen's 5 layers of protection had been destroyed, but he still had the myriad calamity indestructible body. As for the people that surrounded him, The normal invincible emperors suffered heavy casualties, while a few formidable invincible emperors had perished too. He is too powerful, and he has so many universe treasures. How are we going to fight? The more they fought, the more despair they felt. Li Fuchen was just like a tortoise shell. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't break through. However, Li Fuchen's attacks were abnormally ferocious. Apart from a few people who could barely withstand one or two moves, the rest couldn't even withstand a single move. They would be sent flying, and if the battle dragged on, they would die. Tai Chi Sword Ancestor, it seems like he doesn't need our help anymore. From afar, the members of the Saber Union and the Swordsman Guild were rushing over. When they saw this scene, they looked at each other, and the 7 Extermination Saber Ancestor smiled bitterly. We have underestimated him. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor felt that he was getting old. Although he had an eternal lifespan and wouldn't age, he was still young. After another 15 minutes, the people surrounding Li Fuchen couldn't take it anymore and scattered in all directions. A bunch of trash. It is time for us to make a move. The invincible emperors that died were all invincible emperors from other factions. The 9 great factions didn't suffer any casualties. Furthermore, the 9 great factions still had peak-level invincible emperors that didn't make a move and had been watching from the side. The first to make a move was the Dark Parliament's Sovereign of Destruction. Previously, Li Fuchen had helped the Saber Union to deal with the Dark Parliament and caused them to suffer great losses. The two of them had already formed a grudge, and it was natural that he would be the first to make a move. The Trial Eyes Judgment Cult Master was next, followed by the Battle God Pagoda's Heaven Reverse Battle Ancestor, Myriad Demonic Palace's Golden Dragon Ancestor, and Star Alliance's Chaos Ancestor. Putting aside the Sovereign of Destruction and the Trial Cult Master, the Battle God Pagoda's Heaven Reverse Battle Ancestor was a peak-level invincible emperor of the Titan race. In terms of combat strength, the Titan race was only inferior to the Divine race. As for the Myriad Demonic Palace's Golden Dragon Ancestor, he was the strongest golden dragon among the dragon race. Be it defense or vitality, he was extremely fearsome and wasn't inferior to the Heaven Reverse Battle Ancestor. In fact, his vitality was much stronger than the Heaven Reverse Battle Ancestor. Finally, the Chaos Ancestor was the Space Giant Beast. In fact, when the Space Giant Beasts reached a certain level, they would also possess high intelligence. These highly intelligent space giant beasts would automatically form an alliance and form the Star Alliance to contest against the other major factions. If 5 peak-level invincible emperors worked together, it would be enough to make any peak-level invincible emperor suffer. In their eyes, Li Fuchen was already a dead man. Chapter 1033. When facing 5 peak-level invincible emperors, Li Fuchen was instantly at a disadvantage. These peak-level invincible emperors basically had low-class universe artifacts. They wouldn't be inferior to Li Fuchen in a one-on-one fight, let alone 5. It seems like I still have to expose the Chaos Fire Lotus. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of anything anymore. A mid-class universe artifact would indeed bring him trouble, but he had to resolve the problem in front of him first. Li Fuchen took out the Chaos Fire Lotus and used it to protect Li Fuchen. Bang, bang, bang. When the 5 attacks landed on the Chaos Fire Lotus, the Chaos Fire Lotus only shook a little. Mid-class universe artifact? The 5 were shocked, the spectators were shocked, the Swordsman Guild and the Saber Union were also shocked. They were certain that Li Fuchen had yet to head to the Cardinal Treasure Silver Hall. It also meant that Li Fuchen had already obtained a mid-class universe artifact. He probably obtained it from the Chaos Ruins. Only a few places like the Chaos Ruins had the Chaos Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus Dragon Dance. A fire dragon charged at the 5 while carrying layers of fire lotuses. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 were sent flying. Fire Lotus Sky Split. None of them vomited blood and didn't even have the strength to retaliate. Fire Lotus World Creation. A huge Fire Lotus appeared, suppressing the 5 of them. PFFF, 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 PFFF. The 5's power was being destroyed in a frenzy. Is this the power of a mid-class universe artifact? Everyone was stunned. These were 5 peak-level invincible emperors, and all of them possessed low-class universe artifacts. But in the face of the mid-class universe artifact, the Chaos Fire Lotus, they didn't even have the strength to resist and were immediately crushed. If the calamity power in the Chaos Fire Lotus wasn't absorbed, I wonder how powerful the Chaos Fire Lotus would be. Li Fuchen could vaguely feel that after absorbing the calamity power of the Chaos Fire Lotus, it would affect the Chaos Fire Lotus, but he didn't know how much it affected. Fire Lotus World Creation, Fire Lotus World Creation, Fire Lotus World Creation. Li Fuchen didn't have any control over the primal chaos blazing flame origin essence in the Chaos Fire Lotus. Since the mid-class universe artifact's origin essence was abundant enough, in normal situations, he didn't have to worry about exhausting the origin essence. Damn it, the 5 of them were completely suppressed. With the Chaos Flame Lotus, Li Fuchen was already close to a demigod to them. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen wasn't a peak-stage invincible ruler that cultivated the Fire Tao. Otherwise, with the Chaos Flame Lotus, he would be comparable with regular demigods. What do we do? Heaven Reverse Battle Ancestor and Golden Dragon Ancestor had always been proud and arrogant. Right now, all they felt was anger. A mid-grade universe treasure can only be used against it. Among the 5 of them, the primal Chaos Ancestor beast might not be the strongest. However, its life force and power were the most vigorous. Even so, under the suppression of the primal Chaos Flame Lotus, it was finding it hard to hold on. It's not impossible to deal with Imperial Lord Yuanji. The Sovereign of Destruction's face was grim. What is it? The Judgment Cult leader and the other 3 looked at the Sovereign King of Destruction. Ask those people from the demigod domain to return, or ask the demigods to return. The Sovereign King of Destruction said, "This." The 4 of them were silent. After thinking about it, this was indeed the only way. Otherwise, no matter how many people they worked together, they wouldn't be a match for Li Fuchen. A mid-class universe artifact was too terrifying. It is impossible for the demigods to return easily, but there is still hope to ask those people from the demigod domain to return. The demigod domain was close to the battlefield of gods, and there were shards of half-god artifacts there. Although it was also a half-god artifact shard, there was a huge difference in power. For example, a small half-god artifact shard would only be able to increase your strength by 1 or 2 levels. But if it was a large half-god artifact shard, or even the main body of the half-god artifact, it would be able to increase your strength to the strongest ruler or even close to the demigod domain. Fire Lotus World Creation. In the face of the primal Chaos Flame Lotus, the 5 of them were simply ants and elephants. It was fortunate that the 5 of them had abundant power reserves. If it was an invincible ruler, they would have already been obliterated. Retreat. The 5 of them scattered in all directions and had unpleasant expressions. Before this, they were still saying that the others were trash. Right now, they were no different from trash. Of course, they couldn't be blamed. Everyone knew that Li Fuchen had a mid-class universe treasure, the Primal Chaos Flame Lotus. If they had the Primal Chaos Flame Lotus, they would also be able to slaughter everyone. Haha, everyone, I shall not accompany you anymore. Li Fuchen was very carefree. So what if the Primal Chaos Flame Lotus was exposed? No one could do anything to him. It could be said that with the Primal Chaos Flame Lotus, be it group battles or individual battles, Li Fuchen was invincible. The Cardinal Treasure Silver Hall wasn't too far away from the Cardinal Treasure Copper Hall. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen arrived at the Cardinal Treasure Silver Hall. There's only one starter silver key. I can only rely on luck. The starter silver key was too rare and might not even appear in 100 million years. After all, in terms of value, a mid-class universe treasure wasn't inferior to a half-god artifact. However, it wasn't able to transform the wielder's power into half-god power. As for the starter silver key, it was even more rare to see one in 10 billion years. The value of a high-class universe treasure wasn't inferior to a half-god artifact, and was only slightly inferior to some of the top-notch half-god artifacts. Most importantly, even if one became a half-god, a high-class universe treasure would still be extremely useful to a half-god. For example, if a demigod had the Tree of Life, when fighting against other demigods or a group of demigods, they would be able to last for a long time and could even turn the tables. It could be said that a mid-class universe treasure wouldn't attract demigods, but a high-class universe treasure would definitely attract demigods to contest for it. This room shall be it. Arriving in front of a room, Li Fuchen inserted the starter silver key. Crackle. The starter silver key sank into it and vanished. The room responded with a click. This is? On the stone platform in the center of the room, there was an irregular stone rod that was 3 feet long. There were natural patterns on the stone rod, and it gave off a simple and primitive feeling. Li Fuchen reached out to grab the stone rod. It's so heavy. Li Fuchen's expression changed. As he didn't use too much strength, he actually couldn't lift the stone rod. Li Fuchen only lifted the stone rod after using 70% of his strength. This is too heavy. Li Fuchen believed that he wouldn't be able to wield the stone rod for a long time. It was just like a teenage youth. If you asked him to wield a saber or a spear, he would definitely struggle. Just as Li Fuchen expected, this stone rod was a mid-class Earth Tao universe treasure. It was called the Chaos Stone Essence, and it contained a vast and vigorous Chaos Earth Tao source essence. Because I absorbed the tribulation power of the primal Chaos Fire Lotus, it can't be considered a complete mid-grade universal treasure. In the end, it still has flaws. This Chaos Gem essence is different. With it, my offensive power can reach another level. Of course, Li Fuchen felt it was a pity that he didn't obtain a mid-class Sword Tao universe treasure. If he had a mid-class Sword Tao universe treasure, his attack power wouldn't just increase by 1 level. Below the demigod realm, no one would be able to withstand more than a few attacks from him. Killing peak-level invincible emperors would be no different from slaughtering chickens. However, Li Fuchen knew clearly that Sword Tao universe treasures had always been rare. It was already extremely fortunate to be able to obtain a low-class Sword Tao universe treasure, the Sword Bone Crystal. Chapter 1034. I stayed in the Provincial People's Hospital for 10 days, and the general cause of my diarrhea was found. It should be an immune disease. If I want to continue the investigation, I will have to transfer to the Department of Rheumatology and Immunology. I plan to go there in 10 days. I will recuperate at home first. Currently, my diarrhea is not cured, and I will take hormone treatment every day. If nothing unexpected happens, I will have to deal with hormones in the future. As for writing, I will see how it goes. I am seriously lacking in nutrition, and my weight is still more than 80 kilograms. If I don't rest well, I'm afraid I won't get better. I apologize to everyone here. Chapter 1035. After leaving the Cardinal Treasure Silver Hall, Li Fuchen walked out of the Initiation Great Hall and planned to try his luck outside. Li Fuchen's luck was extremely good. In just a few years, he didn't just find over a dozen P-class artifacts. He even found 2 Genesis bronze keys. At this moment, it was crucial if one was favored by the universe. Be it the starting ground or the dangerous ruins, those favored by the universe would definitely have the best luck. They would be able to find a pile of artifacts with ease. Those that weren't favored by the universe might not be able to have a great harvest even after 10 explorations. Furthermore, the mortality rate was extremely high and the ability to turn calamities into blessings was rather weak. It wasn't important if Li Fuchen was the son of the universe. What was important was that his luck had always been extremely good. Bang! After shattering a stone pillar, a silver light was absorbed by Li Fuchen. I didn't think that the stone pillar would also hide a Genesis key. Furthermore, it is a Genesis silver key. Regular people wouldn't be able to think that the stone pillar would have a Genesis key. Even if they knew that the stone pillar had a Genesis key, they wouldn't be able to confirm which one it was. It was mainly because the materials in the starting ground couldn't be detected with spiritual awareness. Li Fuchen didn't know if Soul Tao cultivators could use their spirit soul power to detect. He only knew that he could use his spirit soul power to detect. It seems like any material in the starting ground has a possibility of having an artifact. Li Fuchen released his spirit soul power to a more comfortable level and flew around. The starting ground was too huge. Li Fuqian only searched in the core area, which was the large area around the initiation Great Hall. In less than 10 years, Li Fuqian found a total of 8 primordial bronze keys and 1 primordial silver key. Right now, Li Fuqian had 10 Genesis bronze keys and 2 Genesis silver keys. The starting ground is simply a treasure land that is tailor-made for me. Li Fuqian was overwhelmed with emotions. If the golden amulet didn't enhance his spirit soul, even if he was the son of the universe, he wouldn't be able to find so many Genesis keys. It would already be great if he could find 10%. There is still a period of time before the starting ground closes. I shall head to the Cardinal Treasure Hall first. Putting aside the 10 low-class universe treasures, there were 2 mid-class universe treasures. They were the Greenwood Gourd and the World Heart. The Greenwood Gourd looked ordinary, just like an ordinary gourd that had just been plucked from the gourd vine. But when Li Fuqian's spirit soul force entered the Greenwood Gourd, he could feel the boundless primal chaos life source essence. Just like the Tree of Life, the Azurewood Gourd is a pure life treasure. Treasures that contained life didn't necessarily contain the quintessence of primal chaos life. Everything was connected. For example, the World Tree contained the quintessence of the primal chaos world, and the quintessence of the primal chaos world contained a portion of the quintessence of life. Li Fuqian was certain that if the Tree of Life devoured the primal chaos life source essence from the Greenwood Gourd, it would definitely grow rapidly. It would be more effective than devouring 100 pieces of worldwood. But it was like drinking poison to quench one's thirst. The Greenwood Gourd was a mid-class universe cardinal artifact, and it definitely had a special function. Developing its special function was the most important thing. As for the Heart of the Realm, it was extremely mystical, 100 or even 1,000 times more mystical than the world fruit. It was actually a small-scale world, and the world laws inside were very complete and clear. Li Fuqian realized that he could enter the Heart of the Realm and accelerate time by 100 times. He was a peak-tier invincible ruler, and if he could accelerate time by 100 times for a peak-tier invincible ruler, it meant a lot. No wonder it is the Heart of the Realm. I wonder how mystical the higher-tiered heart of the plane is. After keeping the Heart of the Realm, Li Fuqian scanned the surroundings and looked up at the sky. I have yet to scout the sky. Li Fuqian soared into the sky and flew higher. The sky of the starting ground was primal chaos and dusky. The higher one flew, the greater the pressure. Normally, a regular invincible ruler would only be able to fly to 1,000 meters. Powerful invincible rulers will be able to fly to 2,000 meters, while peak-tier invincible rulers will be able to fly to 5,000 meters. 4,500 meters, 5,000 meters, 5,500 meters, 6,000 meters. At 6,000 meters, Li Fuqian felt a tendency to fall. He burst out with the boundless sword body, and the tendency to fall disappeared. 6,500 meters, 7,000 meters, 7,500 meters. This height was already very terrifying. The pressure was enough to crush a regular invincible ruler's body. 8,000 meters, 8,500 meters. Li Fuqian felt the sensation of falling again. But right now, he didn't have any excess energy. He was like a fish going against the current and was powerless to go against the current. It is still not enough. Li Fuqian guided the Sword Dao source essence from the sword bone crystal and used it to enhance himself. 8,800 meters, 9,000 meters, 9,100 meters, 9,150 meters. The closer he was to the 10,000 meters, the greater the pressure. If Li Fuqian didn't have the myriad calamity indestructible body, his body would have been crushed. 9,200 meters, 9,250 meters, 9,300 meters. At this moment, Li Fuqian's energy reserves weren't the only thing that was rapidly depleting. Even the Sword Dao source essence from the sword bone crystal was rapidly depleting. As compared to the battle, the consumption rate was at least 100 or 1,000 times faster. 9,350 meters. 9,400 meters. There was still plenty of Sword Dao source essence in the sword bone crystal, but it was impossible to burst out all at once. Li Fuchen could only guide it to the maximum limit, but he still wasn't able to keep up. "It is your turn." Li Fuchen took out another item. It was a crude iron sword, or rather, an object that looked like an iron sword. However, if one took a closer look, they would realize that this iron sword object wasn't forged with metal, but a special plant. The Clear Sky Sword was a low-class universe cardinal artifact. Its value was even higher than the sword bone crystal. After guiding the sword Dao source essence from the Clear Sky Sword wood, Li Fuchen's body rose rapidly and finally broke through the 10,000 meters altitude. If the ground of beginning sky below 10,000 meters was dusky and chaotic, then the ground of beginning sky above 10,000 meters was clear, clean, and empty. Flying 10,000 meters in the sky, Li Fuchen finally found a giant rock. The surface of the giant rock had ancient patterns, and it was floating in the sky. It would vanish from time to time and suddenly appear from time to time. It felt as though there was an imaginary world inside. If Li Fuchen didn't have powerful spirit soul power, he probably wouldn't be able to lock onto the giant rock. Open. After activating the sword bone crystal and the sword Dao source essence from the Clear Sky Swordwood, Li Fuchen slashed at the giant rock. Clang! The surface of the giant rock was scattered, and there was a sword mark. Such toughness! Li Fuchen felt his arm was a little numb. After keeping the sword bone crystal and the Clear Sky Swordwood, Li Fuchen took out the Chaos Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus Dragon Dance. Li Fuchen released a fire dragon at the giant rock. Crackle. The giant rock was split open. Starter Golden Key. Li Fuchen took a deep cold breath. Inside the shattered giant rock, there was a golden starter key that was floating there. At the same moment, there were thousands of golden lights that were emitting like a golden sun. The light illuminated the entire core of the ground of beginning, and everyone below could see this golden light. Heavens, it is the starter golden key. The starter golden key is rarely seen in a billion years. Every time it appears, it will cause an endless reign of terror. I wonder who obtained the starter golden key. No matter who obtained it, that person will be in trouble. A high-class universe artifact is able to attract the attention of demigods. A man's wealth is his own ruin. In everyone's opinion, obtaining the starter golden key was both a good and a bad thing. The good thing was that if one could secure a high-class universe artifact, it would allow one to save billions of years of hard work. If one encountered a weaker demigod, they would be able to contest. Furthermore, with a high-class universe artifact, it would be much easier to contest for half-divine artifacts. The bad thing was that apart from a minority of demigods, most of the demigods coveted high-class universe artifacts. If they knew that someone had a high-class universe artifact, they would definitely make a move to snatch it. Starter Golden Key. The various super factions were extremely envious. If they could obtain a high-class universe artifact and offer it to their demigod, it would definitely be a great contribution. In the future, if they had extra half-divine artifacts, they would definitely be rewarded. Even if it wasn't enough, they would at least be able to obtain some half-divine artifact shards. Come, let's guard the Cardinal Treasure Golden Hall. Everyone wanted to know who obtained the Starter Golden Key. The Starter Golden Key is rarely seen in a billion years. My Tree of Life might be a high-class universe artifact, but it has yet to mature. It is far inferior to a high-class universe artifact. Even though Li Fuchen's heart was calm, he was still rather excited. This was a high-class universe artifact. Thinking about it, there were only a few high-class universe artifacts in the universe. According to the records, the number of high-class universe artifacts that had appeared was less than 5. For example, the Tree of Life, the World Tree, the Heart of the Plane, and the Universe Spirit Sphere. Putting aside the Tree of Life, Li Fuchen already possessed it, although it wasn't mature yet. The World Tree, on the other hand, had been destroyed countless years ago, and all that was left were fragments. The Heart of the Plane was the key to nurturing a plane and was protected by the universe. Even a demigod would have a hard time finding a Heart of the Plane, unless the universe had a huge change and the order was in chaos. The most mysterious and mystical item was the Universe Spirit Sphere. It was said that the universe spirit sphere contained the origin essence of the universe and a myriad of great Taoists. With the universe spirit sphere, one's strength would change every day. A few days ago, one might be a city lord-class heaven monarch, but after a few days, one would already be an emperor. Could it be the heart of the plane or the universe spirit sphere? Li Fuqian guessed in his heart. Soon enough, Li Fuqian arrived at the entrance of the Cardinal Treasure Golden Hall. It is the primary extreme emperor. Damn it, all the benefits are taken by him. After we get out, quickly report that the primary extreme emperor obtained a high-grade universe cardinal artifact. If a demigod wants to exit the half-god region, the price is extremely high. It is countless times higher than an emperor. But a high-grade universe cardinal artifact will definitely attract some demigods back. Seeing that it was Li Fuqian, everyone's eyes were burning with anger. Even the Swordsman Guild's first ultimate sword ancestor, first bright sword ancestor, and the others were rather jealous. They also wanted to become a demigod, but it was too difficult. If they relied on themselves, unless they had heaven-defying luck and terrifying strength, they would definitely die. But if they had the help of a demigod, it would be much easier to become a demigod. According to what the first ultimate sword ancestor knew, a certain demigod in the Swordsman Guild had 2 half-divine artifacts. Perhaps they could use a high-grade universe cardinal artifact to exchange for a half-divine artifact. Of course, the prerequisite was to have a high-grade universe cardinal artifact. It seems like the primary extreme emperor is a true son of the universe. Most likely, as compared to him, the other sons of the universe are simply illegitimate children. There is no comparison. It is a pity that it isn't that easy to protect a high-grade universe cardinal artifact. Report it. We can't let the other super factions' demigods benefit from it. Chapter 1036. Li Fuqian didn't mind being found out that he had the primordial key. Every time the primordial key appeared, it would automatically emit a sound. There was no way to hide it. Moreover, once he obtained a high-grade universe supreme treasure, he would even have some confidence in fighting a demigod. Taking a step back, even if he couldn't win, he could still retreat to the deep blue plane. No matter how strong a demigod was, he wouldn't be able to force his way into another plane. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuqian entered the Cardinal Treasure Golden Hall. There were only 10 rooms in the Supreme Treasure Golden Palace. Li Fuqian inserted the initial key into the keyhole of one of the rooms. Kacha! The initial key disappeared, and the door opened. On the stone table in the middle of the room, there was an ancient bracelet that seemed to be made of gold and stone. When looking at this simple and unadorned bracelet, Li Fuqian felt as though he was looking at the history of the universe and even the origin of the universe. What high-tier universe treasure is this? Li Fuqian reached out and grabbed the simple bracelet. Original bracelet. The name of the ancient bracelet appeared in Li Fuqian's mind. In the next moment, Li Fuqian roughly knew what was special about the origin bracelet. The original bracelet was one of the first objects born in the universe. It looked like a bracelet, but actually it was just its name. It was like a stick. It could not only hit people, but it could also be used to move heavy objects. It could also be used as a crutch. Its functions were not endless, but it would not be limited. What a terrifying original power. Li Fuqian felt that the primordial beginning bracelet's power was inherently stronger than the World Tree. The World Tree might be a mid-class universal artifact, but its essence was the same as the high-class universal artifact, the World Tree. Of course, this did not mean that the premier bracelet was more mysterious than the Tree of World. It was probably because they were of different species, and their forms of power had their own advantages and disadvantages. The origin bracelet is better at fighting, and the Tree of World is more supportive, just like the Tree of Life. Li Fuqian thought in his heart. Keeping the primordial bracelet, Li Fuqian walked out of the Cardinal Treasure Golden Hall. Rumble. The starting ground suddenly trembled. Endless primal chaos descended from the sky as if it wanted to devour the entire starting ground. The starting ground is about to close. Many people had seen such a situation before, so they did not panic. As the chaos enveloped everyone, including Li Fuqian, everyone was teleported out of the starting ground. Congratulations, UNG Sovereign. The Taiji sword master, the Yuanming sword master, and the others walked over. I was just lucky. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. Only you have this kind of luck. Do you know that a high-grade universe treasure can be exchanged for a demigod weapon? Of course, I hope that you can exchange this high-grade universe treasure with a demigod of the Swordsman Guild. Any high-grade universe treasure was a killing weapon. It would not benefit the Swordsman Guild if it landed in the hands of other demigods. I'll think about it. Li Fuchen might be saying this, but he didn't plan to use the Origin Bracelet to exchange for half-divine artifacts. Firstly, the Origin Bracelet was extremely precious and was probably more precious than most of the half-divine artifacts. Secondly, with so many universe cardinal treasures, it would be much easier for him to head to the half-god region or the battlefield of gods to contest for half-divine artifacts. Sovereign Emperor Yuanji, you won't be able to keep the high-grade universe treasure. Why don't you hand it over now? This is your only chance of survival. Sovereign Emperor Yuanji, if you hand over the high-grade universe treasure to my temple, we can write off everything that happened before. The upper echelons of the various super factions mocked and ridiculed. At the same time, they were very envious. Why weren't they the ones who obtained the high-grade universe treasure? You don't have to worry about that. Li Fuchen swept a glance and wasn't afraid of these people. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. No one planned to make a move. They might have the advantage in numbers, and there were plenty of peak-level invincible emperors, but they weren't a match for Li Fuchen, who had a mid-grade and a high-grade universe treasure. If Li Fuchen was enraged, they might even lose their lives. After leaving behind a few ruthless remarks, the various super factions left. The half-god region was the most mysterious and terrifying place in the universe. This place wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Without the strength of an invincible emperor, it would be the same as death. There is a giant chasm between the half-god region and the universe. This chasm was called the Universe Chasm. The interior of the Universe Chasm was filled with dark purple chi presence. This chi presence was much more horrific than the Chaos Ruins chi presence. Anyone below the level of invincible emperors would have their bones and flesh melted after coming into contact with it. If invincible emperors came into contact with it, they would definitely die. It was said that only universe treasures or half-divine artifacts could withstand the dark purple chi presence for a long period of time. After crossing the universe chasm, one would realize that on the other side was a massive plain. However, this plain was dilapidated and filled with desolation. It was accompanied by all sorts of natural disasters, like colorful lightning, glistening violent winds, black rain, and sudden flashes of flames. The half-god region was also separated into the inner region and the outer region. The inner region was close to the battlefield of gods, and it was a forbidden area. Only demigods could survive there. The outer region was a place for powerful invincible emperors or peak-level invincible emperors. It was relatively easy to enter the half-god region. Anyone with the strength of an invincible emperor could basically enter. However, it was more difficult to come out. Even a peak-level invincible emperor would need to have a half-divine artifact fragment and pay a certain price to come out. It was even more difficult for a demigod to come out. Some speculated that the rules of the half-god region were different from the rules of the universe. In other words, the rules of the half-god region were above the rules of the universe. Anyone who wanted to come out would be restricted by the rules of the half-god region. In a simple cave dwelling in the inner region of the demigod region, a man shrouded in a black aura opened his eyes. He had 3 huge bullhorns on his head. If there was an experienced and knowledgeable person here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this man was the demigod of the demon race and the Dark Parliament, the 3-horned demon god. His strength was not weak among the demigods. His demigod weapon was an armor that could transform into any shape, and it had long since fused with his skin. High-grade universe treasure. The message token in his hand cracked open. The 3-horned demon god licked his lips, greed flashing in his eyes. In terms of defense, he was definitely among the best among demigods. Unfortunately, his attack power was a little weak, and he had a few tricks up his sleeves. If he could get a high-grade universe treasure, his strength would rise to another level. At that time, he would be able to get a second or even third half-divine artifact. In a glass palace on the mountain peak, a handsome man wearing golden armor and holding a golden spear with golden patterns on his skin was looking at the god's battlefield from afar. Suddenly, he took out a cracked message token. High-grade universe treasure. The golden-armored man sneered. Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. High-grade universe treasures should be obtained by our race. The human race doesn't deserve a high-grade universe treasure. On an extremely steep mountain peak, a swordsman was practicing his sword. His sword was superb and unimaginable. Every stab seemed to drill into the depths of one's soul, dispersing all nothingness. His sword didn't have any momentum, but it made people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts, as if they had encountered a fatal threat. High-grade universe treasure. This is good stuff. Looks like I have to make a trip back. I wonder how many demigods will rush back this time. Every time a high-grade universe treasure appeared, it would cause a terrifying bloodbath. This was because most demigods were roaming the gods' battlefield and couldn't receive the news. Otherwise, it was very likely that the doomsday scene of the world tree being destroyed would happen. In a short period of time, the demigods of various super forces received the news. Among them were those from the 9 super forces, and there were also some from ordinary super forces. Of course, it was unknown how many were willing to rush back. After all, they might not be able to obtain a high-grade universe treasure, even if they returned. Moreover, they would be injured if they left the demigod zone by force. In short, although a high-grade universe treasure was good, one had to have the ability to snatch it. It wasn't easy to snatch a high-grade universe treasure from the hands of other demigods. However, there was never a lack of people who were willing to take risks in this world. If one was not strong enough, one could make up for it with luck. If one obtained a high-grade universe treasure before others, even an ordinary demigod could become a high-grade demigod. The rewards and risks were completely proportional. In the universe's natural mode, a dark blue stream of light that looked like amber was moving forward silently. The stream of light seemed slow, but in reality, it could travel countless light years with every breath. If it wasn't for the fact that it was in the universe's natural mode, it would have passed through many star fields already. In the dark blue stream of light was a strong youth with a pair of dark blue wings on his back. The dark purple aura in the universe's natural mode was too terrifying. The dark blue stream of light on the strong youth's body became dimmer and thinner. Damn it, I've used more than half of my power. The strong youth frowned. He naturally knew that a demigod had to pay a huge price to leave the demigod zone. However, this price was too huge. One had to know that he had demigod power flowing in his body. It was ridiculous that he had used up more than half of his demigod power just by traveling. 70%, 80%, 90%. When 90% of his demigod power was used up, the strong youth had no choice but to activate the demigod lightning wings on his back. Demigod tools also had origin energy. Furthermore, this origin energy surpassed the origin energy of the universe. In other words, in terms of origin energy, demigod tools surpassed any universe treasure. However, there was one thing that had to be mentioned. The origin energy that universe treasures contained was extremely strong. It wasn't something that demigod tools could compare to. One pursued quality, while the other pursued quantity. According to most demigods, demigod tools contained demigod origin energy. Only demigod origin energy could baptize oneself and transform one's power into demigod power. The strong youth was extremely pained to be forced to use the demigod lightning wings. The power of a demigod tool was extremely difficult to recover. Every time it was used, it would decrease. Only in the demigod zone could it recover faster. Normally, when they used the demigod tool, they would use their own power instead of forcefully activating the power of the demigod tool. This was mainly because they were afraid that the power of the demigod tool would run out. 10%, 20%, 30%. When 30% of the lightning wings power was used up, the strong youth started to regret. He didn't know if leaving the demigod zone was the right thing to do. He didn't want to lose everything. Finally, when more than half of the lightning wing's power was used up, the strong youth passed through the natural mode of the universe. I must get a high-grade universe treasure. Otherwise, I'll suffer a huge loss. Chapter 1037. After returning to the deep blue plane, Li Fuchen started to research the functions of the primordial bracelet. At the current stage, the primordial bracelet was definitely his greatest trump card. If he could research more of its functions, he would be more confident when fighting with demigods. Change. After wearing the primordial bracelet on his right wrist, Li Fuchen activated the power within. In the next moment, a layer of armor that looked like metal and stone covered Li Fuchen's body. Bang, 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 bang. Li Fuchen first blasted at the armor with his own strength and realized that it couldn't be shaken at all. Not even a vibration could be transmitted in. Immediately after, Li Fuchen started to blast at the armor with the primordial flame lotus. Such powerful defense. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. The primordial flame lotus was also unable to shake the armor. Change. The primordial bracelet transformed again, and this time, it turned into an artifact sword that looked like metal and stone. PFFFTSS. When Li Fuchen slashed with the sword chi tore apart the deep blue plane. It appeared in a nearby star region of the horizontal river star region and tore apart countless stars. Change again. The primordial bracelet expanded rapidly, and the boundless chi prowess felt as though it could destroy the entire plane, but Li Fuchen knew that it was impossible. The primordial bracelet can transform at will and doesn't have a fixed form. But I'm a swordsman. If the primordial bracelet transforms into a sword, my strength will increase drastically. If it transforms into an armor, my defense will increase drastically. If I enlarge it, I will be able to utilize the greatest power of the primordial bracelet. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the primordial bracelet only had 3 functions and the others weren't very useful. After understanding the primordial bracelet's functions, Li Fuchen shifted his attention to the Greenwood Gourd and the Heart of Realm. The Greenwood Gourd was extremely mystical. Li Fuchen realized that if a little water was poured into the Greenwood Gourd, the ordinary water would immediately transform into the water of life that contained boundless vitality. If the divine leaf juice that contained vitality was poured in, the vitality of the divine leaf juice would be increased by 10 times or even 100 times. In other words, this Greenwood Gourd was a mid-class universe artifact that nurtured vitality. Apart from nurturing vitality, the Greenwood Gourd could also extract vitality. Once an enemy was sucked into the Azurewood Gourd, they would lose control of their life and death. Their life force would be sucked dry by the Azurewood Gourd. There were too few artifacts that contained a large amount of vitality in the world, but there were plenty of rulers that contained a large amount of vitality. Li Fuchen could extract the enemy ruler's vitality to nurture the Tree of Life. What a treasure! After understanding the function of the Greenwood Gourd, Li Fuchen was glad that he didn't let the Tree of Life devour the Greenwood Gourd's life source essence, as it would be a reckless waste of resources. With the Azurewood Gourd, it won't be long before the Tree of Life fully matures. Li Fuchen started to toss all the treasures that contain vitality into the Greenwood Gourd, including the Worldwood. It has been so long. I wonder how much divine leaf sap Sovereign Monarch Blood Axe has accumulated. With a flash, Li Fuchen rushed towards the Divine Leaf City. After sending Li Fuchen off, the Blood Axe Sovereign's expression was as awful as it could get. Li Fuchen might have paid him enough peak-grade spirit stones every time, but if he extracted the Divine Leaf Sap within a short period of time, it would damage the foundation of the World Tree's leaf. As for Li Fuchen's offer of spending 20 trillion peak-grade spirit stones to purchase the World Tree's leaf, the Blood Axe Sovereign didn't even consider it. A single World Tree's leaf might only be worth a few hundred trillion or a few thousand trillion peak-grade spirit stones. But why did he need so many peak-grade spirit stones? They couldn't directly increase his strength and foundation. At his level, an increase in peak-grade spirit stones was just icing on the cake and didn't have much meaning. It is a pity. Li Fuchen felt it was a pity that he wasn't able to purchase the World Tree's leaf. If he could purchase it and use the Greenwood Gourd to nourish the World Tree's leaf, the effects would definitely be outstanding. Over the past few days, he had witnessed with his own eyes that the world tree, which had been drained of its vitality, had gradually regained its vitality. Finally, Li Fuchen placed his attention on the heart of the world. I wonder how is the cultivation effect of the heart of the world? Li Fuchen entered the heart of the world, and the heart of the world had hidden into the deepest part of the void. Such a clear world law. After a few days, Li Fuchen could obviously feel that cultivating in the heart of the world was 100 times more effective than cultivating in the world fruit. With the addition of the time and space acceleration, the effects were 1,000 times better. At Li Fuchen's current cultivation realm, it wasn't possible to have a small improvement in a few hundred years and a huge improvement in a few thousand years. However, the cultivation effect was 1,000 times better and everything wasn't a problem. Previously, when Li Fuchen cultivated in the world fruit for 1,000 years, it was equivalent to cultivating in a normal environment for a few 100,000 years. Right now, Li Fuchen cultivated in the heart of the world for 1,000 years. It was equivalent to cultivating in the world fruit for 1,000,000 years. It was a terrifying number to cultivate in a normal environment for a few 100 million years. Li Fuchen's current age was only slightly over 10,000 years. Of course, this wasn't counting the time and space acceleration. If the time and space acceleration was included, Li Fuchen's age was far older than 10,000 years. 1,000 years, no, just a few hundred years, and I should be able to become the strongest emperor. If it was anyone else, even with the heart of the world, it would be extremely difficult to become the strongest emperor. However, Li Fuchen's perception was thousands, tens of thousands, or even 100,000 times better than a regular person. It was impossible to measure. Therefore, to him, becoming the strongest emperor was just a matter of time. Closing his eyes, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and carefully sensed the world law in the heart of the world. Beside him was the werewolf incarnation. The werewolf incarnation had already progressed from a high-class emperor to a peak-class emperor. In terms of cultivation level, it had already surpassed immortal emperors. In the past, a peak-class emperor was already incredible. The purple extreme emperor of the purple extreme starfield was also a peak-class emperor. The once insufferably arrogant blood axe emperor was also a peak-class emperor. But to Li Fuchen now, even peak-class emperors weren't that useful, unless Li Fuchen bestowed them with some universe artifacts. It was fortunate that the heart of the world was extraordinary. It might only be able to accelerate Li Fuchen's time and space by 100 times, but it could accelerate the werewolf incarnation by 10,000 times. It wasn't inferior to the prismatic stone mother at all. Li Fuchen believed that it wouldn't take long for the werewolf incarnation to evolve into a peak-class emperor or even an invincible emperor. 10 years, 20 years, boom. There was a huge explosion in Li Fuchen's mind and the entire universe. An ancient giant sword was suspended in the sky above the deep blue plain. This ancient giant sword was overly massive. It was just like a divine sword that could slash everything in the world. It could split the primal chaos and split the yin and yang. Primary extreme sword technique, late stage star field class. The power reserve is rapidly increasing. The speed of absorbing the sword Dao source power is also much faster. The advancement of the cultivation technique didn't just increase Li Fuchen's strength, it also greatly increased Li Fuchen's endurance in combat. In a battle between elite experts, it would actually depend on who had more vigorous power and faster replenishment speed. It wouldn't matter if one's strength was slightly inferior. Just as Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique had a breakthrough, the Emperor rankings appeared again. Li Fuchen's ranking suddenly rose from 7th to 2nd and was just inferior to the Radiant's Divine Lord. The originally 2nd ranked Heaven Reverse Battle Ancestor, 3rd ranked Judgment Cult Master, 4th ranked Ice Fire Divine Lord, 5th ranked Tai Chi Sword Ancestor, 6th ranked Sovereign of Destruction, 7th ranked 7 Extinction Saber Ancestor, 8th ranked Dusk Divine Lord, 9th ranked Chaos Ancestor, and 10th ranked Golden Dragon Ancestor had all dropped by 1 rank. The others were still fine, but the Golden Dragon Ancestor was the first to drop into the top 10 in the recent tens of millions of years. Oomph. Once the demigods return, it will be your death. The Golden Dragon Ancestor was very unhappy. He had made a decision in his heart that once this storm was over, he would head to the half-god region to search for his own fated encounter. Be arrogant, be impudent. If the heavens wish to destroy a man, they will first make him insane. The dust divine lord's eyes flashed with a terrifying and dim radiance. My strength has increased too quickly. It seems like it is because of that high-grade universe cardinal treasure. I wonder which high-grade universe cardinal treasure it is. Could it be the legendary universe spirit sphere? With a high-grade universe cardinal treasure that can assist in cultivation, it is possible to become the strongest emperor. A demigod's strength might be stronger than the strongest emperor, but in terms of cultivation level, they are inferior to the strongest emperor. Seeing that Li Fuchen's ranking had increased again, everyone was extremely envious. They were certain that Li Fuchen was able to increase his strength so quickly because of the high-grade universe cardinal treasure. It also meant that if they obtained the high-grade universe cardinal treasure, their strength would definitely increase too. Interesting. It seems like this Origin Extreme Emperor is the target. The robust youth with thunderbolt wings had also seen the Emperor rankings. When he saw the name Origin Extreme Emperor, he knew that his opportunity had arrived. With a flash, the robust youth rushed towards the horizontal river starfield. In just a few days, the robust youth traversed half the universe and arrived at the horizontal river starfield. After secretly asking around, the robust youth found out that Li Fuchen had been staying in the deep blue plane. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you're staying in the deep blue plane? The robust youth sneered. It was true that heaven monarchs and above weren't able to enter other planes, but no one was a fool, and there would always be a way to deal with such situations. For example, sealing the entire plane and preventing one from entering or exiting. Let's see how long one could last. Of course, sealing the plane was just a last resort. Once the other demigods rushed over, it would be the same as helping others. Therefore, sealing the plane was just a preparation. The real method was to capture everyone that was related to Li Fuchen. The robust youth didn't believe that Li Fuchen would disregard the lives of these people. Let me seal the plane first. The robust youth flapped the thunderbolt wings on his back. A pair of thunderbolt wings enlarged and enveloped the entire deep blue plane. Immediately after, the thunderbolt wings vanished. Demigod, Li Fuchen immediately sensed the robust youth's arrival. After sensing the robust youth's method, Li Fuchen took a deep breath. What was going to happen had finally happened. Li Fuchen was confident that he could contest with regular demigods, but confidence was just confidence. He would only know if he could contest with the demigod after a fight. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen flew out of the deep blue plane. He could indeed avoid the battle, but he believed that the demigod would definitely make a follow-up move. Chapter 1038. What a formidable primary extreme emperor. I have underestimated you. Seeing that Li Fuchen took the initiative to fight, the robust youth was surprised. He originally thought that he would have to spend some effort to force Li Fuchen out. He didn't expect Li Fuchen to do the exact opposite and didn't even need to force him. It was unknown if Li Fuchen was overly confident or had some other reason. However, it was a good thing for the robust youth. It was still unknown if he could force Li Fuchen out. If he waited for the other demigods to arrive, his hopes of obtaining the high-grade universe cardinal treasure would basically be destroyed. After all, he wasn't considered an expert among the demigods, and he knew his limits. Junior Primary Extreme Emperor pays his respects to Senior. I wonder why Senior is here. Any demigod was worthy of respect. Li Fuchen wasn't arrogant enough to disregard the demigods. As for whether it would be a fight or a truce, that was a matter for the future. The robust youth said, "I'm the Thunderbolt Feather God. I heard that you have a high-grade universe cardinal treasure. I wonder if I could take a look." No matter what, he had to deceive Li Fuchen first. Li Fuchen's expression didn't change as he said, "Senior Thunderbolt Feather God must be joking. A high-grade universe cardinal treasure is equivalent to one's life. How can I allow anyone to take a look?" He didn't have to conceal the fact that he possessed a high-grade universe cardinal treasure. Firstly, it was impossible to conceal it. Back then, plenty of people saw him entering the cardinal treasure golden hall. Furthermore, when facing powerful and tyrannical demigods, they wouldn't believe that Li Fuchen didn't have a high-grade universe cardinal treasure. Secondly, he still had to rely on the primordial beginning bracelet to fight. If he said that he didn't have a high-grade universe cardinal treasure, it would be slapping his own face. Li Fuchen wasn't that shameless. In response, the Thunderbolt Feather God raised his brows while his eyes flashed with murderous aura. There is nothing that I, the Thunderbolt Feather God, cannot see. You better think carefully. Li Fuchen said, "This junior has thought it through." After finishing the statement, Li Fuchen's power surged. This was the first time he was fighting with a demigod. It was impossible to say that he wasn't excited and apprehensive, but he was more excited. Stubborn. The Thunderbolt Feather God brandished his hand and cleaved at Li Fuchen with a Thunderbolt Palm Blade. This was a lightning palm blade condensed from the power of a demigod. Its might was boundless, and just its aura alone was enough to cause the laws of the universe to collapse. After circulating his power to the limits, Li Fuchen wielded the primary extreme sword and activated the Sword Dao Source Essence within the Sword Bone Crystal and the Through Heaven Swordwood. He then activated several universe artifacts to protect his body before clashing with the Thunderbolt Palm Saber. Crackle. The sword cheese were the first to shatter. Following that, the protective light emitted by the various universe treasures shattered as well. The only ones that lasted a little longer were the Chaos Fire Lotus and the Chaos Stone Essence. Both of them were mid-level universe treasures, so they were still somewhat effective against demigods. Unfortunately, it was only a small effect. In the end, he had to expend a large amount of tribulation power to block the Lightning Feather God's palm blade. Your luck is pretty heaven-defying. You actually have so many supreme treasures of the universe. The Lightning Feather God's eyes lit up. He didn't care about low-grade universe treasures, but he really wanted mid-grade universe treasures. It had to be known that mid-grade universe treasures in the hands of a demigod and an imperial lord would have completely different effects. If he could get his hands on the Chaos Fire Lotus and the Chaos Gem Essence, his overall strength would increase by another level. Again, the Lightning Feather God circulated more of his half-god power and formed another lightning palm blade that cleaved at Li Fuchen. The Lightning Feather God might have severely depleted his half-god power in the universe chasm, but even if he was left with 10% of his half-god power, it was enough for him to use as much as he wanted. After all, his opponent wasn't a demigod, it was just a rather formidable imperial lord. Break! This time, Li Fuchen withdrew the primary extreme sword. He wielded the Chaos Fire Lotus in his left hand and the Chaos Stone Essence in his right hand. He activated the Universe Source Essence and blasted at the Lightning Palm Blade. Boom boom. The demigod was too powerful and a mid-grade universe treasure wasn't able to block it. Li Fuchen was sent flying. He is still not injured? The Lightning Feather God was rather astonished. Apart from not using the power of the Thunderbolt Wings, he had basically used his full strength. Normally, a peak-level invincible Imperial Lord wouldn't have such powerful defenses even if he had a mid-grade universe treasure. No wonder he is a demigod. Li Fuchen's Calamity power was already depleted by 40%. Once the Calamity power was depleted, without using the primordial beginning bracelet, Li Fuchen could only rely on the Tree of Life and his own strength to resist. All right, receive another Thunderbolt arrow from me. The Lightning Feather God crossed his hands and formed Thunderbolt arrows with demigod power. As soon as the Thunderbolt arrows were formed, Li Fuchen felt a boundless destructive sharpness enveloping him. He had a premonition that if he didn't take any measures, he would be severely injured even with the Tree of Life. After all, no matter how vigorous a person's vitality was, if his strength couldn't keep up, it wouldn't work. The Tree of Life could only replenish his vitality, but not his strength. Primordial armor. With a thought in Li Fuchen's mind, a layer of material that looked like gold and stone extended out from Li Fuchen's body. It formed a close-fitting armor that protected Li Fuchen. Defensive high-grade universe treasure. The lightning feather god's eyes lit up. No matter how foolish he was, he knew that this armor was definitely a high-grade universe treasure. This was probably the reason why the lightning feather god dared to take the initiative to fight. It was a pity that the lightning feather god didn't know that a demigod was a demigod, because only a demigod could contest a demigod. Even if a demigod had a high-grade universe treasure, it was still hard to contest a demigod. Go! The surrounding thunderbolt arrows suddenly increased by 10 times. The lightning feather god separated his hands, and the thunderbolt arrows were shot at Li Fuchen at a speed that was countless times faster than light speed. This thunderbolt arrow is my finishing move. It can increase the destructive power of demigod power by several times. Let's see how many times you can block it. The lightning feather god was very confident. Cling, cling, clang, clang. The thunderbolt arrows were too fast, so fast that Li Fuchen's body couldn't even react. If his body couldn't react, it didn't matter how fast his spirit soul's reaction speed was. Li Fuchen could only watch as he was hit. Almost 90% of the thunderbolt arrows hit Li Fuchen's body. The remaining 10% were blocked by Li Fuchen's arms. After the thunderbolt arrows dispersed, Li Fuchen looked down and saw that the primordial armor was unscathed. As for the interior of his body, it only suffered a slight impact. The intensity was the same as being lightly hammered. What a great high-grade universe cardinal artifact. Seeing that Li Fuchen was fine, the lightning feather god was even more excited. His thunderbolt wings might be able to attack and defend, but it was actually more focused on attack and speed. It was much weaker in terms of defense. If he had this high-grade defensive universe cardinal artifact, his only shortcoming would be made up for. After taking a deep breath, the lightning feather god shot out the thunderbolt arrows repeatedly. He didn't expect to break this high-grade defensive universe cardinal artifact within a short period of time. He wanted to kill Li Fuchen with brute force. 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%. When the lightning feather god attacked Li Fuchen's calamity power was rapidly recovering. As the calamity power recovered, the impact from the thunderbolt arrows was the same as scratching an itch. It didn't feel like much. The lightning feather god frowned and felt that something wasn't right. Li Fuchen's expression was too calm, and it made the lightning feather god very uncomfortable. If my demigod power isn't severely depleted, I will let you have a taste of my kill move. The lightning feather god didn't plan to use the power of the thunderbolt wings for now. It wasn't worth it, and Li Fuchen might just be pretending to be calm. As time elapsed, the lightning feather god's expression got increasingly unpleasant. He was certain that his demigod power wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen, who possessed a high-grade universe cardinal artifact. Indecisiveness will only lead to chaos. The lightning feather god decided to use the power of the thunderbolt wings. TSS, TSS, TSS. The thunderbolt wings extended, and the lightning feather god thought in his mind. 2 thunderbolts were blasted at Li Fuchen. This was the most basic attack from the thunderbolt wings, but the attack power was comparable with his kill move. Boom! When the thunderbolt slashed on Li Fuchen's body, Li Fuchen was sent flying. It's useless. Lightning feather god. It seems like you can't do anything to me. Li Fuchen was already relieved. A high-grade universe cardinal artifact was indeed a high-grade universe cardinal artifact. It was enough to contest with regular demigods. Don't be complacent too early. The thunderbolt wings on the back of the lightning feather god started to expand, and the tip of the wings closed up. In the next moment, a thunderball was rapidly formed. This was a dark purple thunderball, and it contained the intent of destruction. It felt as though it could destroy a plane. A pure universe's thunderbolt law was nothing compared to it. Of course, the thunderbolt wings contained too little thunderbolt power, but the universe's thunderbolt law was boundless. If the thunderbolt wings contained boundless thunderbolt power, it might really be able to destroy a plane. Die! The lightning feather god burst out with a yell. The dark purple thunderball flashed and instantly enveloped Li Fuchen. TSS, TSS, TSS. Being enveloped by the thunderball, Li Fuchen felt as though he was electrocuted. It was fortunate that it wasn't intense. However, it was just him. If it was any other peak-level invincible emperor, they would have been electrocuted into nothingness. Impossible. The lightning feather god formed dark purple thunderballs and blasted at Li Fuchen. Is the calamity power being depleted? With the perseverance of the lightning feather god, the thunderbolt power finally permeated into the primordial armor and started to deplete Li Fuchen's calamity power. However, with Li Fuchen's calamity power replenishment speed, this degree of depletion wasn't terrifying. After a long period of time, the lightning feather god was in despair. This Li Fuchen was 10 times or 100 times harder to deal with than he imagined. He was like a dog trying to bite a tortoise and didn't know where to start. Instead, his half-god power and Thunderbolt Wings power were depleted significantly. If this carried on, let alone snatching high-class universe cardinal treasures, he would have to be wary of other demigods who would take advantage of the situation. Lightning Feather God, you are early. But from the looks of it, you don't seem to have any gains. In the distant universe, a black hole appeared. A man who was enveloped in black chi presence and had 3 giant bull horns on his head walked out. Triangle Demon God. The Lightning Feather God frowned. In terms of strength, the Triangle Demon God wasn't comparable to him, but in terms of defense, the Lightning Feather God was far inferior. Another one, Li Fuchen could naturally see that the Lightning Feather God was a demigod of the demon race. It seems like I have to change my battle strategy. In Li Fuchen's right hand, an ancient sword that looked like metal and stone was formed. Chapter 1039. Transformation at will high-grade universe artifact. Interesting. The 3-horned demon god narrowed his eyes. He lacked offensive half-divine artifacts or offensive high-grade universe artifacts. A transformation at will high-grade universe artifact was obviously suitable and it was more flexible to use. Thunderbolt Protection. The Thunderbolt Feather God obviously didn't give up. The Thunderbolt wings on his back extended limitlessly and enveloped the starry sky that he and Li Fuchen were in. It was just like how he sealed the deep blue plain. Thunderbolt Feather God, you are courting death. The 3-horned demon god's body enlarged like a real demon god and blasted a fist at the void. Bang boom. In the void, there was a burst of thunderbolts, and the 3-horned demon god couldn't help but take a step back. In terms of strength, he was still inferior to the Thunderbolt Feather God. His only advantage was his high defense, and he wasn't afraid of damage. Primary Extreme Emperor, perish. After blocking the 3-horned demon god, the Thunderbolt Feather God's eyes suddenly turned white and emitted a horrifying and blazing white light. Without any sound or presence, 2 thread-like white light shot out from the Thunderbolt Feather God's eyes and entered Li Fuchen's mind. This was a spiritual awareness attack, and it was an extremely terrifying spiritual awareness attack. It was far superior to regular spiritual awareness attacks. The Thunderbolt Feather God's Saint Spirit naturally didn't have anything special. It was just a regular half-god's Saint Spirit. It might be able to injure a peak-tier invincible Emperor's Saint Spirit, but it wouldn't be decisive. After all, spiritual awareness attacks had too many limitations, and there was a ceiling. However, the Thunderbolt Feather God once obtained an eye-shaped half-divine artifact shard. This half-divine artifact shard caused a trace of mutation in his Saint Spirit. It might be hard to injure a half-god, but it should be easy to severely injure a peak-tier invincible Emperor's Saint Spirit. However, this eye-shaped half-divine artifact shard didn't contain a lot of power. The Thunderbolt Feather God didn't think of using it for combat and treated it as a nourishment for the Saint Spirit. As the white light entered Li Fuchen's mind, the Thunderbolt Feather God's eyes flashed with a trace of fervor. Such a terrifying spiritual awareness attack. If I am just a regular peak-tier invincible Emperor, my Saint Spirit will be shattered even if I don't perish. With a Saint Spirit that surpassed half-gods, Li Fuchen naturally didn't fear the Thunderbolt Feather God's spiritual awareness attack. He lifted his head and said indifferently, Thunderbolt Feather God, what other means do you have? Use them all. Impossible. The Lightning Feather God's face was filled with disbelief. Logically, Li Fuchen was just a ruler, and it was impossible for him to block the spiritual awareness attack. But from the looks of it, Li Fuchen didn't look like a saint spirit that was severely injured. It was as though he didn't feel anything. Could be his saint spirit had already reached the level of a demigod? The lightning feather god was shocked. That's not right. Perhaps he also has a fragment of a semi-divine artifact, and it's a fragment of a semi-divine artifact that can defend against spiritual sense attacks. Instinctively, the lightning feather god shook his head. There were too many types of semi-divine artifacts. There were all kinds of them, such as the spiritual consciousness attack type, the spiritual consciousness defense type, the soul attack type, the soul defense type, the illusion attack type, the illusion defense type, the will attack type, the will defense type. As long as you could think of it, there was no type that a semi-divine artifact didn't have. Kacha! While the lightning feather was still in a daze, the lightning protection was broken and the triangular demon god charged in. Three-horned demon god, I'll leave the high-grade universe treasure to you. See you later. The lightning feather god was very straightforward. With a flap of its wings, it vanished without a trace. So kind. The triangular demon god was a little hesitant. How could he know that the lightning feather god's body didn't have much half-god power left? The power of the thunder wings was also greatly depleted. If the triangular demon god continued to stay, he wouldn't be able to compete with the triangular demon god. Furthermore, as time elapsed, other demigods would definitely rush over. If that was the case, he might as well give up on the high-grade universe treasure and find a place to recover his strength. I don't care anymore. This kid doesn't look easy to deal with. I have to finish him as soon as possible. The triangular demon god's body was 10% the size of the deep blue plane. When he brandished his fist, the massive fist force was like a death storm that swept at Li Fuchen. Just in time, wearing the primordial armor and wielding the primordial sword, Li Fuchen countered with his sword. PFFF. The fist force and sword chi were extinguished at the same time. What? The triangular demon god finally knew why the lightning feather god couldn't deal with Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's combat strength was obviously at the half-god level. Furthermore, he had both offense and defense and didn't have any weaknesses. Since that is the case, let's see who can last longer. The triangular demon god was very confident. He was different from the lightning feather god. Due to his half-divine armor, he didn't consume much energy to cross the universe chasm. In the half-god domain, only demigods with defensive half-divine artifacts will be able to leave the half-god domain with relative ease. Boom, 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 boom. The triangular demon god didn't fear Li Fuchen's sword chi at all. There were times when he didn't dodge and allowed the sword chi to land on his body. He would then seize the opportunity to attack Li Fuchen violently. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's defense wasn't inferior to the triangular demon god. Most importantly, the triangular demon god's attack wasn't considered powerful and was far inferior to the lightning feather god. Therefore, Li Fuchen didn't have much pressure. One day, 1 month, the commotion caused by the battle was massive. In the vicinity of the deep blue plane, all the stars had been destroyed. The universe law had been shattered and turned into a dangerous place, like the Chaos Ruins. Death sucked. The demigod armor on the body of the three-horned demon god appeared. It was purple armor, and on the surface of the armor, there were countless wriggling tentacles. As the tentacles grew longer, the deep blue plane and its surroundings became a world of tentacles. Break! Li Fuchen didn't have any reason to allow the tentacles to get close to him. He brandished the primordial beginning sword and severed any tentacles that got close. But he realized that even if the tentacles couldn't get close, they were still able to absorb his power and vitality. You should be extremely honored to be able to force me to use the Death Leech Armor's power. The triangular demon god's defensive half-divine artifact was called the Death Leech Armor. Apart from the astounding defense, it could also absorb other people's power. This was also one of the reasons why the lightning feather god simply left. 2 months, 3 months, the triangular demon god was exhausting Li Fuchen's power while absorbing Li Fuchen's power and vitality. But after a few months, the effects were minimal. You want to compete in exhaustion with me? In terms of power reserves, Li Fuchen naturally wasn't comparable to a demigod, but he still had the primordial beginning bracelet, the Tree of Life, and several Sword Dao Universe artifacts to replenish his power. Most importantly, the triangular demon god could only absorb a limited amount of power through the primordial beginning bracelet. Li Fuchen could rely on himself to replenish his power. After all, his primary extreme sword art and primary extreme sword technique were already at the late stage of Star Domain. In terms of cultivation level, the triangular demon god wasn't comparable to him. The triangular demon god's power was only enhanced because of the half-divine artifact. Damn it, the triangular demon god was in a difficult position. He was a little regretful. Why didn't he come out after observing the situation? By coming out so early, he was obviously giving others the opportunity to observe Li Fuchen. With his sensitivity towards the half-god power, he could vaguely sense that there were demigods observing this place from outside the horizontal Riverstar region. You want me to make the wedding dress for you? Dream on. After thinking about it, the triangular demon god decided to abandon his pride and left like the lightning feather god. As the tentacle world vanished, Li Fuchen didn't return to the deep blue plane. He knew that the real danger had just started. If he couldn't withstand it, he would have a hole up in the deep blue plane for a long time. He could only hope that the demigod that came to find trouble with him wasn't too powerful. It's useless. In the purple pole star region, there was a silver-browed elder who was drinking tea. He was using a fist-sized fireball to boil the tea. If one took a closer look, they would realize that this fireball was obviously a blazing star. To be able to compress a giant blazing star into the size of a fist wasn't something that a regular person could do. After all, blazing stars weren't artifacts and could change their size. Go! The silver-browed elder flipped his hand, and a transparent rope appeared in his hand. With a light toss, the transparent rope ignored the distance between the purple pole star region and the horizontal Riverstar region. It extended to the vicinity of the deep blue plane and swept towards Li Fuchen to bind him. This transparent rope was actually a half-divine artifact, and it was an entrapment-type half-divine artifact. Entrapment-type half-divine artifacts were very special. When the difference in strength wasn't huge, a battle between demigods would usually have no outcome. But if the other side had an entrapment-type half-divine artifact, the situation would be different. Normally, when encountering a demigod with an entrapment-type half-divine artifact, the weaker demigods wouldn't even dare to approach. Silver Scale God, this child is mine. You can stop now. Right at this moment, a wind flame will suddenly smash open the transparent rope. Wind Flame Battle God, you want to stop me? The silver-browed elder had an unpleasant expression. The Wind Flame Battle God was a demigod from the Battle God Pagoda and was a high-class demigod just like him. Most importantly, the Wind Flame Battle God's strength was much stronger than him. Otherwise, the sky's single divine rope wouldn't be able to stop him. Treasures belong to the virtuous. So what if I'm stopping you? The primordial bracelet might only be slightly stronger than regular half-divine artifacts in Li Fuchen's hands, but in the hands of a demigod, it was enough to display the power of a high-class or even a top-notch half-divine artifact. Be it his Wind Flame Wheel or the Silver Scale God Sky single divine rope, they were only high-class half-divine artifacts. They were only superior to the three-horned demon god's Death Leech Armor and the Thunderbolt Feather God's Thunderbolt Wings. Therefore, a high-class universe artifact was extremely useful to them. Those that could treat high-class universe artifacts with a normal attitude were probably top-notch or peak-level demigods who possessed multiple half-divine artifacts. The sky's single divine rope and the Wind Flame Wheel were in an endless battle. As for their owners, they had yet to reveal themselves and were extremely mysterious and powerful. Is this the strength of a high-class demigod? Li Fuchen knew clearly that the strength of a demigod was related to two aspects. Firstly, it was one's cultivation level. Secondly, it was the grade of the half-divine artifact. If one's cultivation level was at the strongest Emperor's level, even if one obtained a regular half-divine artifact, one's strength would at least be comparable to a high-class demigod or even a top-notch demigod. If one's cultivation level wasn't high enough, one would have to rely on the half-divine artifact. Generally speaking, if an invincible emperor obtained a peak-grade half-divine artifact, they would have the strength of a peak-level demigod. Below the invincible emperor, even if they had a peak-grade half-divine artifact, their strength would only be close to a peak-level demigod. According to Li Fuchen's knowledge, the cultivation level might determine the strength of a demigod, but there was a lower limit. Even the weakest emperor or a regular heaven monarch would be able to withstand the power of a peak-grade half-divine artifact. However, it would be the weakest among the peak-level demigods. Therefore, in general, the strength of a demigod was mostly determined by the strength of the half-divine artifact. The cultivation level wouldn't affect it much, unless both parties' half-divine artifacts were equally powerful. By then, it would be a contest of cultivation level. Chapter 1040. Buzz. Just as the first heaven divine chain and the wind fire divine wheel were in a frenzy, a golden bell suddenly appeared. With a shake, everything became still, including the first heaven divine chain and the wind fire divine wheel. Not good. Seeing that the golden bell was pressing down on him, Li Fuchen quickly returned to the original form of the primordial bracelet and smashed at the golden bell. Clang! The golden bell was sent flying and wasn't able to suppress Li Fuchen. In a nearby star region, a long-bearded man wearing a purple gold crown exclaimed softly, "Golden Bell God, aren't you looking down on us too much?" The silver unicorn god and the wind fire battle god looked at the long-bearded man. The long-bearded man was a high-class half-god from the Trial's Eye, the Golden Bell God. His half-divine artifact, the still Golden Bell, was mystical and had terrifying power. It was considered one of the most fearsome, high-class half-divine artifacts. "I'm indeed looking down on you. How about it?" The Golden Bell God sneered and continued to press at Li Fuchen. Clang, clang, clang. Li Fuchen activated the primordial bracelet to send the golden bell flying. What a great high-class universe artifact. Its power is actually comparable with high-class half-divine artifacts. If it is in my hands, I will be able to utilize the power of a top-notch half-divine artifact. The Golden Bell God was even more determined to obtain the primordial bracelet. With a wave of the hand, the Golden Bell God forcefully tore open a passage and arrived near the deep blue plane in a single step. This method might consume a lot of half-god power, but it wasn't a big deal to use it occasionally. Golden Bell God, the Silver Unicorn God, and the Wind Fire Battle God had also arrived near the deep blue plane and were staring at the Golden Bell God. I advise the two of you to leave quickly in case you embarrass yourselves. The Golden Bell God waved his hand, and the golden bell rapidly shrunk and landed in his hand. The Silver Unicorn God grabbed the handle of the first heaven divine chain and said, "Golden Bell God, do you think you are a top-notch half-god? Golden Bell God, you are too arrogant." The Wind Fire Battle God's strength wasn't inferior to the Golden Bell God, and he was rather displeased with the Golden Bell God's attitude. "Wind Fire Battle God, let's work together to repel the Golden Bell God." The Silver Unicorn God transmitted a message to the Wind Fire Battle God. "All right." The Wind Fire War God nodded, and the huge Wind Fire Divine Wheel rushed toward the Golden Bell Deity. "Golden Bell Deity, you're the one who should leave quickly." Silver Unicorn Deity swung his hand, and the Tiani Divine Rope swept towards the Golden Bell Deity like a water dragon. "Stubborn." The Golden Bell Deity sneered. The golden bell in his hand enlarged to protect himself. Bang, bang, bang. Be it the Wind Fire Divine Wheel or the Tiani Divine Rope, they were all blocked by the golden bell, unable to approach the Golden Bell God. Seeing this, the Silver Scale God tied the golden bell with the Tiani Divine Rope. Buzz! The golden bell trembled, and the Tiani Divine Rope immediately became soft, unable to bind the golden bell at all. This golden stillness bell is too difficult to deal with. The Silver Cheeling God gritted his teeth. Fortunately, the Windfire War God was attacking the golden bell from the side, so the pressure on the Silver Unicorn God wasn't too great. I was actually ignored. That's good. I could take a look at the means of demigod. In Li Fuchen's eyes, the half-god power was very special. It was a power that was superior to this universe. Half-god artifacts were even more special as they contained laws that were also superior to this universe's laws. If there was truly a divine world, half-god artifacts might be from the divine world. The battlefield of gods should be the place that was connected to the divine world and the universe. After a series of clashes, the silver-cheeling god and the wind-fire war god were gradually suppressing the Golden Bell deity. Golden Bell deity, is this all you have? The wind-fire war god sneered. If the Golden Bell deity only had this much ability, the wind-fire war god and the silver-cheeling god would be able to exhaust the Golden Bell deity's half-god power. Demigods might be powerful, but they also had a weakness. It was very hard to replenish the half-god power. Only in the half-god region would one be able to replenish the half-god power quickly. If you don't leave now, you shall stay here today. The silver-cheeling god pushed the Tiani divine rope to the limits and constantly tried to tie the Golden Bell. In response, the Golden Bell deity grinned. If I rely on the static Golden Bell, I am indeed not a match for you. It is a pity that I have a second half-god artifact, Purple Gold Divine Crown. While speaking, the purple gold crown on the Golden Bell deity's head suddenly emitted a purple gold halo. A horrific power was added to the Golden Bell deity's body. Get lost! The Golden Bell revolved and vibrated. The silver-cheeling god and the wind-fire war god's half-god artifacts were all sent flying. What? A second half-god artifact? The silver-cheeling god was appalled. Among the demigods, only a minority possessed a second half-god artifact. There were even demigods who possessed a third or fourth half-god artifact. However, those demigods were at least top-notch demigods or even peak-stage demigods. The Golden Bell deity's luck was too good as he actually obtained a second half-god artifact before them. Furthermore, this half-god artifact is a strength enhancement half-god artifact. The Wind-Fire War god had a very unpleasant expression. A demigod could only accept the baptism of one half-god artifact. A second half-god artifact would at most increase the demigod's strength by a huge margin and would have fewer weaknesses. But a strength enhancement half-god artifact was different. It would directly increase the demigod's strength on top of the original foundation. With the support of the purple gold divine crown, the Golden Bell deity's strength was definitely at the level of a top-notch demigod. It might not be easy for a top-notch demigod to deal with two high-class demigods, but it wouldn't be too difficult. In a 1 versus 2 situation, the Golden Bell deity was basically suppressing the silver-cheeling god and the wind-fire war god. Seeing that their half-god power was rapidly depleting, the silver-cheeling god and the wind-fire war god had the intention to retreat. A battle between demigods was different from a battle between emperors. In a battle between emperors, due to the fast replenishment speed, it was hard to scare off the opponents. But in a battle between demigods, it was extremely difficult to replenish the half-god power. The weaker side would rarely clash head-on. Golden Bell deity, we admit that we aren't a match for you, but it isn't that easy for you to obtain a high-class universe artifact. The silver-cheeling god left first. The Wind-Fire War god was rather unwilling, but he still left. After seeing the silver-cheeling god and the Wind-Fire War god leaving, the Golden Bell deity's eyes landed on Li Fuchen. You actually didn't return to the deep blue plane. I am very surprised. While speaking, he silently circulated his half-god power to seal off Li Fuchen's path of retreat. Right now, it was impossible for Li Fuchen to return within a short period of time. If returning to the deep blue plane is useful, I would have already returned. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. 2 high-class demigods were already giving him pressure, but a top-notch demigod was giving him immense pressure. He didn't think he was a match for a top-notch demigod. The only question was if he could withstand it. Wise, I like to speak with wise people. The Golden Bell deity continued. If you are more wise, hand over the high-class universe artifact. I am in a good mood now and might let you leave alive. Li Fuchen smiled and said, if you hand over the high-class universe artifact, I am afraid I will die even faster. The reason why he could talk to him as an equal was that he had the original bracelet, the top treasure of the universe. Without the original bracelet, he wasn't even qualified to talk to him. If he wanted to kill him, He could do whatever he wanted. The Golden Bell deity arched an eyebrow. I have to say, being too smart is also an annoying thing. But sometimes you can't be tolerated. When a still golden bell was executed, the golden bell god suppressed at Li Fuchen. Dang! This time, Li Fuchen's primordial beginning bracelet was sent flying as it wasn't a match for the static golden bell. Without a choice, Li Fuchen transformed the primordial bracelet into the primordial armor to defend with all his might. Suppress. The still golden bell enlarged and enveloped Li Fuchen. The golden bell deity wasn't in a hurry to kill Li Fuchen. He kept the still golden bell and was about to leave. Not good. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered about defense anymore. He turned the primordial armor into the primordial bracelet again and smashed at the inner wall of the still golden bell in a frenzy. Unfortunately, the still golden bell was a high-grade semi-divine artifact after all, so it couldn't be smashed at all. Big. Li Fuchen used all his strength to activate the primordial beginning bracelet, causing it to expand rapidly. This time, the still golden bell had a reaction and enlarged as well, but the enlargement wasn't huge. Still trying to resist? The golden bell deity sneered and burst out with the still golden bell's power to suppress Li Fuchen. Clang! The golden spear suddenly appeared like the world's most resplendent radiance and clashed on the still golden bell. In the next moment, the still golden bell was sent flying. The horrific waves had caused the surrounding regions of the deep blue plain to be in a state of turbulence. The damage to the universe was even more severe than the chaos ruins, but it was only temporary. As the waves gradually calmed down, the universe was also doing its best to repair the damage. Perhaps the chaos ruins was formed from a great battle between demigods. Li Fuchen took the opportunity to break free from the suppression of the still golden bell while this thought flashed in his mind. The universe was too massive. The power of a demigod might be superior to the universe in terms of quality, but when compared to the universe, the intensity of the power was just like a drop of water in a large lake. It wouldn't be able to create a huge wave. But if there were enough demigods and the power of the half-divine artifacts were powerful enough, they should be able to permanently damage the universe. Although the damage might be negligible to the universe, it might not even be considered small injury. It was just like the dandruff that fell off a normal person's dry skin. Golden Light Deity. The Golden Bell Deity roared while his eyes revealed deep apprehension. The Golden Light Deity was a demigod of the divine race and was also a top-notch demigod. He possessed a top-notch half-divine artifact, the Golden Light Spear. He might be a top-notch demigod now, but be it the still Golden Bell or the purple gold divine crown, they were only high-class half-divine artifacts. Therefore, his strength was considered weak among the top-notch demigods and could only suppress high-class demigods. Clang, clang, clang. The Golden Light Deity didn't even bother to talk nonsense with the Golden Bell Deity. He thrust the Golden Light Spear repeatedly at the Golden Bell Deity. Stop! The Golden Light Deity was too dominant, and the Golden Bell Deity couldn't withstand it. Golden Light Kill. The Golden Light Spear in the Golden Light God's hand radiated with radiance before thrusting. Countless spear shadows gathered into a pillar of light and devoured the Golden Bell Deity. Damn it! When the pillar of light dissipated, a figure escaped miserably and vanished without a trace. It seems like I have to think about it carefully. Originally, Li Fuchen wanted to meet the demigods from the various factions, but he didn't have any such thoughts now. He didn't expect for a high-class universe artifact to attract so many demigods. Most importantly, there were even top-notch demigods. After taking a glance, Li Fuchen could sense from a distance that 3 more demigods were rushing over. With his powerful spirit soul power, Li Fuchen could sense that these 3 demigods were all top-notch demigods. Golden Light Deity, you cannot take everything for yourself. A blood-colored halo appeared, and a blood-colored figure walked out. His skin was pale, his eyes were long and narrow, and his pupils were blood red. When looking at him, it was as though looking at a boundless sea of blood, making one feel as though they had fallen into a blood prison. I have yet to see a complete high-class universe artifact. This is a great opportunity to broaden my horizons. A pair of large hands tore apart the starry sky, and a strong man that looked like a savage walked out. I'm also very interested in high-class universe artifact. Young friend, if you are willing to trade with me, I will guarantee that you won't have to worry. The last one that came out was a saber wielder. It was obvious that this saber wielder was a demigod from the Saber Union. Chapter 1041. Blood God, Chaos War God, Shower Blade God. The god of golden light easily recognized the three of them. Xue Shun, one of the vice presidents of the Dark Congress, was a top-notch demigod and possessed a top-notch demigod weapon. The Chaos Battle God was one of the deputy pagoda lords of the god of War Pagoda. He was also a top-notch demigod and possessed a top-notch demigod artifact. The Waterfall Rain Saber God was one of the Saber Alliance's vice alliance masters. His strength was the strongest among the three of them, and he possessed a top-notch semi-divine weapon, the Waterfall Rain Saber. Even though they were from the same faction, the demigods were actually all on their own. For example, the three-horned demon god came from the Dark Parliament, so he had never met the Blood God. It was the same for the Windfire War God from the god of War Pagoda. After all, there was no such thing as courtesy in front of a fortuitous encounter. Even if they were from the same faction, they would still fight for it with all their might. Retreat. With three elite demigods appearing at once, Li Fuchen had no choice but to retreat. After all, he couldn't even deal with a single golden light god. It was a pity that Li Fuchen retreated quickly, but the Blood God was even faster. The Blood God was not only the vice president of the Dark Parliament, but he was also a demigod of the Blood Tribe. The Blood Tribe had always been fast. Li Fuchen already had a way to deal with it. A clay man appeared in his hand, and he poured his power into it. Hua! In the next moment, countless Li Fuchen appeared like a boundless tide that rushed towards the deep blue plain. The Illusion Sky Clay Man was a low-grade universe treasure. It could perfectly imitate a person's aura and replicate it in large quantities. Previously, Li Fuchen was a little careless and was suppressed by the Golden Bell Divinity. If he was determined to escape, the Golden Bell Divinity wouldn't be able to suppress his body. Blood God was surprised. At this moment, he couldn't differentiate which one was Li Fuchen's original body. Of course, if he was given enough time, he would be able to locate Li Fuchen's original body. But this amount of time was enough for Li Fuchen to escape back to the deep blue plain. Blood Sea Cosmos. The Blood God burst out with a yell, and a blood-colored universe enveloped Li Fuchen. So fast. Before Li Fuchen got close to the deep blue plain, he was enveloped by the blood universe. All of his clones were destroyed, and it made his heart sink. Li Fuchen didn't know that a demigod's Great Tao universe was different from an emperor's Great Tao universe. In terms of cultivation level, the two might be comparable, but in terms of power quality, a demigod's Great Tao universe was superior to a real universe. Anyone below the demigod level wouldn't be able to escape. For instance, the Silver Unicorn deity, the Windfire War deity, and the Golden Bell deity had not been able to grasp the Great Path universe at all, mainly because their realms were slightly lower. Break! Li Fuchen activated the primordial bracelet's power and blasted at the Blood Sea Cosmos. Rumble! The Blood Sea universe was boundless, and Li Fuchen's primordial beginning bracelet couldn't penetrate it immediately. You overestimate yourself. The Blood God had an expression of disdain as he reached out and grabbed at Li Fuchen with a blood hand. Blood God, let go. Seeing that the Blood God was about to capture Li Fuchen, the others weren't happy. The Chaos Battle God was like a ferocious beast that was charging around. He charged straight into the Blood Sea Cosmos and used his hands to rip, nearly tearing the Blood Sea Cosmos into two. In terms of cultivation level, the Chaos Battle God might be a little lower. Therefore, he wasn't able to grasp the Great Path universe. But in terms of power, the Chaos Battle God was definitely the number one among the four. It was mainly because he obtained a top-notch half-divine artifact, and it was a power-type half-divine artifact. It allowed him to ignore most of the top-notch demigods' Great Path universes. Golden Light, Divine Field. The horrific golden light extended out and didn't just disperse the blood god's blood sea cosmos. It even caused the chaos battle god to pause for a moment. The one who made the move was the golden light god. As a top-notch demigod of the divine race, his divine field was more tyrannical than the Great Path universe to a certain degree. It was even more exclusive and had intense exclusivity. In the golden light god's divine field, the golden light god's speed was more than 10 times faster. Before Li Fuchen could even think, the golden light god had already appeared above Li Fuchen. Waterfall rain. The saber light was like a shower of rain that penetrated the golden light god's divine field and shot at the golden light god. With a frown, the golden light god quickly dodged. The waterfall rain saber god's waterfall rain saber was extremely powerful, and the golden light god wasn't confident he could resist it, even if he was wearing a regular half-divine artifact, golden light battle armor. The four of them didn't give in and wanted to capture Li Fuchen alone. But this gave Li Fuchen a chance to catch a breath. What should I do? Do I have to use that spatial ring? The spatial ring in Li Fuchen's mouth was given to him by a minotaur masked man called Chonyo when he was at the Sacred Lord level. Of course, the spatial ring didn't belong to Chonyo. It came from Chonyo's teacher. From the words of the minotaur, Li Fuchen knew that Chonyo's teacher was extremely powerful. After all, it wasn't an easy task to surpass this universe. Even a demigod couldn't truly surpass the universe. Only the legendary gods could truly surpass this universe. Chonyo was very powerful. Back then, Li Fuchen thought that Chonyo was just a regular heaven monarch. From the looks of it, he should be a ruler. As for Chonyo's teacher's strength, he was at least a demigod. He might even be a peak-tier demigod. After taking out the spatial ring, Li Fuchen sized it up. The spatial crystal on the spatial ring was indeed very precious and belonged to a low-class universe cardinal treasure. But Li Fuchen knew that the real special part of the spatial ring was the hidden power. This hidden power should be from Chonyo's teacher. No, it is too risky. Li Fuchen didn't wish to hand his fate to a stranger. Furthermore, he wasn't at the end of the line yet. Before coming out to fight, he had already thought of a few escape routes. As a high-class universe cardinal treasure, the primordial origin bracelet wasn't that simple. Just like the primal chaos flame lotus, Li Fuchen could burst out with several times the primordial origin essence in an instant. But the difference was that the primal chaos flame lotus was only a mid-class universe cardinal treasure. Even if Li Fuchen burst out with 10 or 20 times the fire Dao origin essence, he wouldn't suffer a backlash. But the primordial origin bracelet was different. If Li Fuchen burst out with 2 times the primordial origin essence, he would suffer a backlash. Li Fuchen had never tried to burst out with more than 2 times the primordial origin essence. It was mainly because the backlash was extremely terrifying, and unless it was absolutely necessary, Li Fuchen wouldn't do it. The four of them were in a constant struggle. If it wasn't for the protection of the primordial origin armor, Li Fuchen would have been severely injured. This is the only way. There was no time to lose. Li Fuchen burst out with 4 times the primordial origin essence from the primordial origin bracelet and blasted it at the deep blue plane. Bang boom! The aftermath of the battle and the hidden arrangements were instantly blasted through. In the primordial void, a passage formed by the primordial origin essence appeared. After entering the primordial passage, Li Fuchen rapidly approached the deep blue plane. Presumptuous. Courting death. The four immediately chased after Li Fuchen. The Golden Light God and the Blood God used their Golden Light, Divine Domain, and Blood Sea Universe to envelop the primordial passage. But the primordial passage was too firm. Within a short period of time, the Golden Light, Divine Domain, and Blood Sea Universe wouldn't be able to shake it. Shatter. The Chaos Battle God instantly enlarged by 1 billion times. His right arm was 1,000 times longer than his body as he slapped at the primordial passage. Crackle. The primordial passage appeared with countless cracks. Not good. The corner of Li Fuchen's mouth was bleeding. After bursting out with 4 times the primordial origin essence, he had already suffered a huge backlash. He didn't expect that he still couldn't block it. 8 times. Li Fuchen burst out with even more primordial origin essence and poured it into the primordial passage, causing it to be twice as firm. Crack! The blood god waved his hand, and a blood-colored claw mark landed on the primordial passage, leaving behind a deep claw mark. Clang! The golden light, God's golden light spear had boundless power. With a thrust, the primordial passage was forcefully pierced through. It was fortunate that it was just a small hole, and it wasn't enough to destroy the entire primordial passage. The series of actions might seem complicated, but it didn't even take a single thought. Waterfall Rain Saber God, why aren't you making a move? The blood god turned around and looked at the Waterfall Rain Saber God with hesitation. If the Waterfall Rain Saber God made a move earlier, the primordial passage would definitely be destroyed. What does it have to do with you if I make a move or not? At the crucial moment, the Waterfall Rain Saber God decided to let Li Fuchen off. It wasn't because he was fearful of the Swordsman Guild, but because there were 4 of them here. Even if he stopped Li Fuchen, it would be hard for him to obtain a high-class universe cardinal treasure. If that was the case, he might as well do Li Fuchen a favor. The trio weren't fools and immediately understood the Waterfall Rain Saber God's intention. They were enraged and continued to attack the primordial passage. With a single thought, Li Fuchen finally entered the deep blue plane. When the trio's attacks landed on the plane barrier, there were ripples. Even a god would find it difficult to break through the plane barrier. The trio had an abnormally unpleasant expression. They had truly failed miserably this time. However, they couldn't be blamed. As top-notch demigods, they didn't even consider that Li Fuchen could escape, even if he had a high-class universe cardinal treasure. It could only be said that they had underestimated Li Fuchen and the high-grade universe cardinal treasure. Primary Extreme Emperor. Do you think escaping into the deep blue plane will work? I will kill everyone that is related to you outside. The blood god threatened. The chaos battle god said, Primary Extreme Emperor, as long as you hand over the high-class universe cardinal treasure, I can guarantee that I will not settle the score with you. The golden light god didn't say anything, but his expression turned even colder. Li Fuchen said, Aren't the 3 of you top-notch demigods making a big fuss out of nothing just to deal with a ruler like me? Li Fuchen didn't mention the Waterfall Rain Saber God, as he knew that the Waterfall Rain Saber God must have spared him earlier. Otherwise, it was unknown if Li Fuchen could escape into the deep blue plane. As for the blood god and the chaos battle god's threats, Li Fuchen didn't even bother. Those that he truly valued were all in the deep blue plane. As long as these people weren't threatened, he didn't have anything to worry about. As for those people outside, he could only apologize. He wasn't noble enough to sacrifice himself for people that he didn't value. The only thing he could do was to continue his seclusion in the deep blue plane and take revenge for those people. Seeing that they couldn't threaten Li Fuchen, the trio burst out with murderous intent. The blood god said, Watch as I set up the blood prison. After being affected by the blood prison, those with weak willpower in the deep blue plane will constantly leave the deep blue plane. Once they leave, they will fall into the blood prison and will never be able to reincarnate. The blood god's voice was very cold and loud at the same time. It seemed like he was intentionally letting Li Fuchen hear him. Blood prison. Li Fuchen's expression changed. If the blood prison could really affect those with weak willpower in the deep blue plane, it would indeed be a calamity. After all, formidable saints would be able to leave the plane by themselves. By then, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to stop them and wouldn't be able to watch over them at all times. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't think that the blood prison would be so effective that it could affect the entire plane through the plane barrier. But if it could affect a portion of the plane, it was already very terrifying and he had to be on guard. Let's wait and see. Li Fuchen was planning to observe the situation quietly. In order to successfully set up the blood prison, it would definitely require time. If the time was long enough, he might have already become the strongest ruler. By then, he would be able to rely on the primordial beginning bracelet to fight. The blood god started to set up the blood prison. As he circulated his half-god power, there were crisscrossing bloodlines that appeared in the surroundings of the deep blue plane. Within these bloodlines were blood-colored skulls that were roaring and cursing in a deranged manner. TSS. All of a sudden, there was a flash of sword light that lit up a large region around the deep blue plain. In the next moment, the crisscrossing blood lines instantly disintegrated. Blood God, golden light God, chaos battle God. Do you think my swordsman guild is easy to bully? A swordsman walked out from the primal chaos void with an indifferent expression. Sky Piercer Sword God. Chapter 1042. The Heaven Piercer Sword God was the vice president of the Swordsman Guild. His half-divine artifact was one of the top 10 divine swords, the Piercing Soul Sword. The Piercing Soul Sword might only be a top-notch half-divine artifact, but it was one of the most fearsome types of top-notch half-divine artifacts. It was even superior to the Shower Saber God Shower Saber. Of course, when the half-divine artifacts were similar in quality, it was mainly dependent on the master's cultivation level. The Heaven Piercer Sword God's cultivation level was very high. His sword art had already reached the perfection level of the Starfield realm. With a high sword art rank, the half-divine artifact would be able to burst out with stronger power. The half-divine artifact's power would also be more concentrated and wouldn't be wasted. In the half-god region, the Heaven Piercer Sword God had once fought with a pinnacle half-god. The Heaven Piercer Sword God was only at a slight disadvantage. Therefore, in the eyes of the four, the Heaven Piercer Sword God was equivalent to a pinnacle half-god. Heaven Piercer Sword God, others might be afraid of you, but I, the Chaos Battle God, am not. The Chaos Battle God licked his lips and was eager to fight. Is that so? The Heaven Piercer Sword God thrust at the Chaos Battle God. TSS. The sword was too fast, and the Chaos Battle God only had time to shift his body slightly before his shoulder was pierced with a bloody hole. If it was someone else, they would definitely be pierced. Heaven and Earth Frenzy. The Chaos Battle God roared with rage and executed a palm strike at the Heaven Piercer Sword God. Layers of palm force were violent and tyrannical. Bloodthorn Stance. The Heaven Piercer Sword God's sword was elusive and extremely sharp. The Heaven Piercer Sword God didn't make any extra movements, but the Chaos Battle God's palm force was disintegrated and blood-splattered. Heaven and Earth Rend. The Chaos Battle God's body was emitting a black halo as he clashed with the Heaven Piercer Sword God. Bone-Piercing Stance. The Heaven Piercer Sword God and the Chaos Battle God clashed. Crack. The Chaos Battle God's body was pierced, and fresh blood sprayed out from his back like a fountain. The Heaven Piercer Sword God is indeed formidable. The Shower Saber God shook his head. The Chaos Battle God wasn't a match for the Heaven Piercer Sword God. Chaos Battle God, let me assist you. If it was any other time, the Blood God wouldn't even help the Riot Battle God. But now that the Heaven Piercing Sword God was standing on Li Fuchen's side, he was definitely their common enemy. Blood Sea Universe. A boundless sea of blood enveloped the Sky Piercer. You want to play with my Great Tao universe? The Sky-Piercing Sword God sneered as he released the Sky-Piercing Sword Tao universe. Crackle. The Blood God's Blood Sea universe was forced to retreat. Soon, it was surrounded by the Heaven-Piercing Sword Tao universe. Golden Light God Domain. At this time, the God of Golden Light had no choice but to act. He couldn't just leave with his tail between his legs. With the addition of the Golden Light celestial territory, the Bloody Sea cosmos managed to maintain the situation and not collapse. Waterfall Saber God, are you still not going to attack? Blood God looked at the Waterfall Rain Blade God. The Waterfall Rain Saber God crossed his arms in front of his chest and said coolly, "You guys fight amongst yourselves. It has nothing to do with me." He didn't want to deal with Li Fuchen. Thanks a lot. I'll treat you to a drink after this. The Sky Piercer Sword God nodded at the Shower Saber Goddess. The Waterfall Rainblade God was still very strong. If the Waterfall Rainblade God joined the fray, Chinfeng would more or less feel some pressure. All right, it's a deal. The Waterfall Rainblade God grinned. At their level of strength, their wine collection was all brewed by themselves. It was unknown how much effort and precious resources were spent on it. Therefore, he was definitely very interested in the Sky Piercer Sword God's wine. The heaven-piercing sword god still held the absolute advantage even though he was fighting 1 against 3. Every move of his was perfect and flawless. Most importantly, he was very powerful and could easily annihilate a lot of the 3's demigod force. As for the trio, they might be able to hit the Sky Piercer Sword God occasionally, but it was only occasionally. Sky Piercer Sword God, you are incredible. Blood God was the first to retreat. In terms of defense, he wasn't as good as the Golden Light God, who had a regular half-divine artifact, the Golden Light Battle Armor. He was also inferior to the Chaos Battle God. If he continued to fight, he wouldn't have enough half-god power to squander. Blood God retreated. The Chaos Battle God and the Golden Light God weren't a match for the Sky Piercer Sword God. The Golden Light God was slightly better. He had the regular half-divine artifact, the Golden Light Battle Armor, and the Peak-class half-divine artifact, the Golden Light Spear. It could be said that he had both offense and defense. As for the Chaos Battle God, he was only slightly stronger in power and defense. In the face of the Sky Piercer Sword God, he didn't even have the strength to retaliate and had been passively getting beaten up. Sky Piercer Sword God, I will remember you. The Chaos Battle God roared with rage and left unwillingly. I will definitely defeat you next time. The Golden Light God had a gloomy expression. Before he came, he didn't expect the situation to develop like this. In his opinion, taking down Li Fuchin was an easy task. There was a flash of golden light, and the Golden Light God vanished without a trace. Admirable, admirable. You're able to win even when fighting against 3. The Waterfall Rain Blade God applauded. If it was him, he would barely be able to fight against 2, let alone 3. Once your saber art reaches the perfection level of the Starfield realm, you will not be inferior to me. The Sky Piercer Sword God laughed. The Waterfall Rain Blade God smiled bitterly. How can it be so easy? The perfection level of the Starfield realm was the limit of this universe. Any higher, and it would be the God realm. There were plenty of demigods in the universe, but there were only around 20 or so that could reach the perfection level of the Starfield realm. Of course, there were also differences in strength among the perfection level of the Starfield realm. For example, if a swordsman's sword art was at the perfection level of the Starfield realm, but his sword art wasn't at the perfection level of the Starfield realm, then there would definitely be flaws. Only when both the sword art and sword art were at the perfection level of the Starfield realm would one be considered to be at the true perfection level and would be known as the strongest ruler. There were plenty of demigods in the universe, but only a handful of demigods could reach the strongest ruler level. This is the perfection level sword art. As a swordsman whose sword art had reached the late stage of the Starfield realm, Li Fuchin could see more clearly than anyone else. The Sky Piercer Sword God sword art was extremely terrifying. It had obviously reached the state of turning the rotten into the mystical, turning the mystical into the ordinary, returning to the natural state. At this state, every move would be natural, unbreakable, and untraceable. In simpler terms, the Sky Piercer Sword God sword art was already on the same level as the universe. When Li Fuchin fought, he would still need to borrow the Sword Dao source power to fight. If he was in a place without the Sword Dao source power, his strength would be greatly discounted. But the Sky Piercer Sword God was different. Even if he didn't borrow the Sword Dao source power, he would still be able to utilize his strength to his heart's content. The only difference was that with the Sword Dao source power, he would be able to conserve more strength and fight more easily. After all, an individual's strength would have a limit, but the universe didn't have a limit. In addition, as the demigod's power had transformed into the demigod power, it would be slightly harmful to the universe. Therefore, the universe would imperceptibly obstruct them. But if the cultivation level was high enough, the obstruction would be reduced. When the sword art reached the perfection level of the Starfield realm, it would be hard for the universe to obstruct. After all, the universe didn't have a consciousness, it only had a grand willpower. It wouldn't intentionally target certain phenomena or certain people, unless the strength of the wielder had severely harmed the universe. But to be honest, the universe was vast and boundless. The power of a demigod would indeed be slightly harmful to the universe, but the harm would probably be the same as a small pebble falling from a mountain. It was insignificant. In order to severely harm the universe, even a god would find it hard to do so. The existence of the battlefield of gods was proof of this. The Sky Piercer sword god's sword art had definitely given Li Fuchen a great inspiration. His perception was already heaven-defying, and no one could compare with him. Now that he had witnessed a true perfection-level star field realm sword art, his sword art proficiency had a slight change. Sword Dao. Different paths lead to the same destination. The only difference is the individual brand. Just like an iron sword, the material is the same, but the person who forged it is different. The style of the iron sword will be different too. In order to break through to the perfection level of the Starfield realm, it isn't just a matter of improving the sword Dao. More importantly, it is to make the sword art a part of my breathing, to make the sword art inseparable from the body. Li Fuchen's eyes were getting brighter. He wished he could immediately go into seclusion to comprehend the sword art. Primary Extreme Emperor, you are too outrageous. Your Swordsman Guild's vice leader is here to rescue you. Why aren't you coming out to welcome him? The Waterfall Rain Saber God found it funny and said to Li Fuchen, Junior greets Senior Sky Piercer Sword God. Li Fuchen quickly flew out of the deep blue plane and cupped his fist. The Sky Piercer Sword God sized up Li Fuchen and nodded. Good, very good. You are much more outstanding than I imagined. You're actually able to escape unscathed from so many half-gods. It seems like the Tai Chi sword ancestor wasn't lying. You might really be a true son of the universe. All the sons of the universe had great luck. As long as they didn't perish, they would basically become half-gods. Among the sons of the universe, it was rumored that there was a true son of the universe. This son of the universe wouldn't perish, and with enough time, he would become a half-god sooner or later. Of course, it was unknown if it was real or fake. After all, the name of the son of the universe wasn't written on the body. Apart from that, regular sons of the universe would perish. Once they perished, a new son of the universe would be born. A true son of the universe wouldn't perish in the universe, but they would perish in the half-god region. Especially in the battlefield of gods, it didn't matter if you were a son of the universe or a brother of the universe. If you were to die, you would still die. At most, it would be harder for you to die than others. In the Sky Piercer Sword God's opinion, if Li Fuchen was a true son of the universe, as long as Li Fuchen didn't go to the half-god region, no one would be able to do anything to him. As for the high-grade universe cardinal treasure, no one would be able to snatch it away. What a joke. How much luck would it take to snatch a treasure from a true son of the universe? It was said that the sons of the universe would casually obtain treasures, but it was never said that the son of the universe would have his treasure snatched away casually. Furthermore, if a true son of the universe would have his treasure snatched away, then he probably wasn't a true son of the universe. It might be contradictory to explain, but it was just like that. Keep the high-grade universe cardinal treasure for yourself. If there's nothing else, stay in the deep blue plane and don't come out, unless you wish to go to the half-god region. The Sky Piercer Sword God originally wanted to trade the high-grade universe cardinal treasure with Li Fuchen. But after seeing Li Fuchen, the Sky Piercer Sword God changed his mind. This child must be befriended and must not be offended. This was the premonition that came from his sword art reaching the perfection level of Starfield class. The Sky Piercer Sword God had always believed in his premonition. This junior shall bear it in mind. Li Fuchen nodded. After this incident, he would continue his seclusion. Before he became the strongest emperor, he wouldn't take a step out of the deep blue plane. This is a small gift. Treat it as a greeting gift from this senior. The Sky Piercer Sword God flipped his hand, and a broken saber appeared. He then tossed it to Li Fuchen. Senior, I can't accept it. Li Fuchen was startled. What's going on? The Sky Piercer Sword God immediately said, just treat it as me investing in you. That's right, I think highly of you. In the future, I might need your help. This broken saber is a broken half-god artifact. It isn't able to turn someone into a half-god, but it can temporarily condense half-god power. According to my speculations, when this broken saber is complete, it should be a top-notch half-god artifact. A broken top-notch half-god artifact Li Fuchen raised his brows. This was a great artifact, and its value wasn't inferior to a mid-class universe cardinal treasure. Among everyone, Yin Qingwu could use it. Many thanks, Senior. Li Fuchen knew that if he didn't accept the broken saber, he would be rejecting the sky-piercer sword god's befriending. It was a very foolish thing to do. I hope that the next time we meet, it will be in the half-god region. The half-god region had endless conflicts, and the battlefield of gods was the land of fallen gods. The sky-piercer sword god was planning for the future. Otherwise, he wouldn't casually gift a broken top-notch half-god artifact. After all, he wasn't related to Li Fuchen. Definitely, Li Fuchen was looking forward to the half-god region. Waterfall Saber God, let's go have a drink. The sky-piercer sword god was in a good mood and went to find a place to drink with the Waterfall Saber God. Fate is truly mystical. Chapter 1043. Together with the broken saber, Li Fuchen already had 2 half-divine artifact shards. The other half-divine artifact shard was the Fire Dao half-divine artifact shard that he obtained from the Fire Virtue Divine Lord. However, the Fire Dao half-divine artifact shard was only the size of a cup and was severely damaged. Its value was far inferior to the broken saber. Of course, be it the Fire Dao half-divine artifact shard or the broken saber, in terms of power, they were superior to regular mid-class universe artifacts. Back at the starting ground, the Fire Virtue Divine Lord used the Fire Dao half-divine artifact shard to penetrate the Chaos Fire Lotus defense and injure Li Fuchen. However, it was mainly because Li Fuchen had absorbed the calamity power from the Chaos Fire Lotus, and it wasn't complete. After returning from the starting ground, Li Fuchen obtained close to 20 low-class universe artifacts. Among them, there was a Saber Dao universe artifact called the Heaven Fiend Saber Core. The Heaven Fiend Saber Core was condensed from the universe's Saber Dao source's baleful chi. It naturally contained Saber Dao truth and was a rare cultivation treasure for saber artists. Apart from that, Li Fuchen also obtained an Enlightenment Flower at the starting ground. The Enlightenment Flower might only be a peak-class artifact, but its value wasn't inferior to regular low-class universe artifacts. It could allow the cultivator's perception to increase by 100 times within the duration of the medicinal effect. An increase in perception by 100 times wasn't as simple as a 100 times increase in efficiency. When stuck at a bottleneck, those with high perception might be able to break through in a short period of time. Those with lower perception might need to spend 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or even 100,000 times more time. An increase in perception by 100 times would be useful even for peak-level invincible emperors. However, it wouldn't be useful for people like Li Fuchen who had heaven-defying perception. He tried consuming a little and realized that his thoughts were only slightly faster. It wasn't essential. Apart from the Heaven Fiend Saber Core and the Enlightenment Flower, Li Fuchen had also obtained some other Saber Dao Peak-class artifacts like the Saber Bone Fossil, Thousand Calamity Saber Sand, etc. With the help of so many Saber Dao treasures and Saber Dao treasures, Yin Qingwu's cultivation speed was almost the same as riding the clouds. In less than 50 years, she had improved from a 4th-class Heavenly Lord to a 3rd-class Heavenly Lord, then a 2nd-class Heavenly Lord, a 1st-class Heavenly Lord, and finally a City Lord Heavenly Lord. Yin Qingwu's cultivation location had changed from the fruit of the world to the heart of the world. Furthermore, time and space had been accelerated by 10,000 times instead of 3,000 times. Therefore, although less than 50 years had passed, Yin Qingwu's age had increased by 500,000 years. His actual age was far beyond Li Fuchen. However, at the Heaven Monarch realm, as long as one's lifespan wasn't exhausted, age was actually meaningless. Once one became of the Arch, one's lifespan would be eternal. It was too ridiculous to talk about age with an existence with eternal lifespan. Yin Qingwu improved quickly, but the werewolf avatar improved just as quickly. This was because the werewolf avatar's realm was extremely high to begin with. It was already at the pinnacle Imperial Lord level. With Li Fuchen's low-class universe cardinal, the Spirit Pearl of Darkness, in less than 50 years, the werewolf incarnation had increased by 2 levels, turning from a peak-class ruler to an invincible ruler. Seeing that the werewolf incarnation had sufficient strength, Li Fuchen simply gave the mid-class universe cardinal treasures, the Chaos Fire Lotus and the Chaos Stone Essence, to the werewolf incarnation. Li Fuchen believed that with two mid-class universe cardinal treasures, there wouldn't be anyone below the demigod level that could deal with the werewolf incarnation. However, as the werewolf incarnation became an invincible ruler, the heart of the world could only accelerate time and space by 1,000 times. It was 10 times shorter than the previous 10,000 times. It was truly a pity. Another 50 years had passed, and it had been 100 years since Li Fuchen returned from the starting ground. Yan Qingguo persisted and reached the limits of City Lord class Heaven Monarch. There is still one last oral consumption of the Enlightenment Flower. Yan Qingguo opened her eyes and looked at the remnant of the Enlightenment Flower in her hand with pity. The Enlightenment Flower was too precious and rare. Yan Qingguo had split it into 100 portions and would consume one portion every time she encountered a bottleneck. The reason why she was able to improve so quickly was definitely because of the Enlightenment Flower. I shall give you this broken saber. It might give you some inspiration. Not far away, Li Fuchen had also opened his eyes and tossed the broken saber that the heaven-piercing sword god gave to him to Yan Qingguo. Yan Qingguo could feel an extremely terrifying saber chi from the broken saber. The saber chi might be very reserved, and there would only be traces of chi activity leaking out from the broken saber. But Yan Qingguo felt that it was far superior to the Heaven Fiend Saber Core. Li Fuchen said, "This is a broken half-divine artifact. The Saber Dao contained in it is superior to the Saber Dao in this universe. But it is precisely because the Saber Dao is too profound and unfathomable, it isn't easy to comprehend." If Li Fuchen was a saber wielder, he wouldn't mind comprehending the Saber Dao. It was a pity that he wasn't a saber wielder. Half-divine artifact. Yan Qingguo involuntarily opened her rosy mouth. In the past, she felt that it was uncomfortable to completely rely on Li Fuchen as it lacked some of the joys in life. But as time elapsed, she gradually understood that if she didn't rely on Li Fuchen, she wouldn't even be able to see Li Fuchen's shadow. Li Fuchen's progress was too fast. If she wanted to keep up, it was impossible to not receive external help. Right now, Li Fuchen could even obtain a half-divine artifact. It might be a damaged one, but it was still shocking for Yan Qingguo. Perhaps it wasn't a bad thing to completely rely on Li Fuchen. The outside world might be exciting, but with an eternal lifespan, one could slowly experience it. Most importantly, following Li Fuchen's footsteps and advancing by leaps and bounds was a very exciting and novel feeling. I won't feel strange even if you become a god one day. Yan Qingguo laughed and said. Li Fuchen said, "Don't worry, once I become a god, I will definitely let the two of you become gods too. Then I shall wait for that day to come." Yan Qingguo took a deep breath and started to study the broken saber. This broken saber was called the Beauty Saber. The saber was long and narrow, with a reserve saber light. Only by pouring power into the saber would it burst out with terrifying saber light. Such a terrifying saber. Yan Qingguo's hair stood on end as she felt a pair of eyes staring at her from the saber. 120th year, my sword art is finally at the perfection rank. On this day, Li Fuchen's chi presence suddenly turned ordinary. It was as though a peerless swordsman had turned into a regular spy. But every move was natural, and it was obvious that it had reached the stage where it was indistinguishable from the Sword Dao. Be it the heaven-piercing Sword Dao, Tai Chi Sword Dao, or Primary Extreme Sword Dao, they're all just names. What is truly important is the person who gave the name. While feeling the boundless Sword Dao source essence pouring into his body, Li Fuchen's chi presence was getting more ordinary and dull. When walking on the streets, others would only know that he was a swordsman. As for how incredible he was, no one knew. This investment is worth it. In a dangerous place in the horizontal River Star region, the heaven-piercing sword god and the waterfall rain saber god were drinking wine beside a waterfall. This waterfall was extremely powerful, and the splashes were enough to severely injure regular city lord-class heavenly monarchs. But when the splashes landed on the two of them, they were just ordinary splashes. The heaven-piercing sword god's eyes were filled with astonishment and shock, but most of it was rejoicing. This child is indeed different. The waterfall rain saber god nodded. The reason why he went easy on Li Fuchen wasn't because he didn't have the intention to befriend Li Fuchen. The instant Li Fuchen's sword art broke through, the emperor ranking appeared. Li Fuchen's title rose from number 2 to number 1, while the brightness divine lord fell to number 2. For a moment, the universe was in an uproar. Number 1. The primary extreme emperor ultimately surpassed the brightness divine lord and became number 1 on the emperor ranking. Isn't this normal? At the starting ground, so many peak-level invincible emperors weren't a match for the primary extreme emperor, even if they worked together. This is different. At the starting ground, the primary extreme emperor relied on a universe artifact to defeat everyone. In terms of strength, he was only number 2 on the emperor ranking. Right now, he is truly number 1 on the emperor ranking. Even if he doesn't rely on the universe artifact, there probably aren't any emperors that could defeat him. Everyone was in a heated discussion. They knew clearly that the emperor ranking didn't mean anything. Some people had powerful chi presences, but their strength might not be as powerful as the chi presences. Some people had slightly weaker chi presences, but were ridiculously powerful. But in normal situations, the higher the ranking, the more proportional the chi presences and strength. Furthermore, looking at the primary extreme emperor's past battle achievements, it wasn't hard to see that Li Fuchen's strength was more formidable than chi presences. When he was number 2, his strength might not be weaker than the brightness divine lord. That's true. No matter what, the primary extreme emperor is indeed incredible. For countless years, the number 1 emperor ranking has been occupied by the divine race most of the time. This time, it is finally another race. That's right, the primary extreme emperor is too domineering. They already occupy 3 of the top 10 spots on the emperor ranking. The divine race has plenty of demigods too. The number 1 demigod in the universe has always been the divine race's demigod. The more one understood the divine race's foundation, the colder their hearts would feel. It could be said that since countless years ago, the divine race was the core of the universe. They dominated the direction of the universe's history. Many of the major events were related to the divine race, like the World Tree War and the War of Immortality. It was said that they were instigated by the divine race. It was said that the ancestor of the divine race was a true god. Only a true god would be able to give birth to such a terrifying race. Li Fuchen couldn't hear the discussions in the universe. Right now, he was almost fused into the Sword Dao source. The primary extreme sword art had reached the perfection rank of Starfield class. It meant that Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao had also reached the perfection rank. As for the primary extreme sword technique, strictly speaking, it wasn't a pure sword Dao. Firstly, it had to be explained from the origin of the cultivation technique. There was no doubt that the cultivation technique originated from the human race. The human ancestor observed the sun, moon, and stars. He observed the revolution of the universe and lamented the vastness of the universe. He felt that the universe was boundless and had endless power. The human race was too insignificant, like a speck of dust in a universe that would be extinguished at any moment. The human race's great intellect started to simulate the universe and created a power circulation method that was suitable for the human race. This power circulation method was the earliest cultivation technique. Think about it. There were countless star wheels in the universe. These star wheels were like meridians and acupoints. They might not seem to be connected, but they actually had a deep connection. Within the star wheels, there were a large number of star fields, and the star field had countless stars. Each ring was interconnected, and each ring was like a gear. They were tightly jammed and didn't have any flaws. It was very similar to a cultivation technique. Sword Dao cultivation techniques and cultivation techniques didn't have any intrinsic difference. The only difference was that the comprehension of the Sword Dao was fused into the cultivation technique. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao had already reached the perfection rank. As long as he had a complete understanding of his own body structure and had a clear understanding of the universe's structure, he would be able to push the primary extreme sword technique to the perfection rank. By then, he would be the strongest emperor, and his cultivation level would be at the limits of the universe. If he progressed further, he would be at the god level. 130th year, boom. A saber chi that contained eternal chi presence rushed into the sky. Yin Qingwu had broken through. She might have just broken through and was still a regular emperor, but at this moment, her lifespan had become eternal. She didn't have to worry about aging and exhausting her lifespan. I have finally broken through. Yin Qingwu let out a forceful breath and was filled with joy. She knew clearly that her strength wasn't worth mentioning in front of Li Fuchen. But at least in terms of lifespan, the two of them were the same. During these 130 years, no one knew how much pressure Yin Qingwu was under. A lifespan of 100 million years might seem like a lot, but with 10,000 times the time acceleration, it was just over 10,000 years. It wasn't worth mentioning. It was great now. She didn't have to worry about anything, let alone 10,000 times of time acceleration. Even 100,000 or a million times of time acceleration was just a negligible amount of time for her. After taking a glance at Li Fuchen, Yin Qingwu continued to comprehend the Saber Dao. 180th year, the Wolfman incarnation broke through to the formidable, invincible Emperor level. It was obvious that the more time passed, the slower the Wolfman incarnation's breakthrough speed. It couldn't be helped. The Wolfman incarnation only had a bit of Li Fuchen's spirit soul. Despite the case, the cultivation speed was already something that most demigods couldn't compare with. 200th year, Li Fuchen stood up. If I rely on myself to comprehend, it is impossible to push the primary extreme sword technique to the perfection rank. Since the human ancestor observed the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the revolution of the universe to create the cultivation technique, then I should also observe the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the revolution of the universe. With a flash, Li Fuchen exited the deep blue plane. If he exited now, there was still a certain level of danger. He might be discovered by a demigod. It was fortunate that his sword art was now at the perfection rank, and with the primordial beginning bracelet, he might be able to contend with top-notch demigods. Most importantly, he was previously in the deep blue plane and anyone could find him. But it was different when he was traveling and observing the universe. His whereabouts were uncertain, and as long as he was careful, it was impossible for him to be discovered. Time elapsed like water, and Li Fuchen left his footprints in various places in the universe. With his current speed, it would only take him a short moment to travel from one star region to another. This allowed him to travel at a very fast speed. Dangerous lands, ruins, some peculiar stars, some wonderful sceneries of the universe, countless races and civilizations. While traveling, Li Fuchen had nearly forgotten about advancing the primary extreme sword technique. He had never realized that the universe was so beautiful. Chapter 1044. As expected of the largest forest in the universe, the galaxy forest. On this day, Li Fuchen arrived at one of the top 10 wonders of the universe, the Star River Forest. The Starry River Forest was a boundless forest that grew in the starry sky. Even the shortest grass was hundreds of millions of kilometers tall, and the tallest trees were hundreds of billions of kilometers tall. Even the largest star behemoth would look like a tiny bug in the Starry River Forest. Li Fuchen strolled leisurely in the Star River Forest and admired the beautiful scenery. Along the way, Li Fuchen saw more and had more knowledge. Li Fuchen vaguely felt that his mental state had a great change. The state of mind was a very strange thing. It couldn't be improved by external forces, and it didn't mean that a person with a high level of comprehension would have a high state of mind. It was actually the comprehensive embodiment of a person's personality, worldview, personal experience, and various details. As such, even though Li Fuchen had the golden amulet, his mental state wasn't at a ridiculous level. Whoosh! A white light flashed by the side of Li Fuchen. The speed was so fast that Li Fuchen was very surprised. This kind of speed was a little out of this world. It gave people a feeling that they could go wherever they wanted to go as they pleased. On the tree branch ahead, the white light stopped. This was a beautiful species with snow-white skin, a spiral horn on its head, a slender body like a Pegasus, and dreamy eyes like the galaxy. The Milky Way unicorn was said to be the creature with the most spiritual energy in the universe. Legend had it that whoever saw the Milky Way unicorn would be blessed with good fortune. However, it was not easy to see the galactic unicorn. The other party was like the incarnation of fate. If it didn't want to see you, you wouldn't be able to see it at all, no matter how strong you were. To be able to see the galaxy unicorn, it means that my luck is pretty good. Li Fuchen rubbed his nose and smiled. Patter! The galaxy unicorn flashed and appeared beside Li Fuchen. It was unknown why, but the galaxy unicorn wasn't afraid of Li Fuchen at all. When Li Fuchen walked forward, it would follow. When Li Fuchen stopped, it would stop too. From time to time, it would even use its head to rub against Li Fuchen's shoulder. Li Fuchen allowed the other party to follow, and at least he had a companion along the way. After a few years, Li Fuchen was finally about to leave the Star River Forest. This time, the Star River unicorn didn't follow. It stood at the edge of the forest reluctantly and watched Li Fuchen leave. Let's go back. Li Fuchen waved his hand and vanished. Time passed by very quickly. It had been over 300 years since Li Fuchen toured the universe. It had been over 500 years since he returned from the starting ground. For the past 300 years, Li Fuchen had been to too many places. He had visited all the top 10 wonders in the universe. He had also visited some of the famous wonders. There were times when he would even conceal his chi presence and be a normal person in a city in the universe. Without intentionally cultivating, it allowed Li Fuchen's mental state to improve by leaps and bounds. I understand. On a dilapidated star, Li Fuchen naturally entered a mystical and ethereal state. In order to achieve perfection in the primary apex sword art, apart from achieving perfection in the way of the sword, one's understanding of oneself and the universe must also reach an extremely profound level. But in fact, the understanding of oneself and the universe was just on the surface. The true essence was the mental state. Li Fuchen couldn't be more familiar with his body structure. Li Fuchen had also found all the mysteries of the human body. The understanding of the universe differed from person to person. No one dared to say that they had a complete understanding of the universe. But those that could reach the emperor level would have a profound understanding of the universe. Therefore, Li Fuchen actually fulfilled all the requirements. The only thing that didn't meet the requirements was the mental state. The strongest emperor naturally required the strongest mental state. Of course, there were those that didn't have a suitable mental state, but had too much understanding of themselves and the universe. They forcefully became the strongest emperor. Buzz, the dilapidated star, and the void that Li Fuchen was, that was like a giant heart that was breathing. It was contracting and contracting while an eternal and immortal sword Tao presence was spreading out. Such intense waves. A few hundred light years away from the dilapidated star, a purple stream of light suddenly stopped. The purple stream of light scattered, and a middle-aged man with purple crystalline pupils looked at Li Fuchen's direction. If there was a knowledgeable person here, they would definitely recognize that this middle-aged man with purple crystalline pupils was a demigod from the Purple Eye race, the Purple Eye God. In the universe, there were plenty of super factions. As long as a faction had a demigod, it would be considered a super faction. Although the Purple Eye clan only had one demigod, the Purple Eye God. As the Purple Eye God was an advanced demigod, the Purple Eye clan was a level stronger than ordinary super forces. In the universe, they were considered to be somewhat famous. It is the primary extreme emperor. The Purple Eye God's eyes lit up. Among the demigods that returned from the half-god region, there were basically no one that didn't recognize Li Fuchen. It was natural for the Purple Eye God to recognize Li Fuchen too. This primary extreme emperor has a high-class universe cardinal artifact. I probably won't be able to take him down, but I can call for the Vice Alliance leader. With the Vice Alliance leader's capability, it is almost certain that we can take him down. In the universe, there were 9 major super factions. These 9 major superfactions didn't just have a lot of demigods, their demigods were also very powerful. The other superfactions knew that they wouldn't be able to contest with the 9 major superfactions. They would either choose to submit to the 9 major superfactions or form an alliance. The Purple Eye Races Alliance was one of the 5 major alliances in the universe, the Northern Border Alliance. The Northern Border Alliance was formed by over 20 superfactions. There were 1 main, 3 deputies, and 4 alliance leaders. These 4 alliance leaders were all top-notch demigods. Among the demigods that returned from the Northern Border Alliance, one of them was one of the 3 deputy alliance leaders, the Steel Claw Ghost God. Picking up the communication token, the Purple Eye God sent the information to the Steel Claw Ghost God. Kiki, the Steel Claw Ghost God, actually have such good luck. Even if I stay in my own territory, a high-class universe cardinal artifact will be delivered to me. This was a hidden domain that was filled with eerie chi. In the center of the hidden domain was a pitch-black canyon. A ghostly figure suddenly rushed out, and the dense ghost chi would send chills down one's spine. It was hard for the Steel Claw Ghost God to not be happy. Previously, the Golden Light God, Blood God, Chaos Battle God, and Waterfall Rainsaber God weren't able to snatch a high-class universe cardinal artifact, allowing Li Fuchin to escape back to the Deep Blue Plane. Afterwards, the Heaven-Piercing Sword God personally appeared and repelled the 3 demigods and recruited the Waterfall Rainsaber God. The Steel Claw Ghost God naturally didn't wish to offend the Heaven-Piercing Sword God, but depended on the situation. If it was for a high-class universe cardinal artifact, it didn't matter if he offended the Heaven-Piercing Sword God. In normal situations, a high-class universe cardinal artifact's value was comparable with a top-notch half-divine artifact. The Steel Claw Ghost God's top-notch half-divine artifact was a claw-type half-divine artifact, and it was an offensive half-divine artifact. What it lacked was a high-class universe cardinal artifact, like Li Fuchin, that could transform at will. Without a sound or presence, the Steel Claw Ghost God left the hidden domain and flew towards the location that the Purple Eye God sent out. 107 Human Body Mysteries. 108 Human Body Mysteries. The human body had a total of 108 human body mysteries. It coincided with the number of Heaven Dipper and Earth Fiend. It also coincided with the universe Heaven Tao. Li Fuchin had already found all the human body mysteries, but he wasn't able to fuse them into the primary extreme sword technique. As the 108 human body mysteries were interconnected and fused, a simple and primitive sword diagram that returned to the natural state was fused with Li Fuchin. It was a very mystical feeling. Li Fuchin felt as though he had turned into the Sword Tao in the universe. Is this the perfection stage cultivation technique? Li Fuchin revealed a smile. The perfection stage cultivation technique was truly flawless. As the primary extreme sword technique reached the perfection stage of the Starfield class, Endless Sword Tao Source Essence descended from the depths of the universe and fused into Li Fuchin's body. At the same time, Li Fuchin realized that his power reserves weren't just several times more robust. There was also a great characteristic: he could create power by himself. Even half-gods weren't able to create their own power and had to absorb power from the outside world. Once the connection with the outside world was severed, they could only rely on their own power reserves to persist. Once the power was exhausted, they would die. But Li Fuchin was different. Even if the connection with the outside world was severed, Li Fuchin was still self-sufficient and didn't need to absorb power from the outside world. Of course, if he could absorb power from the outside world, it would naturally be better. He could simply exhaust those that were stronger than him to death. The strongest ruler is indeed the strongest ruler. There are no weaknesses and flaws. Li Fuchin finally knew what the strongest ruler was. Not only was his cultivation level at the perfection stage, but his body was also flawless. Li Fuchin reckoned that after the strongest ruler became a half-god, he would most likely be able to create his own half-god power and wouldn't face the awkwardness of not having enough half-god power. Of course, it didn't mean that the strongest ruler's power was endless. There was a limit to the power that could be created. If the consumption exceeded the speed of the power creation, the power would still be exhausted. But compared to others, the situation was much better. The sword Tao's source essence that descended was too much. Most of it was used to increase Li Fuchen's power reserves, while a small portion was used to modify Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen felt that as time elapsed, his body toughness was gradually approaching the middle stage of the Hand of Calamity. It also meant that the strongest ruler's body toughness was extremely fearsome and didn't have any shortcomings. Purple-eyed God. A few hundred light years away, a ghostly figure appeared. Greetings to the Vice Alliance leader. The purple-eyed god was shocked as he cupped his fist and bowed to the Steel Claw Ghost God. The Steel Claw Ghost God nodded and said, "Purple-eyed God, you are not bad. Once you discovered the Origin Extreme ruler, you immediately informed me. Don't worry, as long as I obtain a high-class Universe Cardinal artifact, you will definitely be rewarded. It is my duty to serve the Vice Alliance leader." The Northern Border Alliance had a few factions. The Purple-Eyed God had always been in the Steel Claw Ghost God's faction. If the Steel Claw Ghost God got stronger, it would be a good thing for his faction and the Purple-Eyed God. This person is the Origin Extreme ruler. He is indeed rather special. The Steel Claw Ghost God couldn't help but frown. Li Fuchen, who was on the dilapidated star a few hundred light years away, gave him a very strange feeling. It was indescribable, but it still affected the Steel Claw Ghost God. "I don't care anymore. I am a formidable top-notch demigod. I don't need to fear a ruler." The Steel Claw Ghost God lunged at Li Fuchen. Chapter 1045. Li Fuchen had already noticed the Purple-Eyed God and the Steel Claw Ghost God. If it was in the past, Li Fuchen would definitely flee. But now, he felt that there was no need to flee. Compared to 500 years ago, his strength was more than 100 times stronger. 500 years ago, his sword art and cultivation technique weren't at the perfection rank, but back then, he was already able to exchange moves with high-class demigods. 500 years later, his sword art and cultivation technique had both broken through to the perfection rank. He reckoned that his current sword Tao power wasn't inferior to a regular demigod's half-god power. After all, be it the breakthrough of sword art or cultivation technique, it would allow the sword Tao bloodline to be enhanced. With the enhancement of the sword Tao bloodline, the sword Tao power would naturally be enhanced too. Furthermore, Li Fuchen didn't have an ordinary breakthrough this time. His sword art and cultivation technique were both at the perfection rank. Li Fuchen's sword Tao power had already reached the limits of the universe and was the strongest sword Tao power. In comparison, regular demigods' half-god power might be tyrannical, but regular demigods would at most be at the late-stage star field realm. Some regular demigods would only be at the mid-stage star field realm and would be suppressed by Li Fuchen in terms of cultivation level. In addition, the half-god power of a half-god was feared by the universe. Therefore, the universe would also restrict it. Seeing the Steel Claw Ghost God lunging over, the primordial bracelet on Li Fuchen's wrist turned into the primordial sword and welcomed the attack. Clang! When the steel claw and sword clashed, there was a shockwave that instantly destroyed everything in the surroundings. What? The Steel Claw Ghost God felt a terrifying resistance that caused its body to pause. It wasn't able to launch a second attack in time. He blocked the Vice Alliance leader's first attack. The Purple-Eyed God was shocked. No wonder it is the strongest sword Tao power. Li Fuchen sized up the primordial sword in his hand and felt more confident. After becoming the strongest emperor, Li Fuchen was able to burst out with even more of the primordial bracelet's source essence. Right now, the primordial bracelet was no different from a top-notch half-god artifact in his hand. Furthermore, it was one of the stronger ones among the top-notch half-god artifacts. Apart from the fact that the wielder couldn't become a half-god, it wasn't inferior to top-notch half-god artifacts in other aspects. What a high-grade universe treasure. The Steel Claw Ghost didn't think of Li Fuchen as a strongest emperor. It was mainly because it was too difficult to reach the strongest emperor realm. In the entire universe, there were only a handful of individuals that could reach the strongest emperor realm. Which one of them wasn't invincible? The Steel Claw Ghost didn't know if Li Fuchin could reach the strongest Emperor realm in the future. He only knew that the current Li Fuchin wasn't a strongest Emperor. Since it wasn't the strongest sovereign Emperor, the only explanation was that it was a high-grade universal treasure. It was stronger than everyone had imagined. Perhaps, the might of a high-grade universal treasure wasn't comparable to a peak semi-divine artifact, but a peak semi-divine artifact. Even if it was weaker, it wouldn't be by much. Think about it. How many high-grade universe treasures had appeared in the entire universe? He estimated that there were only about 5 of them. Ordinary people would never have the opportunity to witness the true power of a high-grade universal treasure, so it was normal for them to misjudge the value of a high-grade universal treasure. Its power is close to, or even comparable to, a pinnacle demigod artifact. The steel-clawed demon god's eyes turned red. If he had a high-level universe treasure, wouldn't he be able to challenge a slightly weaker peak demigod? I must obtain a high-grade universe treasure. The steel-clawed demon god decided that even if he had to pay a huge price, he had to kill Li Fuchin and seize the treasure. After all, if he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Steel Claw Storm. Activating the half-god power, countless claw shadows swept at Li Fuchin like a storm. A half-god's attack was almost as mystical as a ruler's, but the power was more than 100 or 1,000 times stronger. In terms of attack power, Li Fuchin wasn't even comparable to the steel-clawed demon god. However, his sword art was already at the perfection rank, and he could use his superior sword art to neutralize the claw shadow's power. It was the same as using 10% or 20% of his strength to neutralize 10% of the steel-clawed demon god's power. Damn it, the steel-clawed demon god felt as though it was in a quagmire. It obviously had boundless strength, but its hands and legs were restricted, and it wasn't able to fully utilize its strength. On the contrary, Li Fuchin was able to make use of the opponent's strength and adapt to the situation. Streaks of sword lights slashed on the steel-clawed demon god's body, causing blood to spurt out. In a contest between experts, it wasn't just the attack power that was stronger. It also depended on techniques. The steel-clawed demon god's attack might seem very powerful, but it wasn't able to hit Li Fuchin. Li Fuchin would be able to hit the steel-clawed demon god after a few or a dozen moves and exhaust the steel-clawed demon god's half-god power. I don't believe I can hit you. The steel-clawed demon god ignored Li Fuchin's attack and intended to engage in close combat. However, Li Fuchin wasn't going to give him the chance. Back when the Heaven-Piercer Sword God fought against 3 top-notch demigods, he was able to neutralize the attacks from 3 top-notch demigods and would only be hit once in a while. Right now, Li Fuchin's sword art wasn't inferior to the Heaven-Piercer Sword God, and his opponent was only a top-notch demigod. If Li Fuchin could still be hit by the Heaven-Piercer Sword God, then Li Fuchin would be too weak. Impossible. How is this possible? The steel-clawed demon god couldn't accept this fact. He was a top-notch demigod, and he couldn't even get close to a ruler. No one would believe this. Such power. This primary extreme ruler's strength isn't inferior to a top-notch demigod. Furthermore, his sword art. As the saying went, the spectator had a clearer view. The purple-eyed god who was watching from the side was able to see more and clearer than the steel-clawed demon god. He was certain that Li Fuchin's sword art was definitely at the perfection level of Starfield Realm. In addition, Li Fuchin's strength was too powerful, and it didn't seem inferior to a regular demigod's half-god power. Could it be? The purple-eyed god revealed a shocked expression. Strongest ruler. A thought flashed in the purple-eyed god's mind. It must be. Only the strongest ruler's power would be so insane. It was comparable to a regular demigod's half-god power. The purple-eyed god immediately told his discovery to the steel-clawed demon god. The steel-clawed demon god's eyes were bewildered. To be honest, he was 80% sure that Li Fuchin was the strongest ruler. After all, apart from the strongest ruler, there was no other explanation. A high-class universe artifact was only powerful. It wasn't enough to toy with him. It seems like I have to use the Ghost Shadow Divine Claw's power. The steel-clawed demon god's palm rapidly changed color and his nails turned sharp. Kill! As the steel claw demon god brandished its claw, a black and red claw shadow instantly enveloped Li Fuchen. Such speed! When facing the half-divine artifact's power, Li Fuchen wasn't able to neutralize it easily and was sent flying by the claw shadow. Kill! 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 The steel claw demon god brandished its claw repeatedly and attacked Li Fuchen from all directions. PFFF. Li Fuchen's body was left with a bone-deep claw wound. Right now, Li Fuchen's physical defense was too tough. He had the myriad calamity, indestructible body and the strongest ruler's body. With the two stacked, his body toughness was at an astounding level. Of course, in the face of a top-notch half-divine artifact, the myriad calamity, indestructible body was still lacking. All of the calamity power was instantly exhausted. If Li Fuchen didn't have the strongest ruler's body, this claw attack would definitely be able to eliminate a large portion of Li Fuchen's power. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen quickly condensed the primordial armor. When the primordial armor and primordial sword appeared at the same time, they were only able to utilize 80% of their power. However, it was enough for Li Fuchen. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, with the primordial armor, the steel claw demon god couldn't injure Li Fuchen anymore. Purple-eyed god, hurry up and help. The steel claw demon god couldn't care about its reputation and yelled at the purple-eyed god. Yes, how could the purple-eyed god not see that the steel claw demon god couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen? Purple-eyed mirror seal. The purple-eyed race's strongest ability was their ocular technique. As the purple-eyed god's eyes glowed with purple light, countless mirrors appeared around Li Fuchen. Each mirror had a Li Fuchen, and each Li Fuchen's eyes had countless mirrors. Even a top-notch demigod would need a very long time to escape after getting trapped in the purple-eyed world if they aren't careful. The purple-eyed god was very confident in his ocular technique, as it was his specialty. Furthermore, his purple-eyed world hadn't transformed into the purple-eyed universe yet. If it had transformed into the purple-eyed universe, he was confident he could defeat any top-notch demigod. Ocular technique world, huh? Li Fuchen raised his brows. Ocular techniques were usually illusion techniques and targeted at the spiritual level. When facing illusion techniques, if one's willpower wasn't strong enough, it was very easy to get lost. It was a pity that the purple-eyed god picked the wrong person. Li Fuchen's spirit soul was several times stronger than a demigod. This mere ocular technique world was simply full of loopholes in his eyes. Break! Li Fuchen yelled out, and the purple-eyed world instantly collapsed. PFFF. The purple-eyed god vomited a large amount of fresh blood and stared at Li Fuchen as though he saw a ghost. How powerful was Li Fuchen's spirit soul willpower? It was actually able to break the purple-eyed world in an instant and cause him to suffer a severe backlash. Trash. The steel-clawed demon god cursed in his heart. A high-class demigod was only able to withstand for an instant in the hands of a ruler. If he wasn't trash, what was he? Let's see how long you can last. Without a choice, the steel-clawed demon god decided to exhaust Li Fuchen's strength. After a period of time, the steel-clawed demon god realized that it wasn't realistic to exhaust Li Fuchen's strength. It was possible that before Li Fuchen's strength was exhausted, the steel-clawed demon god's half-god power would be exhausted first. Damn it! Why isn't he here yet? It was impossible for the steel-clawed demon god to give up on the high-grade universe cardinal treasure. This time, the Northern Border Alliance had a total of 5 demigods, and he had already informed the other 3 demigods. Spirit suppression wood. All of a sudden, giant wood descended from the sky and turned the area that Li Fuchen was in into a dense giant wood forest. Arrow rain. Immediately after, there was an arrow rain. The arrow rain was like a locust swarm that lunged at Li Fuchen. Blazing hammer. Finally, a blazing meteor hammer came crashing down. Just in time, Li Fuchen could see that the giant wood forest was a kind of entrapment half-divine artifact. The arrow rain was an arrow-type half-divine artifact, and the blazing hammer was a hammer-type half-divine artifact. Executing the primary extreme sword art, a boundless sea of swords protected Li Fuchen. The arrow rain and the blazing hammer were all blocked outside. Sect origin swords. Turning 10,000 swords into a single sword, Li Fuchen pierced through the giant wood forest and flew out. He broke my spirit suppression wood just like that. Not far away, a demigod with a green wood floating above his head was shocked. His spirit suppression wood might only be a high-grade half-divine artifact, but it was still an entrapment half-divine artifact. Even a top-notch demigod would be trapped by it for a period of time. It wasn't as easy as Li Fuchen. This UNG Emperor is way too strong. The two demigods that were wielding the arrow-type half-divine artifacts and hammer-type half-divine artifacts frowned. They had lived for countless years and had never seen such a powerful emperor. No wonder the steel-clawed demon god didn't care about his reputation and summoned them over. 5 demigods. The Northern Border Alliance really thinks highly of me. Li Fuchen smiled at the steel-clawed demon god. The steel-clawed demon god's face twitched and said coldly, "If the 5 of us work together, you won't stand a chance. I advise you to quickly hand over the high-grade universe cardinal treasure." In order to obtain a high-grade universe cardinal treasure, reputation was nothing. That might not be the case. The world is huge, and I, Li Fuchen, can come and go as I please. Primary extreme, sword shift. Li Fuchen didn't wish to continue fighting. To him, it was meaningless to continue fighting. It was impossible for him to kill all 5 of them. If the battle dragged on, the other demigods might be attracted over, and it wasn't a good thing. Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and vanished without a trace. He vanished? The demigod that was wielding the arrow-type half-divine artifact scanned with his spiritual awareness and couldn't find any traces of Li Fuchen. He has indeed vanished. The demigod with the green wood floating above his head and the hammer-type half-divine artifact looked at each other in dismay. They had truly seen a ghost today. It was fine if an emperor's strength was comparable with a top-notch demigod, but his shifting technique was also so strange. No wonder you are the strongest emperor. I, the steel-clawed demon god, admit defeat today. The steel-clawed demon god gritted his teeth and said each word. He knew some rumors about the strongest emperor. Because the strongest emperor had reached the perfection rank, they could perfectly blend into the universe. Demigods were apprehensive of the universe willpower, and there would always be a trace of barrier. It was this trace of barrier that prevented them from discovering Li Fuchen. In other words, outside the half-god region, no one could deal with the strongest emperor, not even a peak-tier demigod. The strongest emperor could come and go as he pleased, and it was impossible to find any traces of him. The strongest emperor is too terrifying. When he goes to the battlefield of gods, he is probably going to obtain a half-divine artifact. It is truly incredible for the strongest emperor to become a demigod. It's not that easy to get a demigod weapon. Most importantly, looking at UNG Imperial Lord, I'm afraid he won't be interested in ordinary demigod weapons. He'll only be interested in top-notch demigod weapons. It was very important to refine the first half-divine artifact. If you chose a regular half-divine artifact, you would most likely become a regular demigod. If you chose a high-class half-divine artifact, you would most likely become a high-class demigod. Of course, nothing was absolute in this world. If the second half-divine artifact was 3 levels stronger than the first half-divine artifact, it would be able to undergo the second baptism and allow the half-god power to evolve. There are some people who refined a regular half-divine artifact to become a regular demigod. After that, they would obtain a peak-tier half-divine artifact. After refining it, they would be able to undergo the second baptism and become a peak-tier half-god. However, peak-tier half-divine artifacts were too rare. One had to venture deep into the battlefield of gods in order to find one. After going to the half-god region and the battlefield of gods, the universe willpower won't be able to help him. Chapter 1046. During the 300 years that Li Fuchen left, Yan Qingwu and the werewolf incarnation had improved. Yan Qingwu had progressed from a regular emperor to a top-class emperor, while the werewolf incarnation had progressed from a regular invincible emperor to a powerful invincible emperor. Of course, the two of them were able to improve so quickly because of the heart of the realm. Any other emperor would be able to improve rapidly if they cultivated in the heart of the realm. Furthermore, the duo had all sorts of cultivation artifacts that Li Fuchen gave them. It is time to improve my time-space Dao too. According to what Li Fuchen knew, a demigod could actually possess many kinds of half-god powers, but the conditions were very harsh. Firstly, the willpower had to be strong enough to accommodate many kinds of half-god powers. Otherwise, the body would explode easily. Secondly, one of the Daos had to reach the perfection rank. It was already extremely difficult to satisfy one of the two conditions. There were probably less than 10 individuals in the entire universe who could satisfy both conditions. Perhaps it was due to his strong mental state. Li Fuchen's cultivation of the time-space Dao was much smoother than before. There were plenty of things that he just needed to ponder a little. Apart from that, Li Fuchen had also obtained a space-time low-class universe artifact from the starting ground. With the help of this space-time low-class universe artifact, Li Fuchen took just a few dozen years to increase his space-time Dao to the late-stage star field realm. Subsequently, Li Fuchen spent another 500 years to increase his time-space Dao to the perfection rank. Li Fuchen might have reached the perfection rank in the time-space Dao, but he wasn't considered the strongest emperor of the time-space Dao. Unless Li Fuchen could create a time-space Dao cultivation technique and increase it to the perfection rank, allowing his time-space bloodline to metamorphose into the perfection rank. To put it simply, if a martial Dao emperor wanted to become the strongest emperor, both the martial art and cultivation technique must be at the perfection rank. For those who didn't cultivate the martial Dao, they just needed to have their bloodline at the perfection rank. The latter might seem simple, but in essence, it wasn't any different from the former. Take Li Fuchen, for example. After his sword art reached the perfection rank, his sword Dao bloodline wasn't at the perfection rank. Only after his cultivation technique reached the perfection rank would his sword Dao bloodline be at the perfection rank. It also meant that there were 2 steps for a martial Dao emperor to become the strongest emperor. The first step was the perfection rank of the martial art, and the second step was the perfection rank of the cultivation technique. Sovereign emperors who did not cultivate the martial Dao did not have detailed steps to become the strongest sovereign emperor. They could only slowly improve their bloodlines. I didn't expect my Dao of space-time to reach the perfection realm so quickly. It seems like the state of mind is more useful than I thought. If I cultivate any martial arts with the strongest state of mind, I will probably be able to advance by leaps and bounds, traveling millions of miles in a day. Li Fuchen's perception was already heaven-defying, and with the strongest mental state, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Mid-stage tribulation hands is still a bit weak. Next, I will have to raise it to the late stage. A middle-stage tribulation hand could barely withstand a peak invincible sovereign emperor's attack. However, if it encountered a demigod, its tribulation power would be drained instantly. If the hand of calamity reached the later stages, it should be able to fight against a demigod. After all, this martial art was created by the immortal god. With this martial art and the immortal glove, the immortal god was one of the most terrifying demigods at that time. The hand of calamity was harder to break through than Li Fuchen imagined. After 500 years, Li Fuchen was still unable to break through to the late stage of the hand of calamity. On the contrary, Yan Qingwu and the werewolf incarnation had broken through to the regular invincible sovereign emperor and the peak-level invincible sovereign emperor respectively. Especially the former. After obtaining the broken saber, her cultivation speed was already comparable to the werewolf incarnation. The latter still had a bit of Li Fuchen's spirit soul power. It seems like the hand of calamity is rather special and relies on external forces to increase the cultivation level. Previously, the hand of calamity advanced from the initial stage to the middle stage because it absorbed the tribulation power from the chaos flame lotus. Li Fuchen reckoned that if he wanted to advance the hand of calamity to the late stage, he would need to spend a long time or absorb a higher tier of tribulation power. The chaos flame lotus is already a mid-class universe artifact. I can't possibly absorb a high-class universe artifact's tribulation power, right? Li Fuchen was certain that the primordial beginning bracelet didn't have any tribulation power. Of course, even if there was, Li Fuchen wouldn't absorb it. The primordial beginning bracelet was still very useful to him for now. Half-divine artifacts and shards might contain tribulation power. Li Fuchen thought of a possibility. The tribulation power was basically the power of destruction. It was the power that caused everything to collapse. It was in between order and disorder. Such power was very difficult to control, and it was already an anomaly for the god of immortality to create it. It was said that the god of immortality was able to create it because he observed the half-divine artifact, the gloves of undying. It was obvious that the gloves of undying contained the tribulation power. Since the gloves of undying contained the tribulation power, it was obvious that the other half-divine artifacts contained the tribulation power too. After all, there were plenty of half-divine artifacts in the divine battlefield, and there were all sorts of them. Many of them didn't exist in this universe. I will make some more preparations. There is no hurry. Li Fuchen didn't plan to head to the half-god region so soon. He still didn't have enough accumulations, and it was too dangerous to head to the half-god region recklessly. After all, there were too many super factions that he had conflicts with. The two of you have cultivated for tens of millions of years. It is time for you to come out and take a walk. On this day, Li Fuchen said to Yin Qingwu and the werewolf incarnation, "Even if you didn't say it, I would like to come out and take a walk too." After breaking through to the invincible ruler level, Yin Qingwu felt a huge bottleneck. She could vaguely feel that her mental state wasn't strong enough, and it would be a waste of time if she continued to comprehend in seclusion. Furthermore, just as Li Fuchen mentioned, she had spent too much time in seclusion to comprehend. With the acceleration of time and space, she had unknowingly cultivated for tens of millions of years. If it wasn't for the special world heart, the universe artifact, and the incomplete half-god artifact to assist her cultivation and guide her mental state, she would have already stopped cultivating. If she forcefully cultivated, she would definitely collapse. I don't mind. As compared to Yin Qingwu, the werewolf incarnation didn't mind. His spirit soul essence came from Li Fuchen's spirit soul force. Let alone cultivating for tens of millions of years. Even if he cultivated for a few 100 million years, his spirit soul wouldn't collapse. Did you hear? The primary extreme ruler is going to host a ruler banquet. I think it is called the primordial banquet. During the banquet, he is going to auction some universe treasures. Auction the universe treasures? Is that true? It can't be fake. I heard that the primary extreme ruler obtained a large number of universe treasures at the starting ground. He even obtained a high-class universe treasure. It is normal for him to auction some low-class universe treasures that he doesn't need. Isn't he afraid that demigods will come to snatch the high-class universe treasures? You still don't know? The primary extreme ruler has already become the strongest ruler. He can come and go as he pleases. No demigod can stop him. In just a few dozen years, the news of Li Fuchen hosting a banquet had spread across dozens of star wheels. Many of the rulers had received the news. It seems like he has indeed become the strongest ruler. The heaven-piercer sword god was very surprised. With his sword art at the perfection rank, he knew how difficult it was to become the strongest ruler. If he only thought highly of Li Fuchen's potential previously, he was now filled with respect for Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen might not be a match for the heaven-piercer sword god now, but once Li Fuchen became a demigod, the tables would be turned. The heaven-piercer sword god would never be a match for Li Fuchen. With such an enemy, the other super factions will probably have a headache. The heaven-piercer sword god smiled. It is fortunate that I didn't completely offend him. The waterfall rain saber god, who was preparing to return to the demigod region, felt relieved when he heard the news. He had witnessed the power of a most powerful emperor before. When he was still an emperor, he had seen a most powerful emperor in action. It was no exaggeration to say that a most powerful emperor and a most powerful emperor were two different levels. If demigod was the absolute power, then a most powerful emperor was the absolute realm. Power could be made up for with external help, but cultivation level couldn't be used. One could only rely on oneself. Strongest ruler, huh? The god of golden light's eyes burst out with terrifying, murderous intent. Any strongest ruler was a threat to the divine race. If they weren't eliminated as soon as possible, it would lead to a calamity sooner or later. Countless years ago, only the divine race had possessed the strongest emperor. Back then, the divine race's control over the universe had been much stronger than it was now. It was only after the other superpowers had produced their own strongest emperor that the divine race's control over the universe gradually declined. Currently, there were only 5 known people who had reached the strongest emperor realm. The weakest of these 5 people who had reached the strongest emperor realm was a peak demigod, while the strongest was an invincible demigod. Among them, the divine race's temple was the most fearsome and occupied 2 of the strongest rulers. The Dark Parliament occupied 1, the Trials I occupied 1, and the Undead Army occupied 1. If the Swordsman Guild occupied 1 more ruler, the divine race would definitely be affected. Therefore, before the swordsman became a demigod, it was best to eliminate them as soon as possible. Li Fuchen hosted the primeval banquet, mainly for mutual exchange. He had too many useless items, and it would be a waste to store them in the spatial ring. He might as well use them to exchange for some useful items. It might be useful to him or the people around him. Of course, if it was possible, Li Fuchen was willing to use peak-grade spirit stones to purchase them. Since he had enough peak-grade spirit stones, it wasn't a problem to purchase some low-class or mid-class universe treasures. I hope I can trade for some life-type universe treasures. After being nourished by the Greenwood Gourd, Li Fuchen's tree of life had already grown to a few 100 million miles tall. The fruits of life on the tree were about 30% to 40% ripe. Li Fuchen had a premonition that once the fruits of life ripened, the tree of life would grow into a mid-class universe treasure. The mid-class tree of life shouldn't be underestimated. The tree of life was a high-class universe artifact, after all. Even if it hadn't fully matured, the vitality it contained was extremely pure and could perfectly recover injuries. It wasn't exaggerating to say that even if Li Fuchen had become the strongest ruler, in terms of vitality, he still wasn't comparable to the current tree of life. Once the tree of life grew into a mid-class universe treasure, its vitality would probably increase by 100 or 1,000 times. Chapter 1047. The primeval banquet was held on a piece of rock. This rock was floating in the vast and boundless universe like a speck of dust. When getting closer, one could see that this rock was actually a few tens of thousands of miles in size and was comparable to a small star. If one took a closer look, one would realize that this rock was actually a square stone seal. The stone seal even had natural markings that were magnified several times. Thick earth stone seal, low-class universe cardinal artifact. As a universe cardinal artifact, it was normal for it to be a few tens of thousands of miles in size. On the stone seal, Li Fuchen used the primal chaos Earth Tao source essence to create a garden. After sprinkling countless seeds and greenwood gourd water, the garden was filled with thousands of flowers. Towering trees rose from the ground, and vines crawled all over the corners of the garden. Of course, this was just the visual beauty. At the level of a ruler, one would be able to see things in a deeper perspective. They could see through the garden and see the Earth Tao law and Life Tao law. He actually used a low-class universe cardinal artifact as the venue for the banquet. Extravagant and grand. No wonder he is the strongest ruler. In the entire universe, there are probably only a handful of individuals that have such extravagance. The rulers landed on the thick earthstone seal and were filled with praises. They could clearly feel the Earth Tao law and Life Tao law. If some of the rulers that cultivated the Earth Tao and Life Tao were to comprehend in seclusion here, their cultivation speed would definitely increase by 10 times or even 100 times. Come, let's go in. I can already smell the aroma of fine wine. In the garden, there were countless yellow-clothed attendants walking back and forth with plates in their hands. Those with discerning eyes could tell at a glance that these attendants were not naturally formed life forms, but Earth's spirits condensed from Earth path, origin energy. As time elapsed, there were more and more rulers that arrived at the primeval banquet. Of course, most of these rulers were here to join in the fun. Even if they had enough artifacts, they wouldn't use them to bid for the universe cardinal artifact. What a joke! The universe cardinal artifact might be great, but one must have the strength to protect it. The primary extreme ruler was able to protect his universe cardinal artifact because he was the strongest ruler. If it was someone else, they would have been dead by now. Give me a cup. The purple extreme ruler was walking alone on the path of the garden while lamenting in his heart. He remembered that he had a small conflict with Li Fuchen back then, but it was fortunate that Li Fuchen stopped in time. Who would have thought that Li Fuchen, who wasn't a match for him back then, had already achieved an achievement that he could only look up to? Strongest sovereign emperor. Just hearing these 3 words was shocking. Good wine. Taking the wine from the earth attendant, Monarch Purple Extreme couldn't help but sigh in admiration after taking a sip. The standard of this banquet was too high-end. A bottle of wine was worth at least 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones, and many were worth more than 10 million. Imperial Emperor Ziji roughly estimated that the wine consumed for this banquet alone was estimated to be more than hundreds of billions of supreme-grade spirit stones. Including other fruits and snacks, the total cost was estimated to be more than 1 trillion. With his wealth, he could do his best to hold this banquet, but it would certainly be a heavy blow. Of course, Imperial Emperor Yuanji's net worth was definitely much higher than his. Even if it wasn't a few trillion, he definitely had a few hundred trillion. How could he know that Li Fuchen's net worth had reached a few trillion? 1 trillion was 100 million. In the universe, there were hundreds of thousands of imperial monarchs. Although it was impossible for all of them to come, a small portion of them was already very impressive. A few days later, the number of imperial lords on the thick earthstone seal had reached 5,000. It is about time. In the depths of the garden, Li Fuchen nodded. 5,000 imperial lords wasn't a small number. After all, they were imperial lords and not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry that could be found everywhere. Aha! Imperial Emperor Yuanji, wind-chasing god, came uninvited. You wouldn't blame me, right? An invisible wind landed on the thick earthstone seal and revealed the figure of a lean middle-aged man. It is the wind-chasing clan's demigod ancestor, wind-chasing god. Someone recognized the wind-chasing god. There were too many great clans in the universe. Any clan that produced a demigod would become a great clan. The wind-chasing clan had only become a great clan in the recent million years and was considered one of the rising factions. Not at all. Not at all. Wind-chasing god, please come in. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. The arrival of a demigod was exactly what Li Fuchen wished for. As compared to imperial emperors, demigods had a lot more good items. After the wind-chasing god, another 3 demigods attended the primordial banquet. Of course, they were all regular demigods. High-class demigods weren't interested in low-class universe treasures, unless Li Fuchen could take out a mid-class universe treasure to auction. When the banquet started, close to 6,000 individuals gathered at the Fountain Plaza in the center of the garden. Everyone, here are a total of 9 low-class universe treasures and 108 peak-class treasures. Among you, those with life-type low-class universe treasures or peak-class treasures can have priority to exchange. Li Fuchen didn't waste any time. With a wave of his hand, a large number of low-class universe treasures and peak-class treasures floated in the air. For a moment, there was a dazzling radiance that lit up the starry sky. Everyone took a deep, cold breath. Even though they knew that Li Fuchen had plenty of treasures and was wealthier than demigods, they still held their breaths when they saw it with their own eyes. 9 low-class universe treasures. Was there a need to be so exaggerated? Furthermore, from Li Fuchen's appearance, it was obvious that 9 low-class universe treasures weren't everything he had. As for the peak-class treasures, they might be inferior. Normally speaking, a regular low-class universe treasure would be able to exchange for 10 or 20 peak-class treasures. However, there were too many types of peak-class treasures. Many people couldn't afford to purchase universe treasures, but they could still afford peak-class treasures. I want this wine spirit of vine wood. The wind, chasing God's eyes lit up. He might be a demigod, but his cultivation level wasn't high. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be a regular demigod. If he could obtain the wind spirit divine wood and cultivate diligently for a period of time, his cultivation level would increase by another level. While speaking, the wind-chasing god took out a flower from his spatial ring. This flower looked like it was carved out of ancient jade and was emitting bright radiance. This is the low-class universe treasure, white jade gauze flower. I wonder if it is enough to exchange for this wind spirit divine wood? The wind-chasing god looked at Li Fuchen. Sure. Li Fuchen nodded and waved his hand to send the wind spirit divine wood to the wind-chasing god. Many thanks. The wind-chasing god also sent the white jade gauze flower to Li Fuchen. The white jade gauze flower might not contain the vitality source essence, but the wood Dao source essence is closely related to the vitality source essence. It is enough for the tree of life to grow significantly. Li Fuchen tossed the white jade gauze flower into the greenwood gourd. I wish to use the low-class universe treasure, the 7-color gem, and 10 P-class treasures to exchange for the chaos true water. Seeing that the wind-chasing god had made the exchange, the other demigod, the god of water suppression, couldn't hold back anymore. Sure. Li Fuchen thought about it and agreed. The 7-color gem's value wasn't inferior to the chaos true water. With the addition of 10 P-class treasures, Li Fuchen was considered to have made a profit. Emperor Primary Extreme, I have 12 pieces of half-divine artifact shards and 20 P-class treasures. Is it possible to exchange for the 9 Origin Ice Pearl? The one who spoke was the Mystic Ice God. This demigod was a loner and didn't establish a super faction. Li Fuchen sized up the Mystic Ice God's half-divine artifact shards and P-class treasures before nodding. Sure, the 9 Origin Ice Pearl wasn't considered a regular low-class universe treasure. Its value was definitely above 20 P-class treasures. As for how many P-class treasures it was worth, it would vary from person to person. For those who needed it, 50 P-class treasures wouldn't be considered too much. For those who didn't need it, 30 P-class treasures would be considered too much. That is great. Seeing that Li Fuchen agreed, the Mystic Ice God was delighted. The 9 Origin Ice Pearl was too rare. The Mystic Ice God had only read about the 9 Origin Ice Pearl in ancient records. He had never seen or heard of anyone possessing it. Out of the 4 demigods, 3 of them had already transacted with Li Fuchen. The remaining demigod was called the God of Scorched Earth. He grinned and said, I have 28 Stones of the Reaper. I wonder how many low-class universe treasures can I exchange for? What? Stone of the Reaper? Speaking of the Stone of the Reaper, it was necessary to talk about the legendary Reaper and the Death God Lake. The Reaper was an extremely horrific demigod in the history of the universe. It was said that he could control life and death and control reincarnation. When he was active, no demigod would be able to contest with him. Even the divine race's demigods would be overshadowed and would have to retreat in front of him. The Death God Lake was located in the Radiant Starfield and was the second most dangerous place in the Radiant Starfield. The Death God Lake was called the Death God Lake because it was inextricably linked with the Reaper. As for what the relationship was, no one knew. It was said that the Stone of the Reaper contained the power of the Reaper. In the center of the Death God Lake, there was a small island and there was a Death God Cave on the island. Only those who possessed the Stone of the Reaper could enter the Death God Cave. There were only 2 outcomes after entering the Death God Cave. Either they could bring out a treasure alive, or they could stay inside forever. For countless years, there were plenty of people who entered the Death God Cave. According to the statistics, the mortality rate was about 50%. It was also because of this that the Death God Lake was ranked second among the dangerous places in the Radiant Starfield and not first. If a single Stone of the Reaper could allow one to enter the Death God Cave, then 28 stones would allow one to enter the Death God Cave 28 times. But in everyone's opinion, no one could enter the Death God Cave 28 times and not die. After all, demigods weren't able to enter the Death God Cave. Stone of the Reaper, huh? Li Fuchen said, you can pick any low-class universe treasure. The treasures in the Death God cave might be tempting to him, but to be honest, it wasn't that tempting. One is too little. There was once someone who brought out a half-divine artifact from the Death God cave. The god of scorched earth frowned. It wasn't easy for him to obtain these 28 stones of the Reaper, and he nearly fell into a dangerous situation once. It is quite a lot. Do you think I will be interested in a regular half-divine artifact? Li Fuchen shook his head. Right now, let alone a regular half-divine artifact, Li Fuchen wouldn't even be interested in a high-class or peak-class half-divine artifact. He would either not accept the baptism of a half-divine artifact, or he would choose a peak-class half-divine artifact. After all, in terms of cultivation level, a half-divine artifact would have a huge influence on a demigod strength. Li Fuchen might be the strongest ruler, but if his first half-divine artifact was a peak-class half-divine artifact, he wouldn't even be able to make it to the top 10 among the demigods. If a peak-class invincible ruler obtained a peak-class half-divine artifact, their strength might be above Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen set a target for himself. In terms of Sword Dao, he had to choose a peak-class half-divine artifact. In terms of time and space Dao, he had to choose a peak-class half-divine artifact. In addition, Li Fuchen was already considering cultivating his fourth martial Dao. It was just in case. If he obtained a half-divine artifact that wasn't suitable for him in the battlefield of gods, and he urgently needed to increase his strength, wouldn't he be in a dilemma? 2. Otherwise, forget it. The god of scorched earth still didn't agree. 1 in 20 peak-class artifacts. Li Fuchen wouldn't agree to 2 low-class universe treasures. Chapter 1048. Once the primordial banquet ended, Li Fuchen kept the thick earthstone seal. There's quite a lot of harvest. In the starry sky, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. During this banquet, he had obtained a total of 2 life-type low-class universe treasures and 17 life-type peak-class treasures. He reckoned that the Tree of Life should be able to evolve into a mid-class universe treasure. The legendary Death God Lake. I will find a chance to visit it. But before that, I will make a trip to the Water God Tomb. Li Fuchen had always been curious about the Death God Lake. It originated from his curiosity towards the Grim God. If the God of Immortality was a legend, then the Grim God was a legend. The God of Immortality ultimately died under the siege of multiple demigods, while the Grim God didn't die under siege. In fact, no one knew if the Grim God was dead or alive. There were rumors that the Grim God had already ascended to become a god. Of course, the Death God Lake was too dangerous. Even if Li Fuchen was the strongest ruler, it was still extremely dangerous to visit the Death God Lake. In comparison, the Water God Tomb was much safer. But this safety was only in comparison. During the ancient era, the Water God was also one of the extremely terrifying demigods. It was still unknown if the God of Immortality was comparable. In the Water God Tomb, it was drizzling and 3 figures appeared out of nowhere. TSS, TSS, TSS. With Li Fuchen's reminder, Yan Qingwu quickly activated her Saber Energy Protection. Immediately after, when the rainwater dripped on the Saber Energy Protection, there was a corrosive sound. This is the Water God Tomb? It is so mystical. Yan Qingwu had too little experience. Apart from the deep blue plane, everything else in the outside world was new to her. This was also the reason why Li Fuchen brought her to the Water God Tomb. There were still plenty of rulers that came to the Water God Tomb. It was different from the previous visit. When these rulers saw Li Fuchen and the others, they would stay far away. What a joke! Li Fuchen's current appearance and chi presence was already known by everyone. There were only a few who didn't recognize him. If these people didn't provoke Li Fuchen, he naturally wouldn't kill them and seize their treasures. His current net worth was too terrifying. He had trillions of top-grade spirit stones. Any low-grade Universal Supreme Treasure he had was worth hundreds of trillions of top-grade spirit stones. Any mid-grade Universal Supreme Treasure was worth more than trillions of top-grade spirit stones. As for high-grade Universal Supreme Treasures, they were absolutely priceless and could not be measured with top-grade spirit stones. However, a peak Sovereign Emperor's entire wealth was only about 1 trillion peak-grade spirit stones. Killing 100 peak sovereign emperors would only cost 1 trillion peak grade spirit stones. The only things he was interested in now were universe treasures and semi-divine artifacts. The rest were meaningless to him. With the strength of an unrivaled sovereign emperor, the reign in the water god tomb posed no threat to Yin Qingwu. Rather than exploring the water god tomb, the three might as well say that they were out for fun. Unknowingly, the three of them arrived before a lake. This lake was called Water God Lake, and it was extremely dangerous. Even invincible sovereign emperors would die if they entered Water God Lake. However, in the Water God Mausoleum, only the Water God Palace in the center of the Water God Lake had semi-divine artifacts. The Water God Palace was guarded by plenty of Water God guards, and it was heavily guarded. Until now, no one had heard of anyone obtaining the Water God's semi-divine artifact, Water God Trident. Li Fuchen didn't dare to enter the Water God Palace because he wasn't a half-god and had strength that was close to a top-notch half-god. Otherwise, a single Water God guard would be enough to make him suffer. Bang, bang, bang. Li Fuchen released a chi barrier to protect Yin Qingwu and the Wolfman incarnation. In the Water God Lake, there were plenty of water monsters. The weakest of these water monsters were at the level of an unrivaled sovereign emperor, while the stronger ones were at the level of a peak-level unrivaled sovereign emperor. When a group of water monsters worked together, those below the strongest sovereign emperor wouldn't be able to resist. Qingwu, this water monster's strength is similar to yours. You should practice first. Li Fuchen used the sword lock universe to envelop Yin Qingwu in a water monster. Inside the sword lock universe, Yin Qingwu didn't take out the broken saber or the universe artifact. Her weapon was a tier 5 peak grade supreme saber, the Thundersting saber. As the saber light flickered, a human and a water monster were in an intense battle. It was obvious that Yin Qingwu hadn't fought for a long time, and her combat experience was obviously lacking. She had been at a disadvantage. If Li Fuchen didn't intentionally affect her, Yin Qingwu would have been defeated. The sudden change is too huge. I can't adapt to it. After fighting for a long time, Yin Qingwu took out the broken saber and killed the water monster with ease. Ever since she became a saint, she basically didn't have much battle experience. She had always been cultivating and cultivating. As such, her understanding of her own strength and the enemy's strength was obstructed. This obstruction was severely restricting her judgment. You will slowly get used to it. There is no hurry. Li Fuchen constantly looked for water monsters for Yin Qingwu to practice with, so that she could familiarize herself with her strength. Unknowingly, the trio passed through the Death God Lake and arrived at the plaza outside the Water God Palace. Boom, boom. The two Water God guards discovered the three of them and rushed towards them from the left and right. Leave this to me. The Wolfman incarnation volunteered and charged at the Water God guard on the right. Let me try to. With a broken saber, Yin Qingwu was confident she could exchange moves with the Water God guard. All right, Li Fuchen nodded. The Water God guard might be strong, but it was only equivalent to a weaker regular demigod. The Wolfman incarnation was a peak-level invincible emperor, and with the help of a mid-class universe artifact, it wouldn't be defeated in a single clash. If Li Fuchen really couldn't resist, he would definitely make a move. As for Yin Qingwu, there was no need to worry. The broken saber was an incomplete, top-notch half-divine artifact and could temporarily condense half-god power. It meant that Yin Qingwu would be comparable with a half-god for a short period of time. Boom! Wielding the Chaos Gem essence, the Wolfman incarnation clashed with the Water God guard. A violent chi force burst out, and the Wolfman incarnation was sent flying. When facing the Water God guard, the Wolfman incarnation was still slightly inferior, but the difference wasn't huge. A peak-level invincible emperor with the help of a mid-class universe artifact should have strength similar to the strongest emperor. As for the weaker regular demigods, their strength should be around the same level as the strongest emperor. Li Fuchen was able to have strength that was close to or even comparable to a top-notch demigod because he had a high-class universe artifact. Furthermore, it was a high-class universe artifact that was adept at combat. On the other side, Yin Qingwu's situation was much better than the Wolfman incarnation. From start to end, She had been suppressing the Water God Guard. The half-god power condensed by Qing Wu is comparable to high-class demigods in terms of quality. It is just a little scattered and not concentrated enough. Li Fuchen saw some clues. Boom, boom, boom. This battle lasted for a very long time, and Li Fuchen only made a move to eliminate the two Water God Guards after the duo had their fill. The Water God Palace was enveloped by a layer of dark blue water screen. Previously, they were far away and weren't able to see the situation inside the water screen. Now that they were closer, they could see that the Water God Guards were patrolling the corridors outside the palace. These Water God Guards were dark blue in color, and they were all dark blue giants. Among the dark blue giants, there were a few dark green giants that were very eye-catching. Mid-class Water God Guards. Li Fuchen had a solemn expression. Chapter 1049. Li Fuchen's trip to the Water God Tomb was for the half-divine artifact. Regardless of whether it was the Death God Lake or the Demigod Domain, they were both filled with danger. If he could become a demigod as soon as possible, it would naturally be a great thing. In the universe, there were only a few places that had demigod weapons. The Water God Mausoleum was considered relatively safe. For example, the #1 danger zone in the universe, the Insectoid God Battlefield, was once the main battlefield between the 100 races and the Insectoid race. Many demigods had died there, so naturally, there would be demigod weapons lost there. However, even demigods did not dare to step into the Insectoid God Battlefield easily, because it was connected to the Insectoid race's nest. There might be Insectoid demigods active there. If I can get the Water God Trident, I will cultivate the Water Dao to perfection when I get out. Li Fuchen thought in his heart. Needless to say, the Water God Trident was the Water God's demigod weapon. It was at least a peak demigod weapon. If it was the Water God's main demigod weapon, it would most likely be a peak demigod weapon. In order to obtain a top-notch or peak-grade half-divine artifact, Li Fuchen was willing to cultivate another martial Dao, as it wouldn't take him a long time anyway. You too. Enter the World Core first. Li Fuchen stored Yin Qingwu and the werewolf clone into the World Heart. It was too dangerous to enter the Water God Palace, and it was much more efficient for Li Fuchen to move alone. Pop! After passing through the dark blue water screen, Li Fuchen arrived at the corridor of the Water God Palace. All of a sudden, all the Water God Guards noticed Li Fuchen. He didn't have a choice, as there was no way to conceal himself in this place. Even if Li Fuchen concealed his Qi presence, his opponent would still be able to see him with the naked eye. The primordial bracelet transformed into the primordial armor and primordial sword. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. Previously at the Water God Tomb, any low-class Water God Guard would be able to crush Li Fuchen. But it was different now. When facing so many Water God Guards, Li Fuchen swept with his sword, and it was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Be it the low-class or mid-class Water God Guards, all of them were sent flying as if they were dried twigs. Of course, it wasn't possible to kill the Water God Guards. Killing Li Fuchen alone would require a lot of time. It was unknown how long it would take to kill all the Water God Guards in the corridor. Li Fuchen's objective was to charge into the Water God Palace first. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen had killed his way to the entrance of the Water God Palace. So many Water God Guards. Li Fuchen looked inside and couldn't help but take a deep, cold breath. The inside of the Water God Palace was like a universe. The spatial zone was massive, and one couldn't even see the end of it. With just a glance, Li Fuchen noticed over 1,000 low-class Water God Guards, close to 100 mid-class Water God Guards, and 5 high-class Water God Guards. Although the Water God Guards were very inflexible and only knew how to attack at close range, they could still bite someone to death if there were enough of them. Li Fuchen calculated and realized that he could easily deal with a low-class Water God Guard in a one-on-one fight. 1 against 10 was rather troublesome and would require a lot of energy. 1 versus 20 plus, Li Fuchen didn't have the confidence. 1 against 100, if the battle dragged on, Li Fuchen would definitely lose. 1 against 1,000, once Li Fuchen was trapped and unable to escape, he would definitely die. What's more, apart from beginner Water God Guards, there were also intermediate and advanced Water God Guards. The water god guards in the corridor had already surrounded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen hesitated for a moment before he flashed and skimmed into the water god palace. Boom, 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 boom. Li Fuchen might have released the Sword Dao universe immediately, but with so many water god guards attacking, the Sword Dao universe instantly crumbled and wasn't able to affect the situation. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen executed the Sword Sea Horizon with the Primordial Sword and was still able to block the first few waves of attacks from the Water God guards with ease. I have already seen the Water God Trident, but it is too difficult to obtain it. At the end of the palace, there was a table, and on the table was a black sphere of light. There was a trident floating inside the sphere of light. The trident's chi presence might have been isolated by the black sphere of light, but just by looking at the trident with the naked eye, Li Fuchen felt a piercing pain in his eyes and Saint's spirit. Only his spirit soul could easily withstand this pressure. Peak grade half-divine artifact. It must be a peak grade half-divine artifact. Li Fuchen had seen peak grade half-divine artifacts before, but they weren't as sharp and tyrannical as the trident. If peak grade half-divine artifacts were considered sharp weapons, then peak-grade half-divine artifacts were divine weapons. There was a huge difference in their essence, chi, and spirit. Moreover, demigods were divided into 5 levels. Ordinary demigods, high-level demigods, top-notch demigods, peak demigods, and invincible demigods. There were even higher levels. However, demigods were only divided into 4 levels. Ordinary demigods, high-level demigods, top-notch demigods, and peak demigods. There were no invincible demigods. It also meant that peak-grade half-divine artifacts were the best half-divine artifacts. Any higher would be the legendary divine artifacts. If Li Fuchen could obtain the Water God Trident and cultivate his water, Dao, to the perfection rank, he would immediately become a peak-grade half-god. Furthermore, he would be the strongest among the peak-grade half-gods and would be just inferior to the invincible half-gods. Generally speaking, the strongest ruler would only become an invincible half-god after obtaining a suitable peak-grade half-god artifact. Unless Li Fuchen obtained a peak-grade Sword Dao half-god artifact, he wouldn't be able to become an invincible half-god. There were too many water god guards, and Li Fuchen felt as though he was in a turbulent swamp. Every step forward would require a huge amount of energy. In fact, as time elapsed, it was hard for him to even retreat as he had no control. Should I risk it? Li Fuchen believed that he still had a sliver of hope, but he knew clearly that the price of risking it might be death. Forget it. This water god trident is impossible to obtain for those below the half-god realm. There is no need to force it. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen still decided to retreat. A peak-grade half-god artifact might be good, but there wasn't a need to risk his life for it. Furthermore, it wasn't the time to risk his life. Soon enough, Li Fuchen rejoiced. If he retreated a little later, he might not be able to break out of the encirclement. The Death God Lake was the number 2 dangerous place in the Radiant Star region and one of the top 10 dangerous places in the universe. The Death God Lake was very special. It might be more dangerous than the Water God Tomb, but there were plenty of people that visited the Death God Lake. Some of the regular rulers would even dare to come to the Death God Lake. However, those who were familiar with the Death God Lake would know that the Death God Lake was actually separated into 2 regions. One was the peripheral region of the Death God Lake, and the other was the region of the Death God Lake. The peripheral region of the Death God Lake didn't have any dangers. Furthermore, it was rich in Death God herbs and had attracted a large number of rulers. But the region of the Death God Lake was different. Without the strength of an invincible ruler, entering the Death God Lake would be courting death. Even if an invincible ruler entered the Death God Lake, the death rate would be more than 50%. At one of the ferries of the Death God Lake, a grayish-black mist enveloped the entire Death God Lake. There was a creaking sound as a small boat floated out from the mist. On the small boat was a man in a bamboo hat. He was silent and was emitting a dense death chi presence, as though he had been dead for countless years. Do you think these ferrymen are alive or dead? After boarding the boat, Yin Qingwu asked Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, "The Death God controls life and death. These should be dead demigods." As long as the death god was willing, those who were killed by the death god wouldn't dissipate their physical form and would become the death god's servant. It was rumored that the 108 ferrymen on the death god lake were all demigods that were killed by the death god. After being killed, they are still under the death god's control. I wonder how strong the death god was back then. Did he really ascend to become a god? Yen Qingwu sighed lightly. Li Fuchen said, "There is definitely a higher realm above the demigod realm. There is no doubt about that. But it seems like something happened in the universe during these countless years. It has been a long time since anyone ascended to become a god, causing everyone to be skeptical about ascending to become a god. Be it the battlefield of gods, the half-god region, or the golden amulet, they all told Li Fuchen that there was a higher realm above this universe. However, Li Fuchen could vaguely sense that there seemed to be some deviation on the path of ascending to become a god. It had been too long since anyone ascended to become a god. As a result, there were more and more demigods in the universe. Just like the Swordsman Guild, they had close to 20 demigods. As for the other 8 major factions, apart from the Undead Legion, each of them had at least 10 demigods. Especially the Divine Race Temple. They had over 30 demigods. If the 9 major factions were to add up, they would have around 200 demigods. With the addition of the other major factions' demigods, there were definitely more than 300 demigods in the entire universe. It was fortunate that all the demigods were gathered in the battlefield of gods and the half-god region. Otherwise, the universe would be in a mess. The boat carried the trio and traveled through the mist silently. Occasionally, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Huff! All of a sudden, the mist condensed and a terrifying figure appeared at the bow of the boat. My Tao is the Tao of life and death. If you're not alive, you will be dead. If you're not dead, you will not be alive. Receive my palm of life and death. The terrifying figure slammed a palm at the trio. The person on the ferry didn't bother about it, and seemed like he couldn't feel anything. Interesting. Li Fuchen countered with a palm strike. Bang bang. The boat shook and the terrifying figure scattered. Is that an undead spirit? Yen Qingwu was curious. Li Fuchen shook his head. It isn't that simple. This death god lake can contain a myriad of Taos. That person might be dead, but his cultivation hasn't scattered yet. He is dead, but his cultivation hasn't scattered yet? Yen Qingwu didn't understand. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. At this moment, he finally felt how terrifying the death god's cultivation realm was. Perhaps the person had already ascended to become a god. The death god lake was massive, and the speed of the boat wasn't considered fast. Along the way, there would be terrifying figures formed by the mist that assaulted the trio. The weakest of these figures were formidable, invincible monarchs, while the stronger ones were at the demigod level. No wonder it was said that more than half of the invincible monarchs would die in the death god lake. Just these terrifying figures were enough to cause severe casualties to those that entered. After an entire month, the boat finally arrived at the death god island. All of you will die too. All of you will die too. Along the way, the person who ferried the boat that didn't say a single word let out a terrifying sneer and rode away, trying to act mysterious. The werewolf incarnation squinted his eyes. Li Fuchen said, "It is just a trace of obsession and a trace of hatred. There is no need to bother about him." The person who ferried the boat was already dead. What was left was just his cultivation and a trace of his past obsession. The Death God Island wasn't huge, and the trio soon arrived at the vicinity of the Death God Cave. It is the primary extreme monarch. In the vicinity of the Death God Cave, there were a few invincible monarchs. When they saw Li Fuchen, they were all apprehensive and quickly distanced themselves. Li Fuchen said, "If you want to enter, hurry up and enter. I can guarantee that I will not touch a single hair of yours, even if you obtain a half-divine artifact." Primary extreme monarch, I believe you. An invincible monarch wielded the Reaper's Stone and jumped into the Death God Cave. After a long time, the invincible monarch still didn't come out. It seems like he has perished. One of the invincible monarchs shook his head. The Death God Cave was very evil. Those that entered would either live or die. Most importantly, those that survived wouldn't know how they survived. They would only know that they randomly took an artifact and walked out. Chapter 1050. Soon enough, the second invincible ruler jumped into the Death God Cave. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death, but as compared to becoming a half-god, they were willing to risk it. The Death God Cave didn't have a lot of things, but it had plenty of half-god artifacts. During the era when the Death God was active, there were plenty of half-gods that died in the hands of the Death God. Correspondingly, the Death God naturally obtained plenty of half-god artifacts too. Of course, it didn't mean that one would definitely obtain a half-god artifact after entering the Death God Cave. But for countless years, there were indeed people that became half-gods after coming out of the Death God Lake. What if they were the lucky ones? The atmosphere was a little stifling. The second invincible ruler didn't make it out either and vanished silently. I don't believe it. The third invincible ruler gritted his teeth and jumped in. Ha ha, ha. The third invincible ruler was lucky as he came out alive, and he even brought out a low-class universe artifact. It might not be a half-god artifact, but to be able to come out alive and bring out a low-class universe artifact was enough to make him extremely excited. Primary extreme ruler. You aren't going to make a move, right? All of a sudden, the invincible ruler thought of something. Li Fuchen smiled and said, I have plenty of universe artifacts. Do you think I will be interested in them? That is true. The invincible ruler recalled something and let out a breath of relief. Li Fuchen even had a high-class universe artifact. Why would he care about a low-class universe artifact? Immediately after, the fourth invincible ruler gritted his teeth and jumped into the Death God Cave. But this invincible ruler wasn't so lucky and followed in the footsteps of the first and second invincible ruler. There was a total of 4 invincible rulers. 3 died and 1 survived. The mortality rate was at 75%. This is too dangerous. Yin Qingwu took a deep cold breath. The werewolf incarnation said, riches are sought from danger. The more dangerous the Death God Cave is, the more precious the treasures inside are. Li Fuchen nodded and said with a smile, the treasures inside are indeed extremely precious. Once he arrived in the vicinity of the Death God Cave, he started to use his spirit's soul power to scan the Death God Cave. Just as he expected, even though the Cave of Death was left behind by the Death God, it couldn't block the probing of soul power. In the deepest part of the Death God Cave, Li Fuchen saw a treasure vault. The treasure vault was filled with treasures, and the worst was a peak-class treasure. Furthermore, these peak-class treasures were piled up like a mountain, like a pile of trash. At least a few thousand top-grade treasures. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. He already had a lot of top-notch treasures, more than 100 of them. However, compared to the Grim Reaper's collection, it still paled in comparison. Most importantly, the Grim Reaper's top-notch treasures were quite comprehensive. Basically, anyone could find a top-notch treasure that suited them. It would be a good thing if I could get my hands on some top-notch Sword Dao treasures. With Li Fuchen's current cultivation realm, top-notch artifacts might not be able to help him a lot, but they could be used to replenish his strength. After all, in an extremely harsh environment, replenishment of strength was still very crucial and could be used to save his life. Beside the peak-class treasures, there was a pile of low-class universe treasures. Li Fuchen made a rough count, and there were around a few hundred low-class universe treasures. Li Fuchen couldn't imagine the concept of a few hundred low-class universe treasures. No wonder the treasures in the Death God Cave have never dried up after countless years. Li Fuchen was speechless and shocked. Those that could enter the Death God Cave were the minority. With a death rate of more than 50%, those that could truly take away the treasures were extremely rare. As such, the treasures in the Death God Cave were naturally able to last for a very long time. Beside the low-class universe treasures, there was a small pile of mid-class universe treasures, and there were dozens of them. Among them, Li Fuchen saw a few gourds that were very similar to the Greenwood gourd, but had different colors. Apart from that, Li Fuchen also saw 2 Chaos Fire Lotuses. These are all great items. Li Fuchen might have the high-class Primordial Beginning Bracelet and the future high-class universe treasure, the Tree of Life, but it didn't mean that he didn't have any thoughts about mid-class universe treasures. The Greenwood gourd could nurture vitality, and was extremely useful. The gourds in the Death God Cave's treasure vault would probably be as useful as the Greenwood gourd. Furthermore, there were a few gourds here. As for the Chaos Fire Lotuses, Li Fuchen had a great need for them. In order for his Hand of Calamity to advance, he had to devour high-grade Calamity power. A single Chaos Fire Lotus might not be able to allow him to advance to the later stage of the Hand of Calamity, but it would be able to shorten a significant amount of time. Furthermore, there were two here. Li Fuchen's spirit soul power moved and saw the high-class universe treasures. Just as Li Fuchen expected, even the Death God didn't have many high-class universe treasures. In the Death God Cave's treasure vault, there were only two high-class universe treasures. They were a mystical crystal ball and a heart-like resplendent crystal core. Universe Spirit Ball and Heart of Plane. Li Fuchen didn't need to guess to know that the crystal ball was the Universe Spirit Ball and the resplendent crystal core was the Heart of Plane. The Universe Spirit Ball contained a myriad of great Taos. It was formed by the universe's most essential power. There was an ancient legend that whoever obtained the Universe Spirit Ball would ascend to become a god. It could be said that the Universe Spirit Ball was the #1 universe treasure, and its value was even above pinnacle half-divine artifacts. As for the Heart of Plane, it was also a treasure that was comparable with a pinnacle half-divine artifact. It wasn't exaggerating to say that any high-class universe treasure would cause demigods to fight for it. Back then, in order to contest for the high-class universe treasure, the World Tree, plenty of demigods had perished. The war only ended when the World Tree was destroyed. The matter of Li Fuchen possessing a high-class universe treasure was far from over. When those truly powerful demigods returned from the battlefield of gods, they would definitely deal with him. Therefore, Li Fuchen decided to take the risk and explore the Water God Tomb and the Death God Lake. If he couldn't obtain any half-divine artifacts from these two places, he would head to other dangerous ruins. In short, it wasn't that he didn't want to go to the half-god region, but it was best to only go after becoming a demigod. With just the strongest emperor level, he wouldn't be able to make a name for himself in the half-god region. Li Fuchen's spirit soul power lingered on the Universe Spirit Ball and the Heart of Plane for a while before looking at the other side of the treasure vault. On the other side of the treasure vault, there was only one thing, and that was the half-divine artifacts. There were hundreds of half-divine artifacts. These half-divine artifacts were split into 4 groups: normal half-divine artifacts, high-class half-divine artifacts, top-notch half-divine artifacts, and peak-level half-divine artifacts. Among them, the normal half-divine artifacts were the most numerous, and there were hundreds of them. Next were the high-class half-divine artifacts, and there were around 70 to 80 of them. There were over 20 top-notch half-divine artifacts. There were only 5 top-notch half-divine artifacts. These 5 top-notch half-divine artifacts were an armor, a necklace, a dagger, a battle hammer, and a belt. 5 top-notch half-divine artifacts are enough to create 5 peak-level demigods. This is truly insane. Li Fuchen felt it was a pity that he didn't see any top-notch sword, Dao, half-divine artifacts. The strongest emperor would only be able to become an unrivaled demigod if he obtained a suitable top-notch half-divine artifact. In the universe, there were less than 5 strongest emperors, but there were less than 3 unrivaled demigods. Among the 5 top-notch half-divine artifacts, there wasn't a sword Dao half-divine artifact. However, among the 20 top-notch half-divine artifacts, there was a sword Dao half-divine artifact, a claw Dao half-divine artifact, and a saber Dao half-divine artifact. The werewolf incarnation was currently a peak-level invincible emperor. If he could obtain a top-notch claw Dao half-divine artifact, he would instantly become a top-notch demigod that wasn't inferior to the god of golden light. If Yanqing Wu obtained a top-notch half-divine artifact, she would also become a slightly weaker top-notch demigod. Huff! After letting out a forceful breath, Li Fuchen's attention was finally placed on a figure in the treasury. This figure was holding on to 3 spatial rings. Just 1 top-notch artifact, truly poor. 3 top-notch artifacts, not bad. I don't even have one. The figure took out 4 top-notch artifacts from the spatial ring and casually tossed them into the pile of top-notch artifacts on the right. Dead spirit? Or? Li Fuqin could sense the presence of a human figure, but the four invincible monarchs couldn't see the human figure. Furthermore, the reason why the three invincible monarchs died silently was because of the human figure. This strange human figure was guiding the three invincible monarchs to the path of death. Wait for me here. Li Fuqin grabbed a Reaper stone and jumped into the Reaper God cave. Another one is here. Forget it, I am in a bad mood. Let die. The strange figure instantly exited the treasury and arrived in front of Li Fuqin. Come, there's something you want here. There were two doors behind the strange figure. One was a black door that was filled with the qi presence of death. The other was a white door that was filled with the qi presence of life. The strange figure waved at Li Fuqin and guided Li Fuqin towards the black door. The black door should be the path of death, right? Li Fuqin looked at the strange figure and said, "You can see me?" The strange figure was taken aback. Li Fuqin might be able to guide it, but during the process, the figure wouldn't be able to see him. It was just the subconscious that would be greatly affected. Furthermore, this influence was something that even a demigod wouldn't be able to resist. Who are you? Li Fuqin didn't answer and asked instead. The strange figure grinned sinisterly. Interesting. It has been a long time since I met someone interesting. Come over. The strange figure's eyes burst out with black radiance. This black radiance felt like it could destroy a person's willpower. Li Fuqin reckoned that if it was anyone else, they would be intimidated by this black radiance and would be involuntarily flying towards the black door. It was a pity that Li Fuqin's spirit soul willpower was extremely powerful. This black radiance was just like a gentle breeze to Li Fuqin. No, it wasn't even considered a gentle breeze. It was just air. It seems like you can only affect a person's willpower. Li Fuqin let out a breath of relief. If the opponent was very powerful, then Li Fuqin would really be in danger. What? I am not affected at all? The strange figure's expression changed. He had seen people with powerful willpower before, but none of them were like Li Fuqin. Li Fuqin could see him and ignore his willpower intimidation. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Have a taste of my ability too. Li Fuqin's eyes suddenly burst out with purplish-red radiance. Bang! The strange figure's body suddenly exploded, and when it condensed again, it was much thinner. No, stop. The strange figure quickly asked for a stop. It is indeed effective. Li Fuqin raised his brows. Li Fuqin guessed correctly. The strange figure's existence was very special. It was like a willpower body and could easily affect a person's willpower. A person's willpower was affected by the spirit soul. It also meant that if the spirit soul wasn't powerful enough, the person would be like a white rabbit in front of the strange figure and wouldn't be a threat at all. However, Li Fuqin's spirit soul was extremely powerful. Therefore, his willpower was also extremely powerful. Not only could he resist the influence of the strange figure's willpower, he could even use his willpower to injure the strange figure. There are 5 peak-grade half-divine artifacts and 2 high-class universe cardinal treasures in the treasure vault. Bring them all over. Li Fuqin ordered. Impossible. The strange figure quickly explained. I can only bring things into the treasure vault and cannot take things out. What I can obtain is random, and there's only one item at a time. Bang! As soon as the strange figure finished speaking, its body exploded again. I'm not lying to you. Bang! I really am not lying to you. Even if you make my willpower vanish, I will not be able to do it. The strange figure's body was as thin as mist.